I started with the 5 animals fist. Simple at first, but with each punch, each block, the panel pushed me further, past limits I never knew existed. My organs hummed with power, every movement fueled by an unseen energy. The world blurred around me as I mastered it, not just a fighter, but a force of nature. Then came the vajra indestructible body. My skin shimmered, hardening like diamond, my bones becoming unbreakable pillars. Blows that would shatter mountains bounced off me like pebbles. I felt invincible, a golden god forged in the fires of my own will. And the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise? That was the true miracle. It whispered secrets of longevity, of endless life, of a peak that never declined. Years turned to decades, and I remained unchanged, my strength unwavering, my body a timeless vessel. Luoxue County. Dawn broke, painting the sky with soft hues that pierced the dissipating clouds and illuminated the ancient city walls. Luoxue County, once slumbering, now thrummed with life. The network of county roads buzzed with activity, overflowing with vendors hawking their wares, their voices creating a symphony of commerce. In the eastern quarter of Luoxue County, nestled within a fence-enclosed courtyard, a small world of tranquility existed. Jiang Ning sat in the morning sun, perched on a wooden chair in a lotus position. Elbows resting on his knees, chin propped in his palms, he was engrossed in a book. The title read, Echoes of the Divine. It was a compendium of tales, a tapestry woven with myths of ancient deities. Before the Bactrian era, the book claimed, gods and mortals shared the same earthly stage. Every river possessed a spirit, every mountain a guardian, the divine woven into the very fabric of existence. Though the tales seemed fantastical, Jiang Ning's attention was unwavering, his mind completely absorbed in the archaic script. Reading Comprehension Experience +1, Reading Comprehension Experience +1. After a considerable time, Jiang Ning reached the final page, his gaze slowly lifting from the text. He closed the book, a soft thud punctuating the silence. Total Reading Comprehension Experience gained this session, 8 points. In that instant, a panel shimmered into existence before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Jiang Ning, Essence Level, 13.5, Skill, Reading Comprehension, Mastery 968/1000, Special Effect, Dormant, almost at maximum. I wonder what transformation awaits this skill once it's perfected. A thrill of anticipation coursed through Jiang Ning as he examined his personal panel. In recent days, he had devoured every book in the house, ancient tomes, historical accounts, philosophical treatises, and literary classics alike. Fueled by this literary feast, his skill had ascended from novice to adept, then to proficient, and now to the cusp of mastery. With each breakthrough, he felt a sharpening of his mind, an acceleration of thought, a heightened clarity of perception. He understood this to be the cultivation of the mind, a concept revered in the Confucian and Taoist traditions of the Great Xia dynasty. Through diligent study, he had unlocked the transformative potential of the panel. It possessed the alchemical power to transmute effort into growth. By immersing himself in books, he could refine his reading comprehension, a skill that, once mastered, would remain eternally honed. Every text he had consumed was now vividly etched in his memory, accessible at a moment's notice. He was just 30 experience points shy of a breakthrough. At his current pace, a few more chapters would suffice to bridge that gap. With his current knowledge base, he could effortlessly navigate the imperial examinations, potentially even attaining the rank of scholar. A wave of hopeful ambition swelled within him. Recognition, earned through merit, could reshape his entire future. Do. A sweet, childish voice broke through Jiang Ning's reverie. He turned and saw a little girl, no older than 5, toddling towards him. Her eyes were wide and bright, her hair in 2 perky pigtails, her chubby cheeks radiating innocence. It was his niece, Jiang Yuan, affectionately nicknamed Doubao. Little Sprout, slow down, he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In this household, his closest bond was with Doubao. Her delicate features hinted at a future beauty, a testament to her mother's striking looks and strong genes. Dudu, look, what was book? Show Dudu. Doubao exclaimed, straining to lift her head and meet his gaze. Even seated, Jiang Ning towered over the 5-year-old, who had to crane her neck to see his face clearly. He chuckled and accepted the book from her small hands, a warmth spreading through his chest. To him, any book was a treasure, an opportunity to expand his knowledge and refine his skill. As long as it was a text he hadn't read before, it would contribute to his reading comprehension experience. With this new addition, he was confident he could reach the skill's apex today. He placed the book aside without examining it closely and ruffled Doubao's hair. My little Sprout is the best. Dudu is handsome. Doubao declared, showering him with praise.
He chuckled again. You know what handsome is, do you? Handsome is handsome.
Dudu is handsome, just like Daddy, she insisted, her voice filled with unwavering conviction. Jiang Ning smiled noncommittally. Just then, a woman's voice, crisp and cool yet possessing an underlying gentleness, drifted from the adjacent kitchen.
Dinner is ready.
Jiang Ning looked up to see a woman in her early 30s, elegant and poised, standing at the kitchen doorway. Her gaze met his, held it for a fleeting moment, then shifted away, a hint of disapproval in her eyes. He knew this sister-in-law harbored some resentment towards him, a lingering consequence of his decade-long dependence on her and his brother. After all, she and his brother had been married for over 10 years, with a son and daughter to raise. The eldest, Zhang Yiming, was 14, a young man with aspirations in both literature and martial arts. He had been immersed in poetry and classics since childhood, and significant resources were being invested in his martial training. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning's previous self had idled away more than 10 years, his every need provided for by his elder brother. His brother, a mere constable in Luoshui County, earned a modest income. It was understandable that his sister-in-law would harbor some resentment. Especially now, with the rising cost of grain, the strain on the family of 5 was palpable, and her disapproval seemed to intensify. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He knew he was a burden, a drain on their resources. But he had arrived in this world with nothing, his former life's savings non-existent. He had spent the past 2 months recovering from the transition, leaving him with no means to move out. For now, I must continue this parasitic existence. Luoshui County is not a safe haven at present, he thought grimly. He already had a plan taking shape in his mind. Through his brother's work at the county government and his own diligent studies, he had gained a keen understanding of the precarious state of the world. The Great Xia dynasty was teetering on the brink of collapse, its foundations eroded by internal strife and external pressures. Even in the seemingly tranquil Luoshui County, undercurrents of power churned beneath the surface. As a history major in his previous life, he recognized the patterns. History was a cyclical dance, not of perfect repetition, but of echoing trajectories. The Great Xia dynasty, after 8 centuries of rule, was beset by natural disasters, mass migrations of refugees, simmering rebellions, and the rise of fanatical cults. All the signs pointed towards imminent collapse. In such turbulent times, only personal strength could guarantee survival. Once the dam broke, chaos would reign, and warlords would rise to claim power. In this world, martial prowess was a potent force, the weak capable of fighting 10 men, the strong commanding armies, and the truly exceptional capable of challenging nations single-handedly. How could an ordinary citizen hope to survive the maelstrom of such a cataclysmic shift? His brother was a mere constable, a grain of sand in the face of history's relentless tide. I need to leverage my brother's support for a little while longer. As for repaying him and his wife, that will have to wait, Jiang Ning resolved. Xiaodubo, let's go. Jiang Ning stood up and took Xiaodubo Jiang Yuan's hand and said, Dudu, it's just rice. Xiaodubo showed a happy smile. Entering the main hall, Jiang Ning saw that his sister-in-law Lu Wanwan had already taken a seat. Although Lu Wanwan was dressed plainly at this moment, she had a noble demeanor, and her appearance and temperament were even more unusual than those of ordinary women, all of whom were of the highest class. Even though she is dressed simply at this moment, she is still eye-catching, unlike ordinary women who are constrained by daily necessities all day long. At this time, 4 bowls of porridge were placed on the wooden table in front of him. In the center of the wooden table, there was also a plate of pickles and green vegetables that were still steaming just out of the pot. Sister-in-law, where is eldest brother? Jiang Ning took the little beanbag and sat down. He glanced at the bowl of porridge in front of him again. Today's porridge seemed a little thinner than usual. There was a slight movement in his heart, but he didn't say anything. The price of food had skyrocketed recently, and he knew that there wasn't much food left at home. Your eldest brother is still in the yamen. Before he left, he said he would come back for lunch at noon. Jiang Ning nodded, speechless for a moment. After a while, Jiang Ning finished the gruel in the bowl. Sister-in-law, I'm done eating. He stood up immediately and said, Wait. Lu Wanwan called out to Jiang Ning, who was about to leave. Seeing Jiang Ning's confused look, Lu Wanwan, Jiang Ning's sister-in-law, turned around and picked up a gray shirt from behind. The clothes are sewn for you, take them and put them on. I'll take out your dirty clothes later and I'll wash them for you. Jiang Ning was stunned for a breath, and then he calmly took the patched shirt from Lu Wanwan's hand. Thank you, sister-in-law, he said slowly. It wasn't until Jiang Ning left that a young man walked out of the house.
Guigui, drink porridge quickly.
Zhang Yuanyuan saw this 13 or 14-year-old boy, patted the stool next to him, and then moved his upper body that was propped on the table. He handed the change of dirty clothes to his sister-in-law. After finishing his work, Jiang Ning returned to the small courtyard. Explanation of immortal powers. Looking at the book brought to him by Xiao Bao, he couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. With this book, he will soon be able to break through in the art of reading and hyphenating. Especially when he saw the name of this book, he became even more interested. It has been almost 2 months since he came to this world, and he still doesn't know whether he traveled through time or awakened to the mystery in his womb. He only knew that his predecessor had the same name as him, and even looked 70% to 80% similar to him, which was quite miraculous. Now that so many days have passed, he no longer struggles with this matter and has long accepted his current identity. At the same time, he absorbed the memories of his predecessor and gained a certain understanding of this world. Before Daxia, it was a world where immortals, gods, humans and monsters coexisted. The theory of immortals and gods also existed in previous lives, so he was particularly interested in this book at the moment. Jiang Ning slowly opened Explanation of Immortal Powers, and read through it slowly and attentively. Quietly, a reminder flashed before his eyes. Literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, the rising sun rises in the east and gradually hangs high. The temperature is no longer as cool as in the early morning, and the earth is gradually becoming hot. Standing under the grapevine trellis, Jiang Ning gradually began to sweat lightly on his forehead. At this moment, Jiang Ning was completely indifferent, and all his energy was focused on the book, Explanation of Immortal Powers, in front of him.
A long time passed.
A wisp of smoke drifted to the tip of Jiang Ning's nose, and Jiang Ning slowly came back to his senses. After reading the books this time, the experience value of reading and hyphenating will increase by 29 points. He looked up at the sky and instantly saw the scorching sun hanging high above his head. "It's almost noon," he murmured. Immediately opened his own panel again. Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Perfect 997/1000, Special Effect, None. There are still 3 experience points to go before it is full. He was suddenly very excited, and his attention immediately fell back on the Immortal Divine Power solution in front of him.
Right now.
A tall, middle-aged man wearing a black soap robe and a long knife slung across his waist stepped into the small courtyard.
He couldn't help but smile happily when he saw Jiang Ning lowering his head and studying hard.
Especially after seeing the title of the book in Jiang Ning's hand, he grinned even more.
"My little brother has finally grown up,"
he said to himself secretly. Then he walked quietly to the kitchen.
"Madam."
Looking at the busy woman, the middle-aged man showed a gentle look in his eyes.
"I'm home."
"Yeah," the middle-aged man responded in a low voice.
"Why are you coming back later and later lately? The world is not good.
Luoshui County is becoming more and more unstable, and the pressure on us is also increasing," said the middle-aged man.
"That's it.
I hope nothing happens." "Nothing will happen to me," the middle-aged man said with relief. "Although your men's martial arts are mediocre, they can run faster than anyone else when the situation goes wrong.
You know how to brag about yourself."
The woman raised her lips slightly and whispered, and then she added, "Go and wash up quickly, and then take good care of Zayadubo.
Zayadubo will cry when he wakes up and doesn't see anyone."
"Okay." The middle-aged man nodded.
Before walking out of the kitchen, he grinned again. "Madam, have you seen it? Aining has really grown up these days."
Hearing these words, Lu Wanwan, who was busy, stopped what she was doing. "You are closer to your brother." She shook her head again. "He is almost closer than you are to your own son." How could the middle-aged man not understand that his wife was quite resentful after hearing this? He walked behind Lu Wanwan and hugged her waist. "I've wronged you for following me all these years." The whole kitchen suddenly became quiet.
After a moment,
Lu Wanwan patted her hands around her waist.
"It stinks, go take a shower."
"Got it." The middle-aged man immediately laughed. On the other side. Experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling increase by 3 points for this book reading. Looking at this prompt flashing, Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with a strong joy. He immediately opened his panel. Skill, Reading and Spelling Plus, full 1000, Special Effect, None, finally full. He sighed in his heart.
The next moment,
he couldn't help but stare. Because at this moment, his panel had changed in a way that he had never experienced before, and a plus sign appeared behind the skill of reading and spelling. Before this, whether it was getting started or mastering, or the breakthrough from minor to major success, it was a natural process. Once the experience points were accumulated, a breakthrough would come naturally.
This time it was completely different.
The experience points required for the perfect level breakthrough had been reached, but there was no movement to break through to the next level. Only a plus sign appeared behind the skill of reading and spelling. Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning's mind moved slightly and fell on the plus sign. Reading and spelling has reached perfection.
Do you want to consume 10 points of source energy to complete the limit of reading and spelling?
Literacy and word recognition has reached perfection.
Can I consume 10 points to complete the breakthrough of literacy and word recognition?
The moment he saw this prompt, Jiang Ning suddenly understood.
I see.
This is where the original energy point comes in. He understood completely at this moment. Prior to this, with the appearance of the panel, the source energy column would increase by 0.1 to 0.3 as the day passed in the early morning. After many attempts before, he still couldn't figure out the effect of the source energy points on the panel.
It wasn't until this moment that he fully understood.
It turns out that when a skill reaches perfection, if you want to continue to make breakthroughs, you have to consume source energy points. After understanding this matter, Jiang Ning no longer had any hesitation in his heart, and his thoughts suddenly moved. The source energy points on the panel instantly decreased by 10 points, and the skill of reading and deciphering words displayed on the panel also began to change. Jiang Ning also instantly felt that there seemed to be waves of spiritual power flowing in his brain, and his heart was calm and empty. He couldn't help but close his eyes and feel the changes happening in his body. After a while, all changes returned to calm. Jiang Ning also opened his eyes, and a panel appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 3.5, Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Limit 0/2000 once, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, as expected. He murmured to himself. Such a change did not surprise him. Before that, he noticed the word special effects. In the past, the art of reading and hyphenating has been constantly breaking through from the beginning, and the special effects column was always empty every time I made a breakthrough. After reaching consummation, he had a guess in his mind, that is, there might be special effects in the breakthrough after consummation.
Now that his guess has become a reality, he naturally won't be too surprised. Photographic memory, those with extraordinary memory have a photographic memory.
Immediately, he quickly glanced at the surrounding scene, this time without even breathing. Then he closed his eyes, and in an instant, the scenery of the small courtyard he had just swept appeared vividly in his mind. Whether it was the flapping wings of bees or the turning leaves falling in the air, they all appeared clearly and logically in his mind.
In mind. Such an effect. Jiang Ning could not help but secretly marvel.
This effect was far beyond his expectation. The photographic memory he has now is not words, but pictures as clear as texture, pictures that are lifelike and can be moved. Having the blessing of photographic memory is also extremely beneficial for me to learn martial arts.
Jiang Ning was suddenly excited.
In this world, those who study literature and participate in the imperial examination can achieve the goal of serving as a farmhouse minister in the morning, waiting for the emperor in the evening, and becoming a superior person. The same is true for learning martial arts. By participating in the martial arts examination, one can command millions of troops, be granted the title of marquis and king, and even open up territories and split the land. Moreover, in the path of martial arts, one person can form an army, and one person can defeat the country, and all the great power can be attributed to one person.
You can even live forever.
According to the records in the books he had read these days, the successful founding of Daxia was due to the emergence of a martial saint, an invincible martial saint. And this martial saint suppressed the fate of the great Xia kingdom for 800 years. In other words, the martial saint's survival from the beginning of the founding of the Xia dynasty to this day can be called a myth and a legend. The great Xia dynasty is now in turmoil, which in Jiang Ning's opinion is also related to the fact that the martial saint has not shown up for decades. Precisely because he understood this, Jiang Ning had already made plans to get both the text and the force.
Only children make choices, adults do too.
He wanted both literature and martial arts, with martial arts as the main focus and literature as a supplement. The two do not conflict with him, but rather complement each other. First of all, for him now, with the special effect of photographic memory, it is easy to obtain fame in the literary arts. If you don't study literature and don't understand everything about this world, how can you get a place in the great momentum of the great Xia dynasty in the near future? Before martial arts reaches its peak, the importance of seeing through all eyes is undoubted. Moreover, if you pass the imperial examination and gain fame, you can go to the holy temple to worship and receive the awe-inspiring righteousness. The awe-inspiring righteousness of Confucianism can nourish the soul.
This is the best way to nourish the soul besides the two esoteric traditions of Buddhism and Taoism.
The princes above the court all have strong souls and quick thinking, so they can sit firmly in the court and organize the world. Moreover, at the end of the martial arts journey, you not only need to train your body, but also need to cultivate your mind. The growth of his divine soul will also be of great help to him in the future, becoming a master of martial arts and becoming a saint. Another more important point is that if he wants to continue to gain experience in the art of deciphering characters, he must read the meanings of ancient books. Only by constantly reading a lot of books can he gain experience in the art of deciphering characters. Since he achieved unforgettable special effects by breaking the limit once, he believed that he would definitely get more special effects by breaking the limit the second time.
There is no doubt about the powerful effects of special effects.
Therefore, for him, obtaining fame through the imperial examination was an easy move, and it was a good thing to achieve multiple things with one stone.
Now I just hope that what I expected is right.
Martial arts skills can also gain experience points. Jiang Ning secretly said to himself, I was injured in my previous body and was unable to practice martial arts for more than 2 months. It just happened that I could study literature and test the effect of the panel. Now that I have become successful in writing and have successfully tested all the effects of the panel, it's time to learn martial arts. With the special effects that I have never forgotten and the magical effect of the panel, once I start learning martial arts, I will definitely make rapid progress. I'll ask my elder brother later, as he is a constable in the yamen, if he has any suitable martial arts skills for me to learn. Just as Jiang Ning was thinking, a powerful voice came from the main house.
Brother, come and have lunch.
Hearing this, Jiang Ning put the Xianshan Tongjia in his hand on the chair, then stood up and walked towards the main house. The moment he stepped into the main house, he saw his elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as his nephew Jiang Yiming and his niece Xiaodobao, that is, Jiang Yuan.
Brother, sister-in-law. Jiang Ning greeted them. Sit down.
Jiang Li, the elder brother, said.
Toot, toot. Sit next to Dobao.
Xiaodobao, who was sitting on the stool and struggling to lie on the dining table, hurriedly invited Jiang Ning.
After Jiang Ning sat down.
As the eldest brother, Jiang Li picked up some food and said, I've seen you study very hard recently.
Do you want to take the imperial examination and get a good name? I have some idea.
Jiang Ning nodded slightly, then shook his head again, but I want to learn martial arts more.
Learn martial arts?
Jiang Li looked at Jiang Ning in surprise, and his eyes immediately became serious. Do you really want to learn martial arts?
Yes. Jiang Ning nodded heavily. Have you really thought about it?
Learning martial arts is very difficult and painful.
Have you really thought about it?
Jiang Li continued.
Jiang Ning nodded again. I have thought about it. Okay.
Jiang Li nodded slowly, and just as he was about to speak, his mouth suddenly twitched slightly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at his sister-in-law Lu Wanwan beside him. Seeing her small movements, Jiang Ning immediately understood that Lu Wanwan was secretly pulling Jiang Li at this moment, and seemed to know Jiang Li's next idea.
Jiang Li also glared at Lu Wanwan slightly, and then looked at Jiang Ning. Well, in that case, I will go find a good teacher for you later. Good teacher?
Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and immediately understood what his elder brother Jiang Li meant. This was clearly preparing to let others teach him martial arts. He also suddenly understood why Lu Wanwan had secretly stopped his elder brother Jiang Li just now. You know, the poor learn literature and the rich practice martial arts.
Learning martial arts is very expensive.
The apprenticeship fee alone is a very exaggerated figure, and the consumption of medicinal materials in the future is even more incalculable. And now the elder brother's family is already in financial difficulties, and he is even penniless. If he learns martial arts, won't he continue to suck blood from his elder brother and sister-in-law? And it's even worse than before. After understanding this, Jiang Ning quickly said, Brother, I just want you to teach me 2 martial arts. I don't want to become a disciple and add more burden to you.
It seems that you are really sensible.
Brother Jiang Li looked at Jiang Ning with relief, and then continued, I know what you are worried about. You don't have to worry about the tuition for becoming a disciple.
Your brother is an extraordinary martial artist. He has been a constable for so many years and still has some savings.
When saying this, Jiang Ning saw his brother Jiang Li grinning slightly, and also saw his sister-in-law Lu Wanwan's small action to stop him secretly.
Brother,
you don't need to learn martial arts from a master.
What do you know?
Jiang Li glared at Jiang Ning and continued, with my mediocre skills, I can't even enter the martial arts level.
How can I teach you? I must teach you the wrong way. Haven't you heard that a good teacher produces a good student?
If you want to learn martial arts, you must find a real good teacher to guide you.
This is related to your future achievements. You must not save this money. If you really succeed in martial arts in the future and come to the county government, I can also get you a position as a constable. In this way, you will have a future and you will be eligible to marry and have children.
Hearing the words, marry and have children, Jiang Ning suddenly had a headache. He was about to speak when he saw his sister-in-law Lu Wanwan pulling his brother up and walking towards the back hall. Forget it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning sighed in his heart, I'll find a chance to talk to my brother later. He quickly picked up the food in front of him, got up and walked towards the inner hall, ready to see what his brother and sister-in-law were like. Jiang Ning was also grateful to his elder brother and sister-in-law in this life. His previous life was idle, and they could do this, which was already very kind. Even the elder sister-in-law only complained about the idle younger brother-in-law, and never embarrassed his predecessor in person. When he came to this world, he was mentally depressed and injured, and it was his elder sister-in-law who took care of him and washed and cooked for him. So Jiang Ning was only grateful to his elder brother and sister-in-law in this life, without any resentment. When he approached the back hall, Jiang Ning heard the low voices of his elder brother and sister-in-law. With curiosity in his heart, Jiang Ning took a few more steps, and the voices of the two became clearer.
Jiang Li, have you really thought it through? Your brother Jiang Ning is now 18.
Even if he is talented, he will soon miss the best age to learn martial arts, and his future achievements will be limited.
Wan, I know. But he is my brother, my only brother, how can I not help him?
The elder brother is like a father, and I only have such a brother.
What about Minger?
Lu Wanwan's voice was full of anger, you know how expensive it is to learn martial arts from a master. Minger is now 14, and his bone age will soon develop. In another year or so, it will be the best golden age to learn martial arts. As soon as this sentence came out, Jiang Li was speechless.
After a few breaths of silence, he said, I can solve the money problem, Minger's future cannot be delayed, but my brother's future cannot be delayed either.
Since he wants to learn martial arts to find a way out, I, as the eldest brother, must support him. I want to go back to my mother's house. I miss my parents and brother.
Lu Wanwan suddenly burst out a sentence.
Dead silence, a burst of dead silence came in an instant.
Brother!
Jiang Ning said, and walked towards the hall, instantly breaking the silence in the hall.
Suddenly,
Brotherly Captain Feng summoned us, and we must gather at the Yamen before 3:45 p.m. The voice came from the outside, from far to near.
Wanwan, I'm sorry for you.
Jiang Li's voice came from the inner hall.
The next moment,
bang, the closed door in front opened instantly, and Jiang Li's tall and burly figure instantly appeared in front of Jiang Ning.
Brother! Jiang Ning said.
Jiang Li patted his shoulder, don't worry, I can handle all this.
Don't be angry with your sister-in-law.
After leaving the last two words, Jiang Li took a step forward and crossed 2 or 3 meters in the hall. He picked up the standard long sword placed on the table with one hand, took another step, and rushed straight out of the main house.
Go!
Jiang Li shouted softly, and his figure disappeared in Jiang Ning's eyes.
Sister-in-law!
Jiang Ning spoke softly as he watched Lu Wanwan walk out of the back hall. I hope you can be more mature in the future and don't let your elder brother down again. Lu Wanwan stared at Jiang Ning's eyes, leaving these words with a very serious look, and then passed by him. When she came to the dining table, she began to clean up the dishes. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The cold moonlight shone on Luoshui County, as if covering Luoshui County at night with a veil. Under such bright moonlight, Jiang Ning could clearly see the handwriting on the book in his hand even if he was sitting in the yard. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, there were several sounds of dogs barking outside the yard. Then, a tall and burly man strode over.
Brotherly!
Lu Wanwan, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard, saw this figure, with joy in her eyes.
Brotherly, what's wrong with you?
Lu Wanwan instantly became panicked, her voice full of trembling.
Problem occurs.
Jiang Ning, who was reading under the moonlight, suddenly had these 3 words in his mind. He quickly closed his books, stood up and walked outside the courtyard.
Next moment,
Jiang Ning saw the tall and burly Jiang Li coming in the moonlight, his steps steady and vigorous. Then, his eyes were attracted by Jiang Li's right hand, which was wrapped in a white bandage.
Something really happened? Jiang Ning's heart suddenly sank.
At this moment, Jiang Li also strode up to Lu Wanwan.
Brother Li, what's going on?
Lu Wanwan looked like she was about to cry, her voice trembling slightly as she looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li grinned, "It's okay.
We encircled and suppressed the god worship cult in the afternoon, and there was an accident. It was just a minor injury. Brother Li, you said you couldn't lie to me."
Lu Wanwan looked like she wanted to touch Jiang Li's right hand, but was afraid of hurting him. Hearing these words, Jiang Li suddenly fell silent. After a few breaths, he slowly said, "The siege this afternoon was very brutal. I was lucky enough to save my life, but my right hand is disabled."
"It's useless?"
Lu Wanwan murmured to herself, as if she couldn't believe her ears.
The next moment, she looked at Jiang Li resolutely. "Can it be cured? No matter how much it costs, I will pay. At worst, I will beg my father and my brother."
Jiang Li shook his head slightly. "The muscles are broken and the bones are broken, and there is no way to save him." He then smiled cheerfully. "It's okay, don't worry. Although my right hand is disabled, I will go through life and death to kill the god-worshipping sect, and that is to do things for the county. I was injured in the line of duty, and the county will definitely take care of me in the future.
Although he cannot be rich and powerful, there is still no problem in living a normal life.
What's more, if he is injured on the job and is relegated to the rear, he will definitely have a pension.
If the county minister does not behave honestly, who will fight for him in the future?" "Fight for him?" Hearing these remarks, Lu Wanwan burst into tears and nodded repeatedly. Yeah.
Jiang Li smiled and held her in his arms with his left hand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The eldest brother and sister-in-law are in this situation, and I am not suitable to be here.
At this time,
Jiang Li patted Lu Wanwan's back, and Lu Wanwan gently came out of his arms.
"Brother, come with me," Jiang Li said. Jiang Ning nodded. Under the grapevine tree in the small courtyard.
"Brother, is it really impossible to recover your hand?"
Jiang Li shook his head slightly. "There is no way.
The tendons and bones are broken, and my right arm is almost shattered. If it weren't for the high-quality healing medicine and painkillers distributed by the county magistrate, I probably wouldn't be able to stand in front of you now." Having said this, he smiled and shook his head. "Brother, you said you wanted to practice martial arts at noon, right?"
"Yes." Jiang Ning nodded.
"It's time to practice martial arts." Jiang Li showed a deeply emotional expression at this moment, and then continued, "Today's world is getting more and more chaotic.
God-worshipping religions are becoming more and more rampant.
They are becoming more and more crazy for artificial gods. If not because of the god-worship cult, I won't be in such a big trouble."
"God-worship cult?"
Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed, and his mind instantly thought of what happened 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I traveled through time and was seriously injured. After absorbing the memory of his predecessor, after the attack, he vaguely heard the words God-worship cult and also heard the sentence, "He has found another person who was born with spiritual wisdom." After absorbing this soul, he will definitely gain the power of God.
The reward of the envoy. There is no doubt that he is the one who was born with wisdom.
His predecessor was attacked, and in his opinion, it was most likely that he was targeted by the God-worship cult for this reason. Maybe it was because of that accident that I awakened the wisdom of my previous life, or maybe it was because of this opportunity that I traveled through time.
He didn't know exactly why.
Hearing the words God-worship cult again at this moment, Jiang Ning had to take it seriously. To this day, he still doesn't understand what a person with natural intelligence is, but he knows that if his predecessor was targeted by the God-worship cult because he was a person with natural intelligence, if he is discovered again, there is no guarantee that he will not follow in the same footsteps.
"Brother, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Li asked with concern when Jiang Ning looked a little dazed. "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something."
Jiang Ning shook his head. Hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Don't worry. I have made arrangements for you to learn martial arts and found a good teacher for you."
"Good teacher?"
Jiang Ning immediately shook his head. "Brother, you don't have to be like this.
It's too expensive to learn martial arts from a teacher. We can't afford it.
I just need eldest brother to teach me a few martial arts."
"Let me teach you martial arts?"
Jiang Li immediately shook his head. "That's not possible.
Learning martial arts is not easy. You can't teach or learn indiscriminately. Once something goes wrong, you will regret it."
He continued, "Besides, now that my right hand is disabled, how can I teach you how to hold a sword in my left hand? The good teacher I found for you is Wang Jin from Sanglong Martial Arts School. The master of Wang Jin is a first-class martial artist with far-reaching strength. He is above me and has rich teaching experience, so he is definitely a good teacher."
Sanglong Martial Arts School? Wang Jin? Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. These days, he had read a lot of books and asked his eldest brother a lot. Naturally, he had heard of Wang Jin of Sanlong Martial Arts School. This is a martial arts school that countless martial arts practitioners want to join. Once you pass the test of Sanlong Martial Arts School and become a true disciple of the martial arts school, for ordinary people, it can be said that you can reach the sky in one step. This is not only because of the power of Sanlong Martial Arts School. It's even more because of Wang Jin's identity. Then Jiang Ning shook his head. He knew very well how much money he needed to pay to join that Sanlong Martial Arts School. Even if the eldest brother is a police officer, has an official status, is a member of the imperial court, and is related to Wang Jin of Sanlong Martial Arts School, there will be no exceptions. Then Jiang Ning said, "Brother, even if I really want to find a good teacher, there is no need to be a disciple of Sanlong Martial Arts School. The tuition fee is too expensive. You don't have to worry about this." Zhang Li said, "I risked my life for my Yamen birth, and my Yamen life for my county lord. Now that I am seriously injured, I will naturally receive a pension from the Yamen." He whispered to Jiang Ning again, "Brother, don't tell your sister-in-law about this. It will take some time for the county government pension to be paid out. Now I have temporarily loaned you some money to pay for your apprenticeship. Your sister-in-law will have to nag me again if she finds out." After the words fell, Zhang Li chuckled, pretending to be relaxed. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt a mixture of emotions in his heart. He had never felt such affection in his previous life. Afterwards, Jiang Li patted his shoulder. "It's late at night, you go to bed first. I have already paid the apprenticeship fee, so you don't have to postpone it anymore. This apprenticeship fee is non-refundable, so be good tomorrow. Just come with me to Sanlong Martial Arts School." Leaving these words behind, Jiang Li walked towards Lu Wanwan, and the two of them returned to the house. Early the next morning, the sun rose in the east and the sky was bright. Suddenly, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. "Brotherly, Su Yunfeng is here to visit." Su Yunfeng? Jiang Ning was slightly surprised when he heard these three words, and immediately recalled it. "My eldest brother took me to the Yamen archives before, and I also looked at the Yamen archives. Su Yunfeng, this person has been helpless since he was a child. He once competed with wild dogs for food and used any means to achieve his goals. It is definitely not a kind person to reach this point. The most important thing is that this person works under Chaobin, Chao Chao, and Chaobin is one of the Linjiang immortal giants and a direct blood relative of the Chao family. As local snakes, the Chao family has no dealings with the county magistrate. Jiang Ning has seen this from every incident in the past. It is not difficult to see this. Throughout human history and previous lives, there have been countless overt and covert battles between the dragon crossing the river and the local snake, which naturally led to extremely strong conflicts. If the eldest brother is divided into camps, he has always placed great trust in the county elders. Feng Baodo, who is above the eldest brother, is also from the county elders. At this moment, Jiang Ning suddenly made a judgment in his heart: the person who came was not a good person. Thinking of this, he quickly got out of bed and prepared to go to the hall to see the situation. When he arrived at the hall, he saw his elder brother Jian Li leading a man wearing a black robe and a standard long sword across his waist into the main hall. After the two sat down, the elder sister-in-law Lu Wanwan poured a cup of hot tea for them. "Sister-in-law is very beautiful." Su Yunfeng looked at Lu Wanwan with admiration. Seeing this, Jiang Li frowned and then slowly said, "Brother Su, why did you suddenly come to my house today?" Su Yunfeng looked at Jiang Li and smiled slowly. "You and I are colleagues. I heard last night that Brother Li was in danger and his right hand was disabled, so I came to visit today and sent a bottle of medicine for healing and pain relief. I hope Brother Li will not refuse." While speaking, Su Yunfeng also took out a ceramic medicine bottle from his waist and placed it in front of Jiang Li. Seeing this scene, Jiang Li's slightly changed expression eased a little. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Su." Su Yunfeng smiled slightly when he saw this. "I have another thing to do." "What is it?" Su Yunfeng said, "Captain Chao heard that you had an accident and felt very sorry. He wanted to invite Brother Yao Li to Mingyue Tower to meet at 1500 hours tonight." "Captain Chao?" Jiang Li's expression suddenly changed, and he said with some disbelief, "But Captain Chao bin Chao? It's that Lord Chao." Su Yunfeng said affirmatively. After receiving the confirmed information, Jiang Li's expression suddenly became even uglier. "Brother Li, are you willing to do me a favor?" Su Yunfeng asked slowly. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I will definitely keep the appointment on time." "Okay."
Su Yun nodded with satisfaction, and then glanced at Lu Wanwan beside him. Remember to bring your sister-in-law with you. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Li's expression changed again. He immediately took a deep breath, turned to Lu Wanwan and said, Wanwan, go back to the house first. Yes, brotherly. Lu Wanwan nodded, looked at Zhang Li with some worry between her eyebrows, and then turned and walked out of the main hall. After Lu Wanwan left completely, Zhang Li's eyes were like torches, and he shouted angrily, Su Yunfeng, what do you mean? What do you mean? Su Yunfeng smiled slightly. Brotherly shouldn't ask me what I mean, you should ask Chao Tu what I mean. Looking at Zhang Li who wanted to eat people in front of him, Su Yunfeng smiled again. You should understand what Chao Tu meant. I believe you have heard the rumors. After these words came out, Zhang Li's face became more ugly and extremely gloomy. At this moment, Zhang Ning heard this sentence and instantly remembered the rumors about Chao Bin, the head of the Chao police. According to rumors, Chao, the head of the Chao police, likes beautiful women, especially married women. Zhang Li's face changed, and he looked at Su Yunfeng very seriously. What does the Chao family count for in the county government? The county lord is the sky of the county government and the sky of Luoshui County. Stupid. Su Yunfeng looked at Zhang Li with disdain, as if he was disdainful of being associated with him. The Chao family alone is not as good as the county lord, but what about the Lu family and the Xie family? At this point, Su Yunfeng stood up. Luoshui County is like an iron barrel under the control of several major families, and the worship of God is becoming more and more rampant. If you are smart, you will not be seriously injured. Think about it yourself. Who are the constables and yamen runners who were injured and killed in the encirclement and suppression of the worship of God this time? What does the county lord count for? If you know what's good for you, as long as you endure a little humiliation, you can get the appreciation of Chao Tu like me. If you don't obey, with your broken arm injury, the constable you can't do it anymore. If you go against the Chao family, you can only go back home and become a commoner. At that time, do you think I will still talk to you so kindly? Chao Tu is really obsessed with my sister-in-law. If you agree, you and I are both Tsauto's people. With Tsauto's care, there are only more than 4 months before the Endofire assessment. You will definitely be fine in the Endofire assessment, and you will still have a place in the county government. As for your casualty pension, it will be paid as promised. After the voice fell, Su Yunfeng left 2 more sentences. Brotherly has both sons and daughters. You are very happy. I heard that Brotherly treats his younger brother very well, and the brotherhood is deep. I am also envious. When saying the last sentence, Su Yunfeng's eyes fell on Zhang Ning with a smile on his face. Looking at Su Yunfeng's eyes, Zhang Ning seemed to see a beast that chose its prey. The next moment, Su Yunfeng retracted his gaze, strode out of the house, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. In the hall, Zhang Ning's eyes fell on the former burly man, and he immediately saw that his face was blue, his whole body was trembling slightly, and there were drops of blood dripping from the long sleeve of his left hand. The entire main hall suddenly fell into silence. A long time. Brother! Zhang Ning couldn't help but say. At this time, Zhang Li also slowly returned to calm. It's okay, don't worry about me. Brother, what do you decide to do? Zhang Ning said. Zhang Li said calmly, this is such a chilling move. I don't believe that the county will let Chao Bin do this. When Zhang Ning heard this, he shook his head secretly. Whether he would agree or not, who could guess the thoughts of others? But according to what Su Yunfeng said just now, it is obvious that the battle between the county magistrate and the dragon crossing the river and the local gangsters from several major families has entered a fierce battle. If the eldest brother refuses to obey, the big local families may not use him to kill chickens in honor of him. You know, my eldest brother has been working in the yamen for many years and has a little prestige, but he has always followed the orders of the county magistrate. Such a character is just right to scare the monkeys. Under the pressure of local snakes, the county magistrate may not choose to compromise. Even if you don't compromise, how can you survive if you are caught between 2 major forces? What a good ending. Thinking of this, Zhang Ning felt an even greater sense of crisis. He did not forget Su Yunfeng's eyes and words when he left just now. He was clearly threatening his eldest brother with himself and his 2 nieces and nephews. In order to force his eldest brother to compromise, there is no guarantee that he will not do anything that will hurt himself, his nieces and nephews. You still have to rely on yourself. Learning martial arts seems to be an urgent matter now. Zhang Ning said secretly in his heart, and then he thought of the identity of Wang Jin of Sunlong Martial Arts School. According to his understanding and speculation, Wang Jin of Sunlong Martial Arts School may have a blood relationship with Wang Dutu, the garrison in Luoshui County. Moreover, Wang Jin has a very high status, an absolute top-level martial arts expert, and has gone very far in martial arts. In a world where a strong martial artist can form an army by himself, boxing is Wang Jin's right. At least on the surface, Su Yunqing was a little wary of joining the Tsanglong Martial Arts Hall. What's more important is that if he can pass the Tsanglong Martial Arts School assessment and become a true disciple of the martial arts school. In this world, the relationship between master and disciple is like that of father and son. If he could become a direct disciple of the martial arts school, Su Yunfeng would not dare to touch him, let alone take action against him, because of Wang Jin's reputation. The personal disciples of such a powerful man are completely incomparable to the status of ordinary police officers. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning secretly nodded. Looking at it now, Tsanglong Martial Arts School is indeed a good place. If the panel can gain experience in martial arts skills, give me some time, I will definitely pass the test of Tsanglong Martial Arts School and become a Wang Jin's true disciple. To achieve this is no less than a cross-regional class, just like the status of a commoner and the enjoyment of official status. Just as his thoughts were flowing. Brother, what are you thinking about? The voice from Yu Zhongli suddenly interrupted Jiang Ning's meditation. Seeing this, Jiang Ning said, I was thinking that when Su Yunfeng left just now, he was clearly using my eldest brother's children to force you to submit. Jiang Li nodded immediately, I can see this too. He is very smart, and you are all my weaknesses. While he was talking, Jiang Ning still saw that his left fists were clenched tightly together, and the space between the fists was stained red with blood. Immediately, Jiang Li said again, I believe the county magistrate, he will not ignore it. Jiang Ning shook his head, brother, it is unwise to put the whole family's life on the county magistrate's whim. Hearing these words, Jiang Li suddenly smiled bitterly. Those are the Chao family, the Lu family and the Xia family, which are three powerful families. The eldest brother has no choice but to rely on the county magistrate. I have a way. Jiang Ning said. What can we do? Jiang Li's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Jiang Ning expectantly. Jiang Ning spoke slowly. Wang Jin of Tsanglong Martial Arts School is related by blood to Wang Ditu, the garrison in Luoshui County. As long as I can become a true disciple of Tsanglong Martial Arts School, I will have a master-disciple relationship with Wang Jin. The relationship between master and disciple is as good as that between father and son. In this way, he should be protected by Wang Jin, and Wang Jin has a blood relationship with Wang Ditu, who holds military power. No one wants to go, whether it is the county magistrate or the four major families. Provoke the prince who holds military power. The king's head? Jiang Li murmured, thoughtfully. He has stayed in Luoshui County for so long, so he naturally knows a lot. After pondering for a moment, he immediately nodded. If we can build a relationship with the king's capital, the Chao family probably really doesn't dare to move. In Daxia, there are 100 people in one capital, and the weakest among them is no worse than me in my heyday. There are many elite teams composed of top-grade warriors. But, he looked at Jiang Ning and continued, but how can I become a true disciple of Tsanglong Martial Arts School? Wang Jin's requirements are extremely high. Being able to become a true disciple of Tsanglong Martial Arts School can, if you get the true inheritance from Tsanglong Martial Arts School, you will definitely become a top-notch warrior. Jiang Ning said, brother doesn't need to worry about this, I have the confidence. Okay. Jiang Li nodded, it's a good thing for me to be confident. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. It just so happens that I want to join the Tsanglong Martial Arts School. If it doesn't work, I will risk my life to ask Feng Tu to come forward and let the county official protect you. Jiang Li said with firm eyes. Seeing the true feelings in Jiang Li's eyes, Jiang Ning felt extremely complicated. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. In the past few months since time travel, he has already recognized his elder brother and sister-in-law in this life. Although my sister-in-law complained about me, she had been washing my clothes for me for the past 2 months. She also helped me sew my tattered clothes. She also never missed out on any good food and drink. As for my brother, there was nothing to say. He was the perfect example of the saying that an elder brother is like a father. Yesterday, just because I wanted to learn martial arts, my brother borrowed a lot of money to let me join Tsanglong Martial Arts School to learn martial arts. As a human being, how could he not be deeply moved by such family affection? Now that he had encountered such a sudden change, how could he stay out of it? It's my turn to repay my brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Ning said to himself secretly. After returning to his room. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 3.6, Skill, Reading and Character Reading, Break the Limit 47/2000 once, Special Effect, Photographic Memory. Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind. He had never expected to encounter such a sudden change. With his understanding, how could he not understand how oppressive it was to be targeted by the three major families of Chao, Lu, and Xia? That was half of Luoshui County. Not to mention the three top families of Chao, Lu, and Xia in Luoshui County. Even Su Yunfeng, a martial arts master, was a strong oppressive force for ordinary people. With martial arts mastery and strong blood, he could deal with more than 10 ordinary strong men with his bare hands, not to mention holding a knife in his hand. He did not forget Su Yunfeng's leaving look. If he really wanted to force his elder brother to surrender, he would not do nothing. Su Yunfeng was a huge potential threat to him. He was still a martial arts master who had not entered the rank. If he entered the rank in martial arts, he would be like Chao Bin, the head of the Chao Constable. According to what his elder brother said before, after entering the rank in martial arts, the skin training was perfect, the skin was as hard as copper, and it was difficult to be injured by swords and guns. It was no longer in existence that ordinary people could match. So Jiang Ning knew very well in his heart that in this world where martial arts flourished and great power belonged to individuals. All the so-called crisis situations are due to one's own lack of strength. If one's martial arts is good enough, what is Su Yunfeng? What is Chao Bin? Even worse, for the great Xia's national martial saint, the whole world is nothing. Everything will depend on the trip to Songlong Martial Arts Hall. Afternoon. After lunch, Jiang Ning went out with his eldest brother. Walking on the street, the roadside was already filled with all kinds of hawking and the smell of fireworks. Xiaobing, 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 just out of the pan, 15 cents a piece. Walk around and take a look. The best sesame oil selling candied has 15 cents a piece of Xiaobing. Jiang Ning smacked his lips slightly. He still remembered that according to the memory of his previous life, Xiaobing was only 8 cents a piece, but now it has doubled. From the tip of the leopard, it can be seen that the price of grain will inevitably rise sharply. This world is really getting more and more chaotic. On the street, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly focused and looked forward. In front of him was a team beating gongs and drums. Brother, what is this? Jiang Ning's eyes revealed doubt. Jiang Li looked around and saw the familiar sign, then said, these should be the believers of the worship of God in the folk. They are going to the city god temple to worship the gods and pray for blessings. Jiang Ning's expression was surprised. The worship of God? Isn't the worship of God the target of the government? Why would they go to the city god temple to worship and pray for blessings? Jiang Li shook his head. I don't know either. According to the meaning of the superiors, it is roughly that ordinary believers don't need to care about it, and the task is to kill the believers of the worship of God. Hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but shake his head secretly. In this way, how could the worship of God be suppressed? This indulgent attitude will only make the worship of God more and more intense. He knows the powerful power of the church very well. The history of the previous life has shown the power of the church countless times. Whether it was the Yellow Turban Rebellion that swept the late Eastern Han Dynasty or the Taiping Rebellion in the late Qing Dynasty, the church showed its terrifying power. Even in that civilized and technologically advanced society, there was also the world's largest religion in the distant West, and there were also countless fanatics. In this world, there may have been a world where gods existed, and there was also a world with extraordinary power, so any church will become more terrifying, and the degree of gathering people's hearts and power will be doubled. Jiang Ning also didn't believe that the three major families and the county lord of Luoshui County would not be unaware of the harm of such indulgence in the worship of gods. At this moment, he was even more certain of his previous judgment and the information revealed by Su Yunfeng's words. Today's Luoshui County is clearly a struggle between the dragon crossing the river and the local snake. And the eldest brother and sister-in-law's family and himself were involved in this struggle. He didn't dare to have any reliance on the county lord's loyalty and righteousness, so he knew that if he wanted to jump out of this vortex, he had to find a third party. Wang Dutu, who was stationed outside Luoshui County, was the third party. He held military power, which was the source of his confidence to stand aside and watch. Now if he wanted to use his influence to jump out of this whirlpool and save his elder brother and sister-in-law's family, he could only rely on the relationship of Wang Jin of Songlong Martial Arts School. Both of them were surnamed Wang and had blood relations. As long as he passed the test of Songlong Martial Arts School and became a real disciple of the martial arts school, he would be qualified to use his influence. I just hope the panel is magical enough, he whispered to himself in his heart. Then, the two of them passed by the team of believers of the worship of God, and then walked straight towards the inner city along the wide road. Half an hour later, because of Jiang Li's identity as a constable, the two of them passed through the wall separating the inner city and the outer city without any obstacles and entered the inner city of Luoxue County.
In Luoxue County, there is a distinction between the inner city and the outer city.
The people living in the outer city are generally civilians such as peddlers and hawkers, and the security environment is relatively chaotic.
The inner city is different.
The inner city wall, which is 5 meters high, divides the inner and outer cities into two worlds. People living in the inner city are either rich or noble, so the public security is far better than that of the outer city.
Sanlong Martial Arts School is in the inner city.
As soon as he entered the inner city, Jiang Ning felt as if he had come to a new world. The roads that extend in all directions are lined with tall and sturdy trees and flower beds that complement each other. Even the air is filled with a faint fragrance of flowers, and the roads are clean and wide, allowing 5 carriages to drive side by side.
Go to Sanlong Martial Arts School.
The two of them got on a carriage, and Zhang Li took out 10 coins and said to the driver,
"Okay, sir."
The driver bowed and nodded. The next moment, the carriage took the two of them and sped through the inner city. After a full stick of incense, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a large courtyard.
Sanlong Martial Arts School.
Looking at the 4 big characters above the head and the area of the building in front, no one would doubt the strength of this martial arts school.
In the inner city, every inch of land is worth a lot of money.
Zhang Li has been struggling for so many years, but he has not been able to move his family into the inner city. You can tell how outrageous the prices here are. As for Sanlong Martial Arts Hall, you can tell at a glance that it covers a very large area. The wall in front of the martial arts hall alone is a total of 50 to 60 meters.
Stop.
As soon as the two approached, they were stopped by 2 men on both sides of the gate. Please inform them that Zhang Li and his brother are here to visit as promised.
Zhang Li bowed.
The 2 men at the door immediately looked at Zhang Li. Even though they saw the official uniform Zhang Li was wearing, they still looked indifferent, without the fear of ordinary civilians seeing the official.
Then, one of them turned around and walked into the martial arts hall. After a while,
the man who had just entered strode out.
Master Wang said that only your brother can go in. Hearing this, Zhang Li nodded, "I understand."
Then he looked at Jiang Ning, "Brother, I have paid the apprenticeship fee for you in advance. After you go in, Master Wang will teach you martial arts, but if you want to pass the test and become a real disciple of Sanlong Martial Arts School, everything depends on you."
Jiang Ning nodded, "Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely become a real disciple of the martial arts school."
Their conversation fell clearly into the ears of the 2 people guarding the gate of the martial arts school.
Hearing this, both of them showed a slight disdainful expression. Besides that, they didn't say much. After all, they were already used to it.
For them, when they were guarding the martial arts hall, they had seen countless ambitious young men who had joined Sanlong Martial Arts Hall with great aspirations. Before entering the martial arts hall, everyone was full of confidence. Almost all of them were from wealthy families in the inner city, and some were even from the legitimate sons of large families. You know, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts, and learning martial arts is a thing for the rich. They all have rich resources behind them, and have been nurtured by precious medicinal materials since childhood. They have extraordinary roots and are naturally more likely to go further than ordinary people in the martial arts. But so far, only those can truly become disciples of Sanlong Martial Arts Hall. It is difficult for children from wealthy families and large families to pass the test and become disciples of Sanlong Martial Arts Hall, not to mention that the child in front of them is born in an ordinary family at first glance.
It is extremely difficult for ordinary families to pay the apprenticeship fee.
After all, it is 100 taels of silver, which is enough for a wealthy family to eat for 3 to 5 years. This is just the registration fee, and there will be more places where silver money will be needed for martial arts training in the future. Apart from other things, daily meat is the basic food for martial artists.
Without meat intake, the body will be ruined sooner or later.
So at this moment, they did not think highly of this thin young man.
"Come with me,"
one of the burly men said to Jiang Ning.
Then,
after watching Jiang Ning disappear from the side door of Sanlong Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Li also left with peace of mind. Step through the side door of the martial arts hall and arrive at the courtyard. Jiang Ning saw a dozen shirtless men practicing boxing in the open space, while others were holding rocks to practice strength. After noticing that another newcomer had arrived at the martial arts gym, they only glanced at Jiang Ning slightly, then ignored him and continued to do their own thing.
That is, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed and he was immediately attracted by the scenery in the corner of the front yard.
I saw a huge iron cage in a corner of the front yard. In the iron cage, there was a beautiful tiger sleeping prostrate. This large and colorful tiger is 4 meters long and is full of a huge sense of oppression. The thick limbs show its terrifying explosive power. "Stop looking and keep following me," said the burly man. Jiang Ning looked away, nodded, and continued to follow him. After passing through the front yard, the two of them quickly arrived at the backyard of the martial arts gym. Under the shade of the tree, an old man with a beard was leaning on a wicker chair and fanning a cattail leaf with a leisurely expression. This old man looked to be about 50 years old, but not only was he not as skinny as an ordinary old man, but his limbs were much thicker than ordinary people's, and his body was covered with tendons. On one side of him stood a slender and tall woman wearing a blue training uniform. This woman wears a high ponytail, her eyebrows are full of heroic spirit, and her slender swan neck is as white as snow. At a glance, she can tell that she has an extraordinary background. Because ordinary martial arts practitioners must have dark skin, it is impossible for them to be as white as snow like this woman. "Are you Jiang Ning?" The old man opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Yes." Jiang Ning bowed and saluted. "I have met Senior Wang. Still polite, not bad." The old man nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Ning with a little satisfaction. "Come here," the old man said. Jiang Ning heard this and came to the old man, who immediately stood up. The palm fell on Jiang Ning's shoulder and it shook slightly. Jiang Ning instantly felt a feeling like being struck by lightning spread from his shoulder to his whole body. At this moment, all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. The old man's palms quickly swept across his limbs, arms, chest, and back. In just a few breaths, the bone touching was over, and the old man sat back on the wicker chair. "My bones are a little weak, and my aptitude is neither good nor bad. It will be no problem if I practice my early skills," the old man said. Jiang Ning was not surprised when he heard this comment. What kind of person is suitable for martial arts training? With big arms and round waist, he is born with supernatural power. Or maybe they are born with hard bones and a strong body. And he has nothing to do with any of this. He was not disappointed with this. What he relied on was not his martial arts talent, but that magical panel. Seeing Jiang Ning's calm expression, the old man nodded slightly. "My character is not bad, I don't care about favors or insults." Then he asked again, "Are you literate?" Jiang Ning nodded, "Literate." "Do you understand the secret book?" the old man asked again. Jiang Ning nodded again, "I understand." "Yes, it's rare to find someone who can read and understand the secret books. If you can't even read the secret books in martial arts practice, and you don't know a few Chinese characters, then you still have to practice but boxing." The old man's expression showed some satisfaction. "Wait for you later, read the secret book a few times first, try to remember the essentials of the boxing manual, and then come to me." "Thank you, master." Jiang Ning bowed and saluted. The old man waved his hand. "It's too early to call me master now. Let's wait until you pass the exam. You have just joined the martial arts school. You can only be considered a registered disciple. If you fail to pass the exam within half a year, you will have to pack up and leave." He preached and solved my doubts, and introduced me to martial arts. In my heart, he is my teacher. What's more, a registered disciple is also a disciple. Since he is a disciple, he should call you master. Jiang Ning said very seriously. "It's up to you." The old man waved his hand, and then said to the woman wearing a close-fitting blue training uniform, "Li Qing, take him to my study and show him the 5-animal fist." "Yes." The woman nodded, her eyes falling on Jiang Ning. "Follow me. My name is Li Qing, just call me Senior Sister Li from now on." After walking out of the backyard, the woman in blue clothes spoke to Jiang Ning. "I've met Senior Sister Li." Jiang Ning smiled. "Senior Sister Li, my name is Jiang Ning." Seeing this, the woman pursed her lips slightly and smiled at Jiang Ning. With this smile, the two seemed to be familiar with each other. The woman led the way and said, "Junior brother Jiang, the purpose of coming to Sanlong Martial Arts School is to pass the assessment of the King's Gym Master and become a true disciple of the martial arts school." "Yes." Jiang Ning nodded repeatedly, showing a kind smile. "Then do you know how to become a true disciple of a martial arts school?" the woman said as she walked. Jiang Ning shook his head slightly as he kept up. "I don't know, please ask Senior Sister Li to clarify my doubts. What you are going to learn later is the 5-animal boxing. If you want to be recognized by Mr. Wang, you must master the 5-animal boxing of tiger, bear, ape, crane, and deer within 6 months and reach the state of great success, that is, qualify to become a true disciple of the martial arts school," the woman said. "Sister, is it difficult to achieve success?" Jiang Ning asked. "It's very difficult. It's very difficult even for the children of rich families, or even the children of big families, to reach Dashang within 6 months. The woman continued, 5 animal boxing is a lower-level martial arts, and it requires breaking through to Dashang. Extremely high understanding. It also took me nearly 5 months to understand the subtleties of the deer shape and achieve the state of mastery. This was because I had an extraordinary relationship with Mr. Wang and often had Mr. Wang's guidance. You don't have Wang. It will be many times more difficult for an old person to give you guidance. Senior sister is so awesome. Jiang Ning praised without hesitation. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a smile, and she felt a little proud. Even in the inner city, being able to become a disciple of Sanlong Martial Arts School is something that can be said. Since she became Wang Jin's true disciple, she can clearly feel that her status in the circle has been greatly improved. After all, Wang Jin is the top strong man in Luoshui County in terms of his strength, not to mention the deeper identity behind Wang Jin. But even if the vast majority of people want to join Wang Jin's martial arts gym, they can't. All this is just because of the faction. The identity behind Wang Jin is currently a representative of the neutral faction. She immediately said, since you call me senior sister, I will try my best to guide you in the next 6 months. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your own understanding. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Ning thanked her seriously. If he could establish a relationship with senior sister Li, he would naturally have no reason to refuse. From the way senior sister Li was following the gym leader Wang Jin just now, we knew that she was a core member of the Sanlong Martial Arts Gym. Based on his understanding, any member who passes the test of the master of Sanlong Martial Arts Hall and becomes a core disciple will soon become a top-notch martial artist. In other words, the seemingly youthful and beautiful girl in front of her may soon become a top-level warrior, or even already a top-level warrior. Moreover, judging by his appearance and temperament, you can tell that he was not born into an ordinary family. His extraordinary relationship with the master of the hall, Wang Jin, also shows that his origin is very unusual. Jiang Ning had no reason to refuse. Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, the woman nodded slightly with satisfaction. She then warned, after learning Wukingquan, junior brother Jiang must carefully understand its true meaning. If junior brother Jiang can become a martial arts master like me, only then can a true disciple be qualified to receive the true inheritance of Mr. Wang and see why our martial arts school is named Sanglong Martial Arts School. When Jiang Ning heard this, he nodded solemnly, junior brother understands. Okay. The woman nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the two came to the study in a remote corner of the martial arts hall. Wait for me outside the door, the woman said. Jiang Ning nodded. Next moment, the woman pushed open the study door and stepped inside. Jiang Ning waited quietly outside the door. At this time, his heart was full of expectations. Martial arts skills are about to be available. Moreover, it is an inferior skill that has reached a higher level. According to his understanding, even his eldest brother has not mastered the inferior skill. This shows how precious the inferior skill is. At this moment, he also understood why the eldest brother had to join the martial arts school by himself before. The gap between the two was too big. An inferior skill that has reached a higher level is just a test of Sanlong Martial Arts School. If it can pass the test, according to the senior sister in front of me, then only then can we truly come into contact with the inheritance of Sanlong Martial Arts School. The word Sanglong undoubtedly represents the true heritage of this martial arts school. Jiang Ning is even more yearning for this. Only more than 10 breaths have passed. Squeak as the door was pushed open again, the woman reappeared in front of Jiang Ning. This is the 5 Birds Boxing Manual. The woman handed a slightly yellowed book in her hand to Jiang Ning. You should remember everything in the boxing manual these days. If there is anything you don't understand, let me know. Come to me, and after you have roughly memorized it, come to Mr. Wang and he will demonstrate it to you in person. After the words fell, the woman warned again, remember, this boxing manual cannot be taken out of the martial arts gym. Before leaving the gym every day, the boxing manual must be returned to my hands. Jiang Ning took the boxing book and touched it, and he knew in his heart that the 5 Birds boxing book was not thick. He then shook his head slightly. It doesn't take that long to memorize the boxing rules. Just give me some tea time. Tea time? The woman frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Ning with disbelief in her eyes. Jiang Ning smiled, then tapped his temple with his index finger. Senior sisterly, I am born with the ability to have a photographic memory. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. If you can really do it, I will take you to see Mr. Wang later and start learning boxing today. The woman held her hands in her arms and stood aside, rising and falling with her breathing. The moment is filled with a sense of tranquility and serenity, like a deer resting in the forest.
Jiang Ning no longer wasted time.
He opened the book of Wu Qin Quan and started to read it carefully from the first page. Literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1. Time passed slowly, and for a while, the small courtyard was filled with silence, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves on the treetops. The woman looked quiet and peaceful, standing beside Jiang Ning in a natural and peaceful manner.
After a long time,
as Jiang Ning turned to the last page, he had completely read through the 5 Animals Fist. This time, the experience points for reading the boxing manual increased by 10 points.
Seeing this prompt, Jiang Ning was slightly surprised.
He gained 10 experience points in such a short reading. Such efficiency was far beyond his expectations. Immediately, he put this matter behind him for the time being and closed his eyes slightly. In an instant, everything recorded on the 5 Animals Fist manual that he had just read appeared page by page in his mind. At this moment, he also had a general understanding of the 5 Animals Fist.
This is a lower-level martial arts that has entered the grade.
It is a boxing method created by observing the 5 animals in nature: tiger, bear, ape, deer, and crane. The tiger form has extremely strong explosive power, the bear form has greatly increased strength, the ape form has agile body, and moves as he wishes. The crane form is extremely fast and light, and can cross a distance of several feet with a little breath. As for the deer form, it is a kind of boxing style that is agile and light, and can jump over a high wall with one leap. It also has the function of strengthening the spirit and regulating the body's condition. Like the woman surnamedly standing by at the side at this moment.
The boxing manual has records of both breathing methods and training methods.
Practicing the 5 Animals Fist for a long time has the effect of strengthening the qi and blood in the body. The qi and blood are strengthened to penetrate the whole body and fill the whole body. This is the foundation before entering the martial arts. If the 5 animals are practiced together with this boxing manual, the foundation of martial arts forged is extremely solid, which is rare. It is a very suitable method for laying the foundation of martial arts.
In addition to being suitable for laying the foundation, the tiger form is for bursting and the ape form is for body movement. Even against the enemy, it is not bad at all.
After thoroughly understanding the 5 Animals Fist, Jiang Ning's recognition of this boxing style is higher. For him now, this is indeed a boxing style that is very suitable for him. At the same time, he also secretly felt that the 2 months of reading books at home were too important. If he had not read so many books and had recorded a lot of knowledge about this world in his mind, how could he understand the boxing manual? For ordinary people, even if they can understand the text, they cannot learn it at all if they are given a boxing manual. If they cannot understand it, they will inevitably practice it wrongly and easily hurt their bodies in the end.
This is why learning martial arts requires someone to guide and teach in person.
A boxing manual is the sublimation of countless insights and contains the wisdom of the ancestors. Name: Jiang Ning. Source energy: 3.6. Skills: reading and spelling. One-time limit 57/2000. Special effect: photographic memory. 5 Animal Fist. 0 out of 10 for beginners. Looking at the panel, the 5 Animal Fist appeared on his panel, and his heart, which was slightly hanging before, fell instantly. The skill of reading and spelling on the panel also increased by a full 10 experience points in a short period of time because he carefully read the boxing manual of the 5 Animal Fist. Immediately, Jiang Ning opened his eyes, and the boxing manual in his hand had been closed by him.
Sister, I've finished reading it. Did you remember it?
Yes.
Jiang Ning nodded. Remembered it all? The woman opened her eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Ning with disbelief.
I remember it all. Jiang Ning said affirmatively. If you don't believe me, you can test me.
Okay. The woman nodded, agreeing with Jiang Ning's suggestion. Then, she asked, what is recorded on the 8th page?
Hearing this question, Jiang Ning spoke without hesitation. The tiger descends from the mountain, the spirit and the claws are powerful, and the muscles and bones are strong.
Hearing Jiang Ning's answer, the woman's eyes widened, and then she asked again, what about the 3rd line on the 10th page?
Spread your wings and soar into the sky, and you can integrate the body and spirit into one, and it comes from. Jiang Ning spoke directly.
The woman's eyes gradually became round and looked at Jiang Ning. After a while, Jiang Ning said, Sister, do you have anything else to ask?
The woman shook her head and looked at Jiang Ning with admiration, no longer serious as before. I have seen what it means to remember everything you have seen. With your talent, you should not come to learn martial arts, but to take the imperial examination.
Jiang Ning smiled, but did not respond. Then, the woman spoke again, let's go. Since you have memorized all the key points of the boxing manual, then follow me to find Mr. Wang. It will be easier for you to get started if Mr. Wang demonstrates the 5 animals boxing for you to watch. Thank you, sister. Jiang Ning bowed. The two returned to the backyard of the martial arts hall. Why are you back? The old man lying on the rattan chair opened his eyes and looked at the two people who entered the yard. The woman said, Master, Jiang Ning has memorized all the key points of the boxing manual. All memorized? The old man's eyes condensed slightly, and he looked at Jiang Ning with a sharp gaze. Jiang Ning bowed and said, Master, I was born with a photographic memory, so I can remember the essence of the boxing manual after just one look. I see. The old man nodded, and he immediately stood up. In that case, I will personally practice the 5 animals fist for you, watch carefully, remember well, and learn well. Yes, Master. Jiang Ning replied. Li Qing, go and call those people who are practicing in the front yard and let them watch again. The old man ordered. Yes, Master. The woman nodded. Her figure jumped at a very fast speed, and she stepped out of the yard in just a few steps, full of lightness. After a few breaths, more than 10 people stood in a crowded at the entrance of the backyard. You should also watch carefully and learn well. Only by learning boxing well can you change your life. Only then can you dominate your own destiny. The old man said. Teacher is right. In an instant, a man hurriedly flattered. The next moment, the old man took a stance. Suddenly, roar a tiger roar burst out from his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Ning seemed to see a roaring tiger coming down the mountain, and the breath of the king of beasts seemed to be here in person. Jiang Ning's eyes were slightly condensed, and he watched the old man's every move with full concentration, not daring to be distracted at all. The woman was also very serious about watching the old man's every move. The completely perfect 5 animals fist, even if she watched it again, she could have new insights. The tiger, bear, ape, crane, and deer are perfect, even she has not done this. Under the old man's practice, first the tiger-shaped fist, then the bear-shaped fist. If the tiger-shaped fist is full of the explosive power of the king of beasts, then the bear-shaped fist gives people a sense of rooting and powerful power. After the 5 animals fist was thoroughly practiced, it was already a cup of tea. After the old man finished practicing, Jiang Ning closed his eyes immediately. At this moment, the scene just now reappeared in his mind, like a recorded movie scene, playing again. The dozen men behind him also quietly left the backyard at the old man's wave. After a long while, Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes. How much did you remember? The old man asked. Teacher, I remembered everything. Jiang Ning answered. Did you remember everything? The old man asked again. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. I remembered everything. Okay, then practice it for me, the old man said. Yes. Jiang Ning bowed. Jiang Ning took a stance in the courtyard and instantly recalled the 5 animal fist that Mr. Wang had just practiced in his mind. In an instant, the scene just now appeared vividly in front of him, as if Mr. Wang was practicing boxing in front of him again. The photographic memory effect has really helped me a lot in my martial arts training. Jiang Ning was delighted. Immediately he began to practice the 5 animal fist according to the memory in his mind. Every move is imitated according to the picture in the mind, as well as the breathing method recorded in the boxing manual. Mr. Wang on the side looked at Jiang Ning practicing and nodded slightly. Although Jiang Ning's every move at the moment seemed extremely immature in his eyes, they were just trying to imitate a tiger. But this was enough to satisfy him. Because judging from Jiang Ning's every move and the pattern of his breathing, it seems that Jiang Ning is on the right path. No matter how clumsy his movements are at this moment, he is still on the right path. In Jiang Ning's hands, it took him a full stick of incense before he officially finished practicing Wu Qin Quan. At this moment, his chest was breathing heavily like a blower, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. After half an hour of boxing practice, he had already reached his physical limit. If it weren't for the support of his thoughts, he would have stopped practicing boxing long ago. But he could vaguely feel that although he was weak at the moment, his body seemed to be stronger and his arms were more powerful. 5 animal fist experience value +1, skill, 5 animal boxing, 1 out of 10 for beginners. When Jiang Ning saw this familiar reminder in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared on his tired face. Not bad. Really good. Mr. Wang immediately nodded in praise. Jiang Ning gasped and said, This is all what Master taught me. Mr. Wang nodded slightly. You have indeed remembered everything. It seems that you really didn't lie to me just now. You really have the talent of photographic memory. Immediately, he sighed with emotion. With your talent, you should take part in the imperial examination and gain fame. This is the most suitable path for you to stand out. Jiang Ning said, Teacher, you also know that in this world, if you don't have any martial arts, you won't be able to protect yourself if something unexpected happens. Hearing this, Mr. Wang nodded in agreement. That's the truth. In today's world, we still need to learn some martial arts. Your idea is indeed right. Immediately he waved his hand, practiced the boxing skills for the first time. It will cause a lot of damage to your body. Go down and have a good rest. Later, before leaving, go to the kitchen to get a bowl of soup. I will be at Wu at noon tomorrow. Eat at the gym. Remember, practicing boxing too late is like playing music every night. Being too diligent will damage the body's core. Thank you, teacher, thank you for your teaching. I understand, kid.
Jiang Ning raised his hands with a smile on his face.
No need to thank me.
After paying the tuition, I will be responsible for your lunch meals for 6 months, saving you from running back and forth and wasting time. As for the evening meals, you can go home and settle it yourself after drinking the soup.
Mr. Wang waved his hand. Please step back first. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb my sleep. Yes. Jiang Ning bowed and excused himself. After Jiang Ning exited the backyard, Mr. Wang said to the woman next to him, Li Qing, what do you think of him? Not bad. The woman nodded slightly. There is some hope. Oh? Then I'll have to wait and see. Mr. Wang laughed while lying on the wicker chair. The other side.
As soon as Jiang Ning's figure appeared in the front yard, a man came up to him. I saw him wearing a green robe, with a bun crown on his head, and a majestic appearance. It was obvious at a glance that he was from a rich or noble background. Brother, are you the disciple who joined the martial arts hall today? The man in green robe raised his hand to Jiang Ning.
Yes. Jiang Ning also handed over his hand. I wonder who your brother is? Oh.
The man in green robe smiled slightly, and then said, My name is Zhou Xing, you can just call me Senior Brother Zhou.
Jiang Ning suddenly understood. Jiang Ning, I have met Senior Brother Zhou. It turns out to be Junior Brother Jiang.
Zhou Xing, who was wearing a green robe, smiled. I wonder which family and clan in the city Junior Brother Jiang comes from.
Coming from an ordinary family in the outer city.
Jiang Ning said truthfully.
It turns out it's the outer city.
When Zhou Xing heard these words, instead of looking down on him, he was even more enthusiastic. Junior Brother Jiang was born in an ordinary family and could gather enough money to join Art Sanglong Martial Arts School. It can be seen that among them it must be full of hardships. Senior Brother admires it very much.
As soon as he finished speaking, he groped around his waist again, and the next moment, he took out a brocade box from his arms.
Since I, as a senior brother, met my junior brother for the first time, he just started practicing martial arts, so I gave him a wild ginseng as a gift. In the future, we senior brothers must get closer and closer. Zhou Xing handed a red rectangular brocade box he took out from his arms in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning suddenly looked at him in surprise.
Junior Brother Jiang, please accept it.
Zhou Xing showed an approachable smile.
Immediately. In that case, thank you so much, Senior Brother. Jiang Ning said. We are all brothers, we are like a family, why should we be so alienated? Zhou Xing waved his hands, quite free and easy. He immediately spoke again, I won't bother Junior Brother Jiang anymore. I'm going to visit Master Wang first.
Junior Brother Jiang will learn boxing well and pass Master Wang's test in the future to become a true disciple of the martial arts school.
I'll treat you to a drink. No. Don't come back when you're drunk. Okay. Jiang Ning responded. Senior Brother Zhou is so grand. His attack is wild ginseng. Yes.
Among all the brothers in the martial arts school, Brother Zhou is the most loyal.
That's right, he treats others the most kindly. Even when he treats our disciples from outside the city, he never treats us with contempt or disdain.
After Zhou Xing left, Jiang Ning heard the discussion around him and understood something in his heart. This Zhou Xing has a character that is generous, and he is actually a smart man in this world. He said to himself secretly. Then he opened the red brocade box in his hand and instantly saw a 10-centimeter long ginseng lying in the brocade box.
It's really grand.
A wild ginseng like this costs 10 to 20 taels of silver.
Jiang Ning admired in his heart, I don't know where this Senior Brother Zhou came from.
Immediately, he directly pulled off a few wild ginseng tendrils, accounting for about 1/10 of the wild ginseng, and then put them into his mouth and chewed them slowly. He had just practiced Wu Qing Quan completely with the breathing method, but now his body was exhausted and his whole body was soaked with sweat. But as he swallowed the chewed wild ginseng in his mouth, he suddenly felt that his body was gradually beginning to regain its strength.
It's indeed a good thing.
No wonder he is poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Jiang Ning then carefully placed the brocade box containing wild ginseng in his belt. Feeling the body's recovering strength, Jiang Ning went to the ancient well next to him and drank the cool water.
Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears, like thunder.
Jiang Ning looked up and saw that the king of beasts, who had been sleeping in the iron cage, had now woken up and roared ferociously at the people in the open space.
Junior brother Jiang, you saw it. This is the tiger that Master Wang captured with his own hands before.
Observing this tiger for a long time will help you understand the spirit and form of tiger-shaped fist.
If you can understand the spirit, you will become a master of boxing.
6. If you achieve great success in boxing within the month, it means that you have enough understanding and are qualified to become a true disciple of the martial arts school and have access to the core inheritance of the martial arts school. A woman's voice sounded in my ears, a little ethereal. Jiang Ning didn't need to look back to know that the person who spoke was the woman in blue outfit just now, a senior sister named Li Qing.
He nodded, understanding.
Senior sister, if you put it this way, then most of the people in the martial arts school specialize in tiger-shaped boxing, right?
That's right. Tiger-shaped fist is the most explosive.
It is not only a good training method, but also a boxing method suitable for fighting enemies. Li Qing affirmed Jiang Ning's remarks, and then continued, so I also suggest that you specialize in Yanhu Xingquan. You are neither rich nor noble. Whether you can become a true disciple of the martial arts school, this result can change your future destiny. While the two were talking, Jiang Ning also felt that his physical strength was gradually recovering. In just a short while, he had already recovered a lot. The medicinal effect of this wild ginseng is really strong. Feeling the changes in his body, he secretly sighed again.
Did you eat the wild ginseng given by Zhou Xing?
Li Qing said suddenly.
Yes. How did senior sister figure it out?
Jiang Ning asked. Your face is red, your heartbeat is faster, and there is heat rising from the top of your head.
You have obviously taken a tonic.
Senior sister, is this going to be a problem?
No problem, the Zhou Xing family is in the herbal medicine business.
They are all authentic wild ginseng. This kind of wild ginseng is somewhat tonic for people like you who have not yet practiced martial arts. You need to practice boxing and digestion. With the medicinal power of wild ginseng, you can practice it at will. No punch will hurt the body's essence, Li Qing explained. Hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately felt relieved. Senior sister, then I am going to practice boxing and digestion. Li Qing stepped back to make room. She warned again, Junior brother Jiang, it's best to specialize in tiger-shaped fist. Only in this way can you understand the spirit and form of the tiger within 6 months, and then you can achieve the great success of tiger-shaped fist. Hearing what senior sister Li Qing said, Jiang Ning smiled and didn't say much. He had already learned from the Wu Qinquan manual just now that the most correct way to practice this martial art is to practice the 5 forces together and go hand in hand. Because the 5 forces can be cultivated together, only the qi and blood can be quickly condensed, the qi and blood can be strengthened and penetrated throughout the body, and only then can the martial arts be advanced. Only in this way can the martial arts be not overused and wasted on the foundation of the martial arts. It is indeed easier to improve on one stance by simply cultivating one stance, but it does not help much on the road to martial arts. Even if the tiger-shaped fist is practiced to perfection, what if one can punch out a divine form and mobilize the power of the whole body to explode with power that is multiple times that of an ordinary person? If the body cannot be exercised and the qi and blood cannot be strengthened, the physical quality will not be much higher than that of ordinary people. In front of a warrior whose qi and blood penetrate his limbs, the so-called boxing skills are just like children's play. Absolute physical fitness can crush all skills. A warrior with energy and blood flowing through his body can overwhelm people with his strength, and can kill ordinary people with a random punch. So how could Jiang Ning listen to Li Qing and abandon his roots to pursue his weaknesses? With a panel, as long as you are diligent and experienced, Wu Qinquan can break through without any bottlenecks. Every time a boxing breakthrough is made, the energy and blood condensation effect will reach a higher level. This is the source of his strength. With the support of the panel, how could he be like those people, wasting time practicing a single boxing technique and a single boxing position in order to pass the examination and become a true disciple of the martial arts school? The 5 forces can be cultivated together and the 5 forms can advance together, allowing him to quickly improve his strength. Only when his strength increases can he not be afraid of the threats from Su Yunfeng and others.
Subsequently,
Standing in the front yard, Jiang Ning set up his posture, adjusted his posture, and prepared to practice Wakinkwan. He gained experience points so that this boxing technique could reach the entry-level level as soon as possible. At this moment, when the men in the front yard saw Jiang Ning starting to practice boxing, they all stopped their own exercises and looked over with curious expressions. As Jiang Ning began to practice boxing, some people's eyes suddenly opened wide.
Didn't this kid just join the martial arts gym at noon? Has he already memorized the essentials of the boxing manual? Don't worry, keep reading. Someone said, still insisting on his previous point of view.
The others watched Jiang Ning practice boxing seriously.
They had just been talking about Jiang Ning secretly after watching Mr. Wang practice boxing.
Because some of them remembered that Jiang Ning had just started at noon, but now it was only the afternoon, and Mr. Wang had personally practiced Wakinkwan, which made them doubtful. New disciples of the martial arts school must memorize all the 5 animal fist rules before they are qualified to ask Mr. Wang to practice the 5 animal fist in person. At this moment, as Jiang Ning practiced each move, everyone gradually changed from disbelief to belief. It's incredible that he actually memorized the boxing rules completely in such a short period of time. It's really unbelievable, and the rhythm between his moves and breathing techniques perfectly match the records in the boxing book.
This talent is a bit scary. Seeing this, all the big men exclaimed in amazement.
At this moment, Li Qing, who was wearing blue attire, frowned slightly, because at this moment, Jiang Ning was clearly practicing the complete 5 animal fist, not one of the tiger-shaped fist. After looking at the cup of tea, she shook her head slightly. He only started practicing martial arts when he was about 18 years old. He was already more than 3 years behind others' prime martial arts training age, and he still didn't know how to seize the opportunity.
Kong has a good skin, but he will not seize the opportunity to change his destiny. At this moment, her heart was filled with disappointment towards Jiang Ning. Then she turned and left.
At this moment, someone also noticed Li Qing's expression. After all, a woman with such a tall, slender, and good temperament will inevitably attract many eyes and even secret admiration in the martial arts gym. But they also knew that this woman's status must be extremely rich and noble, far above them, and beyond their reach, so no one had the idea of pursuing her, and they could only peek in secretly from time to time.
Senior Sister Li, why are you shaking your head? Someone asked in a low voice. Can't you tell?
Senior Sister Li is a little disappointed with this junior brother.
Someone explained. Why are you disappointed?
The man looked confused.
Haven't you seen it yet?
Although this junior brother who has just started is very talented and must have a very high memory, it is obvious that he cannot see clearly. He is about 17 or 18 years old, and he is already several years behind the golden age of martial arts. Wakinkwan does not specialize in tiger-shaped boxing, but practices Wakinkwan together.
I understand. No wonder Senior Sister Li is a little disappointed. If you can't recognize yourself, you will only waste time and the opportunity to change your fate.
That's right. Someone nodded. From the look of this new junior brother's clothes, it can be clearly seen that he was just born into an ordinary family. For ordinary families in the outer city, it is very difficult to join a martial arts school together.
It's not easy to earn money.
From the fact that he only joined the martial arts school to practice martial arts at his age, it can be seen that his family conditions are average. The best age to practice martial arts is when the body is mature, about 15 years old, and now he looks obviously you are 17 or 18 years old. You have just started learning martial arts at such an age, but you don't know that you can seize the opportunity that can change your destiny.
Yes.
Someone agreed quite a bit. Within half a year, if you understand the spirit and form of the tiger, and push the tiger-shaped fist to perfection, you can become a true disciple of the martial arts school. The identity of a disciple of the Tsanglong martial arts school is very important to us. It is very important, not to mention that for ordinary people, it is an opportunity for them to transcend social classes and change their own destiny. The big men discussed for a while and then dispersed, no longer paying too much attention to Jiang Ning.
And at this moment,
Jiang Ning followed the pictures in his mind and cooperated with the breathing method, constantly struggling with his movements, but the more he practiced, the smoother he became.
Waves of warm currents surged from his belly to all parts of his body.
Instead of feeling like he had just lost strength, he became more and more powerful, and his whole body seemed to have endless strength. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1. After finishing the practice, he saw a familiar prompt, and his heart was filled with excitement. Practice it 8 more times, and I'll be able to get started with the 5 Birds Fist. Then he continued to practice the boxing technique for the second time while the medicine in his body was still effective. Zhou Xing came out of the backyard with a spring-like smile on his face. He glanced slightly at the people in the front yard and was instantly attracted to Jiang Ning, who was practicing boxing. He looked surprised, his eyes filled with strange colors. As a true disciple of the martial arts school, and a person who has already reached the top level of martial arts, he has already reached the true state of perfection in Wuqingquan. Among them, tiger-shaped Quan has understood the true meaning of the boxing method and reached the perfection of tiger-shaped Quan, the highest state. Realm. With such a level of boxing skills, if you look at the entire martial arts gym, they are among the top ones. The perfect level of boxing requires not only a very high level of understanding, but also a flash of inspiration. So at this moment, he could see at a glance how correct Jiang Ning's Wu Qin fist was. Each move, although a little immature, was as recorded in the boxing manual, especially the breathing rhythm, which was maintained perfectly. Junior brother Jiang has such a strong learning ability. He was secretly shocked in his heart. You can reach such a standard of boxing skills after starting today. This memory and learning ability are too strong. Seeing this scene, he was not in a hurry to go back, but stopped where he was and continued to watch Jiang Ning practice boxing. 5 Animal Fist experience value +1. Seeing this reminder in front of him, Jiang Ning struck while the iron was hot and continued to practice the boxing technique for the third time. And at this moment, when Zhou Xing saw Jiang Ning halfway through his third practice of boxing, his eyes flashed with brilliance. By comparing it with the previous one, from the perspective of a bystander and from the perspective of his mastery of 5 Birds Fist, he could clearly see that Jiang Ning's boxing skills had improved a bit. The subtle movements are more standardized, the breathing method works more smoothly, and each move is faster than before, but there is no big mistake in the movements. 5 Animal Fist experience value +1. It wasn't until he finished practicing the boxing technique for the third time that Jiang Ning felt slightly exhausted. He immediately let out a breath and stopped thinking about practicing the boxing for the fourth time. In this practice, Wu Qin Quan will gain a total of 3 experience points. Skill, 5 Animal Boxing, 4 out of 10 for beginners. You need to practice Wuqingquan 6 more times to successfully get started. Jiang Ning secretly said to himself. Then he clenched his fist again, and he could immediately feel some tight muscles in his arms, and his whole body was filled with a sense of strength. As expected of real martial arts, just practicing it a few times can bring me obvious improvement. He praised secretly again. With this speed of advancement, I will definitely be able to pass Wang Jin's test and become a true disciple of the martial arts school. At that time, even if I stand in front of Su Yunfeng openly, he will not dare to make a move. Even Xiaobin wouldn't dare to move as long as he's not a fool. In the dispute between Dragon and Snake, no one would choose to push the neutral faction who was no less important than them to the other side. Even if there is only this possibility, no one will take the risk. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning felt very happy. Snapped. 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 Zhou Xing on the side clapped with both hands. Senior brother Zhou. Jiang Ning smiled. Zhou Xing also had a smile on his face. Junior brother Jiang has such a strong learning ability. He just got started today, and the 5 Animal Fist is already in shape. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Senior brother Zhou is ridiculous. I am just born with a strong memory and a photographic memory, so I can imitate a tiger and a cat. I see, otherwise it would be a bit too shocking for me. Zhou Xing nodded and smiled gently. Jiang Ning's answer did not surprise him. Today, you can use such a standard boxing technique as a beginner. The most important thing is your memory and the ability to learn and imitate. This has nothing to do with martial arts talent. No matter how talented you are in martial arts and how strong your understanding is, you must first memorize the essentials of boxing, movement and breathing before you can show your talent and understanding. Therefore, Jiang Ning's performance today, in his opinion, can only prove that his memory and learning ability are very high, far exceeding the height of ordinary people, and cannot prove anything else. Then Zhou Xing spoke again, but even so, junior brother Zhang's talent is very powerful. At least junior brother Zhang's starting point is much higher than ordinary people. Zhou Xing's expression suddenly became a bit sad. I still remember that just to memorize the essentials of Wuqingquan, I had to recite it for 3 days and 3 nights. I am actually a little envious of junior brother Zhang's talent. Jiang Ning smiled. Zhou Xing said again, it's getting late, I have to go back. Junior brother Jiang, don't be too hasty when practicing boxing, or don't waste your body. Jiang Ning nodded, thank you, senior brother Zhou, for your concern. I understand. Before leaving, Zhou Xing asked again, junior brother Jiang, are you satisfied with the effect of wild ginseng? Satisfied. Jiang Ning nodded. As long as you're satisfied. Zhou Xing smiled and walked out of the martial arts hall. When we arrived outside the martial arts hall, a carriage had been waiting at the door for a long time.
Master, why did you stay in the martial arts hall for so long today?
A man wearing black clothes with a long knife on his waist asked. Zhou Xing showed his accustomed smile. I saw a talented disciple who had just joined the martial arts gym, so I stayed a little longer. Then the young master intends to recruit him, the man in black asked. Zhou Xing shook his head. Although my family business needs good hands, it is better to have less than to waste.
Let him become a real martial arts disciple.
Without becoming a real martial arts disciple, it is not that simple for an ordinary person to enter the martial arts.
Didn't the young master say that he is quite talented? Could it be that he can't even pass the test? Asked the man in black.
It's hard to say. Looking at the way he just practiced boxing, it's obvious that he relies on his outstanding memory to practice all 5 boxing techniques at the same time. If he doesn't wake up to the difficulties early, there is a 95% chance of failure.
In that case, why don't the young master give him some advice?
Zhou Xing shook his head. Others have their own destiny, there is no need to forcefully interfere. It will only increase worries and hatred.
In the martial arts hall,
Jiang Ning imitated the dear rest recorded in the boxing manual, breathing 3 short and 1 long, quietly recovering his strength. After a while, as the medicinal effects of wild ginseng in his body continued to take effect, he felt that his energy and physical strength had become abundant again. Immediately, he began to continue practicing boxing. With the panel, every time you practice the boxing technique completely, your experience points will increase a little. And 10 points of experience points can help you get started with Wakinkwan. This goal is in front of him and is close at hand, making Jiang Ning full of motivation. 5 Animal Fist experience value +1. After practicing the boxing technique again, Jiang Ning rested for half a moment again, allowing the remaining medicinal power to gradually evaporate in his body. Until his physical strength and energy were restored, he started practicing boxing again. 5 Animal Fist experience value +1. Skill, 5 Animal Boxing, 6 out of 10 for beginners, it takes 4 more times. Looking at the increasing experience points on the panel, Jiang Ning became more and more excited.
Jiang Ning rested for another half an hour.
At this moment, the sunset was gradually setting. In the afterglow of the setting sun, he practiced the complete Wakinkwan from beginning to end again. Based on the memory images in his mind, he constantly corrected the 5 Animal Fist that he and Wang Jin had previously practiced on him, trying to achieve a fitting state as much as possible. Gradually, Jiang Ning's boxing became faster and faster, and his waving fists moved his sleeves, making a fierce sound in the air. His boxing skills also became smoother as he fought. Until the fist is closed. Drink a hearty drink came from his mouth.
In an instant,
the body that reached the limit felt as if there was a burst of blood in the chest. It was about to be exhausted, but now it was like being watered by sweet rain, and it instantly regained some strength.
5 Animal Fist experience value +4, for experience points? Jiang Ning was secretly shocked.
Then, his attention was attracted by the changes inside his body. At this moment, he felt a warm current coming from his blood. This is. His eyes widened. Bathing in the last rays of the setting sun, Jiang Ning's eyes were bright. He could clearly feel the warmth flowing through his body. The place he passed through was like bathing in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Is this the power of qi and blood recorded in the boxing manual? He asked in his heart. According to the records in the boxing manual, practicing the first ray of energy of qi and blood means touching the foundation of martial arts. Strengthening qi and blood so that qi and blood can bless the whole body is a necessary condition for entering the martial arts. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the warm current flowing through his body, and wherever it passed, he gained strength.
This feeling is so good. He couldn't help but look a little obsessed.
At this moment, he also understood why so many people in his previous life were addicted to fitness.
The pleasure of physical enhancement was really addictive and intoxicating.
This was the first time he really felt the pleasure of practicing martial arts.
This kind of physical enhancement was more obvious than any fitness in his previous life.
Skills, 5 Animals Fist, 0 out of 100 for beginners. Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning wanted to practice boxing again to vent his joy, but he knew that his current body could not support him to continue practicing boxing. Practicing boxing, too much is as bad as too little. Just now, his body had reached its limit. If it weren't for the big mouthful of blood spurting out of his chest, he would be facing a state of exhaustion at this moment. Jiang Ning took out the brocade box from his arms, opened it and took a look.
You have to use it sparingly.
He then closed the brocade box again and put it back on his waist. poor in literature, rich in martial arts. At this moment, Jiang Ning deeply realized this statement. He was able to practice the 5 animals fist 7 times in a whole afternoon, relying on the wild ginseng. He knew that as long as he ate another piece of wild ginseng, his physical strength and energy would be restored to the original state, supporting him to practice the last round of the 5 animals fist and let the 5 animals fist reach the entry level. But he couldn't bear it. With the consumption this afternoon, a complete wild ginseng can't last for a few days. After recovering a little physical strength, Jiang Ning thought about it and then got ready again. This time, he was going to do an experiment. Try whether the slacking style training method can also increase the experience of the 5 animals fist. The next moment, he casually performed one move after another, and his breathing was casual as usual, without using the breathing method that conforms to the 5 animals fist. After a while, a figure in a blue tights walked out of the backyard. She opened her mouth slightly, and her voice was clearly heard by everyone in the front yard. The medicine is ready, you can go to the backyard to get it. As soon as this was said, everyone stopped practicing. Let's go. Let's go to the back kitchen to get the medicine, someone said excitedly. After saying this, Li Qing looked at Jiang Ning who was still practicing boxing. Seeing Jiang Ning's loose posture and random breathing rhythm, she couldn't help but frown. Junior brother Jiang, you should also go to the back kitchen to get the medicine. No hurry, wait until I finish the set of boxing. Jiang Ning spoke while practicing boxing. When he spoke, Jiang Ning's boxing speed was faster and his breathing was also rapid. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's brows were even more furrowed. The movements were weak and the breathing was without any rules. In her eyes, it was no different from playing house. After watching for a while, she shook her head slightly and turned away. And Jiang Ning also sped up and finished the boxing. With his fists closed, he originally waited for a few breaths, but there was no prompt to gain experience points. It really doesn't work, confirmed his guess. The next moment, Jiang Ning rushed to the direction of the martial arts hall's kitchen at a very fast speed. After eating the wild ginseng Zhou Xing gave him, he saw its strong medicinal effect, and he paid more attention to the decoction Wang Jin mentioned before. Come to the kitchen. I saw that on a buffet table, the last bowl of steaming soup had already been placed. A middle-aged woman in an apron wiped her hands on the apron. If you don't come here, young man, I will drink this bowl of medicine myself. Jiang Ning smiled, sorry. I just had to practice boxing and it was hard to interrupt. Don't say these useless things. Drink this bowl of soup quickly. If the soup is cold, it won't be as effective. The middle-aged aunt in an apron said. Jiang Ning stopped talking and quickly picked up the last bowl of black soup from the table. After sniffing it at the tip of his nose, he felt an unpleasant smell. Immediately, he held his breath and poured it into his throat. Kali didn't let out a long breath until the whole bowl of soup was in his stomach. Let's go, it's time to go home. Someone said and walked out of the backyard of the kitchen one after another. At this time, the setting sun completely sank into the back of the mountain, the sky became darker and darker, and night began to fall. After walking out of Songlong Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Ning looked back at the martial arts hall behind him. The next moment, he strode towards the outside of the city, and the feeling of weakness that he had just finished practicing boxing gradually disappeared from his body. The decoction in the martial arts school is really good. Although it is not as effective as wild ginseng, one bowl a day is not a loss at all. Jiang Ning was walking on the road with excitement. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and his eyes suddenly condensed. On the street corner in the distance, Su Yunfeng was wearing a police officer's uniform, with his right hand on his waist holding a standard long knife. He looked at Jiang Ning with a faint smile, but he looked like a poisonous snake. Looking at Jiang Ning walking towards the outer city, Su Yunfeng hung behind Jiang Ning step by step, neither far nor close. To others, they would just think that the police officer was on routine patrol. Jiang Ning walked for a full hour from Songlong Martial Arts School in the inner city to his residence in the outer city. He also kept walking along the main roads in the city, rejecting all the paths with few people. Outer city. Zhang Li was sitting in the yard. The moment he saw Jiang Ning's figure, a smile appeared on his face. Next moment, his face turned cold instantly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Brotherly. Su Yunfeng looked at Jiang Li and smiled nonchalantly. Su Yunfeng, don't go too far. Brotherly, why did you say that? Su Yunfeng smiled again. There has been some chaos in the city recently, and there have been frequent armed fights among the major gangs. I escorted your brother home all the way. Why didn't Brotherly not thank you? Instead, he treated me like the enemy who killed my brother. Ah. Hearing these words, Jiang Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng didn't take it seriously at all. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Li, don't worry. Whenever I meet your brother in the future, I will escort him all the way to prevent him from being hurt by those blind guys in the gang." No matter how stupid Jiang Li was at this moment, he still completely understood the meaning behind Su Yunfeng's words. Seeing Su Yunfeng's leading figure, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel powerless in his heart. If it were before, he would have dared to chop off such an arrogant Su Yunfeng with a knife. But at this moment, with his right hand gone, his kung fu was almost gone, so he was no match for Su Yunfeng, who was about to enter the first level. And he is survived not only by his brothers, but also by his wife and children. He couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. Saw Jiang Ning returning home. "Brother, are you okay? What if Su Yunfeng didn't take care of you?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "Brother, I'm fine." He then spoke confidently, "Brother, don't worry. Su Yunfeng came here today just to put pressure on me and make him give in. He will not attack me easily now, and as a disciple of Sanglong Martial Arts School, he will not easily provoke Wang Jin from Sanglong Martial Arts School." He had already figured this out after seeing Su Yunfeng's figure. So even if Su Yunfeng followed him all the way, he didn't panic at all. Wang Jin of Sanglong Martial Arts School is not a small figure in Luoshui County. Jiang Ning has also read records about Wang Jin. With Wang Jin's character, when martial arts disciples were killed on the street for no reason, he had the guts to rush into the yamen and beat the assailants to death. After all, behind Wang Jin was the head of the royal capital with a garrison outside the city. Who dares to provoke a big shot who holds military power and is qualified to sit on the sidelines? So Jiang Ning knew very well that Su Yunfeng followed him and appeared in front of his eldest brother. This was just putting pressure on his eldest brother. However, just being an ordinary disciple in a martial arts school is not enough to make Su Yunfeng too cautious. If he can become Wang Jin's true disciple, then he really has nothing to fear from Su Yunfeng. Wang Jin's true disciples, even if they are arrested on a regular basis, they must give me face and give Wang Jin face. At that time, it should really be safe for the time being. I have to work harder now. Jiang Ning's determination became even stronger at this moment. At the same time, after hearing Jiang Ning's analysis, Jiang Li nodded with some relief. My brother still sees things clearly. Then Jiang Li smiled again. "Brother, come with me quickly. Your sister-in-law has made a big meal and is waiting for you today." Jiang Ning smiled and quickly followed in his eldest brother's footsteps. But at this moment, he was not as relaxed as he showed. He knew that Su Yunfeng would not easily take action against him to force his eldest brother, unless he deliberately walked into an uninhabited alley. However, Jiang Ning did not forget what he just said. "From now on, whenever I meet your brother, I will escort him all the way to prevent him from being hurt by those blind guys in the gang." This undoubtedly lurks another layer of threats. Su Yunfeng himself will not take action easily, but he may ask others to take action. For example, those thugs in major gangs. At this time, Jiang Ning didn't know if his eldest brother had just heard the meaning in Su Yunfeng's words, but he was not ready to say it. Even if you say it, it will have no effect. It will only increase your worries and make your elder brother worry. You can only rely on yourself to face threats in this area. As long as you become stronger, you can naturally deal with these small threats. Su Yunfeng is just a being who has not yet entered the ranks, and he is only a catcher. How strong can the gangsters he can command be? When my strength improves a bit, I won't be afraid. Go into the lobby. Oh. Dudu is back. Finally it's time to eat. I'm so hungry for lentil buns. Sitting on the stool, Xiaodubo shook his short legs happily with a happy face. "Uncle," the little boy beside him said in a nonchalant voice. This person is Jiang Li's eldest son, Jiang Yiming. How did Jiang Yiming's homework go? Uncle doesn't need to care. Jiang Yiming said calmly. Don't be rude to your uncle. Do you remember what I told you before? Lu Wanwan glared at Jiang Yiming. Jiang Yiming couldn't help but shrink his neck. Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm just ignorant. Jiang Ning smiled and rubbed his head. Dudu, I want it too. Xiaodobao shook her short legs desperately. When Jiang Ning saw this, a smile appeared on his face and he rubbed her head. You two should take your seats. Lu Wanwan said. Then she opened the big bowl that was covering the vegetables, and suddenly steam rose up, and the aroma of the vegetables overflowed. Whoa! Whoa! It's so meaty. Xiaodubo's eyes were shining, and he kept exclamating. Smell the aroma of the food. Gugu Jiang Ning also heard the sound of hunger in his belly.
It seems that brother is really hungry. Zhang Li laughed. Jiang Ning also smiled. After practicing boxing all afternoon, his stomach was naturally empty. You two brothers, stop chatting and eat quickly, Lu Wanwan said. Then he placed a bowl of solid rice in front of Jiang Ning. Thank you, sister-in-law, Jiang Ning said from the bottom of his heart. Now that you have entered the martial arts gym, practice hard. Don't live up to your big brother's expectations for you, Lu Wanwan said while serving Jiang Li rice. Sister-in-law, don't worry, Jiang Ning said. Thank you, madam. Jiang Li took the bowl of rice and said with a smile. On the dinner table Jiang Li said, Brother, how was your boxing training today? While talking, Jiang Li put a large piece of fat and thin meat into Jiang Ning's bowl. Very good. Jiang Ning nodded. It seems that my brother is very talented in martial arts. Jiang Li was a little happy. Dudu is so awesome. Xiao Doubao on the side also clapped her hands hard. Even Jiang Yiming couldn't help but take another look at his cheap uncle Jiang Ning, and then got back to work. The moonlight was cold. Jiang Ning stood in the courtyard. Skill, 5 animals fist, 0/100 for beginners. He looked at his panel, thinking. Just now when I was practicing boxing in the afternoon, I actually gained 4 experience points again. So it is not that I can only gain 1 experience point after practicing boxing once, but as long as I practice boxing seriously, I can at least gain 1 experience point. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Ning felt that this was very reasonable. Ordinary people have a sudden enlightenment when practicing martial arts, and there is also a saying that you can learn by analogy. If each time you practice martial arts, you can only gain 1 experience point at most, then when you become a martial artist, you will have to practice 10 times just to get started. That is too unreasonable. This is the right way for now. He was even more excited. With this panel, it means that he will be rewarded for his hard work. This is simply a road that leads directly to heaven. How can he not be excited? Immediately, Hui exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly suppressed his excitement. Let's see what changes will happen to the 5 animals fist after entering the door. According to the records in the boxing manual, practicing the boxing method to condense the first wisp of blood and chi means that the 5 animals fist has entered the door. Every time you practice the 5 animals fist at the entry level, you can temper your body and have the opportunity to condense the power of blood and chi. Let's give it a try. Jiang Ning clenched his fists. The physical strength consumed by boxing in the afternoon has now been fully restored with the bowl of soup and his full meal. He is full of energy and his body is full of power that has nowhere to vent. Now is the best time to practice boxing. The next moment, Jiang Ning took a stance and started to practice boxing. On the steps, Jiang Li also sat on a chair and watched quietly, looking at Jiang Ning's powerful appearance with each move and breathing method. Not bad. Really good. He nodded with satisfaction. 5 animals fist experience +1. When this prompt came out, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a warm current in his body. Where the warm current passed, it was like bathing in a warm spring, extremely comfortable. He could feel his body growing continuously under the nourishment of this chi and blood power. Skills, 5 animals fist, entry 1/100, in an instant, with the breakthrough of 5 animals fist, he reached the entry level. Now there are 2 strands of chi and blood. Jiang Ning clenched his fist, and 2 strands of chi and blood shuttled through his body like an arm command. When the chi and blood power came to his right palm, with the blessing of the chi and blood power, Jiang Ning could feel that his right palm became more powerful. This is the effect after entering the 5 animals fist, which can circulate the chi and blood power to cooperate with the 5 animals fist. In this case, the chi and blood power flows into the fist, and the tiger form is extremely explosive, and the bear form is greatly increased, taking root on the spot. The power of chi and blood flowed into his feet. When he used the ape form, his body was agile and he could move freely. When he used the crane form, his speed increased greatly. The next moment, the chi and blood merged, and he used the tiger form fist to punch the tree trunk in front of him, and the fist force burst out. Pang with a muffled sound, the small tree shook, and the leaves rustled. This is. Jiang Li, who was sitting on the chair, saw this scene and his eyes widened instantly. Is this the chi and blood power blessing the fist? He was a little unbelievable. At this time, after Jiang Ning retracted his fist, he saw that the skin on his fist, which was originally fragile compared to the tree trunk, was only red, and there was no wound. Sure enough, it's not what he said. Only by mastering the power of chi and blood can you barely be considered a warrior. He muttered to himself and walked towards a corner of the yard again. There were 2 rows of stone locks in that corner, ranging from 50 Jin, 100 Jin, 150 Jin to 1000 Jin. I don't know if my strength has increased after practicing boxing for an afternoon. He came to the smallest stone lock. This is a 50 Jin stone lock. He lifted it with one hand and lifted it easily. It's really much easier. It seems that my strength has really increased after practicing boxing for an afternoon. Jiang Ning put the 50 Jin stone lock back on the ground, and then held the 100 Jin stone lock next to it with his right hand. I don't know if I can lift this 100 Jin stone lock, he said to himself secretly. He had tried to lift this 100 Jin stone lock before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it completely. This is also normal. Because according to his understanding, it was rare for an adult male in his previous life to lift a 100 Jin dumbbell with one hand. What's more, he was only 18 years old in this life, living in an era similar to feudalism, and his nutrition was far less than that of normal men in his previous life. So he felt it was normal that he couldn't lift the 100 Jin stone lock with one hand before. A random thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Ning exerted force with his right hand instantly. The 100 Jin stone lock instantly left the ground and was lifted in the air by him with one hand. My strength has really increased. Jiang Ning tried to weigh it with one hand for a few times, and only put down the stone lock when he was exhausted. I still have strength to lift a stone lock weighing 100 kilograms with one hand. It seems that my strength has increased by 10 to 20% in just one afternoon. The effect is really obvious. This is just a simple physical change. If it is combined with the power of qi and blood, the strength will be improved more obviously. At this moment, Jiang Ning had a preliminary understanding of the martial arts in this world. The effect of martial arts exercises is far more magical than any training method in the previous life. On the other side, Jiang Li stared at Jiang Ning's actions with wide eyes. Is my brother a martial arts genius? He achieved such an effect after only practicing martial arts for an afternoon? After the experiment was over, Jiang Ning struck while the iron was hot and continued to practice boxing again. This time, it took only a little over a quarter of an hour to complete the 5 animals fist. 5 animals fist experience +1, he felt his body again and was delighted. According to the records in the boxing manual, only after reaching the entry level of the 5 animals fist can one have the opportunity to condense qi and blood, but it is only possible. Ordinary people can only condense a strand of qi and blood after practicing boxing 3 or 4 times. Only with extremely high talent and comprehension can they guarantee that they can condense a strand of qi and blood almost every time they practice boxing. I have practiced boxing twice now, and I condensed qi and blood every time. Does this mean that I can condense qi and blood 100%? Jiang Ning felt his own state, because the bowl of soup and the rich dinner at the martial arts hall could probably support him to practice boxing twice more. Let's give it a try, he said to himself secretly. At this moment, Jiang Li's voice sounded in his ears. Brother, have you condensed the blood and qi? Jiang Ning looked up and saw Jiang Li standing up and looking at him with a look of astonishment. Yes. Jiang Ning nodded and chose to tell the truth. It's really like this. Jiang Li couldn't help but stare at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, as if he was meeting Jiang Ning for the first time. Seeing Jiang Li like this, Jiang Ning smiled. 5 animals fist is a lower-level martial arts. As long as you can get started with the boxing, then condensing the blood and qi will be a natural thing. I have a strong memory. I can remember the boxing manual after reading it once. I can remember it completely after watching Master Wang Jin practice boxing once. Another senior brother was generous and gave me a wild ginseng worth more than 10 taels when I entered the martial arts hall. In this way, it is right to send my brother to Tsanglong Martial Arts Hall to learn martial arts. Getting started is equivalent to getting back more than 10 taels of silver. Not bad, really good. Jiang Li laughed. Jiang Ning also smiled slightly without commenting. A wild ginseng worth more than 10 taels of silver was indeed an unexpected surprise. Without the powerful medicinal effect of wild ginseng, he would not be able to get started with boxing in one day. That night, Jiang Ning practiced boxing twice again. Although there was no surprise, he only increased the experience points of 5 animals boxing by 2 points, but he also condensed 2 strands of blood and qi again. In this way, his total blood and qi reached 4 strands. These 4 strands of blood and qi merged together, and the blood and qi became stronger, circulating in his body, constantly warming his body. After practicing boxing twice, Jiang Ning could also feel that his body could no longer continue to practice boxing. After realizing this state, he no longer forced himself. Forcing boxing to practice too much will hurt the body. He then asked Zhang Li about his doubts. That is, what level of strength Su Yunfeng was at. After Zhang Li's description, Zhang Ning also roughly knew the strength of his elder brother and Su Yunfeng. Before his elder brother Jiang Li was injured, his blood and qi had penetrated his limbs when he was at his peak, and the skills he practiced were also a very common inferior swordsmanship, which was mainly used to kill the enemy and temper the blood and qi. But Su Yunfeng was different. Su Yunfeng was very likely to have reached the limit below the 9th grade warrior, and his blood and qi were all over his body. In comparison, Su Yunfeng was obviously better than Zhang Li. After understanding this, Zhang Ning also knew that he was still far behind Su Yunfeng. The strength of the two was not at the same level at all. But he was not discouraged, and he was not afraid. With his own speed of progress, as long as he gave himself some time, he would surpass Su Yunfeng sooner or later. Now that he has joined Sanglong Martial Arts School, at least in the past few months in the martial arts school, smart people like Su Yunfeng neither dared nor would attack him. But Zhang Ning also knew that he might be involved in a fight between two gangs someday. Su Yunfeng worked for Cao Bin, and in order to force his elder brother to submit, the previous threats might become reality. Before that, he had to improve his boxing skills as soon as possible. As long as his boxing skills were perfect, he could pass Wang Jin's test and become a true disciple of the martial arts school. As the saying goes, it is good to lean on a big tree for shade, and becoming a true disciple of Wang Jin, his status and position is no less than that of ordinary officials and wealthy businessmen. Su Yunfeng didn't dare to touch him in this situation, let alone those gangs that could be directed by Su Yunfeng. The next morning. Name, Zhang Ning, Source Energy, 3.9, Skills, Reading and Spelling, One-Time Limit 69/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Animal Fists, Entry Level 4 out of 100, when he opened his panel, he was stunned for a moment. Source Energy actually increased by 0.3 a day? This is the only time in more than 2 months that my source energy has increased by 0.3. So my previous inference was correct. The increase in source energy is related to the energy I consumed that day. Yesterday I consumed 1/10 of a wild ginseng, and at the same time consumed a bowl of soup medicine from the martial arts hall, as well as meat and a lot of rice, so I was able to increase my source energy by 0.3 a day. He was thoughtful, and the logic of the increase in source energy gradually became clear in his mind. It seems that I have to find a way to make money in a few days. Without money and wild ginseng to support my boxing practice, my source energy will also increase slowly. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of the 4 words poor in literature and vice martial arts. Wealth is too important for his martial arts practice. 5 Animals Fist Experience +1, 5 Animals Fist Experience +1, this time, the 5 Animals Fist Experience points increased by 2 points. Skills, 5 Animals Fist, 6 out of 100 for beginners. I have reached 5% progress from the entry level to the mastery of 5 Animals Fist. Zhang Ning clenched his fist again, and the power of qi and blood flowed into his right fist. Qi and blood running through one arm is called qi and blood minor success, and I still have a lot to go. A new idea suddenly came to his mind. I don't know what special effects the 5 Animals Fist can produce when it breaks the limit. Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly. I've thought too much. Martial arts also have 5 realms: entry level, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Only after perfection can the limit be broken. With the current efficiency of liver 5 Animals Fist experience points, I don't know how long it will take. Then, Zhang Ning came to the stone lock again. He grabbed the stone lock weighing 100 kilograms with his right hand, lifted it lightly, and it was off the ground. It's easier than last night. It seems that my physique has grown a little bit. Feeling the change in strength, Zhang Ning was secretly happy. The feeling of improving every moment made him a little addicted. He wished that he could spend 24 hours a day practicing boxing and gaining experience. No hurry. No hurry. He shook his head secretly. It's not advisable to be eager for quick success. The body's endurance is limited. My progress speed is already far above that of ordinary people, and any bottleneck is ineffective for me. This is one of my biggest advantages. On the other side, Zhang Li, who had just walked out of the room, saw Zhang Ning lifting the stone lock to test his strength at this time. His eyes couldn't help shrinking, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Adi's strength seemed to have improved again, and it was easier than last night to lift the stone lock. At this time, Zhang Ning put down the stone lock weighing 100 kilograms in his hand and came to the stone lock weighing 150 kilograms next to him. With the force of his right hand, the 3 corners of the stone lock instantly left the ground, but the last corner could not get off the ground. It seems that I am still a long way from 150 kilograms of strength. It should be between 110 and 120 kilograms. The growth of strength in the early stage is really fast. Jiang Ning shook his head slightly and gave up the action of continuing to test his strength. Then, while resting to recover his strength, he continued to pick up the book that he had not finished reading last night and slowly flipped through it. Experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1, brother, come and eat. A voice came, and Jiang Ning also stopped flipping through the books and closed the books in his hand. This time flipping through the books, a total of 6 experience points are added. Skill, reading and spelling, one-time limit 75 out of 2000, special effect, photographic memory. It's still easier to gain experience points with the skill of reading and spelling. Jiang Ning deeply experienced it. When he came to the main house, the steaming white porridge was already placed on the wooden table, and some minced meat was floating in it. Brother, eat quickly. After you finish, I will take you to the martial arts hall. Zhang Li skillfully served a bowl of porridge to his wife Lu Wanwan, and said to Jiang Ning at the same time, Brother, are you going with me today? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. Yesterday, Su Yunfeng followed you all the way back. I plan to pick you up and drop you off from today. With me here, Su Yunfeng will not dare to touch you. No. Jiang Ning shook his head and continued, if brother goes with me, it will be unsafe for my sister-in-law to stay at home with 2 children. Jiang Li's face was full of confidence. Brother, don't worry about this. I have already made arrangements. Brothers who have been friends with each other in the government will patrol this area. Lu Wanwan also spoke reasonably at this moment. Brother, don't worry about us 3 mothers. Your brother is still a member of the government after all, and he is also an official. Su Yunfeng is a smart man. Smart people can't do such a big thing as breaking into a house. Before the Endofire assessment of the government office, our 3 mothers and your eldest brother will not have any accidents, only you are different. Anything can happen on your way to and from the martial arts hall every day. Jiang Li smiled and said, your sister-in-law is right, and whether you can become a disciple of the martial arts hall is the most important thing at the moment. Your achievements are related to me and your sister-in-law. In this case, how can your safety be underestimated? Jiang Ning listened to the remarks of his eldest brother and sister-in-law quietly, and his heart was full of touch. How could he not understand that the 2 of them must not have said these words on the spur of the moment? My elder brother and elder sister-in-law must have had a long talk last night, which led to this conversation today. He shook his head firmly again. Brother and elder sister-in-law, there is no need to say more. I will go to the martial arts hall today and plan to live there permanently. Live there permanently? Jiang Li looked up suddenly. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, I plan to ask the owner Wang Jin for something to do, and then live there permanently during this period of time. Will this work? Jiang Li hesitated. Jiang Ning also shook his head. I don't know if it will work, but I want to try. That's fine. Jiang Li nodded decisively. It doesn't matter if you can live in the martial arts hall permanently, it will definitely help you practice martial arts, saving you from running back and forth every day, and this way you will indeed be much safer. I will take you to the martial arts hall later. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded, and no longer refuted. A moment later. Several people finished breakfast. Brother, wait a minute. Before leaving, Jiang Ning went back to the house and came out again after just a few breaths. Brother, what did you take? Jiang Li looked at the bulging area on Jiang Ning's waist. Jiang Ning smiled, a little self-defense method. While speaking, he patted his waist again. The thing here is not other things, but lime powder that can often be seen in movies and TV dramas in the previous life. Lime powder looks like a small thing, but it is undoubtedly a real good thing in close combat. At the same time, he also brought a book with him, which he used to earn experience points for literacy in his spare time when practicing boxing. An hour later. The 2 appeared in front of the gate of Sanglong Martial Arts Hall. There was no ripples along the way. Go back. Jiang Ning said. Okay. Jiang Li nodded, and then said again, I will come again in the afternoon. Jiang Ning smiled, don't worry, brother. I will ask the owner to keep me here. After that, he strode towards the gate of Sanglong Martial Arts Hall. Watching Jiang Ning disappear at the gate of the martial arts hall, Jiang Li also turned around and left. Next chapter at 8 o'clock in the evening, the front yard of the martial arts hall. 5 animals fist experience +1, 5 animals fist experience +1, this time practicing 5 animals fist, the 5 animals fist experience increased by 2 points in total.
Skills, 5 Animals Fist, 8 out of 100 for beginners. Wearing a short coat, as Jiang Ning finished practicing boxing, wisps of hot air came out of his head. He clenched his fists and felt the blood and qi in his body growing again. The haze in his heart was swept away, and his strength increased bit by bit, which made him feel comfortable. Came to the well in the front yard of the martial arts hall. Gulp gulp. Jiang Ning drank several mouthfuls of clear well water, and then took out a red rectangular brocade box from his arms. After opening the red brocade box, he saw a wild ginseng lying in the brocade box. Jiang Ning pinched off a small piece with his fingers, which was about 1/10 of the whole wild ginseng. When the small piece of wild ginseng entered his stomach, Jiang Ning felt that the wild ginseng in his stomach was being digested and absorbed by him. The medicinal power released by the wild ginseng quickly reached his limbs and bones as the blood and qi in his body were transported. His body, which was originally weak due to practicing the 5 Animals Fist twice, is now recovering at an extremely obvious speed. Brother Zhou Xing is really generous. This kind of wild ginseng is really helpful to me. Jiang Ning quietly felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, Master Wang is here. Someone cheered. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and immediately saw Wang Jin, who was wearing a short coat and had muscles on his bare thick arms, slowly walking out of the backyard. At this moment, with the appearance of Wang Jin, everyone stopped what they were doing and stood in place in an orderly manner. Wang Jin glanced at the energetic people and nodded with satisfaction. Keep your distance and practice boxing on your own. I will point out your problems one by one. Wang Jin spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Thank you for your guidance, Master Wang. Someone saluted Wang. The others responded and saluted Wang. Thank you for your guidance, Master Wang. Thank you for your guidance, Master Wang. Seeing this, Jiang Ning also saluted with his fists. Then his eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment, and then retreated to an open space on the side. Don't look around, don't talk to each other, and show your boxing results with all your strength. Wang Jin put his hands behind his back and walked slowly forward. Everyone also began to show the 5 Animals Fist they specialized in one by one. As Wang Jin walked forward, he looked at the boxing techniques shown by everyone, his face was extremely calm. At this moment, Jiang Ning also began to practice the 5 Animals Fist with all his strength. He knew that this was an opportunity to show himself. Under normal circumstances, Sanglong Martial Arts School would not be short of people, nor would it recruit people. It is not that easy for him to stay in the martial arts hall for a long time. So he knew very well that only by showing himself, his talent and his value, could he have a chance. As Jiang Ning practiced boxing with all his strength, his breathing rhythm also converged with the 5 Animals boxing practiced by Wang Jin that he had recorded in his mind yesterday. By constantly optimizing the subtleties of the movements and adjusting his breathing rhythm, Jiang Ning became more and more fluent, and the whole person entered a special state. At this moment, Wang Jin's footsteps also suddenly stopped. He looked at Jiang Ning with a strange look in his eyes. You have already entered the tiger form boxing, but you have only entered it in one day? Is your qi and blood just born? Wang Jin's footsteps paused for less than a breath, and he still moved forward slowly, secretly observing without revealing anything. At the same time, he also pointed out the wrong postures and breathing rhythms of other men from time to time. Only Jiang Ning, he could not find any mistakes for a while, at most there were some insignificant flaws. The more he secretly observed, the more surprised he was. Suddenly, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because at this moment, Jiang Ning's every move was powerful and his feet seemed to be rooted on the ground. Bear-shaped boxing has also been introduced? Wang Jin was secretly shocked, and at this moment he also circled around everyone. Keep practicing, no one is allowed to stop until I say stop. When Wang Jin opened his mouth, everyone's heart tightened, and they dared not to be lazy at all. At this moment, Jiang Ning's mind had long forgotten everything else, without any distractions, just pure boxing practice. Jiang Ning's boxing skills became faster and smoother. After the bear-shaped boxing ended, his body shape suddenly changed, and his breathing method also changed. At this moment, his body shape was as agile as an ape, moving and dodging in a small space. Ape-shaped boxing has also been introduced. Wang Jin's eyes condensed, thinking, this little guy can't have all 5 animals, and he has all been introduced? Thinking of this, Wang Jin's heart moved slightly. As the saying goes, it is difficult to find a good teacher, but it is also difficult to find an apprentice who can inherit his mantle. In his heart, Jiang Ning has already caught his eye at this moment. Afterwards, Wang Jin was not in a hurry to leave, but stood quietly in place, watching everyone practice boxing.
Wang Jin did not move, and everyone did not move either. Jiang Ning also changed from ape-shaped boxing to crane-shaped boxing, and then changed his body shape and breathing method. Finally, he ended with deer-shaped boxing, and his every move changed from fierce and direct to gentle and comfortable, and his breathing rhythm also became extremely slow and long. 5 Animal Boxing Experience Points plus 3, Skills, 5 Animal Boxing, Entry 11 out of 100. Looking at the panel in front of him, Jiang Ning was delighted. The progress has exceeded 1/10. With this efficiency, I can complete the breakthrough of the 5 Animals Fist in 3 to 5 days at most. On the other side, this kid has really completed the real entry of the 5 Animals Fist, and has also initially condensed the chi and blood. Not bad. Really good. It's much better than those little guys who tried to take shortcuts and stay behind. If the 5 Animals Fist is not practiced together, it's nothing. Wang Jin nodded slightly, and he looked at Jiang Ning with satisfaction. Then, he came to the crowd. I will practice the boxing again today for you to watch. Watch carefully and learn well. Yes. Thank you, Master Wang. Everyone bowed. Then the whole audience became silent in an instant. Wang Jin then took a stance and practiced boxing slowly in front of everyone. His movements were not fast, but they seemed a little slow in Jiang Ning's eyes. He should have deliberately slowed down his movements so that everyone could watch. After an incense stick, Jiang Ning watched carefully and closed his eyes. The 5 Animals Fist that Wang Jin had just practiced suddenly replayed in his mind. Not long after, he opened his eyes and sighed in his heart. The 5 Animals Fist that Wang Jin demonstrated this time was very strict and textbook-like. But this standard 5 Animals Fist is of no help to me. At this time, Wang Jin had already left. The entire front yard gradually became noisy. Throughout the morning, with the help of wild ginseng to disperse the medicinal power, Jiang Ning rested for a while and continued to practice boxing, unwilling to waste any medicinal power. You know, a wild ginseng is worth more than 10 taels of silver. According to the current world prices he knows, the purchasing power of 1 tael of silver is about the same as 1,000 yuan in the previous life, which can allow a poor family to live for a full month. The value of a wild ginseng, in this world, is equivalent to allowing a poor family of 4 to live for a year. How could he bear to waste it? If he lost the help of wild ginseng, his efficiency in gaining experience from the 5 Animals Fist would be greatly reduced, and his strength would increase more slowly. 5 Animals Fist Experience plus 1, 5 Animals Fist Experience plus 1. Throughout the morning, as he practiced the boxing over and over again, the 5 Animals Fist Experience points continued to rise. Until lunchtime. Skills, 5 Animals Fist, 14 out of 100 for beginners, at noon. After lunch. Dong dong dong. Jiang Ning knocked on the backyard door where Wang Jin was. Come in. Outside the door. A somewhat old voice came out. Jiang Ning also slowly pushed open the door to the backyard. He was surprised to see Wang Jin, who was about 50 years old, lying peacefully on a rattan chair and basking in the sun, just like yesterday, like an ordinary old farmer. Except that there was no senior sister Li Qing beside Wang Jin, he looked the same as yesterday. Master. Jiang Ning bowed slightly. What do you want to see me at this time? Wang Jin said. Jiang Ning looked respectful. I want to live in the martial arts hall for a long time, and I want to do something. I don't want wages. Ask for a job? Why? Wang Jin was a little curious. Jiang Ning pondered for a breath, and then said, someone outside the martial arts hall wants to deal with me. I see. Wang Jin nodded, and then continued, in that case, then you stay. After the daily practice, go to the backyard to chop wood. Can you accept it? Yes. Jiang Ning nodded, happy in his heart. No wages, food and accommodation, can you accept it? Wang Jin asked again. Yes. Jiang Ning nodded again, then bowed, thank you master for your kindness. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing wrinkles, and the skin on his face also formed wrinkles. He then waved his hand, then go down. Then he reminded, practice martial arts well, as long as you practice the 5 Animals Fist well, whoever wants to deal with you can be killed directly. The real core of the 5 Animals Fist is to practice the 5 animals together. As long as you reach a certain level, your strength will not be weak. Yes, disciple understands. Jiang Ning bowed. Exit the backyard. Jiang Ning smiled, and his heart fell. If he can live in the martial arts hall for a long time, his own safety will not be worried for the time being. Sanlong Martial Arts Hall is one of the safest places in the entire Luoshui County. 5 Animals Fist Experience Points plus 2,
after practicing the boxing once, Jiang Ning directly took out the wild ginseng after consuming the physical strength recovered at noon. Now that time is tight, he will naturally not be stingy with the consumption of wild ginseng. With each improvement in his boxing skills and each condensation of his qi and blood, his strength would also increase.
Another tenth of the total amount of wild ginseng entered his stomach.
Jiang Ning felt a warm current coming from his body. With the support of the medicine, his heart beat more powerfully and his energy gradually became abundant. He also started practicing boxing directly in the front yard.
5 animal boxing experience points plus 1. 5 animal boxing experience points plus 1. This time practicing 5 animal boxing, the 5 animal boxing experience points increased by 10 points in total. Jiang Ning spent the whole afternoon practicing boxing. He also went out once in the middle to say goodbye to his eldest brother Jiangli and told his eldest brother that the owner of the martial arts hall had agreed to let him stay in the martial arts hall for a long time. After returning, Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing. He stopped until the sun set and the soup medicine for the martial arts hall was boiled and ready. Skills, 5 animal boxing, entry 26 out of 100, 1/4 of the progress. Looking at the changes on the panel, Jiang Ning was quite excited. When the 5 animals fist reaches this stage, the total amount of physical qi and blood power is as high as more than 20 strands. More than 20 strands of qi and blood power gather in the right arm. Jiang Ning can feel that the power he can burst out is stronger. Came to the courtyard of the back kitchen. Jiang Ning picked up a bowl of soup. Gulp gulp. After a few big mouthfuls, the whole bowl of soup had been taken into his stomach. The soup entered his stomach and was quickly absorbed by his body. He began to radiate warmth all over his body, and the fatigue in his limbs was constantly receding. Just as he closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body, a loud voice sounded. "Who is Jiang Ning?" Jiang Ning opened his eyes and looked. It was the aunt in charge of the back kitchen in the martial arts hall. She was wearing an apron, her body was as sturdy as a bucket, and her body was covered with thick tendon meat. At first glance, she looked like she weighed at least 200 kilograms. Such a body size naturally brought a sense of oppression. She wiped the water stains on her apron and scanned the crowd repeatedly. "I am." Jiang Ning spoke quickly. "So it's you, kid." The burly old lady glanced at Jiang Ning repeatedly, and said, "You are handsome, but you don't have much meat on your body. Can you do heavy work?" "Yes." Jiang Ning said confidently. "Okay, follow me." After the two left, they walked towards the small courtyard next door, and there were bursts of low discussions behind them. "Does anyone know who he is? What does Aunt Sun want to see him for?" "Who knows, go ask Aunt Sun." Hearing these 3 words, the man's neck shrank slightly, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "Forget it." When he came to the yard next door, Jiang Ning immediately saw pig legs drying in the open space of this small courtyard. Because these pig legs were exposed to the sun for a whole day, the grease dripping from the bottom had soaked the ground. And these pig legs were obviously smoked and roasted. Even a few meters away, you can smell the fragrance of meat. Luxury, really luxurious. Jiang Ning's throat moved slightly, and he swallowed his saliva secretly, complaining about the wasteful behavior of the martial arts hall in his heart. In the previous life, pickled and dried meat was nothing, and it could only be said to be the food stored by ordinary people. But in this world, a world with salt and iron control, salt is a relatively expensive necessity of life, and ordinary people are reluctant to waste a grain of salt. Not to mention meat, ordinary people rarely eat meat a few times a year. For martial artists, salt and meat are indispensable foods. In his eyes, the martial arts school's method of preparing ingredients was simply a waste of natural resources. "Hey, the little guy is drooling at this." Seeing Jiang Ning's direct gaze, the sturdy Aunt Sun smiled, and the flesh on her face trembled. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded slightly. "Want to eat?" Aunt Sun smiled. "Think," Jiang Ning said from her heart. Hearing these words, Aunt Sun was in a daze. After she came to her senses, she shook her head slightly. "You little guy is quite frank." Jiang Ning suddenly showed a sunny smile. "It's so similar." Looking at Jiang Ning's smile, Aunt Sun looked a little dazed again. After regaining her composure, she said to Jiang Ning, "Little guy, come with me." "Okay, sister." "What's your name?" "Sister." An inexplicable blush flashed across Aunt Sun's face. "I'm over 30, almost 40. My surname is Sunday. You can just call me Aunt Sun from now on." "This is not good." Jiang Ning shook his head. "It's not appropriate to call me Aunt. How can Sister Sun be so old? Otherwise, I will still be the eldest sister in the future." "That's up to you," Aunt Sun said with an indifferent expression,
but there was an unnatural smile between her eyebrows. Aunt Sun led Jiang Ning to the pergola in a corner of the courtyard. She pointed to the mountain of wood piled beneath the pergola. According to Director Wang's instructions, from now on these tasks of chopping wood will be handed over to you. Is your small body okay? No problem. Jiang Ning looked at the wood piled in front of him and nodded repeatedly. Since there is no problem, then go and work. I have to prepare dinner. Aunt Sun said. Okay, eldest sister. Jiang Ning said. Arriving at the wood pile for chopping firewood, Jiang Ning picked up a thick log more than 40 centimeters long. It's so heavy. He looked at the thick log in his hand in slight surprise. It's so heavy, the texture of this log is unusual. He was slightly surprised. He immediately placed the thick log in his hand on the stake. He looked around and found only a hatchet about 50 centimeters long with a thick back. It seems there is no axe. Jiang Ning said secretly. He picked up the hatchet and weighed it, and realized that it weighed more than 5 kilograms. It's physical work. At this moment, Jiang Ning also understood why Sister Sun asked him if he had any questions just now. The thick and heavy logs and the hatchet weighing 5 kilograms are undoubtedly a very heavy physical work. Next chapter tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, today's PK test push, more nervous than the first book. This book is too early to test the waters, I will suffer a loss. Stand in front of the stake. Jiang Ning held the hatchet tightly in his right hand and aimed at the log in front of him and slashed hard. Click, there was a sound of cracking firewood. Jiang Ning couldn't help but let go of the hatchet and shook off his numb right hand. Little one, can you eat well? Aunt Sun poked her head out of the kitchen window. Sister Sun, I have no problem. Jiang Ning smiled at Aunt Sunday. He rubbed his palms, and as the blood circulated, his numb palms suddenly felt much better. He immediately tightened his grip on the hatchet and stepped on the log with one foot. As his blood flowed, he used his right hand to pull out the hatchet stuck in the log in an instant. Next moment, Jiang Ning held the hatchet in his hand, and the energy and blood in his body flowed to his right arm again, and then he exerted force on the half-cut log. The knife fell. Click, the log split into two instantly. Not bad. Quietly, a peaceful voice came from behind. Jiang Ning turned around to look, then immediately put down the hatchet in his hand and bowed in salute. Master! Don't worry about me. Split firewood well. Splitting firewood is also a form of martial arts. Sunlong is a sword technique. Wang Jin spoke slowly. When Jiang Ning heard this sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly understood why Wang Jin asked him to do this job of chopping firewood. It seems that my performance this morning caught Wang Jin's eye. Jiang Ning suddenly understood the whole story. He immediately became even more energetic. After entering the eyes of Wang Jin, there is no need to worry about personal safety for the time being. Especially now that he can live in the martial arts gym permanently, there is no need to worry. Subsequently, Jiang Ning once again held up a thick log, and blood flowed into his right arm. One knife down. Click, the log split into two instantly. The power of qi and blood is indeed mysterious. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly as he looked at the results of this sword attack. The first blow just now, because there was no burst of energy and blood, the full force of the blow could only split the log in half. Now with the burst of qi and blood, he was able to split the log in two cleanly. This shows the mystery of the power of qi and blood. Wang Jin stood there and watched for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the kitchen where Aunt Sun was. Come to the kitchen. Wang Jin's nose twitched slightly. You're quite nice to this kid. There was even DG in the meat soup tonight. Master. Aunt Sun suddenly spoke nervously, and then hesitantly said, looking at this little guy, I thought of my child. If nothing happened, he should be as old as him. When Wang Jin heard this, he immediately fell into silence. The kitchen was quiet for a few breaths, except for the crackling sound of burning wood. Then, Wang Jin opened his mouth and broke the silence. It doesn't matter, add more meat. I'm also quite optimistic about this guy. Aunt Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. Master Wang, are you saying that this little guy has hope of inheriting your legacy? Wang Jin shook his head. It's too early to say this. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on his understanding. If he lacks understanding, he will not go far if he accepts my inheritance. But for now, it can be cultivated first one time. Understood. Aunt Sun looked slightly happy. This little guy is very polite, I like him very much. When Wang Jin heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression softened and he smiled. You are indeed very polite. The other side. While the two were talking, Jiang Ning stood in front of the wood pile for chopping firewood, but his eyes were wide open and full of shock.
Skill, wood cleaving technique, entry 1 out of 100. You can actually get a knife skill just by chopping firewood? Jiang Ning was filled with surprise. Immediately, his face showed a slight joy. Try again. As his thoughts arose, he placed a log under the stake. Under the explosion of chi and blood, click, the log was split in two. Experience value +1 for splitting knife method, skill, wood cleaving technique, entry 2 out of 100, it really works. He couldn't help but feel happy, and his eyes flashed. Immediately, another log was placed on a stake. Click, as the hatchet fell, the log was split into two again. Experience value +1 for splitting knife method, skill, wood cleaving technique, entry level 3 out of 100, not bad. Really good. Looking at the changes in the panel, he was very satisfied. Such a rapid increase in experience points is much faster than the 5 birds fist. It may be simpler than the skill of reading and deciphering words. After the test was completed, Jiang Ning's power was even more powerful. The logs were being split continuously in his hands. Experience value +1 for splitting knife method, experience value +1 for splitting knife method. After Wang Jin walked out of the kitchen, his eyes were immediately attracted to Jiang Ning. Is this kid crazy? Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning with his mouth slightly open. At this moment, after Jiang Ning saw Wang Jin's figure from the corner of his eye, he immediately put down the hatchet in his hand, panting slightly, and saluted the king. Master! Wang Jin waved his hand. Why are you chopping firewood so hard? Jiang Ning said with a serious expression, Master asked me to stay in the martial arts school permanently to protect my safety. I have nothing to repay, so I can only work hard to express my gratitude. After hearing these words, Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning helplessly. It's not necessary, you have to work properly. How can you still practice boxing when you have exhausted your physical strength? Jiang Ning shook his head. Master, don't worry, I still have the wild ginseng given by senior brother Zhou to support me. Eating wild ginseng restores your strength to chop firewood. You're just giving up your roots to the bottom. Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning dumbfounded. Master has the grace to preach and teach me, but also has the grace to protect me. I can't express my gratitude in words, so I can only express it this way. If I accept it calmly, I will feel uneasy. Jiang Ning's face was full of seriousness. Wang Jin shook his head helplessly. Well, that's up to you. Chopping firewood can also practice your strength, and it can also make you familiar with the feel of the knife. You can see it with your eyes and feel it with your hands. This is the basic skill of swordsmanship. If your understanding is to reach the standard and become my true disciple, the basic skill of swordsmanship is a must. Understood. Jiang Ning looked excited. Wang Jin couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Young people are quite straightforward. They show whatever they think in their minds. They are not as mature and prudent as I am. Later, Wang Jin secretly watched Jiang Ning's tea-making skills. This boy really values love and justice. Wang Jin nodded slightly, his eyes gradually softening as he looked at Jiang Ning. Now I hope that this boy's enlightenment can reach the standard. With this boy's character, he can support me until he is old in the future, and he will not deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. Thinking about it this way, he is indeed a good seedling. However, it depends on him. Go and fight. If you don't fight in martial arts, your achievements in life will be limited. Experience value +1 for splitting knife method, skill, wood cleaving technique, entry 99 to 100, we still have a little more experience to break through. Looking at his own panel, Jiang Ning's tired body suddenly shook, and he gained some strength for no reason. He straightened the log and raised the knife in his hand. Click, there was a clear sound, and the log split into two. Experience value +1 for splitting knife method, skill, wood cleaving technique, proficient 0/200, in an instant, the last little bit of added experience instantly transformed from a quantitative change into a qualitative change, and the woodcutter technique went from beginner to proficient. Jiang Ning held the hatchet in his hand and instantly felt a sense of familiarity. He instinctively knows how to exert force to exert greater chopping power, and also knows how to exert force to conserve energy with maximum efficiency. The muscles of the arms also become more tense as the experience value continues to increase. Now with the breakthrough of the woodcutter method, the muscles of the arms are slightly heated, and then the muscles become even tighter. Jiang Ning put down the hatchet and clenched his fist. Feeling the change in arm strength, he nodded with satisfaction. A breakthrough in the woodchopping method, it is indeed very cost-effective. Breakthrough mastery has an initial effect on me. The subsequent 3 levels of breakthroughs, small success, great success, and consummation, will only have stronger effects. Moreover, there is also a limit to breaking. His eyes flashed, thinking about the changes after breaking the limit. He was full of expectations. The first limit breaking of literacy gave me special effects that I will never forget. I wonder what special effects the hatchet method will give me when I break the limit for the first time. With my current efficiency, it shouldn't take many days to reach the limit of my liver with the woodcutter technique. Thanks to Bai Tang for the chapter recommendation, thank you very much. Standing in front of the wood pile, Jiang Ning picked up the hatchet again and placed a thick log on the wood pile. Just as he was about to chop, a loud voice suddenly came to his ears. "Little guy, dinner is ready, come and eat." "Okay, big sister." Jiang Ning looked up and responded. In the kitchen, Aunt Sun, who was holding a tray, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. This little guy's mouth is so sweet. Coupled with this handsome face, it will be easy to coax girls in the future. On the other side, Jiang Ning looked up and responded to Aunt Sunday, still holding the hatchet in his hand tightly. The next moment, the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged. Whoosh, the blade passed through the air and a slight friction sound came. Click, as the hatchet fell, the thick log instantly made a cracking sound. Jiang Ning looked at the marks of the hatchet in front of him, and his eyes condensed slightly. 80 to 90% of the wood. It's really different. A smile slowly appeared on his face, and then he exerted force with his palm, and the heavy blade of the hatchet lay horizontally in the broken wood. Kaka, the wood in front of him, made a sound of continuous tearing of wood fibers. Finally, under the prying of the heavy blade of the hatchet, the whole piece of wood was successfully split by him, and irregular tear marks appeared under the split log. Experience points of splitting wood knife skills +1. Just now, I could only cut into the wood with my full strength. Now that I have broken through to the mastery of splitting wood knife skills, I can cut into the wood 80 to 90%. It's really become stronger. Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. He was extremely satisfied with such a great improvement in such a short time. Then he put the hatchet aside and walked in the direction where Aunt Sun left. Step into the main hall. Master. Sit down. Wang Jin stopped his actions and gestured to Jiang Ning. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ning bowed. After Jiang Ning sat down, Auntie Sun placed a bowl of meat soup with a rich aroma in front of him. Thank you, Auntie Sun. Jiang Ning took the bowl of meat soup and thanked Auntie Sunday. Little guy, eat quickly. You must be hungry after chopping wood so hard just now. Jiang Ning nodded and smiled shyly. The next moment, after a big mouthful of meat soup, Jiang Ning's face showed a satisfied look. Auntie's cooking skills are really good. Auntie Sun laughed at the side. Wang Jin said at this moment, eat quickly, and continue to practice after eating. Auntie Sun specially added dizzy to the meat soup today. Dizzy is a good tonic and is very helpful for your martial arts practice. Dizzy? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up slightly. He also knew this tonic. The book he read some time ago included the introduction of medicinal materials, so he knew the basic medicinal materials. Although the value of dizzy is not as good as wild ginseng, a complete finished dizzy also starts at 1 or 2 silver coins. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver is not low. According to his estimation, it is about the purchasing power of 1,000 yuan in the previous life, which can support a poor family of 3 or 4 for a month. It is indeed a good thing that I can stay in the martial arts hall for a long time. Jiang Ning was secretly happy. He immediately looked up. Thank you, Sister Sun. Then he looked at Wang Jin and stood up and saluted respectfully. Thank you for taking me in. Wang Jin nodded slightly. If I don't pay you, I will definitely give you food and drink. Teacher, you are joking. Jiang Ning said seriously, in front of the dinner prepared by the teacher. What is the salary? The teacher has done me a great favor, and I will never forget it in my life. I will take care of the teacher in his old age and see him off in the end. In the hall at this moment, an old man, a young man, and a strong middle-aged woman. The old man is Wang Jin, the owner of Songlong Martial Arts Hall. The young man is Jiang Ning from Luoshui County, and the middle-aged woman is Aunt Sun, the chef of Songlong Martial Arts Hall. On the dining table, there was a lot of meat, and next to it was a pot of meat soup and a large pot of rice. The rich aroma filled the whole hall. Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning's serious expression, and after listening to those words, he was suddenly moved. He was silent for a few breaths. He spoke in a calm tone, eat it while it's hot. If it's cold, the effect will be bad, and the taste will be worse. Yes, master. Jiang Ning said respectfully. Then, the two of them ate dinner in silence, but Wang Jin's mind was full of thoughts. To take care of you in your old age and to see you off to the end. These 4 words touched him deeply. If a martial artist does not reach the realm of inner strength,
his progress will start to slow down after the age of 30, and after the age of 40, he will only regress and not progress. His qi and blood will begin to decline, and his hidden injuries will break out. After the age of 50, he will be in decline, and his body will be worse day by day. After he was over 50, he could already feel that his body was like a candle, burning out bit by bit as time passed. At this age, he doesn't want wealth and glory, nor does he want to improve his martial arts. The only thing he wants is inheritance and a peaceful old age. Jiang Ning's words undoubtedly hit the deepest part of his heart. Although he had heard similar words before, none of them made him feel as real as this time. After secretly looking at Jiang Ning for a few times, Wang Jin quietly withdrew his gaze. Let's take a look first. On the other side. After Jiang Ning sat down, he was no longer polite. A large bowl of meat soup, in his mouth, was poured into his stomach in a few big mouthfuls. Then he started his wolfing mode. If he was in front of others, he might restrain his image, but there was no need in front of Wang Jin. He knew the temperament of martial artists very well, and also understood Wang Jin's style. Eating meat and drinking wine without restraint would only gain more recognition from Wang Jin. Although his appetite would be a headache for an ordinary family, as one person could eat the amount of food for several people, it was completely insignificant in Wang Jin's eyes. Wang Jin opened such a large martial arts hall in the inner city of Luoshui County, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. His wealth must be far beyond his imagination. His appetite was completely insignificant to Wang Jin, who was not stingy. In a moment, Jiang Ning was full and satisfied. There was already a warm current in his stomach that slowly flowed into his limbs and bones, constantly replenishing the physical strength he had consumed before. Go chop wood to digest it first, and then go practice boxing. Wang Jin looked up at Jiang Ning's stomach and said, Yes, teacher. Return to the small courtyard behind the kitchen. The sky also darkened, and a bright crescent moon appeared above his head. Jiang Ning came to the pile of wood, grabbed the axe, and placed a heavy log on the wood pile. The next moment, he exerted force on his right arm, and the bulging muscles on his arm were clearly visible. Whoosh! The sound of the blade cutting through the air suddenly sounded, followed by a crack sound of wood breaking. This knife went into the wood 9 out of 10 times. He immediately grasped the handle of the axe, exerted force with his palm, and the muscle texture of his right arm completely emerged. Crack! A sound of continuous tearing of wood fibers sounded, and then he completely split it in two. Experience points for splitting wood knife skills +1, skills, splitting wood knife skills, mastery 2/200. After mastering the splitting wood knife skills, you can split wood without bursting out blood and qi, which makes this job much easier. Jiang Ning smiled, and was in a very good mood at the moment. Because this means that it is easier for him to earn experience points for the splitting wood knife skills, and he only needs pure physical strength. In the yard, Jiang Ning grabbed another heavy log and placed it on the stake. He raised his hand and chopped the wood. Crack! The woodcutter was 9/10 into the wood. Jiang Ning exerted force with his arm again, and the heavy log was split in two. Experience points of woodchopping knife skill +1. Jiang Ning kicked the scattered wood on the ground aside and picked up another heavy log. With my efficiency, I should be able to get these 200 experience points tonight, right? The woodchopping knife skill of the minor success level should be enough for me to split the wood with one stroke, right? Thinking of this in his mind, the near goal made Jiang Ning's hands full of energy. Compared with the 5 animals fist, the woodchopping knife skill is undoubtedly much easier to gain experience points. Although the woodchopping knife skill is also rubbish, the effect of improving his strength is far less than that of the 5 animals fist. But in the face of the high-speed experience points, the defects of the woodchopping knife skill are completely acceptable. Jiang Ning also has certain expectations for this knife skill. Because the previous breakthrough in the skill of reading and spelling brought him a special effect, the special effect of photographic memory. So Jiang Ning also looked forward to the breakthrough of the limit of the woodchopping knife technique. With such expectations, Jiang Ning held the woodchopping knife and fell one by one. Experience value of woodchopping knife technique +1, experience value of woodchopping knife technique +1, but skill, woodchopping knife technique, mastery 86/200. After taking a look at the panel, Jiang Ning stopped to rest for a while. During this rest period, he picked up a book from the side. It was the book he brought with him when he went out today. The purpose was to gain experience value in reading and spelling while recovering his physical strength. This would not only bring him knowledge growth, but also slowly strengthen his spirit, which is commonly known as spiritual power. At the same time, he was also full of expectations for the next breakthrough of reading and spelling. According to his speculation, every breakthrough in the future would get new special effects. Experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1. Skills, reading and spelling, one-time limit of 93/2000, special effect, photographic memory. Looking at his own panel, Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. He could see himself improving bit by bit, especially since his goal was visible and tangible. Every bit of effort would bring him gains and bring him one step closer to his goal. This made him a little fascinated. Since he knew that breaking the limit after the skill was perfected would bring special effects, his expectations in his heart were higher and more. After the rest, Jiang Ning continued to chop wood. With each cut, every piece of wood that was split made him feel the subtle changes. His hands were more stable, his knife was more accurate, and his strength was smoother. When the bright moon hung over the treetops, Jiang Ning looked at his panel with a faint excitement. Skill, wood splitting skills, mastery 199 to 200, just one last bit of experience left. He placed a heavy log on the stake and straightened it. Then, holding the woodcutter. Whoosh, the sound of the blade rubbing against the air suddenly sounded. Kacha, the heavy woodcutter, almost split the entire log in one stroke, leaving only the last bit of connection, which undoubtedly means that his arm strength is stronger than before. Although the enhancement is not obvious, it can be seen very intuitively. After all, at this moment, as he split nearly 200 logs of firewood in a short period of time, his arms were already a little weak, and his knuckles were shaking and numb, and he could not exert his full strength at all. But even in this case, the blade of this knife was deeper than before, almost reaching 95% of the depth. Then, as he exerted force on his arm, the entire log was completely split in two. Chopping wood knife skill experience +1. At this moment, when this prompt appeared, the quantitative change caused a qualitative change, and the chopping wood knife skill that appeared on the panel also changed from proficient to minor success. Skill, chopping wood knife skill, minor success 0/500. At the same time, Jiang Ning's mind quickly flashed through the 200 choppings he had just made. How to exert force for each chopping, how to land each chopping, he kept correcting in his mind. In the end, countless pictures merged into one picture, a picture of a chopping through the air and landing on a log. Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of knife light in his eyes. The next moment, he held the chopping knife in his hand and chopped down the firewood on the wood pile in front of him. Shwa, the chopping knife cut through the sky and landed in the middle of the firewood. Kacha, with the sound of breaking, the firewood that was difficult for him to chop before was cleanly cut into two pieces by him, splitting it in two. Experience points of wood chopping knife skills +1, it's really different. Jiang Ning held the wood chopping knife in his hand and waved it twice casually. He immediately grabbed a log and held it, aiming at a black grain line on the log. Swish, the wood chopping knife fell again. It landed precisely on the black grain line. Crack, the log was cleanly split in two again. Experience points of wood chopping knife skills +1, the wood chopping knife skills of the minor level are really different. Not only is the power more powerful, but also the eyes and hands are the same, without any bias. With such efficiency, I will be more efficient in earning experience points for this skill. Jiang Ning nodded with great satisfaction. Then, he glanced at the bright moon hanging high above his head. It's a bit late. He murmured, I can practice 2 more times, then I have to go to bed. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Ning simply found a wide open space and started practicing the 5 animals fist. With the threat of Su Yunfeng, the threat of Chaobin, and even the threat of the god-worship cult, Jiang Ning did not dare to relax at all. It was his eldest brother who borrowed money from selling everything he had to come to the martial arts hall, which gave him this opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. 5 animals fist experience points +1, 5 animals fist experience points +1. After practicing the boxing twice, Jiang Ning's skin was slightly red, and the sweat completely soaked his short coat. There was steam rising from his head. The 5 animals fist consumes a lot of physical strength. Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly. After practicing the 5 animals fist twice, he felt weak even though he had taken in a lot of energy and some precious earth licorice at night. He clenched his fists and felt the blood and qi flowing in his body. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, I have condensed 2 more blood and qi. The 5 animals fist, a low-level martial art used to lay the foundation for martial arts, is far from being comparable to the chopping wood knife technique. Although it is difficult to improve, the reward is completely worth the effort. Skill, 5 animals fist, entry 28 out of 100. After taking a look at the progress of the 5 animals fist, the panel disappeared in Jiang Ning's eyes. It's more than a quarter of the progress. With today's efficiency, the 5 animals fist will probably take another 3 days to break through to mastery.
By then, my physical blood and chi will be more full. But after 3 days, the medicinal materials will be a problem.
Thinking of this problem, Jiang Ning suddenly had a headache. The reason why he had such an efficient growth progress today was that the wild ginseng played a big role. The swallowing of wild ginseng and the effect of the medicine allowed him to practice the 5 animals fist over and over again. Without the support of wild ginseng, Jiang Ning felt that his boxing frequency would be reduced by at least half, or even only 1/3 of today's efficiency.
This is not without basis.
The strength, agility, and physical fitness brought by boxing practice are extremely rapid, far exceeding the so-called fitness in the previous life. It can also condense unique power, the power of chi and blood. This drastic improvement method must put a lot of pressure on the body. If there is no support from the tonic medicine, then you can only control the frequency and improve your physical fitness with a water grinding effort.
Only in this way will you not break your body. In this situation, how can Jiang Ning tolerate the slowly improving physical fitness? Su Yunfeng's threat is imminent in the short term.
Jiang Ning knows very well that in order to climb up, to make merit, and to join the giant Chao family, Su Yunfeng will inevitably lose his patience gradually. Especially after his eldest brother loses his official status one day, he will have fewer concerns. Although under normal circumstances, the eldest brother will lose his official status only if he fails the assessment at the end of the year. But behind Su Yunfeng stands Chao Bin, and behind Chao Bin stands the Chao family.
The Chao family controls the mineral resources, water transportation and population registration of Luoshui County. As one of the local snakes in Luoshui County, its power is unimaginable.
Once it is put into operation, the official status of his eldest brother will be revoked in a few days due to dereliction of duty and other factors, and he may even be thrown into prison.
So Jiang Ning doesn't know how much time he has left.
In the more than 2 months since he came to this world, he has already recognized his eldest brother and his wife's family.
He loves Xiaodobao even more.
Even though he can live in Sanglong Martial Arts Hall for a long time now, his own safety is not a problem. But he can't bear to watch his relatives in this life encounter such a disaster.
So I must speed up the process.
Only when my boxing skills are perfect can I pass Wang Jin's assessment and become Wang Jin's true disciple. In this way, I can protect my eldest brother's family.
The moonlight shines. Where should I sleep tonight?
Jiang Ning was in a daze, feeling confused for a moment.
Suddenly,
tap 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 suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded behind the wall. I saw a strong figure emerging from behind the wall courtyard.
Sister Sun, Jiang Ning said.
Aunt Sun glanced at Jiang Ning and immediately noticed the rising heat above his head and the clothes on his body that were soaked with sweat.
Little guy, it's too hard for you. You are still practicing at this time.
Her eyes were a little gentle.
Jiang Ning smiled. Since you have chosen to practice martial arts, don't you have to endure some hardships? As a child born in an ordinary family, it is not easy for me to get this opportunity to learn martial arts. I must seize this opportunity tightly. No matter how hard you endure, you have to sleep. It's already midnight. If you don't sleep well and recharge your batteries, how can you practice tomorrow? Aunt Sun said angrily. You have to sleep. Jiang Ning nodded. Seeing Jiang Ning's nod, Aunt Sun's expression suddenly softened. Then come with me. I have made the bed for you a long time ago. I just saw you reading a book seriously and I didn't have the heart to disturb you. Aunt Sun said naggingly.
Listening to Aunt Sun's words, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on her face. The two of them walked to the quiet martial arts hall, with a road paved with blue bricks beneath their feet. The moonlight was like water, and the reflections of the two people could be clearly seen on the ground, and the sounds of various insects kept ringing in my ears. After passing through a courtyard and walking dozens of meters along the road, the two of them came to a courtyard.
There are many vacant rooms in the martial arts hall. I will leave this courtyard for you to live alone. I am right next door. Aunt Sun stopped in the courtyard and said, Thank you, sister.
Jiang Ning pursed her lips and spoke seriously.
Aunt Sun couldn't help but smile. You called me eldest sister. What else are you thanking me for?
Then she said, By the way, your quilt hasn't had time to dry yet, so I'll just leave it for one night and dry it for you every day.
It's okay.
A smile appeared on Jiang Ning's face. I just have a bed to sleep on. I don't come to the martial arts hall to learn martial arts to enjoy the blessings.
Your child is so sensible.
Aunt Sun shook her head slightly and said, and then a flash of memory appeared in her eyes. Back then, he was almost as sensible as you.
Sister Sun, who is he in your mouth?
Aunt Sun suddenly came back to her senses after hearing this. She composed herself, shook her head and did not answer. Instead, she said, "It's very late. You can take a shower and go to bed. It's time for me to go back to sleep too." Under the moonlight, Jiang Ning watched Aunt Sun slowly leaving. It seems that Sister Sun is also a person with a story. Jiang Ning sighed in his heart, and then walked towards his room. Squeak pushed the door open. The whole room has an unobstructed view. The room is not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters, and the layout is very simple, with only basic tables, chairs and stools, and a large red flowerwood bed leaning against the corner. But from the dust-free furniture, you can tell that the person who cleaned this house was very careful. On the mat on the bed, the neatly folded quilts reminded Jiang Ning of his past life. In my previous life, every time I came back from outside at the end of the year, my mother would have made the bed early, and the bedding would always smell like sunshine. Immediately, he sighed slightly. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. He found 2 buckets and brought back 2 buckets of water from the front yard. He rinsed them briefly and washed the clothes he had worn before, and then hung them on the windowsill to dry. In mid-July, Luoshui County has now entered the hottest time of the year. In extremely hot weather, any clothing can be dried by the warm wind in one night. The next day, the first time he woke up, he opened his panel. Source energy, 4.4, this time the source energy has increased by 0.5. Jiang Ning thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seems that the increase in source energy is indeed as I expected, and it is related to my intake of that day. I ate wild ginseng twice yesterday, and my lunch and dinner were higher than any previous day. It's much richer, so the number of energy points increased this time also broke the previous record, increasing by a full 0.5. He then murmured in his heart, based on yesterday's efficiency, it will take at least 11 days for the source energy points to reach 10. In this way, the experience value of the liver-cleaving hatchet method is not urgent. In the source energy point, it will take at least 11 days. Before you can count to 10, you can fill up your liver with the required experience points. He then opened the door and walked out of the room. At this time, even in the hottest time of the year, the wind blowing in the morning still carries a ray of coolness. At this moment, the cool sky is filled with red clouds, and it is obvious that the fiery red sun will rise soon. Jiang Ning took a deep breath of fresh air. He slowly let out the turbid air that had accumulated in his stomach all night. After a few cycles, he suddenly felt extremely relaxed physically and mentally. It's so early in the morning, it's time to practice boxing. Jiang Ning smiled. He immediately took up his stance, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and started practicing boxing directly. 5 animal fist experience value +2, after practicing 1 punch, it was almost as long as 1 stick of incense. There was only a glimmer of light in the sky just now, but now a warm red sun has emerged. At this moment, Jiang Ning's body began to feel completely hot. His skin was reddish, his head was steaming, and big beads of sweat began to drip from his cheeks. But his body and mind were extremely happy. 1 time of boxing increased 2 experience points, which was equivalent to practicing boxing twice. Such efficiency was naturally very pleasantly surprised. Then, after a short rest, he continued to practice boxing. 5 animal boxing experience points +1, skills, 5 animal boxing, entry 31 out of 100, looking at his panel. Jiang Ning exhaled a long breath from his stomach. 1/3 of the progress. 1 step closer to the breakthrough of boxing. Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. In a blink of an eye. Another 2 days passed. During these days, Zhang Li came to the martial arts gym again and sent Jiang Ning a few sets of clothes to change. Seeing that Jiang Ning's originally thin body had become somewhat strong, Jiang Li went back with peace of mind. Jiang Ning did not relax at all these days, and he almost used his time to the maximum. In addition to practicing boxing and chopping wood, which consumes physical energy, he read books. The thick book brought from home was also completely read by him the night before. Name, Jiang Ning, source energy, 5.4, skills, reading and spelling, 148/2000 for one-time limit break, special effect, photographic memory, 5 animals fist, 88 out of 100 for entry level, splitting wood knife technique, 109/1000 for mastery level. 3 whole days have brought some changes to Jiang Ning's panel. Source energy increased by 0.5 points per day, reaching 5.4 points. Fist technique has also improved greatly, with only the last 12 experience points left to break through. Among them, the biggest change is the splitting wood knife technique. These few days, he has directly mastered it to mastery level. After mastering the splitting wood knife technique, Jiang Ning can clearly feel that his knife is faster and more accurate. He only needs to burst out 80% of his previous strength to easily split a heavy log. The burst of strength is 20% to 30% higher, and the speed is 20% to 30% faster.
If this is a skill to kill the enemy, it can easily produce the effect of crushing.
This is the change of the chopping knife technique from the small success to the great success, which has a comprehensive improvement for him. After experiencing the change of the chopping knife technique from the small success to the great success, Jiang Ning is full of expectations for the subsequent breakthrough of the 5 Animals Fist. Thank you Ling Kaluer for the 500 rewards and monthly tickets, thank you Li Kunshin for the rewards and monthly tickets, thank you Dugu Lei for the 2 monthly tickets and the monthly tickets of Digital Book Friends.
After closing the panel,
Jiang Ning got up and got out of bed, put on a close-fitting short coat, and then opened the door. The faint morning light from the sky entered his eyes, and the cool breeze mixed with the smell of flowers and plants hit his face. Jiang Ning couldn't help but take a few deep breaths of fresh air. Kali expelled the turbid air accumulated in his stomach all night, and felt relaxed and happy all over his body. Afterwards, Jiang Ning came to the corner of the yard and started washing. The average person in this world basically has no habit of washing, but in the civilized world he lived in his previous life, Jiang Ning couldn't stand the taste in his mouth after getting up in the morning. Now he has no conditions and can only adopt the method he saw in the book in his previous life. Take out the wicker that has been soaked in water overnight, chew it with your teeth, and then clean your teeth with fibers that look like soft hairs. Now as he becomes more and more skilled, the willow branches he bites out become more and more useful. At the corner, Jiang Ning applied crushed charcoal to his teeth with his fingers. After cleaning it with repeated friction, he rinsed his mouth with water, and then used the willow branch he had just bitten to clean his teeth again. After the cleaning was completed, Jiang Ning took a breath and nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad.
Then he washed his face again, and then stood in the courtyard with his elbows hanging naturally. Feeling the cool breeze mixed with the smell of flowers and plants on the pavement, Jiang Ning also started to practice boxing. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, Skill, 5 Animal Boxing, 90 to 100 for entry. After the boxing practice on both sides, the accumulation of Wokinquan experience points has reached 90 points. At the same time, 2 more strands of energy and blood were condensed and integrated into the body. Call Jiang Ning gasped one after another, feeling his heart beating fiercely in his chest, and a smile appeared on his face. Being able to practice boxing twice in one breath has indeed brought my physical strength to a new level. He clenched his fist again and felt the power of blood flowing freely in his body. Now the power of qi and blood condensed in his physical strength has reached hundreds of strands, and so much power of qi and blood gathered together can penetrate part of his arm. Once the power of qi and blood breaks out, if it is applied to his fists and arms, the power he can burst out in a short time will be greatly increased. If it is applied to his feet and legs, the speed he can burst out in a short time will be greatly increased. The power of qi and blood is the most powerful source of a warrior. Try your strength later.
10 hour and 4 quarters.
After breakfast, Jiang Ning came to the gate of the front yard. Boom! As he pulled out the door iron and pushed open the heavy martial arts hall door, there was a slight vibration under his feet as the door rubbed against the ground. Junior brother Jiang is still on time as always. A man wearing a white training uniform and gently shaking the folding fan in his hand spoke to Jiang Ning. There was a hint of a smile on his lips, and his expression was quite frivolous.
Senior brother Chang Ran. Jiang Ning smiled.
It has been more than 2 days since he came to the martial arts gym and he has been practicing boxing in the front yard.
Naturally, he has met some people.
Among them, the one with whom we can talk the most is senior brother Changran. The other people practicing martial arts in the front yard didn't say they were hostile to him, but they also disliked him. After all, most of the disciples who can afford to join Sanglong Martial Arts School are young people from the inner city. They form a circle of their own and are relatively familiar with each other. The few remaining young people from the outer city also tried their best to integrate into the circle of disciples in the inner city. Being able to have a good relationship with the rich kids in the inner city is a kind of network and resource. In this regard, Jiang Ning naturally didn't bother to deal with them. The only difference is that Chang Ran is from the inner city, but he likes to make friends. There is no ordinary disciple in the entire Sanglong Martial Arts School that he doesn't know. When Jiang Ning was practicing martial arts 2 days ago, he also took the initiative to make friends. Faced with the goodwill friendship from others, Jiang Ning naturally had no reason to refuse. One more friend always has one more way out. Where is the reason to refuse? After a while, the front yard of the martial arts hall. Quiet. Wang Jin came out of the backyard. Wearing a short coat, the muscles on his body were exaggerated, like an undulating horned dragon.
In an instant,
The whole place was silent.
now there is an opportunity in front of you.
When they heard the word opportunity, everyone's eyes lit up. Wang Jin glanced at everyone, like the king of beasts patrolling his territory, and then he nodded with satisfaction.
Do you know what opportunity is? I know, someone said. You don't know.
Wang Jin spoke calmly and forcefully. Then he continued, opportunities can change your destiny, let you leap over the dragon's gate, and let you walk out of this world.
Hearing this sentence, everyone's eyes sparkled.
Seeing the hot looks in everyone's eyes, Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. He then added, do you know that in recent years, the world has been in turmoil, people's hearts are in turmoil, and natural and man-made disasters have continued.
Various ghosts and monsters such as the god-worship cult have frequently appeared? I know.
Someone said, as far as I know, last year there was one medium-sized rebellion and 5 small-scale rebellions in our Zhejiang prefecture alone. The killings were endless, and the churches that worshipped evil gods also appeared in recent years.
10 kinds.
Wang Jin glanced at the man briefly, then nodded slightly, not bad. So at the beginning of the year, the human emperor and the only martial sage in the world jointly issued an edict that all states, prefectures, counties, and counties in the world must set up inspection offices to patrol the 9 states and monitor all the people.
The inspection mansion is headed by the only martial saint in the world.
However, any church that worships evil gods, as well as those who stir up people's hearts and stir up troubles, no matter what their origins or status, even if they are nobles, they have the right to kill them first and then report them. This edict will be sent to Luoshui County in 1 month. Every state, prefecture, county, and county must establish an inspection office before the end of the year. The personnel of the inspection office are now composed of the major martial arts schools in Luoshui County and the forces from all parties, who select those who are clean and have outstanding strength and talent.
This is a great opportunity for you.
Do you know that if you want to be brave and diligent in martial arts practice, you must have a wealthy partner, dharma, and earth? You have to know that the owner of the Xuanxia mansion is the only martial saint in the world. The martial saint who has dominated the world for more than 800 years. In the Xuanxia mansion, he lays the foundation of martial arts, the technique of transferring qi and blood, and the master of blood exchange, and nourishes the mind. There are all the supreme secrets of the great master.
All kinds of precious medicines and basic martial arts techniques are available.
All of this is completely unavailable to you in Luoshui County.
Joining the inspection mansion can even get guidance from the martial saint in person.
After hearing the last sentence, the entire martial arts hall exploded. Countless people had hot looks in their eyes. The word martial saint. To anyone, it is no less than the gods and immortals recorded in ancient books.
A 100-year-old man can have 5 generations living under the same roof.
And the martial saint has dominated the world for 800 years, what an exaggerated existence it is. After scanning the entire audience again, Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction.
Those who enter the inspector's mansion are all under 30 and from good families with a clean family background.
They all require the strength to reach the top level of martial arts. Sanlong Martial Arts School has received 5 recommendation places, 4 of which have been predetermined, and they are your 3 senior brothers and 1 senior sister.
There is 1 recommendation spot left, it's up to you to fight for it.
3 months later, whoever has mastered 2 of the 5 animal fists, perfected his qi and blood, and completed the martial arts entrance. Together with your 4 senior brothers, he will be accepted as my direct disciple by me. The disciple recruitment conference will notify Luoshui County, and you also entered the inspectorate on behalf of me, Wang Jin.
Remember, the number of places to enter the mansion is limited.
There will be tests when the time comes, and you will need to fight with other forces.
This is an opportunity to leap over the dragon's gate. No one will give up.
Entering the inspectorate will inevitably be accompanied by a lot of fighting and fighting. For those who are not good at fighting, this is a crisis, now. After Jiang Jing listened quietly, there was a burning feeling in his eyes.
He became a personal disciple and entered the inspection mansion. This is a huge opportunity. What is meant by personal inheritance?
It is the inheritance of the mantle, and its status is not only lower than that of blood relatives, but even above it. The inspectorate has the power to kill first and then report. From its description, you can tell that this is a law enforcement agency with a very high status. If we compare it to the government departments in previous lives, their power is great and their background is deep, especially above the prestigious Geniwei. Geniwei, as long as anyone knows some history of his past life, his evil name is unknown to everyone. Not to mention that this inspector's office is still higher than the status of Geniewei, and the benefits are far above it. As the saying goes, leaning against a big tree is good for enjoying the shade.
In this world of great Xia, is there any big tree bigger than the only martial saint in the world? That was a terrifying existence that suppressed Daxia's fate for more than 800 years.
One person was the enemy of the country, which was the adjective of the word martial saint.
As long as he can enter the inspectorate, he will no longer be in his current position.
Even though he is not strong enough, he has the inspectorate behind him and is not afraid at all when facing the major local families. Supervising the world, patrolling the 9 states, killing first and reporting later, this power is too great. The secrets of martial arts, magical weapons and precious medicines, the benefits are too great. At this moment, Jiang Ning clenched his fists. Within 3 months, I must achieve perfect qi and blood, and reach the highest level of martial arts.
Only in this way can one become Wang Jin's personal disciple and have the qualifications to enter the inspectorate. If I can't enter the inspection mansion, even if my martial arts reaches the top level, I won't be afraid of Su Yunfeng.
However, behind Su Yunfeng stood Chao Bin and the Chao family. In front of the powerful Chao family, once there is a conflict with them, the best martial arts person can only protect himself. But becoming Wang Jin's personal disciple was different. It was enough for him to throw the rat into a trap.
Let alone entering the inspectorate.
Thanks to Ling Carol for her 500 reward and monthly pass, to Lycanshin for her reward and monthly pass, to Duga Lei for his 2 monthly passes, and to the digital book friends for their monthly pass.
Songlong Martial Arts Hall. Front yard. Everyone was completely shocked by Wang Jin's announcement. The inspection office is real.
I heard my father talk about it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. This inspection office has too much power.
Supervising the people, inspecting the world, acting first and reporting later. Once you join, won't you become a superior person immediately?
Of course.
Once you join, you will definitely be the guest of honor of all forces. Moreover, joining the inspection office can
achieve the supreme secret method of becoming a blood training master and a spiritual master. You can even get the guidance of the martial arts saint. This temptation is too great.
What's the use of temptation?
By the end of this year, all prefectures, counties and districts must be established. The teacher even said that only those who have mastered the 5 animals fist and entered the martial arts level within 3 months are eligible to join.
Can you do it? Or can I do it?
Yes. The teacher told us about this opportunity. I think it was just to encourage us to study martial arts hard and give us hope.
After discussing it, everyone was a little depressed. Suddenly someone said, I know someone who has hope?
Who?
Senior brother Chang Ran. As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at Chang Ran.
At this moment, Chang Ran was smiling, and seemed to enjoy being the center of attention. The man continued, Senior brother Chang Ran's chi and blood have already been perfected, and both the crane and tiger styles have reached a small success. There may be hope for a breakthrough in boxing within 3 months, and it is not difficult for Senior brother Chang to enter the martial arts level. Hearing this, everyone looked at Chang Ran with a smile and surprise.
Just then,
a man in a white loose training suit, with a head full of black hair tied with a simple red belt, and a dignified man walked out. I am Xiao Pang, and I am honored to meet you, teacher. The man bowed slightly to Wang Jin.
What's the matter? Wang Jin said.
Xiao Pang bowed and said, Disciple has comprehended the spirit in form of tiger form fist a week ago, and tiger form fist has reached the state of great success. And the blood and chi have reached great success, and will soon be perfect. Ape form fist has also entered the state of small success. While speaking, Xiao Pang was in high spirits, with a slight smile on his face. At this moment, his blood and chi were full, and his figure suddenly burst out with a faint momentum, giving the people around him a sense of oppression.
Oh my God! Senior brother Xiao has come to this step without knowing it? Someone exclaimed.
Yes. Senior brother Xiao is indeed a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a sound. He had already reached the great success of tiger form fist a week ago, but he was able to keep it to himself and didn't say it until today. The great success of tiger form fist, the minor success of ape form fist, and the great success of chi and blood running through the limbs, doesn't this mean that the remaining spot has been locked in by senior brother Xiao Pang in advance? From this point of view, yes, although senior brother Chang Ran has a chance, he is obviously slightly inferior. There is an insurmountable gap between the great success and minor success of boxing.
That's right.
Senior brother Xiao Pang was able to practice tiger form fist to great success within 4 months of joining the martial arts hall, and ape form fist to minor success. If he is given another 3 months, Apeform Fist will definitely reach the great success level. As for the martial arts entry level, with the wealth of senior brother Zhao's father Xiao Wanguan, it is easy to pile him up to the martial arts entry level. At this moment, everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Xiao Peng. At this moment, Xiao Peng enjoyed everyone's gaze, and his face was full of high spirits.
Wang Jin glanced at Chang Ran, and then his eyes fell on Xiao Ran.
Tiger-shaped fist is a great success, and ape-shaped fist is a small success? Facing Wang Jin's gaze, Xiao Peng's forehead was slightly sweaty, and he lowered his head and said, "Yes.
Practice for me," Wang Jin said.
Hearing this, Xiao Peng was immediately pardoned.
At this moment,
everyone's eyes also fell on Xiao Peng.
The next moment,
Xiao Peng started to practice boxing in front of everyone.
Every move was full of vigor and power.
Finally, the tiger-shaped fist ended, and when he punched out,
roar! A tiger roar broke out from his body.
At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. The blood is surging, the sound of tiger roar. It is indeed the tiger-shaped fist of the great success realm. Xiao Peng stopped, with a calm face, as if he turned a deaf ear to everyone's surprise. He bowed to Wang Jin. "Teacher, I have finished the demonstration.
Let's practice the ape-shaped fist too," Wang Jin said.
"Yes,"
Xiao Peng replied. Then, everyone watched Xiao Peng practice the ape-shaped fist again.
Only after Xiao Peng put his fist away did Wang Jin nod slightly. "Yes. The tiger-shaped fist is indeed a great success, and the ape-shaped fist is also quite mature, so it should have been a small success long ago.
Teacher is still very discerning."
Xiao Peng bowed and continued, "My disciple's ape-shaped fist was already a small success a month ago, and I am confident that I can achieve a great success in the next 3 months.
Wang Jin nodded. "It's a good thing to have this confidence."
He then looked at Xiao Peng. "Since you have been practicing for 4 months, and the tiger-shaped fist has reached a great success, you have successfully passed my test.
From today on, you are my true disciple. Greetings, Master." Xiao Peng knelt on one knee and bowed.
"Okay." Wang Jin nodded again. "From today on, all your tuition fees will be waived, and 3 bowls of soup and medicine will be provided every day."
"Thank you, Master." Xiao Peng saluted again.
Wang Jin nodded slightly, and his eyes swept across the crowd, lingering on Jiang Ning for a moment.
"What a pity, this kid is unlucky. Even if he has talent, it's too late."
Immediately, he said to everyone, "You guys practice boxing well, in 3 months, everyone still has a chance." Then he looked at Xiao Peng again. "Come with me."
"Yes, Master."
Xiao Peng saluted, then stood up and followed Wang Jin. Everyone looked at the 2 men leaving, and envy could not help showing in their eyes. Standing at the back of the crowd, Jiang Ning clenched his fists.
"Within 3 months, I must complete the martial arts entry level before I can seize this great opportunity and join the inspection office. Skills, 5 animals fist, 90 out of 100 for entry level, based on my previous experience.
It takes 100 experience points to master the 5 animals fist from entry level. It takes 200 experience points to master the minor success.
It takes 500 experience points to master the minor success. Now the total gap is 710 experience points.
Even if you get a guaranteed experience point every time you practice boxing, you only need to practice boxing 710 times. Now I have the wild ginseng, a tonic medicine given by senior brother Zhou Xing, so I can practice boxing more than 20 times a day in the morning, noon and evening.
Let's take 25 times as an example. That is to say, with this efficiency, I can master the 5 animals fist in 30 days.
However, a wild ginseng can't last for a few days. But even without the wild ginseng as a tonic, I can only practice it in half at most. However, even if it is halved, it will take at most 2 months to master this boxing technique.
This is still not difficult.
However, the most difficult thing for me is the martial arts entry."
Jiang Ning frowned slightly.
To enter the martial arts, the blood and qi need to be able to penetrate the whole body. He immediately mobilized the blood and qi in his body to converge into his right arm, and frowned again.
"It's only about 1/3. It's too far from perfection."
However, according to the boxing manual, the entry level of the 5 animals fist can condense a strand of blood and qi at most after practicing the boxing technique once. But when the boxing technique is mastered, practicing the boxing technique once can condense 2 strands of blood and qi.
3 strands for minor success. 5 strands for major success. 3 months, there's still time.
So, for now, my experience is the kingly way.
Skills, 5 animals fist, 90 out of 100 for beginners, looking at his panel.
I still need 10 experience points to break through the entry level and reach the mastery level. For me now, I still have the support of wild ginseng.
One morning is enough to get these 10 experience points. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning also came to the open space on the side.
After slightly adjusting his own state, he began to practice boxing. 5 animals fist experience +1. After finishing a round of boxing, he took out the brocade box from his arms. After opening the brocade box, only 3/10 of the original complete wild ginseng remained. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, then directly tore off half of the wild ginseng in the box, and then threw it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Then, his throat moved slightly. The wild ginseng that was completely chewed into pieces entered his stomach. After just a moment, he felt that his physical energy was recovering rapidly, his skin was flushed, his blood was circulating faster, and his heart beat more powerfully. The medicinal effect of wild ginseng has begun to take effect in his body. With the rapid recovery of physical strength, Jiang Ning no longer wastes the medicinal power in his body. 5 animal fist experience +1, 5 animal fist experience +1, 5 animal fist experience +2, with the support of wild ginseng. After practicing 5 animal fist, Jiang Ning only needs a moment to recover his physical strength before he can continue practicing, without worrying about the deficiency of his body.
His boxing efficiency is much faster than before. At the beginning, it took him half an hour to practice 5 animal fist completely, but now, in 1 hour, plus the 2 or 3 minutes of recovery in the middle, he can basically practice 5 animal fist 3 times. In this way, as long as there is drug support, the efficiency of liver 5 animal fist experience is also higher. When the sun is high in the sky. 5 animal fist experience +1, Jiang Ning glanced at his panel. Skill, 5 animal fist, entry 99/100, on the panel, the original 5 animal fist experience value accumulation has reached 99 points, and now with this point increase suddenly broke through 100. Skill, 5 animals fist, mastery 0/200, with the breakthrough of the 5 animals fist realm, Jiang Ning has also closed his eyes. His mind suddenly flashed with many insights about the 5 animals fist. The dozens or hundreds of boxing memories flashed through his mind quickly, like a revolving lantern before a person's death. After a few breaths, countless images flashing in his mind merged and finally merged into one.
At this moment, Jiang Ning also felt that there seemed to be a slight current flowing through his muscles, and his whole body was numb. After he opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then, he practiced boxing again on the spot. Each move and style had some subtle changes compared to the previous ones. Some inexplicable changes, between punching, the stretching of limbs became more natural and casual, including the breathing rhythm, everything seemed to have become the instinctive operation of the body. After 1 round, Jiang Ning closed his eyes on the spot, his chest rose and fell slightly, and his breath was long between exhalation and inhalation.
5 animals fist experience +1, after this prompt appeared in his eyes, he ignored it. Because his attention was completely focused on his body. He could clearly feel that as he finished practicing boxing, the blood and chi in his body condensed 2 strands of blood and chi in one boxing. The 5 animals fist at the master level can condense 2 strands of blood and chi after practicing at once, which is twice as efficient as before. In this way, my physique and blood will grow faster. It will be faster to achieve the conditions required by Wang Jin and achieve the martial arts entry. Jiang Ning felt the changes in his body and was quite excited.
The faster the blood and chi accumulate, the faster the blood and chi will flow through the body and achieve perfection. In this way, there will be more time for him to complete the martial arts entry.
Inspectorate Mansion, I must enter. Jiang Ning clenched his fists.
He knew that this was the place that could change his fate. For him, as long as he was given a certain amount of time and resources, he would have the confidence to fear nothing. And the inspection house, looking at the entire Great Xia Kingdom, is also the largest of the 2 trees.
The human emperor and the martial saint. The power of the martial saint is not inferior to that of the human emperor. As the saying goes, it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. If I join the inspection house, I can lean on one of the 2 largest trees, so that I can have time to grow slowly. Moreover, the inspection house has enough resources for him to grow.
Then, Jiang Ning clenched his fist and felt the blood and chi in his right arm.
I wonder how strong I am now.
Jiang Ning was puzzled, and his eyes fell on the stone lock next to the right wall of the front yard.
Let's try my current strength.
According to Wang Jin, entering the inspection house will inevitably be accompanied by fighting and fighting.
If my strength is stronger, my combat power will be stronger.
Immediately, he came to the stone lock.
Brother Jiang Ning, are you here to test your strength again? Chang Ran saw Jiang Ning walking to the stone lock and walked over.
Jiang Ning turned his head. Brother Chang Ran, why are you paying attention to me instead of practicing boxing?
Did Brother Chang Ran get discouraged by Xiao Peng?
Ah. Chang Ran sighed slightly. Xiao Peng is hiding too much. He has mastered the tiger form boxing and the ape form boxing, and he is far ahead of me. Jiang Ning comforted him. Brother Chang Ran, why are you in such a hurry?
There are still 3 months left.
To master boxing, the most important thing is enlightenment, and the most important thing is opportunity. Maybe one day, Brother Chang Ran will have a flash of inspiration and master both the tiger and crane boxing techniques. Before the result is settled, everything is possible. What's more, Senior Brother Chang Ran's qi and blood are already perfect, and he is much ahead of Xiao Peng in this aspect. While speaking, Jiang Ning took off his shirt, and his physique was obviously much stronger than before. He could already see a lot of muscles, and he was not as thin as before he learned martial arts. At this moment, Chang Ran couldn't help laughing when he heard Jiang Ning's words. Junior Brother Jiang is still soothing.
I feel much better now.
That's right, the world is still uncertain, you and I are both dark horses.
Just then,
a smile suddenly appeared on Chang Ran's face.
Junior Brother Jiang's talent is indeed extraordinary, and his strength is already a little higher than that of ordinary people.
At this time, under the force of Jiang Ning's right arm, the stone lock marked with a weight of 100 kilograms instantly lifted off the ground. He lifted the stone lock and weighed it in his hand, and he could clearly feel that his strength had increased a lot. This 100 kilogram stone lock did not put any pressure on him at all. Looking at Jiang Ning's face without blushing, his heart was not beating, and he looked relaxed.
Chang Ran praised again, Junior Brother Jiang's strength is extraordinary.
Jiang Ning smiled. After practicing boxing for a few days, there should be some progress. He then put down the stone lock.
Junior Brother Jiang, do you want to challenge the 150 gene stone lock? Chang Ran asked again.
Jiang Ning nodded. Of course I will try. After the voice fell, he moved his feet and came to the 150 gene stone lock. A 150 gene stone lock is a big challenge for ordinary people who have never exercised. For him before, it was even impossible to do it. After all, he was relatively thin before, and it can be said that he was weak and could not even lift a 100 gene stone lock off the ground, let alone a 150 gene stone lock. Standing in front of the 150-pound stone lock, Jiang Ning took a breath and adjusted himself. Jiang Ning's palms firmly grasped the handle of the stone lock. As he exerted force, the muscles of his right arm suddenly bulged significantly, and the muscle texture became clearly visible. The stone lock also suddenly lifted off the ground with the explosion of his power. Seeing this scene, a strange look flashed in Chang Ran's eyes. I remember that Junior Brother Jiang has only been practicing martial arts for 4 days. His physical strength has strengthened to such an extent that he can lift a stone lock weighing 150 kilograms.
It's incredible.
Jiang Ning slowly put the stone lock down and then said, Senior Brother Chang is so ridiculous.
Ordinary farmers can even lift a 200 kilograms of stone locks. I can lift a 150 kilograms of stone locks. It's nothing. This is different. Chang Ran shook his head seriously. Junior Brother Jiang is thin and weak.
At first glance, he is a person who is indifferent to the 4 bodies and the 5 grains. Now he is full of energy. After learning martial arts for at most 4 days, his body and strength have increased so much. It's so big that it can lift a stone lock weighing 150 kilograms, which shows that my junior brother's martial arts talent is quite outstanding.
Chang Ran said, shaking his head with emotion. Then, he asked, Junior Brother Jiang should have started Wuqinkwan a few days ago, right? Jiang Ning nodded, not denying, Senior Brother Chang is right.
Chang Ran smiled, that's right.
But it's not hard to see.
If Junior Brother Jiang can lift a stone lock weighing 150 kilograms, it must be because his energy and blood have been condensed for a long time. If he can condense his energy and blood, his boxing skills will naturally start. Speaking of this, Chang Ran had a look of regret on his face.
Junior Brother Jiang has just started training a few days ago. Fellow practitioners of 5 Bird Fist and 5 Powers have already reached the basic level early. It is said that Junior Brother Jiang's martial arts talent is extremely high.
He is above me and above Xiao Peng. It's a pity that it's too late to learn martial arts. If Junior Brother Jiang could have learned martial arts a year or 2 earlier, he would have been a true disciple of the teacher by now. With a high-level martial arts person, he would just let it go and join the inspector's office and complete the act of leaping over the dragon's gate. That's it. How could Xiao Peng have the chance to show off like this? When talking about the latter part, Chang Ran shook his head repeatedly.
Jiang Ning smiled and didn't say much. He also let go of the stone lock weighing 150 kilograms in his hand. After testing this stone lock, he roughly knew what his current strength was. Probably around 117 and 80. Because carrying 150 kilograms of stone locks was not a heavy load on him, he felt that he still had some strength left. Although it was not much, it would not be difficult to forcefully lift another 20 or 30 kilograms. After practicing boxing for a few days, my body has strengthened so much. The martial arts in this world is really amazing. Jiang Ning was very satisfied. Now I have reached the level of proficiency in Wakinkwan. Now that I practice boxing once, I can condense the two skills. A wisp of energy and blood, the efficiency is doubled compared to before. The speed of physical training will also be greatly increased. There are still 3 months left, and it may be completely in time. After all, if my boxing technique breaks through again, I will reach the state of small success, and the efficiency of condensing qi and blood will increase. At this moment, Chang Ran seemed to be getting some blood. Junior brother Jiang, I can't be decadent here. I want to master my boxing skills. I want to become teacher Wang Jin's personal disciple. I want to defeat Xiao Pang and become a member of the inspectorate. If I can't do it, I can only go back and inherit thousands of acres of fertile land at home. Inherit 1,000 acres of fertile land. Jiang Ning. Big dog owner. Just 1,000 acres of fertile land is a family property worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. And the 1,000 acres he mentioned may not necessarily be just 1,000 acres. Dog landlord. Jiang Ning secretly complained. After lunch. After Jiang Ning practiced Wakinkwan once, he ate up all the remaining wild ginseng, and then he stopped wasting time and practiced boxing with all his strength. 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +2. Throughout the afternoon, he practiced the boxing technique 10 times. Every time he practiced the boxing technique, the power of qi and blood in his body condensed into 2 strands. Among these 10 times of boxing, there were also 2 prompts for the experience value of Wakinkwan to be increased by 2. Skill, 5 animal fist, proficient 13/200, everyone was already on their way to collect the soup, and Jiang Ning was breathing heavily. After turning off the panel, he clenched his fist again, and the strength of his physical energy and blood surged straight into his right arm. Next moment. The power of qi and blood can penetrate half of the right arm. When the eldest brother was in his prime, the strength of the qi and blood could penetrate the limbs. In other words, the strength of my qi and blood now is about 1/8 of what it was in the prime of the eldest brother. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. With this kind of efficiency increase, it won't take many days for my strength to catch up with my elder brother. This panel is really magical. If Wakinkwan can break through the realm again and reach the realm of small success, the qi condensed every time I practice the boxing, the total amount of blood power must be greater. What a pity! Jiang Ning shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Now that wild ginseng plant has been completely used up. Without the help of wild ginseng and other medicines in the future, even with the rich food from the martial arts hall to supplement nutrition, the frequency of my Wu Qin Quan practice will be reduced by half. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning frowned. 1 wild ginseng is worth more than 10 and 20 taels of silver. How can I get so much silver now that I am in a martial arts hall? 10 taels of silver is equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for 3 to 4 months. In his previous life, his purchasing power was about 10,000 yuan. And I can absorb a wild ginseng in just 3 or 4 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning suddenly had a headache. He patted his head and thought, forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, I can't go out casually without the power to protect myself. Even if I go out, I have no way to make money, and I might run into Su Yunfeng. Once I get injured accidentally, it will delay the progress of boxing practice. It's better to hide for a while and improve my strength a little more. Anyway, my brother won't be in danger in a short time. There's no need to do anything risky, just slow down first. After sorting out his thoughts, Jiang Ning walked directly towards the back kitchen. The daily bowl of soup in the martial arts hall has been tested by him for the past few days, and the effect is not bad. It allows him to practice boxing 1 or 2 more times without causing too much burden on the body. Why not continue to expose himself to Wang Jinzhan and see if he can get more benefits? Jiang Ning walked towards the back kitchen while falling into thought. The martial arts hall at night is quiet and deserted. The cold moonlight falls from the top of the head, and the patterns on the ground are clearly visible under the bright moonlight. Master. Jiang Ning bowed. Wang Ji nodded. You said you wanted to ask me for some boxing tips? Yes.
Jiang Ning bowed, and then continued, Disciple wants to know what the tiger-shaped boxing means, which is hard and soft, and what is soft and hard. What the bear-shaped boxing means, which is calm and light. What the ape-shaped boxing means, which is agile and flexible, and the body shape is unpredictable. What the deer-shaped boxing means, which is a combination of movement and stillness, movement and stillness. What the crane-shaped boxing means, which is soaring into the sky, and what is the kinetic heart moving at will.
Hearing this, Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning with some surprise.
What you said can only be done by the minor success of the 5 animals boxing.
You are too far away now. When you reach the level of mastery of the 5 animals boxing and the boxing and breathing become the body instinct, you can come and ask me for advice. Standing under the moonlight. Master, I have reached the level of mastery in Wakinkwan.
Jiang Ning said truthfully.
Proficient? Wang Jin's eyes suddenly opened wide and became round. Yes. Jiang Ning nodded. You said you've achieved proficiency? Practice Wakinkwan once and show me. Wang Jin's expression turned very serious. Yes. Jiang Ning responded. Next moment.
I hope that showing my achievements will make Wang Jin pay more attention to me and give me greater support. I also hope that with Wang Jin's guidance, things will change as I expected. This thought flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. Under the moonlight, he took up his stance and began to practice the 5 animal fist in front of Wang Jin. At this moment, with Jiang Ning's Wu Qin Quan reaching a mastery level, his every move was no longer stiff as before. It was as if his breathing and boxing skills had long been integrated into his bones and turned into his body's instincts, making everything seem seamless. Seeing this scene in front of him, Wang Jin's eyes changed more and more. Under the moonlight, his eyes were as wide as cowbells. Incredible! Incredible! There was a storm in his heart at this moment. It's only been a few days. Has this kid reached the level of proficiency in Wakinkwan? Is there really such a martial arts genius in this world? With such a strong learning ability, his body is actually adapted to Wakinkwan. In just a few days, he can integrate this boxing into his bones, and his breathing rhythm and every move become his body's instinct? With such an exaggerated talent, if he can pass the comprehension level, he will definitely be able to accept my inheritance. Now I don't know what his understanding is. Without a superb understanding, the Zhongqing martial arts can't shine in his hands. Moreover, the disciples I want are truly extremely enlightened and can practice the Zhongqing martial arts to perfection. Only in this way can they learn another Zhongqing martial arts, where water and fire blend together, and their strength overlaps. That will be an excellent martial arts technique. But it's a pity, what a pity. At this time, Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning with a look of regret. It's too late for him to learn martial arts. In 3 months, even if he has great luck, it will be difficult for him to meet the conditions for entering the inspectorate. If I could have learned martial arts 2 years earlier, I would have definitely seized this opportunity to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Once he seizes this opportunity, his future destiny will be completely different. He will no longer stop at this small world, or at the small Luoshui County. This kid is so unlucky. The more he thought about it, the more Wang Jin felt deeply regretful. Not to mention the future progress, at least Jiang Ning was the person he had seen who made the fastest progress when he was just learning martial arts. It has only been a few days since I started practicing, but I have already reached the level of proficiency. But he had no chance with the inspectorate. As the first Imperial Court Department, the inspectorate was personally in charge of the martial saint. It would be a great opportunity for anyone to join. Especially for Jiang Ning, who was born into an ordinary family, it was an opportunity to change his life. Wang Jin's thoughts slowly returned, and he was still watching Jiang Ning practice boxing seriously. This kid is indeed very good, but if he misses this opportunity, his future achievements will be limited after all. But that's fine. If he is successful in martial arts and can pass my test, he might as well become my close disciple. This boy seems to be serious about love and righteousness. He is not the kind of person who deceives his teachers and destroys his ancestors. If he missed the opportunity to join the inspectorate, he is indeed more suitable to provide for me in my old age. Otherwise, joining the inspectorate is a great opportunity for him, but with such powers and authority, the inspectorate will not be peaceful, and will inevitably be accompanied by fighting. Maybe he will die accidentally in the middle. After thinking clearly, Wang Jin stopped worrying and quietly watched Jiang Ning's Wu Qin fist. 5 Animal Fist experience value +1, skill, 5 Animal Fist, proficient 14/200. After finishing it once, the energy and blood in Jiang Ning's body increased by 2 more strands, and there was a curl of heat rising from the top of his head.
Not bad. Really good. Wang Jin nodded slightly, with approval in his eyes. Master taught me well.
Jiang Ning handed over. Wang Jin chuckled, it goes without saying.
I didn't give you any extra instruction.
I only taught you the 5-animal fist, and I only practiced the 5-animal fist a few times in front of you.
How can I get to this point? One step depends mainly on your diligence and talent.
After the words fell, Wang Jin said again, from tomorrow on, you will go to the kitchen in the morning, noon and evening to get a bowl of soup.
Later you go to Aunt Sun and tell her about this.
Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt happy.
Showing progress in front of Wang Jin was indeed the right thing to do. If you don't show your talent, how can you get Wang Jin's attention? How can I get this benefit?
During the day, Xiao Peng became Wang Jin's true disciple. The biggest benefit was that he could go to the back kitchen and receive a bowl of soup in the morning, noon and evening. And now that he has also obtained this benefit, it can be seen that Wang Jin takes himself more seriously.
At this moment, the joy in Jiang Ning's heart was revealed without hesitation.
Yes. Jiang Ning raised his hands and saluted, thank you, master. Wang Jin nodded and smiled, looking at Jiang Ning with an even more pleasing look. You just wanted to ask me about the essence of the 5-bird fist Xiaocheng realm, right?
Yes.
Jiang Ning nodded, then handed over his hand. Master, please give me some advice. Wang Jin nodded, then took off his short coat, only wearing a pair of gray shorts that reached his knees, revealing strong muscles all over his body. The tiger-shaped fist has softness in its hardness, which is what softness and hardness means.
The bear-shaped fist has lightness in its calmness. The ape-shaped fist is agile and flexible, and its body shape is unpredictable.
The deer-shaped fist combines movement and stillness, and there is stillness in movement and movement in stillness. The crane-shaped fist soars into the sky, and the kinetic heart moves at will, which is related to your control over your body and your strength. It is difficult to express in words that you can do these things.
It is like you are still breathing even in your sleep.
Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked thoughtful. Wang Jin said again, I will practice the fist for you and show you what the 5-animals fist of the minor success level is. You should pay attention to the changes in my muscle texture.
Thank you, master. Jiang Ning bowed his hands to thank him.
Watch it.
Wang Jin shouted softly. Without any movement under his feet, the whole person suddenly shot back and came to an open space 3 meters away from Jiang Ning in an instant. The next moment,
he moved his arms and began to practice the 5-animals fist. Jiang Ning immediately focused on Wang Jin's movements, especially the changes in the muscle texture. The changes in muscle texture contain the flow of strength. As Wang Jin practiced his boxing, Jiang Ning was also thoughtful. The tiger-shaped fist in Wang Jin's hands at this moment was not the textbook standard that he had practiced before. Sometimes the movements were slow, like a tiger approaching slowly. Sometimes it suddenly exploded, like a tiger descending from the mountain, exploding with terrifying momentum.
Hardness has softness, and softness has hardness?
Such remarks are similar to the so-called Tai Chi in the previous life, combining movement and stillness, hardness and softness. This reminded him of punching again, and the fist was retracted in order to swing it out fiercely. It also reminded him of a spring. The harder it was pressed, the stronger the explosive force. In this way, softness is for accumulating strength, and hardness is for explosion.
With this idea, Jiang Ning continued to remember the movement of Wang Jin's muscle texture. Time passed slowly. In Wang Jin's current vision,
the 5-animals fist was also completely different from what he had seen before. In his hands, every move of the boxing technique seemed full of life.
The tiger-shaped boxing is hard and soft. What is soft and hard? The bear-shaped boxing is calm and light.
The ape-shaped boxing is agile and flexible, and the body shape is unpredictable. The deer-shaped boxing combines movement and stillness, and there is stillness in movement and movement in stillness. The crane-shaped boxing soars into the sky, and the kinetic heart moves at will.
All kinds of boxing postures are displayed in his hands.
After practicing the boxing technique, Wang Jin slowly exhaled from his abdomen, and then looked at Jiang Ning without blushing or beating his heart. At this moment, Jiang Ning had already closed his eyes. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene of Wang Jin practicing the 5-animals fist. Every move, every gesture, and the subtle changes in muscle texture all appeared in his eyes.
After a full cup of tea,
Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes.
How do you feel? Wang Jin said. I'll try. Jiang Ning said. I have some bad news to report.
I failed in the first round.
But I don't want to give up.
After all, every book is the result of my hard work.
I hope that readers will support me in the future. On the day of the recommendation PK, I will read the book and give my support with data. Without the recommendation, even the gods can't save the results. Under the moonlight, Jiang Ning began to practice boxing. This time, he practiced boxing quite slowly, far slower than the usual speed of practicing the five animals fist. But Wang Jin was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Because Jiang Ning's muscle texture was changing, as if he was imitating the strength that had just flowed through his body. You know, strength is a kind of power that can only be used as desired when the five animals fist is perfected. During physical contact, strength is extremely destructive. In some cases, the level of martial arts does not represent the actual combat power. A warrior with great chi and blood, who has penetrated all four limbs, once practicing a certain skill to the level of mastering strength, can completely fight with a preliminary level warrior for several rounds without losing the upper hand with the domineering strength. And if a warrior who has achieved perfection in chi and blood and penetrated all over the body, once mastering strength, is able to suppress a preliminary level warrior. In addition, some people with extraordinary talents, such as those who are born with supernatural powers, can reach 1,000 pounds of strength when their chi and blood are perfected, which is twice the strength of ordinary warriors of the same level. Such people with extraordinary talents can also chase and fight with warriors of the same level. One force can defeat 10 skills, nothing more than this. The birth of strength, any lower-level martial arts technique that reaches perfection can master strength. This is also the classification of the grades of lower-level techniques. And if the 5 forces of the 5 animals fist are all perfected, they can give birth to tiger strength, white ape strength, wild bear strength, blue crane strength, and spiritual deer strength. The strongest among them is the tiger strength. Once the muscles come into contact and the opponent's physical strength is hit, the tendons, bones, blood and flesh will be shattered. This is also why he deliberately caught a tiger and put it in an iron cage for all disciples to watch, hoping that someone can rely on his extraordinary understanding to master the perfect tiger-shaped fist in a flash of inspiration, and the boxing technique will reach perfection, and the tiger strength will be achieved. The martial artist who has mastered the power and the martial artist who has not mastered the power can be said to be 2 different dimensions. He just relied on the various powers of the 5 animals to circulate in his body and drive the changes in muscle texture, so that he could show the essence of the boxing skills. He did not have much hope for Jiang Ning to understand. If the 5 animals fist could be so easy to break through, then he would not have so many true disciples in the past 2 or 3 years of opening a martial arts school. Most of the apprentices who joined the martial arts school basically left after the 6-month term expired. At this moment, while Wang Jin was thinking, Jiang Ning's boxing skills were finished. 5 animals fist experience points +1, how is it? Wang Jin came back to his senses. The disciple has a little understanding. Jiang Ning said, I want to try it again. After the voice fell, he took a breath and practiced boxing again. This time, he did not recall the picture in his mind, but practiced boxing according to his own understanding. After letting go, and based on the understanding of the previous boxing practice, Jiang Ning felt different. It seems that he has grasped some inspiration about the softness and hardness in softness. The power is running smoothly, and the explosion after the tiger-shaped fist is accumulated gives him a pleasure of unleashing power. After 1 stick of incense, Jiang Ning retracted his fist. 5 animal fist experience +2, skill, 5 animal fist, mastery 17/200, looking at the prompt in front of him. It seems that my understanding can only be said to be barely enough, at most I have grasped some of the essence of the minor success. At this moment, Jiang Ning is very clear that although he has gained 2 experience points at once by practicing this boxing method, but it does not mean that he has understood the essence of the minor success of the 5 animal fist. In his speculation, if he really understands the essence of the 5 animal fist thoroughly, he can achieve the softness and the hardness and the softness of the tiger-shaped fist, and the lightness and the calmness of the bear-shaped fist. You can also achieve the agility and flexibility of the ape-shaped fist, with unpredictable body shape, the combination of movement and stillness of the deer-shaped fist, with stillness in movement in stillness, and the soaring of the crane-shaped fist, with the heart moving at will. If you do these 5 points, then after practicing the fist once, the experience value will immediately soar by 185 points, and the 5 animals fist will immediately become a small success. Instead of just adding 2 points of experience as it is now. But thinking about these, I am a little greedy. Jiang Ning laughed at himself in his heart. The mood turned into joy, and now this kind of harvest is not bad. It verified my previous guess. Let Wang Jin teach me the 5 animals fist. As long as I can understand some of the fur of the five animals' fist at the small success level, it will help me to increase my experience efficiency. He clenched his fist and was quite excited. Although it only added a little extra experience to his fist technique. But verifying his guess undoubtedly opened up a way for him, a way to more efficiently increase experience. He felt that as long as he could find and settle it, the efficiency of gaining experience points would double before the five animals' fist reached the minor success. If he could gain insights into other fist styles, the efficiency of gaining experience points would increase. At the same time, Wang Jin also nodded slightly. He immediately said, "I see you seem to have gained something?" Jiang Ning nodded, "Something." Wang Jin said, "In fact, the best way to improve the five animals' fist is to observe the movements and even fights of tigers, bears, apes, cranes, and deer. After all, this fist technique is derived from the movements and demeanor of the five animals. 8 days later, the tiger in the yard will be released to fight with people. You can go and watch it carefully. This will be of great help to your future tiger form fist to enter the state of great success, or even the state of perfection." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. Let alone other things, as long as I master the form and spirit of tiger form fist, then the efficiency of gaining experience points from five animals fist can not only be maintained until the minor success stage. In the future, I can gain more than multiple experience points before entering the major success stage. If I can do this, then before my five animals fist enters the major success stage, every time I practice the boxing technique, the experience points I gain will increase by 2 points, which is equivalent to doubling the efficiency. Although the experience points gained cannot increase the efficiency of qi and blood condensation. For example, the boxing technique I just practiced, although it increased 2 experience points at one time, the qi and blood power did not double. It was still the same as before, only 2 strands of qi and blood power were condensed. But it doesn't matter, as long as my boxing technique is more efficient in gaining experience points, then the breakthrough will be faster. After all, for me, there is no bottleneck. As long as the experience points are full, I can break through. The entry-level 5 animals fist can condense 1 strand of qi and blood, while the mastery-level 5 animals fist can condense 2 strands of qi and blood, and the efficiency is directly doubled. It is conceivable that after the minor success, the 5 animals fist will be more efficient in condensing qi and blood. As for the major success, it will also increase the efficiency of condensing qi and blood. The efficiency of condensing qi and blood at the major success level of the 5 animals fist must be far higher than the current level. In this way, the possibility of entering the inspection office within 3 months will be greatly increased. Jiang Ning was quite excited. Looking at the expression on Jiang Ning's face, Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. That's right. If you want to make brave progress in martial arts, you must have confidence and vigor. Jiang Ning came back to his senses and bowed. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Wang Jin said with a smile, don't worry about these things. You should practice well and reach the state of great success as soon as possible, which is the best way. At that time, you and I will have a true master-master relationship. Although you are unlucky and will miss the best opportunity to enter the inspection office, if you can pass my test, I will teach you everything I have learned in my life, and your future achievements may be better than mine. Jiang Ning smiled and did not comment. Jiang Ning did not believe that Wang Jin could meet the conditions for entering the inspection house within 3 months. He understood it very well and it was normal. After all, my martial arts training time is too short. What can you do in 3 months? Looking at the test of Wang Jin's true disciples, if you master any of the 5-shaped boxing within 6 months, you can become his true disciple. This shows how difficult it is to practice martial arts. My eldest brother has been practicing martial arts for so many years, but he has only reached the level of qi and blood that can penetrate all 4 limbs. To meet the conditions for joining the procuratorate, one must have a high level of martial arts and be under 30 years old. In Luoshui County, anyone who can do this is either a martial arts genius or a martial artist who is either rich or noble and has been piled up with money. A smile appeared on Jiang Ning's face, and his expression was full of confidence. Master, don't worry. It won't be long before the 5 birds fist is completed. Good. You should be so confident. Wang Jin praised again. He immediately raised his head slightly and glanced at the moonlight. It's getting late. I'm an old man and I won't fight with a young man like you. I'm going back to rest. You're not suitable for boxing tonight either. Just now my boxing practice is a little overdone. Go back home and have a good rest to recharge your batteries and practice boxing again tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded. Disciple understands. Then Jiang Ning spoke again. Disciple, I have something unkind to say to Master. Mother-in-law, if you hesitate, just say it directly. Wang Jin said. Disciple wants to borrow books from master's study. It's still early at midnight, so I can read a book.
Besides, during my usual time of practicing boxing to recover my strength and resting, I can read and gain knowledge.
Jiang Ning said. You work so hard? Wang Jin was a little stunned. His original intention was for Jiang Ning to go back and rest early tonight.
As a result, he never expected that Jiang Ning actually wanted to borrow books and read while it was still early.
Jiang Ning scratched his head. Children from poor families can't do it unless they fight. How can they change their destiny if they don't fight? And the teacher also knows that the reason why I asked the teacher to stay in the martial arts school is because someone outside wants to do something bad to me. I will return to school next spring. I want to take the imperial examination and gain fame, so that I can gain real peace.
Do you need fame to gain peace?
Wang Jin continued to ask with some surprise. The pressure comes from being an official? Jiang Ning said, it's not a real official body, it's better than an official body.
That's it. Wang Jin nodded slightly, but didn't ask any more questions, and then he said, it's very rare that you can have such an ambition.
It's really important to be both civil and military.
The real strong man is never invincible in terms of strength, nor is he invincible in mind. Invincible wisdom is the combination of both. There is no one who is truly ignorant in martial arts.
Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Master also agrees with what the disciple said.
Wang Jin nodded again and said, you have such an ambition, how can I not support it?
From now on, you can enter my study room at will.
You can just go to Aunt Sun to get the key later.
Thank you, Master.
Jiang Ning looked serious and saluted with his hands in hand. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door.
I'm coming.
The sound sounded, and a series of heavy footsteps rang in Jiang Ning's ears, and they kept approaching. Squeak as the door of the small courtyard opened, Aunt Sun's slightly burly body was revealed.
I knew it was your boy. Aunt Sun said.
Jiang Ning also had a smile on his face. Sister, I bother you so late.
Hi. What's the matter? I haven't slept yet.
Aunt Sun waved her hand, and then said, you don't go to practice at this time, and you came to me suddenly.
Is there anything wrong?
Jiang Ning said, the body has been squeezed too much today, and there is no wild ginseng to replenish the body's consumption.
How can I still practice? So I just told the library owner that I wanted to borrow some books from the study.
After the library owner agreed, he let me in here to get the key from Sister Sun.
That's right. Aunt Sun suddenly nodded, wait for me here. I'll get you a key to the study. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded repeatedly. A small moment of effort. Aunt Sun came to Jiang Ning in a hurry. Here's the key. Don't lose it.
Don't worry, eldest sister.
Jiang Ning smiled and took the key handed over by Aunt Sunday. Immediately he spoke again.
Yes, eldest sister.
What's wrong?
Jiang Ning said, the owner just said that starting from tomorrow, I can drink a bowl of soup every morning, noon and evening.
Not bad. Little guy.
I didn't expect that Master Wang valued you so much that he actually upgraded your treatment to that of a true disciple. That guy Xiaopeng became a true disciple today, but that's nothing more than that.
Aunt Sun looked happy. He slapped Jiang Ning hard.
Then she continued, I just heard that you don't have wild ginseng to replenish the body's consumption of martial arts, and I'm afraid that your little guy will break down your body by practicing. After all, this little guy, is the best person I have ever seen practicing martial arts over the years in the martial arts school.
A hard-working child. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing.
He has heard it said that he is diligent many times. But with the panel here, every effort can be rewarded, you can see your progress bit by bit, and you can feel your body's continuous growth.
Who can not be diligent?
The reason why people are not diligent and hardworking is that they often cannot see the gains and their efforts are not rewarded. Especially when you are stuck at a bottleneck, if you work hard for a week, a month, or a year, but in the end you can't make any progress, then how many people can continue to persevere? After bidding farewell to Aunt Sun, Jiang Ning quickly walked towards the study. Wang Jin's martial arts hall must have more books than his own home, and there may be martial arts secrets in it. Because of his previous performance, his status in Wang Jin's heart has been improved, and he has also obtained the right to enter the study, which makes him look forward to it.
Arrived in front of the study. He unlocked the door and walked in. After lighting the candlestick, the layout of the entire study appeared in his eyes.
There are large bookcases on 3 sides of the study, and books are neatly placed on each bookcase. Holding the book, Jiang Ning approached the bookcase on the right and saw a book of medical books and pharmacology. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Martial arts involve the mysteries of various parts of the human body. For those who create martial arts, they must be extremely knowledgeable and well-informed, and they understand the mysteries of various parts of the human body. The same is true for medicinal herbs. The road of martial arts is closely related to various medicinal herbs and cannot be separated. Without the assistance of drugs, a person's lifetime martial arts achievement will inevitably be greatly limited, and the efficiency of progress will be greatly slowed down. You should know that the best golden age for learning martial arts is from the age of 15. After the bones and body mature, the golden age of 35 is the peak, and it is also the golden age with the greatest and fastest progress. People who practice martial arts will gradually go downhill from about the age of 40, and their chi and blood will continue to decline. At that time, let alone improving martial arts, it will be difficult to maintain strength. Unless you practice martial arts to a high level, strengthen the 5 internal organs, and prolong the body's functions, you can have a longer golden age to improve martial arts. These distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, and Jiang Ning's eyes quickly scanned the names of the books on the bookshelf and slowly moved forward. Thank you for the monthly ticket for showing you a baby. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets for 299585. Thank you for the monthly ticket for Emoja. Thank you for the monthly ticket for Digital Book Friends, and thank you for Ling Carroll's stunning reward of 100 points in the study. Jiang Ning walked slowly along the bookcase placed on the ground, and his eyes quickly scanned the names of the books on the bookcase. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. When he had read all 3 rows of bookcases, he had a general understanding of the books in Wang Jin's study. In these 3 rows of bookcases, there are books on governance, books on worldly affairs, various classics, books on imperial examinations, books on medical skills and herbal medicine, and a row of martial arts books. He also took a quick look at those martial arts books, which were basically inferior martial arts books, and only the top cabinet had a few inferior martial arts books. He just took them out and glanced at them. If he learned them, it would be helpful. But Jiang Ning knew that his way of cultivation should be specialized rather than greedy. For him, greedy and indigestible. In his hands, any martial arts method that reaches the state of perfection and breaks the limit is the most magical and mysterious place. Not only will the effect be further enhanced, but it will also produce some extraordinary special effects. Just like that skill, the limit of reading and distinguishing words not only makes his thinking more rapid and his mental power stronger, but also gives him the special effect of photographic memory. This feature also helps him a lot. So he will not give up the experience value of the skill of reading and distinguishing words, and the experience value of the skill of reading and distinguishing words does not conflict with his martial arts practice. After all, a person's body's endurance is limited. If you practice excessively, no matter how many tonic medicines you have, you will collapse. Moreover, reading books can open your wisdom and understand the principles. The most important thing is to understand the spirit. The spirit refers to the spirit in the spirit, which is also the mental power and the soul. Reading the scriptures and increasing knowledge can increase mental power and strengthen the soul. This is the rule of this world. Confucian and Taoist masters, the Yin spirit leaves the body and travels freely in the world, and can travel to Kunlun in the morning and Changwu in the evening. They can even use the soul to dispatch the power of heaven and earth, and their strength should not be underestimated. This is also the reliance of the court officials. At the same time, many books mention the importance of God, which is the road that must be taken in the future of the martial arts. However, few martial arts masters rarely choose this path to strengthen their souls, because learning literature requires extremely high talent and decades of hard study. Jiang Ning knew that if he did not have this powerful panel, he would not be able to learn literature at the same time. Now that he can learn literature, he will not give up. As long as he can continuously break the limit of the skill of reading and writing, he can reach the realm of Yinshan sooner or later, which will also be of great help to the growth of martial arts. But for him, his time and energy are limited in a day, and specializing in 1 or 2 skills and techniques is his best choice. Only in this way can he maximize the experience value, make the skills perfect as soon as possible, and then break the limit. Every time any skill breaks the limit, it will bring huge changes, and the special effects are what Jiang Ning pays special attention to. Various thoughts flew in his mind, and suddenly, his eyes condensed. Luoshui County Intelligence Record, Daxia Rebellion Summary. At the same time, next to the 2 volumes, he also saw a particularly eye-catching fragment. The next moment, he took 2 steps at a time and came to the desk. His eyes fell directly on the fragment. His intuition told him that this fragment was not ordinary. Inner Alchemy Health Preservation. After seeing the 5 words on the fragment, his eyes quickly moved down.
On the fragment, there were only a few hundred words. But Jiang Ning spent a cup of tea reading these hundreds of words. For a long time. Hui exhaled lightly and put down the fragment in his hand. A golden pill swallowed into the stomach. My life is in my own hands. What a high idea. What a profound method of internal strengthening. What a pity. What a pity it is just a fragment. Jiang Ning shook his head secretly. After reading this fragment, he also understood what kind of skill the inner alchemy health preservation was. As far as he knows, in the martial arts system, there are both flesh and bones, as well as the realm of internal strength that contains the 5 internal organs and produces internal breath. And the internal elixir health-preserving exercise is a method of internal strength from Taoism. If this method is practiced for a long time, it can prolong life and delay aging. If it is successful, it can even derive internal breath, long-lasting physical strength, and endless life. If this skill is perfected, it means condensing the inner elixir in the dantian in the body, achieving the intention of swallowing a golden elixir into the stomach, and my life is determined by me. In the future, you can swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and you can complete the transformation from flesh and bones to internal strength in just a few months. This is the practice method of some branches of Taoism. First cultivate the nature and then cultivate life. Unfortunately, it only records the method of breathing, which can only be regarded as the entry level at most. No wonder Wang Jin put this fragment on the table casually. After writing down all the words on the fragment, Jiang Ning also put the fragment back on Wang Jin's desk. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Technique, 0/100 for beginners, 100 points? Looking at his own panel, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly focused. Just an entry level, it actually requires 100 experience points. This inner alchemy health preserving technique is so extraordinary? He looked a little surprised at this moment. It should be because of the high level technique. In this case, I can't let this technique go. With the panel, perhaps the remaining pages will not affect the breakthrough of this technique. After a little thought, Jiang Ning felt that his guess was very likely to be true. Breaking the limit, this kind of breaking the routine, has the effect of creating something from nothing. Not to mention the effect of completing the fragment. Comparing the two, the difficulty of completing the fragment is completely on a different level. Wang Jin was able to find this fragment in order to prolong his life and regulate his body functions. Since there is a fragment, it is enough to show that the practice of Niden health preservation has a complete record somewhere in the world. Breaking the limit is different, it breaks the cognition of the world. Immediately, his eyes were on the 2 files in front of him. He picked up one of the files and scanned it. Summary of the Great Xia Rebellion. In early January of the Xia calendar 839, a rebellion broke out in Basan County. The rebel army broke through the county seat and swept through 3 counties. Later, it was suppressed by the late Xuanjia army. In early January of the Xia calendar 839, Baishan village was massacred by the rebel army, sweeping 2 towns, and was later dispersed by the Shirshan County garrison. Mid-January, 839th year of the Xia calendar. Jiang Ning read through it, and the more he read, the more surprised he was. Because of the records above, several of them happened in Zhejiang Prefecture. Zhejiang Prefecture is named after the fact that it has many waters and mountains. After a long time, after reading this volume, Jiang Ning slowly withdrew his gaze, and suddenly understood why Daxia would be led by the martial saint and open the inspection office. Last year alone, Zhejiang Prefecture had a total of 6 rebellions of varying sizes. This was only the territory of Zhejiang Prefecture, and Daxia had a total of 9 prefectures. Among them, the number of rebellions in Zhejiang Prefecture was still ranked in the middle and lower among the 9 prefectures. It is conceivable how many rebellions occurred in Daxia last year. That dossier also elaborated on someone's views. Behind these rebellions are traces of sects and aristocratic families. In addition to rebellions, various churches that worship evil gods have also sprung up. Similarly, most churches have the shadow of certain forces behind them. The reason is that the invincible martial saint has not appeared for 30 years. Some people suspect that the martial saint has reached his end and has passed away. As a result, the entire Great Xia has been in a state of turmoil, and all forces are vaguely disloyal. That person even put forward a point of view. Once it is confirmed that the martial saint is dead, the world may return to the days when all heroes came together. Therefore, the root of these rebellions is the struggle for military power. The current imperial court is tired and has no timely suppression. It has never triggered the regulations to liberalize military power. It allows all parties to garrison troops and the troops in each territory to freely expand the army. It also gives the family sects the opportunity to expand their disciples and retainers. Permissions. By relaxing the restrictions on military power, each force can have enough power to suppress rebellions and evil gods in various places. When Jiang Ning saw this, he completely understood. Why were there so many rebellions last summer alone? This is clearly an opposition between the entire world and the royal family, not against the imperial court. The imperial court is a political power formed by many forces. The liberalization of military power represented a community of interests for everyone except the royal family. Regardless of whether it is ambitious or not, any force hopes to grow stronger. If it wants to grow stronger, it can seek greater ambitions if it advances. If it retreats, it can choose the strong to enter and wait for the price. Jiang Ning also understood why the inspectorate was successfully established with lightning speed and why the martial saint was appointed to take charge. It is clearly a conspiracy to force the royal family to release military power. The royal family had to let go of the military power. If the military power is not let go, the rebellion will continue and the evil gods will continue to worship. The imperial power is not enough to suppress these rebellions, which will inevitably shake the foundation of Daxia and will also enter a stormy era. This kind of struggle against the general trend of the world would not be enough for the inspection office to be established without the martial saint personally taking charge. And once the inspectorate is truly established, it will also be involved in the general trend of the world. At this moment, Jiang Ning had a lot on his mind. I thought about it for dozens of breaths. Only then did Jiang Ning regain his breathing. Do I have a choice? The troubled times I guessed before are clearly not coming soon, but have already arrived. If I don't join the inspectorate, which force can I join? The inspection mansion is at least a short-term place to stay. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to establish myself in Luoshui County with my martial arts. Now only joining the inspectorate can give me this time. And only the inspector's office can give me the fundamental method for martial arts advancement. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The inspector's mansion is still the largest tree in the world. It won't fall for a while. Daxia, which was founded more than 800 years ago, won't fall for a while. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning also made a complete decision. Immediately, he put down the dossier and picked up another dossier recording the intelligence of Luoshui County. Since he was in Luoshui County, he had to read this information about Luoshui County. After picking up this dossier and just scanning it briefly, Jiang Ning already understood. These two files were probably sent by the head of the royal capital stationed outside the city. Because the information recorded in these two files is too much and too detailed. Who else can send such detailed information to Wang Jin except the head of the Wangdu garrison outside the city? In Luoshui County, Wang Jin and Wang Dutu are related by blood. This is not a secret, many people know it. Wang Dutu is most likely Wang Jin's brother. And the reason why Wang Dutu can sit on the sidelines and watch the battle between Dragon and Snake in Luoshui County. Not only was he in charge of the 100 elite garrison outside the city, he also mobilized the entire city guard in Luoshui County. With 100 elite garrison troops and more than 500 city guards, his power in Luoshui County is no weaker than that of the county magistrates and local snakes headed by the three major families. The county zun is in charge of the county lieutenant and chief registrar. In Luoshui County, the military and government are integrated. He is in charge of more than 700 arrests, government officials, etc. Among them, as far as Jiang Ning knew, the decisive factor was the county official himself, and his eldest brother had vaguely known this before. In addition to these two forces, there are local snake forces headed by the three major families of Chao, Lu, and Xia. This force was complicated, and he didn't know much about it. He only knew that no one in Luoshui County could escape the influence of these three families. Afterwards, Jiang Ning carefully looked through the file involving Luoshui County. The dossier was thick and heavy in his hands. In the blink of an eye, the crescent moon hanging high in the night gradually sets towards the east. After reading the books this time, the experience value of literacy and hyphenation increased by 48 points. Skill, reading and hyphenation, breaking the limit of 196 out of 2000 at one time. Special effect, photographic memory. Jiang Ning turned to the last page of the file, slowly looked away, and saw this reminder in front of him. In about 3 hours, 48 experience points are added. The efficiency of obtaining experience points from reading tonight is higher. There must be a pattern in it, but this pattern is difficult to figure out. This thought flashed through Jiang Ning's mind, and then he shook his head. Then he closed the file and put it back in its place. This dossier records the major forces and masters in Luoxue County in such detail.
It seems that the leader of the royal capital sent people here. If not for his status, there are still several people who have the ability to secretly move Luoxue.
Is the county investigating everything?
Even Su Yunfeng has recorded his plans. This person is only one step away from entering the martial arts, which is a bit unexpected. Jiang Ning's eyes were divergent and he was lost in thought. According to the records, all parties have already known about the matter of the inspectorate. But that's right, even Wang Jin knows about it. How could the various entangled forces not know about it earlier? At the end of the file, Wang Jin was also advised to actively cooperate with the establishment of the inspectorate. Although the inspectorate has dangers, it also has opportunities. It says that the inspection mansion most likely represents the will of the martial saint. The martial saint has not shown up for 30 years, but there is a high probability that he is still alive.
He may show up soon.
Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but whisper to himself.
If this is the case, joining the inspectorate is really a good choice.
To me, the pros clearly outweigh the cons. Then he thought of the two people mentioned in the dossier. Jiang Ning stroked his forehead and thought to himself.
Chao Bin. Su Yunfeng. Why is Su Yunfeng so targeting my eldest brother?
There must be interests involved.
But what exactly are the interests? My eldest brother is such an insignificant existence, just an unqualified police officer. Does it really have much influence on the county magistrate? Could it be that Chao Bin chose my eldest brother to satisfy his own selfish motives? And Su Yunfeng is doing this with all his heart. Is it because of the establishment of the inspection office not long ago?
If that's the case, then this matter can be easily solved. We just need to face the pressure from Chao Bin and Su Yunfeng. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Ning shook his head after coming back to his senses.
Never mind. There are too few clues to consider it.
The most important thing for me right now is to reach the highest level of martial arts within 3 months, so that I can join the inspectorate. The inspectorate is headed by the only martial saint in Great Xia.
If he is still alive, he will be the biggest tree in the world. Since Wu Sheng is in charge personally, it is enough to prove the importance of the inspectorate.
Joining the procuratorate is like a fish leaping through a dragon's gate for me.
I must seize this opportunity.
Not only will his status be improved, but there will also be many secret techniques and precious medicines. Speaking of sects, which sect has as strong a foundation as the Great Xia Imperial Court? At that time, relying on the status of the inspectorate, all crises will be resolved.
With the resources of the inspectorate, I can continue to grow. This is accomplished with one stone.
Thanks to Yuan for his 2 monthly passes, thank you to 299,585 for his monthly passes, thank you to the 2 digital book friends for their monthly passes, and thank you to 201904051818333303 for the 500 reward.
In the study. Jiang Ning.
Then he went to the bookcase on one side and took out 2 books related to the imperial examination and a book about the basic knowledge of martial arts that he had just seen. He is still very lacking in the basic knowledge of martial arts. Just like the 9th level of martial arts, what is the 9th level of martial arts? How big is the gap between himself and the martial saint? Why the martial saint is so terrifying has left countless legends over hundreds of years.
He didn't know all of this clearly. In addition, he still has ideas for the imperial examination next year. With fame, you can get the protection of the Xia court. With a reputation, it is easier to be reused in the official agency of the inspectorate.
After all, the duty of the procuratorate is to monitor the people, to encircle and suppress churches such as the God worship cult, and to stir up people's hearts and instigate rebels. They have the power to kill first and then punish them.
Doing these things cannot be solved by simply fighting and killing.
In this way, people at the top will naturally reuse talents with both civil and military skills. Furthermore, with the added fame, I can go to the holy temple in the county to worship. The baptism of literature can strengthen my soul and strengthen my spiritual power. It will also be of great help to me in my martial arts journey. Jiang Ning took the 3 books in his hands and walked out of the study.
It's already midnight.
He looked up at the bright moonlight above his head and muttered to himself.
It's time to go back to sleep. Early next morning.
Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 6.0 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Breaking the Limit of 196/2000 at one time, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Animal Fist, Mastery 17/200, Hackle Cleaving Technique, Deshang 109 out of 1000, Inner Elixir Health Preserving Power, Not Yet Started 0 out of 100, Opening the Panel, Jiang Ning saw that the source energy points had changed again. The source energy actually increased by 0.6 yesterday, which undoubtedly confirms my previous inference. Remembering that he had eaten 13% of wild ginseng yesterday, he once again confirmed his previous judgment in his heart. The increase in source energy points is related to the energy he consumes. The more energy you consume and the higher the quality, the more obvious the increase in source energy points will be. Just like the 2 months since he first came to this world, and the 2 months he spent recuperating at home, he basically had a simple diet, and then started eating meat, so the number of source energy points that increased every day fluctuated between 0.1 and 0.2. In most cases, it is a source energy point that increases by 0.1. Only on the day when the food is improved, you can eat meat, so it becomes a 0.2 source energy point increase. At that time, he had this inference, but the number of samples was insufficient and he was not sure yet. Now with martial arts training, increased food intake, improved food, and medicinal supplements from wild ginseng, his source energy points only increased by 0.3 on the first day of martial arts training, and increased by 0.5 points in the following days. And yesterday, his intake increased again yesterday. He could eat half a day's worth of wild ginseng in one day. As a result, the number of energy points obtained exceeded the historical mark and created new growth. An increase of 0.6 in one day. Unfortunately, starting from today, without the supplement of wild ginseng, my source energy point acquisition speed will start to slow down. If the points increase by 0.6, give me another week, and my source energy points can be accumulated to more than 10 o'clock. With 10 source energy points, you can break the limit of the hatchet technique. The limit of sword skills has been broken, and the added characteristics will definitely improve my combat power. Joining the inspectorate, as Wang Jin said, there will be tests and fights. Not only is the martial arts level, combat power is also very important. Jiang Ning could completely understand the test of entering the inspection house. After all, the inspectorate, according to its powers, is clearly a violent institution. So it's normal to have fights and tests when entering the palace. Just having a high level of martial arts does not mean that he has outstanding combat power. It is not very uncommon for some people who are at the top level of martial arts to practice martial arts all day long and never fight in their lives. If such a person joins the inspectorate, how can he be qualified? How can he be competent? After washing up, Jiang Ning sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting for the rising sun. Because the time for practicing the inner elixir health-preserving skill is the time when the sun rises and completely rises. According to the record on that fragment of page, before getting started with the inner alchemy health-preserving skills, the breathing method recorded in it can only be performed at this time. Because at this time, when the morning sun is rising, there will be a certain energy in the heaven and earth that is extremely active. Although it is hot, it is also gentle. Only at this time can this energy be breathed in and inhaled into the abdomen to temper the internal organs. Once the morning sun rises completely, the energy will instantly become extremely terrifying. If you inhale even one ray, all your internal organs will be burned. Only by taking the technique a step further can we make a preliminary attempt to absorb the energy of heaven and earth from sunrise to Mao. In order to perfect the skill and refine the inner elixir, you need to absorb the energy of heaven and earth at noon, which is the so-called furnace fire to refine the elixir. When Jiang Ning saw these introductions, he felt that they were as mysterious as cultivating immortals. But thinking about the records in many miscellaneous books that I had seen before, in ancient times, there were many immortals and gods, and great demons were rampant. Bactria was the first dynasty after the end of the ancient times. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning felt more and more that there were many secrets in this world. At this time, the golden light reflects thousands of clouds, and the distant sky is shrouded in auspicious clouds of various colors. Jiang Ning immediately collected his mind, raised his head, and stared at the fiery red sun that had just appeared in the distance. Then he began to practice the breathing method on the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. With each breath, Jiang Ning felt a ray of warmth entering his abdomen from his nasal cavity with his breath. The warmth blended into his internal organs, and he suddenly felt as if his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. I captured the energy in the dark the first time I practiced the breathing method. Is it because I have such a high talent? Or is it the credit of the panel? This stray thought flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. He then slowly exhaled the waste gas that flowed through his internal organs. Internal alchemy health-preserving exercise experience points +1, then he practiced the breathing method again, staring at the rising fiery red sun and inhaling. In an instant, he felt a ray of warmth flowing from his nasal cavity into his abdomen along with the fresh air he inhaled into his body.
Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience +2.
It only took 40 breaths for the sun to rise completely from the beginning. In the first 2 breaths before the sun was about to rise completely, Jiang Ning stopped practicing the breathing method of the Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt as if his internal organs were soaked in a hot spring, and the warmth spread from his internal organs to his whole body, and his blood and qi spontaneously flowed through his body. At this moment, his body temperature was much higher than that of ordinary people, and his skin was a little hot. Jiang Ning closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. After dozens of breaths, his body returned to normal. He then slowly opened his eyes. The next chapter will be updated at 12 noon tomorrow in the courtyard, under the shining of the rising sun.
After exhaling a breath of foul air from his stomach, Jiang Ning stood up.
He immediately felt extremely relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been relieved from his internal organs. Skills, Inner Alchemy Health Preservation Exercise, not yet in the door 13 out of 100, the progress has exceeded 1/10. And there are still 8 days to enter the door.
Then you will know whether this exercise can be broken through. Just then,
he felt a sharp pain in his stomach.
Not good. Jiang Ning's face changed, and he turned and ran straight to the toilet. After a cup of tea,
Jiang Ning's feet were a little weak and he returned to the small courtyard. At this moment, his face was full of smiles.
Just now, it was the detoxification of the 5 internal organs, which undoubtedly shows that the Inner Alchemy Health Preservation Exercise is effective. No wonder this fragment of the Nighten Health Preservation Exercise appeared on Wang Jin's desk.
At Wang Jin's age, he really needs this kind of health preservation exercise to regulate his body, keep his body function longer, and prevent his condition from declining. Afterwards, Jiang Ning rested for a while and walked towards the back kitchen yard. Yesterday he was practicing boxing and reading files all day, so naturally he had no time to chop wood.
Today he had to make up for it. A moment later, he came to the back kitchen yard.
In his hands now, he only needs to burst out 70% to 80% of his strength to easily split the originally heavy log with one knife. Compared with the initial time, it took a burst of blood and qi to split the log with one knife, which is a world of difference. As his hatchet kept falling, the heavy log broke in two with a sound. Then he helped him up and cut it into 4, chopping wood knife skill experience +1, chopping wood knife skill experience +1, chopping wood knife skill experience +1. In just a few breaths, a heavy log was split into 4 pieces by him, and Jiang Ning also successfully gained 3 experience points.
Skill, chopping wood knife skill, grade 112/1000, it's so easy.
Looking at the 3 experience points on his panel that were growing rapidly, he sighed in his heart, if other skills and experience points were so easy. Then he laughed at his own thoughts unconsciously.
He shook his head and continued to chop wood. Chopping wood knife skill experience +1, chopping wood knife skill experience +1, after a long time.
Jiang Ning stopped and opened his panel to take a look.
Skill, chopping wood knife skill, grade 633/1000, so fast.
He swung the hatchet in his hand. Dong, the sound of the hatchet entering the wood came from his feet instantly.
That's it for today. Come back tomorrow to chop wood, and I should be able to break through the realm of chopping wood with my knife skills. Jiang Ning clapped his hands and walked towards the kitchen.
At this moment, the fragrance of breakfast could be smelled at the tip of his nose.
Sister Sun. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Aunt Sun poked her head out. Hey! You showed up just in time. My buns are just steamed.
Jiang Ning pointed to his nose. Sister, it's not that I showed up just in time, it's that your cooking skills are so good, I can already smell the fragrance.
You little guy knows how to praise people. Aunt Sun said happily. When they came to the kitchen, the steam from the steamer had filled the whole room.
Looking at Aunt Sun, who was still busy burning the fire, Jiang Ning opened the top layer of the steamer with his left hand, and grabbed the big meat-filled buns that had been steamed soft in the steamer with his right hand.
It's so hot.
He shook his hands repeatedly, grinning, showing the nature of a young man who likes to steal food.
Seeing this scene, Aunt Sun couldn't help but smile. You are too impatient, how can it not be hot? Jiang Ning covered his stomach. Sister Sun, I am hungry.
Here. Aunt Sun got up and opened the steamer on the back of the stove. The 2 baskets of meat buns here have been steamed for a long time, and they are not so hot.
Eat them first.
I will send the others to Master Wang later.
Jiang Ning smiled. Sister Sun, you are so kind. He then grabbed a big meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. After a few bites, the big meat bun entered his stomach with a move of his throat. After a meat bun entered his stomach, he squinted his eyes and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Sister Sun's cooking skills are really good, the skin is thin and the meat is abundant, and it is also fragrant. Eat it quickly. After eating, drink this bowl of soup. Aunt Sun spoke, and came to the side and brought out a casserole, and hot steam continued to come out from the mouth of the casserole. Gurgle as Auntie Sun poured out the soup that had been cooked in the casserole, a strong aroma of medicine spread throughout the kitchen. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly finished the meat-filled buns in front of him. After a few bites, a meat-filled bun went into his stomach. With Wang Jin's support, Jiang Ning was not afraid of eating too much, but was afraid that he could not eat enough. Now, the more he eats, the longer his body can support him to practice boxing, and the faster the experience value of the 5 animals fist will increase. Moreover, the source energy points on the panel will also increase at a faster rate. In a blink of an eye, a whole tray of 10 palm-sized meat buns went into his stomach. Jiang Ning patted his belly, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Then he came to the side and picked up the still hot soup. Drink slowly, little guy. It's too hot, wait for it to cool down. Auntie Sun saw Jiang Ning frowning and drinking the soup in small sips, and couldn't help but speak. It's okay. It's not very hot. Jiang Ning looked up and smiled. Then he continued to sip the soup in the bowl. After dozens of breaths, Jiang Ning put down the porcelain bowl in his hand, his forehead covered with sweat. Sister Sun, I'm going to practice boxing. Seeing Jiang Ning leaving in a hurry, Aunt Sun couldn't help but shook her head slightly. This little guy is too hardworking and can endure hardship so much. It's really heartbreaking. When we came to the front yard, the sun had already risen. But it has not yet reached the 4th quarter of Chenshur, and the door of the martial arts hall will not open until the 4th quarter of Chenshur. Jiang Ning then took advantage of the fact that it was still early, ate and drank enough, took the soup and medicine into his stomach, and began to practice boxing. 5 animal fist experience value +1, when it was over, he frowned slightly. It's still a little bit worse. I still can't find the feeling I had last night. After adjusting his condition slightly, he practiced boxing again. 5 animal fist experience value +2, after finishing the punch, Jiang Ning suddenly smiled when he saw the prompts appearing in front of him. That's right. Master the hardness with softness, the softness with hardness, and the experience points you can get will be doubled every time you practice the boxing technique. He clenched his fist again and felt the flow of energy and blood in his body. Unfortunately, if the boxing experience value is increased by 2, the proficient Wu Qin fist can only condense 2 strands of qi and blood once, instead of 4. It would be great if it could be doubled. In the next 2 days, I will be able to achieve a small amount of qi and blood and penetrate one arm. Jiang Ning spent the whole day practicing boxing and reading books. Now, he can gain 2 experience points every time he practices boxing, which directly doubles his efficiency. Silently savoring the experience of these skills and feeling his progress bit by bit, Jiang Ning was even more happy about it. He knew that having such a beautiful body was a rare opportunity that he must seize. At night, back to his own courtyard, Jiang Ning opened his panel. Skills, reading and spelling, one-time limit of 238/2000, special effect, photographic memory, 5 animals fist, mastery 52 out of 200, reading and spelling experience points increased by 42 points. I practiced the 5 animals fist 18 times today. Except for the first time, I gained 1 experience point. The remaining 17 times of practice increased the experience point by 2 points. The 5 animals fist increased the experience point by 35 points today. It's not bad. Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. Although he lost the assistance of wild ginseng today, the maximum number of times he could practice boxing in a day was reduced by about 10 times. But because he mastered the key of the tiger form fist, which is hard and soft and hard. As a result, every time he practiced the boxing, the experience point of the 5 animals fist could increase by 2 points. So the speed of the boxing experience point growth did not decrease but increased, and the efficiency increased instead. He was satisfied with such efficiency. With this efficiency, he roughly calculated that it would take less than a week for his 5 animals fist to break through the realm of minor success. By that time, with his current progress, the accumulated qi and blood will be enough to reach the realm of minor success, more than enough to penetrate one arm. And the efficiency of condensing qi and blood can be increased again. The next day, the first thing he did when he woke up was to open his panel. Source energy, 6.4. Sure enough, the points obtained have decreased.
Yesterday, the source energy increased by 0.6, and today it only increased by 0.4. It seems that wild ginseng, a tonic, is really helpful to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning shook his head slightly. Forget it, I won't consider it for the time being. A wild ginseng is worth more than 10 taels of silver. Where can I get so much silver now? And I haven't seen Brother Zhou these days, and I don't know how much a wild ginseng is worth. At this moment, when Jiang Ning thought of Zhou in his mind, he also thought of another figure, that is, Sister Li Qing, who he saw on the first day of coming to the martial arts hall. I haven't seen Sister Li Qing these days, and I don't know where she went. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day again. Yesterday, Jiang Ning spent an ordinary day. In the morning, he took advantage of the rising sun to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, and practiced the breathing method facing the rising sun. After a breath, the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise gained 12 experience points, which was a little less than the previous day. Jiang Ning suspected that it was because he absorbed less energy from heaven and earth. In addition, he practiced boxing, read books, and chopped wood to gain experience points all day yesterday. Although it was boring, Jiang Ning enjoyed it. Watching the experience points of the skills he mastered increase little by little, getting closer and closer to the goal, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Especially when he felt that every time he practiced boxing, 2 strands of qi and blood were condensed in his body, and his physique became stronger, he was even more happy. Therefore, he also gained a lot of experience in these 2 skills yesterday. Skills, reading and spelling, one-time limit 322/2000, 5 animals fist, mastery 90/200, inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, beginner 25 out of 100, in one day, reading and spelling increased from 238 points to 322 points, a total of 84 experience points. The experience value of 5 animals fist also increased from 52 points to 90 points, and the progress of 5 animals fist to the state of minor success is about to reach the halfway point. Yesterday's boxing experience value increased by 38 points. At this rate, it will take 3 more days. In 3 days, my boxing will reach the state of minor success, and the blood and qi will be enough to penetrate more than one arm. It can be called the minor success of blood and qi. This is really efficient. Asking Wang Jin for the key to the minor success of 5 animals fist is indeed right. If I hadn't mastered the key to the minor success of tiger form fist, softness with hardness, hardness with softness, how could I be so efficient? Jiang Ning instantly became full of fighting spirit. After getting up and washing up, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, quietly waiting for the sun to rise. In a day, he only had this short 20 breaths to practice the breathing method in the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to gain experience points. So he naturally would not waste every day's opportunity. A moment later, the morning sun rose, and Jiang Ning also hurriedly began to practice the breathing method of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. Internal alchemy health-preserving exercise experience points +2, internal alchemy health-preserving exercise experience points +2, internal alchemy health-preserving exercise experience points +1, done. Skills, internal alchemy health-preserving exercise, 40 out of 100 for beginners, it's almost halfway. Jiang Ning glanced at his panel and hurried to the toilet. From the first day, he would go to the toilet after the morning breathing was over. Jiang Ning felt that this was detoxification. These days, every day he felt that his 5 internal organs became more relaxed and his energy was more abundant, which was of great help to his boxing practice. Physical strength also seemed to recover faster. Although he had not yet mastered the night and health-preserving exercise, it was already beginning to have an effect on him. After coming out of the toilet, he rested for a while and went straight to the kitchen courtyard. Yesterday he spent the whole day practicing boxing and reading, and did not chop wood, so he naturally could not be lazy today. And today is the day when I can perfect my chopping wood knife skills. Skill, chopping wood knife skills, grade 633/1000. Looking at the progress of the chopping wood knife skills on the panel, Jiang Ning's steps became lighter. He originally wanted to complete this chopping wood knife skills that once yesterday. But at that time, Auntie Sun told him that because he worked too hard, too much firewood had been chopped, and it could not be used up at once. She asked him to chop firewood again tomorrow. It was for this reason that he waited until today to perfect the skill of chopping wood. A moment later, Jiang Ning came to the backyard of the kitchen. At this time, the morning sun had already risen. It was originally hot in mid-July, and as the sun shone on the earth, Jiang Ning could feel the oncoming wind began to carry heat. This damn weather, it hasn't rained for 2 months, right? Jiang Ning muttered with some hesitation, and then recalled a little. It's 2 months.
Judging from this situation, this year's grain harvest is probably not going to be very good. Forget it. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Ning shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then he grabbed the hatchet that weighed 5 pounds and held it. I'd better work hard to get my experience points. The thought flashed through his mind, and the hatchet in his hand fell. Swish, the sound of the blade breaking through the air was heard. Boom, the hatchet fell, splitting the heavy log standing on the woodpile in half. Experience points for splitting wood knife skills +1. Hey, it really has become easier. After a long time, Jiang Ning wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead. Even with his current physical strength, he couldn't help feeling tired after splitting hundreds of pieces of firewood in a row. Skills, splitting wood knife skills, grade 990/1000, 10 more to go. Looking at the progress display on the panel, his originally tired body was instantly full of energy. Experience points for splitting wood knife skills +1, experience points for splitting wood knife skills +1. With his current efficiency, 10 experience points were obtained in a blink of an eye. Skills, splitting wood knife skills, grade 999/1000, when the last point of experience point increase prompt appeared in front of him. This column on the panel also changed suddenly. Next chapter tomorrow at 12 noon, skill, woodchopping knife technique, perfect 0/1000, when this skill entered perfection from great success. In an instant, Jiang Ning felt different. Countless images flashed through his mind as before. Each of the images that flashed was every knife he had chopped during this period. Countless angles, countless overlapping lights and shadows, finally removing the dross and retaining the essence. At the same time, Jiang Ning also felt a burst of numbness on his arm, as if his arm was covered with millions of ants. After a few breaths, all the changes have disappeared. Jiang Ning clenched the hatchet in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this the perfect level of woodchopping knife technique? It actually has such an effect. I feel like my flesh and blood are extending even though I am holding the hatchet in my hand. I can control it like an arm, holding the hatchet and waving it casually twice. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of the blade breaking through the air suddenly appeared, and a faint smile appeared on Jiang Ning's face again. The swing of the knife was about 30% faster. Moreover, Jiang Ning swung his axe again. Dong, as the axe fell, the heavy log lying diagonally on the wood pile was suddenly cut in half. Moreover, the force I swung out was also about 20% to 30% stronger. This improvement is really good. He held the axe in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. If I were given a knife at this moment, my combat power would at least increase several times. At this moment, Jiang Ning was somewhat high-spirited. He even wanted to go directly to Su Yunfeng for a big fight and chop him directly with a knife. No hurry. No hurry. Hu Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and his excited heart gradually calmed down again. My current blood and chi strength is far behind his, give me some more time. He tightened the axe in his hand. Then he opened his panel again and took a look. Skill, chopping wood knife technique, perfect 0/1000, I only need 1000 experience points to break the limit of chopping wood knife technique. This is not difficult for me. If necessary, I can get all the 1000 experience points in one day. What a pity. The energy points limit my performance. Energy, 6.8. Looking at the energy points on the panel, he felt a little regretful. It will take about 8 days to get more than 10 energy points with my current efficiency of increasing 0.4 points per day. It's not enough to gain experience with this chopping knife method. But if I go out, I have to consider getting a knife for self-defense. For me now, having a knife in hand and not having a knife in hand are completely different. After all, an inch longer is an inch stronger. How can a flesh and blood body fight against a steel weapon? Jiang Ning's heart moved slightly, and he put this matter on the schedule. In a blink of an eye, 4 days later, one set of boxing was completed. 5 Animal Fist experience points +1, skill, 5 Animal Fist, minor success 17/500. Jiang Ning looked at the prompt in front of him and shook his head slightly. Only when the spirit and form are complete can the boxing be perfected. It seems that I can't do this with my understanding. After trying for more than a day, Jiang Ning was ready to give up. Give up relying on himself to figure out the essence of the great 5 Animals Fist. A few days ago, because he asked Wang Jin for advice, he mastered the essence of the small success of the tiger form fist, which is hardness with softness and softness with hardness. So in the following days, before the boxing was small, his efficiency in practicing boxing to gain experience points increased greatly. Every time he practiced the boxing, he could increase 2 experience points. Because of this, he was able to master this boxing to a small success in just a few days. Then, Jiang Ning clenched his fist again. The blood in his body surged, and instantly penetrated his arm, and there was still some left. Now my chi and blood have achieved a small success. After the 5 animals fist has achieved a small success, I can condense 3 strands of chi and blood every time I practice the boxing. With this efficiency, I believe it won't take long for chi and blood to achieve a great success, or even perfection. But it's not long before the opening of the inspection office. Chi and blood perfection is nothing. I still need to enter the martial arts level and excel in actual combat to enter this transcendent institution. Can't slack off. He immediately opened his panel and took a look. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 8.4, Skills, Reading and Spelling, One-Time Limit Break 416/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Animals Fist, Minor Success 17/500, Chopping Wood Knife Technique, Perfect 1000, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Technique, Entry 91 of 100. I still need 4 days to save enough source energy points to break the limit of Chopping Wood Knife Technique. As for the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Technique, it will reach the entry level tomorrow. This is a method of internal strength. Normal warriors will only take the path of the 5th level of martial arts. I don't know what the effect of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Technique will be after entering the door. He then closed the panel. Afternoon. 1 round of boxing practice was completed. 5 Animals Fist Experience Points +1, Skills, 5 Animals Fist, Minor Success 18/500. Feeling the increase in blood and physical strength, Jiang Ning was in a good mood. He came to the side and picked up a bucket of cold well water and poured it on his head. It feels so good. He shook his hair, and water splashed everywhere. Jiang Jr. brother, you splashed water on me. Hearing the voice behind him, Jiang Ning turned around and saw that it was Chang Ran, the only disciple in the front yard of the martial arts hall who was on good terms with him. These days, after he came to the martial arts hall, he practiced martial arts every day to gain experience. After obtaining Wang Jin's permission to stay in the martial arts hall, Jiang Ning did not even take a step out of the martial arts hall gate, so he did not participate in the disciples' dinner, drinking, and other friendship activities. In this way, he naturally did not have much conversation with the disciples. Especially since Jiang Ning was so diligent in practicing boxing, he had no time to interact with them, and no one would bother him. Seeing Chang Ran coming over, Jiang Ning smiled and continued to shake his head gently. The water droplets on his hair fell on the soil around him. In a blink of an eye, the water marks were quickly evaporated under the scorching heat of the ground. Brother Chang, you came here by yourself, you can't blame me. Chang Ran said, hee hee. Isn't this a joke with Brother Jiang? As he spoke, he picked up the bucket and threw it into the deep well. This damn weather is getting hotter and hotter. Chang Ran said. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky. The blue sky was clear and unobstructed. He nodded in agreement. It seems that it hasn't rained for more than 2 months. Yes. Chang Ran affirmed. At this moment, the wooden barrel he dropped into the well was already full of water. In a few seconds, he lifted up the wooden barrel filled with cool well water. Not only these 2 months, there has been little rain in Luoshui County in the first half of the year. Chang Ran said. As soon as the voice fell, Chang Ran raised the wooden barrel in his hand and poured it over his head. Awesome! He shouted wildly. Then, he continued to complain to Jiang Ning, Brother Jiang, do you know that July is the time to harvest grain? 2 days ago, I went to inspect and saw a lot of tenants crying in front of me. I couldn't bear it for a while, so I exempted them from taxes for half a year, and they were beaten up by my father when they went back. At this point, Chang Ran seemed to recall the painful price that day and grinned slightly. Brother Chang is kind-hearted. Jiang Ning spoke from the heart. Chang Ran couldn't help but feel a little proud when he heard this flattering remark. Then he pretended to be calm and unperturbed. Let's not talk about this. Brother Jiang, do you know what big event will happen in the martial arts hall in a few days? What big event? Jiang Ning was a little curious. Did you see the tiger in the cage? Chang Ran asked. Jiang Ning nodded. Chang Ran pointed to the left side of the courtyard. 6 days later, the tiger will be released and placed in that courtyard. The real disciples of the martial arts hall will come out, so that we can watch the tiger fight up close, which will be of great help to our tiger form fist to break through the realm of great success. I heard that senior sister Li Qing is in seclusion at home recently, preparing for the final sprint of martial arts entry. Senior sister Li Qing will probably come out that day. When Chang Ran said this, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Li Qing? Jiang Ning was surprised.
It turned out that senior sister Li Qing was sprinting for the martial arts entry level.
No wonder I haven't seen her these days.
I didn't expect that senior sister Li Qing looked so young, but she was about to reach the strength of the martial arts entry level. It seems that senior sister Li Qing is one of the candidates for Wang Jin's personal disciple.
What are you thinking about, junior brother Jiang? Chang Ran's voice sounded in Jiang Ning's ears, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Then,
Jiang Ning smiled, I'm just thinking about how powerful this tiger will be in 5 days.
It's 4 meters long, and it must have 1,000 pounds of force when it hits it with a palm, right?
Yes.
Chang Ran nodded, it's even better.
It is precisely because of this that only those brothers who have entered the martial arts are qualified to fight this tiger.
If we meet it in the wild, we can only roar to die more heroically. Jiang Ning heard this and couldn't help but smile slightly.
Then, Chang Ran looked excited. The 5 animals fist is derived from the tiger, bear, ape, crane, and deer. After 5 days, by observing the might and posture of the tiger, I may be able to master the form and spirit of the tiger fist.
Only when the form and spirit are complete can the boxing skills be perfected.
It's a pity that our strength is too weak and we can't go on stage. If we can fight the tiger in person on stage, we may be able to capture the wisp of energy in the dark and push the tiger fist to perfection. Once it reaches perfection and condenses the tiger power, it can burst out with a force far beyond its own limit, not inferior to some middle-level martial arts techniques.
Just then,
a man in a white training suit and with a majestic demeanor came over.
This man was Xiao Peng. He is also the absolute core figure in the front yard of Sanlong Martial Arts Hall.
In the minds of everyone, Xiao Peng is the most likely to enter the inspection mansion in 3 months and complete the feat of leaping over the Dragon Gate. Before having unparalleled power, the importance of power is beyond doubt. Not to mention, the inspection office not only has power, but also martial arts techniques and precious medicines.
It is a great opportunity for anyone.
As long as you can join it, you will definitely be able to go further on the road of martial arts. So Xiao Peng's every move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Xiao Peng walking over, everyone's eyes were focused on him.
What is brother Xiao Peng going to do? I don't know. Several people whispered not far away.
Xiao Peng passed Jiang Ning and came to Chang Ran. He raised his mouth slightly, Brother Chang, now the only one in the whole martial arts hall who can compete with me is you. How about sparring with me? Looking at Xiao Peng at this moment, Chang Ran said coldly, okay, since you want to fight, I will do as you wish. The two walked past Jiang Ning and came to an open field. At the same time, everyone was suddenly excited when they saw the scene.
Who do you think will win, Chang Ran or Xiao Peng?
I think Xiao Peng will win. Xiao Peng has mastered the tiger form fist, which makes him extremely explosive.
He has mastered the ape form fist to a minor degree, and his body is like an ape. He must be very strong.
I have a different opinion. Someone retorted, Xiao Peng has mastered the boxing skills, but Chang Ran has perfect blood and qi. The blood and qi are perfect, flowing through the whole body, and his strength reaches 500 kilograms. With one punch, the tiger form fist with a minor degree is enough to make Chang Ran burst out with a force of more than 2,000 kilograms. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. Chang Ran has a natural advantage in this aspect. And Xiao Peng only has mastered the blood and qi, and his strength exceeds 300 kilograms. Even if he has an advantage in the boxing realm, the difference in strength between the two is huge. At this moment, in the front yard of the martial arts hall,
Jiang Ning listened to the discussion not far away and secretly smacked his lips.
Chang Ran, who has perfect blood and qi, can punch out a force of more than 2,000 kilograms, which completely exceeds the limit of human beings in his previous life. He also remembered a set of data. In his previous life, a boxing champion could only punch with a force of 1,600 kilograms at most. But brother Chang Ran, who seemed not to be sturdy, could punch with a force of more than 2,000 kilograms.
Is this the charm of martial arts? What kind of terrifying strength does the legendary great Xiao martial saint have? Jiang Ning couldn't help but yearn for it. At this moment, Xiao Peng and Chang Ran also fought.
Chang Ran moved, and he flew towards Xiao Peng like a flying crane.
Come on! Xiao Peng shouted.
His body sank, his feet slightly arched, and his sharp claws firmly grasped the ground.
The next moment,
Chang Ran, who was sweeping over, rushed towards Xiao Peng like a tiger descending from the mountain. Xiao Peng crouched slightly, like the king of beasts ready to go. The blood was surging.
Xiao Peng roared like a tiger, and his crouching figure suddenly exploded.
As soon as the two of them attacked, they burst out with all their strength. At this moment, facing Chang Ran, who was perfect in chi and blood, and whose strength and physique were superior to his, he did not choose to retreat, but chose to confront him head-on. Chang Ran faced the strongest attack head-on. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two retreated together. Xiao Pang retreated more than 2 feet, while Chang Ran only retreated 15 feet. However, at this moment, Chang Ran's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't have much advantage in the head-on confrontation, which was beyond his expectation. You know, he has reached the level of chi and blood running through the whole body. At this level, the minimum strength is 500 kilograms. Those who are born with supernatural powers can have a strength of 700 to 800 kilograms. Chang Ran's blood and chi were slightly inferior to his. He was only at the level of blood and chi being fully developed and flowing through his limbs. His strength was basically above 300 kilograms. The gap was so huge, but it was not much different in a head-on collision. There was only one possibility. Chang Ran said immediately, "Brother Xiao, it seems that you are not far from the level of blood and chi flowing through your whole body." Xiao Pang raised his mouth. "I am now more than 400 kilograms strong. I am not far from the level of blood and chi being fully developed and flowing through my whole body. Brother Chang, do you still want to fight?" "Of course I want to fight." Chang Ran shouted softly. His figure moved again and approached Xiao Pang in an instant. Immediately, the two fought together. When their fists and feet collided, they stirred up dust. The friction between their sleeves and the air even made a tiger roar that broke through the air. Not far away, Jiang Ning watched this scene with a strange color in his eyes. The blood and chi are perfect, flowing through the whole body, and the force is 500 kilograms. Every move can burst out 1,000 kilograms of force, but it seems not that strong? After the blood and chi are slightly perfected, Jiang Ning tested his strength again. He can lift a 200 kilogram stone lock with one arm, but it is still a bit difficult to lift a 250 kilogram stone lock. In other words, his strength is close to 250 kilograms. Although it is only half the strength of those with perfect blood and chi flowing through the whole body. This number does not seem to be large, not exaggerated, but as far as he knows, the peak record maintained by humans in the previous life seems to be that one hand can only grab more than 300 kilograms. In other words, he can now grab a stone lock of more than 200 kilograms with one hand, which can be said to have reached a very high level. In the previous life, even a professional athlete would find it difficult to do it. After all, that record is a record of a human peak that was achieved by a person who was born with outstanding talents among millions of people, and who also received professional and devilish training to squeeze the potential of his body. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt that if he fought with Chang Ran and Xiao Pang, he could have fought for several rounds. Because in his eyes now, although Chang Ran was strong, at least twice as strong as him, he was not agile enough and his movements were not fast enough. Although Xiao Pang was fast and his limbs were as flexible as an ape, his strength was much weaker, and his footwork was obviously full of loopholes and extremely rough. No wonder Wang Jin once said that the right way is to cultivate the 5 animals together. Now I have achieved a small success in boxing and a small success in blood and chi, which is close to half of Brother Chang Ran's perfect blood and chi, and the strength that penetrates the whole body. This is obviously the effect of the bear-shaped fist. Moreover, the cultivation of the 5 animals together is not only powerful and fast, but also agile and outstanding footwork without loopholes. It can be called a pentagonal method, which is indeed an excellent martial arts foundation method. Now it seems that I have underestimated my strength. Looking at the two people fighting, Jiang Ning had this thought in his mind. Roar at the place of battle, a beast-like roar suddenly came out. Jiang Ning immediately saw Xiao Pang within Chang Ran's arms, followed by a roar from his mouth, and stomped the ground with his right foot. Boom! The stone slab under his feet cracked instantly, and his figure was hit hard into Chang Ran's arms by the reaction force of his right foot. Faced with this collision, Chang Ranru was gored by a mad bull, and his body formed a parabola, hitting the wall on Jiang Ning's side. At this moment, Jiang Ning couldn't care less about being surprised. If Chang Ran really hit the wall after being hit by Xiao Pang, he would have to stay in bed for at least 10.5 days, or even longer. Chang Ran was his best friend in the entire Sanglong martial arts school. Naturally, he would not sit idly by and watch Chang Ran hit the wall and be seriously injured. Next moment, Jiang Ning jumped up, like a white ape swooping, and went straight to the path that Chang Ran had to pass by after being knocked away. Immediately, he aimed at Chang Ran, who was flying above his head, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the ribbon around his waist. His lower body sank, and the strength started from the soles of his feet, and his whole body was as strong as one body.
Chang Ran's flying figure immediately changed direction and was pulled out of the air by Jiang Ning.
Jiang Ning's palms turned to Chang Ran's back and exerted upward force, like a wild bear lifting the sky.
After one breath,
Chang Ran fell to the ground with a plop, stirring up a circle of dust. At this moment, everyone in the distance was stunned by the battle. Senior brother Xiao Pang is so powerful. The blind man leaning on the tree is so skillful that he is unexpectedly able to win with one blow. You are worthy of being senior brother Xiao Pang. He is a bit behind in energy and blood, but he is able to defeat the strong with the weak. He is a worthy disciple of Master Wang.
Yes.
For senior brother Xiao Pang to be able to do this, he must have reached proficiency in Xiong Xingquan, or has reached the level of minor success, right?
It should be so.
I just learned from the conversation between senior brother Xiao Pang and senior brother Chang Ran. Senior brother Xiao Pang has more than 400 kilograms of strength, which is more than full qi in blood. Senior brother Chang Ran, who penetrates the whole body, is only 100 kilograms less strong.
It should be this is the result of senior brother Xiao Pang's success in practicing Xiong Xingquan. Judging from this, senior brother Xiao Pang's understanding is indeed very high. Who says it's not the case?
After 4 months of apprenticeship, I have mastered at least one boxing skill, a small skill in one, and a master or a small skill in another.
This efficiency is unparalleled, right? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget Jiang Ning.
On the second day after he started, it is said that fellow practitioners of the 5 powers reached the level of entry, and their qi and blood were born.
And now,
while speaking, the man's eyes also fell on Jiang Ning. At this moment, Chang Ran had just climbed up from the ground. The man continued, looking at Jiang Ning's help now, we know that his 5 animal fist must be making good progress.
These days, it is obvious that Master Wang values him more than us. Everyone kept talking and talking about what had just happened. At the same time, Xiao Pang also looked at Jiang Ning in surprise.
Immediately, a smile appeared on his lips.
What a brilliant way to control force. I underestimated this junior brother before. Then, he turned to look at the crowd behind him. Junior brothers, do any of you know the name of that junior brother and which family he belongs to? Xiao Pang pointed at Jiang Ning and spoke. I know. Someone squeezed out a voice. Junior brother Qian, please speak. Xiao Pang said. The man continued, the junior brother's name is Jiang Ning, and he comes from an ordinary family in the outer city.
It turns out that he is a child from an ordinary family.
It's really good to have come this far. Xiao Pang nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Jiang Ning.
At that moment, he felt a slight threat from Jiang Ning, the threat of his place in the government in 3 months. But when he learned that Jiang Ning came from an ordinary kid from an outer city, this threat disappeared instantly. In 3 months, his understanding will reach the sky and the earth, and he will be able to master the boxing skills as soon as he practices them. So what if he started in 1 day, let alone 1 day, even if he mastered the boxing skills in a month, Jiang Ning would not threaten him at all in Xiao Pang's eyes. Because Jiang Ning comes from an ordinary family in the outer city, how can such a family background afford the consumption of perfect qi and blood, penetrating the whole body? To get to this point, he only needed 1 blood accumulating pill every 3 days and never lacked various tonics. But even so, it took him nearly a year to reach the level of qi and blood and penetrate his limbs. How much wealth did he spend in the process? Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The golden age for normal people to practice martial arts is only about 20 years.
If one's family background is not strong enough, one's journey to martial arts will be limited.
In 3 months, the qi and blood will be perfect, penetrate the whole body, and achieve the highest level of martial arts. He shook his head secretly.
I'm overthinking it. Chang Ran is the only one who poses a threat to my place in the palace.
I just fought with him, and his membrane is obviously different from mine. If he refines the membrane within 3 months, it will be easy for him to enter the martial arts. As for the mastery of boxing, it may be an opportunity for him.
I can't underestimate him.
3 months is not a long time, I have to hurry up. As soon as possible, the qi and blood will be perfected. When the qi and blood are perfect, it will be a matter of course to develop the skin membrane.
Refining the skin membrane is the first level of martial arts.
If he meets the same requirements as me, he will probably have to test his actual fighting ability.
The inspectorate must be a martial arts master who is good at fighting.
I can't miss the actual combat training during this period. Xiao Pang was meditating on the spot, with a look of thinking flashing in his eyes.
The other side. Chang Ran got up from the ground. Brother Chang, are you okay?
Jiang Ning bent down to support him. Ahem. Chang Ran coughed a few times, and blood foam came out of his mouth again. He waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Ning didn't need to help him. It's okay. My skin membrane is about to take shape, and my ability to resist blows has greatly improved. It's just a minor injury. So, Brother Chang is not far from entering the martial arts level? Jiang Ning's face showed surprise. Chang Ran nodded. It's not far, I will definitely enter the martial arts level within a month. He took a few deep breaths and exhaled slowly, and then slowly suppressed the surging blood in his body. Thank you for just now, Brother Jiang. Chang Ran bowed to Jiang Ning, looking serious. Brother Chang, you don't have to do this. Jiang Ning quickly grabbed Chang Ran's arms with both hands. In an instant, Jiang Ning felt the power contained in Chang Ran's arms, and his own arms couldn't help but burst out a force to fight against it. Immediately, this force disappeared. Chang Ran stood up and looked at Jiang Ning with a complicated look in his eyes. He was also extremely shocked. Just now, his body was pulled by Jiang Ning's force, and his body that had hit the wall fell down. As his body fell, he also felt the arm on his back, which was dragged by Jiang Ning, burst out with a force as stable as a mountain. Although this force was not as strong as his, it should not be underestimated. It was with the help of Jiang Ning and the support of this force that he was able to avoid more serious injuries. He was surprised by the force that Jiang Ning burst out when he attacked, so he made this test. After the test, he clearly felt the approximate strength of Jiang Ning. The force exceeded more than 200 kilograms. The strength of one arm exceeds 200 kilograms. Although this is not a terrifying number in Chang Ran's eyes. After all, since his qi and blood have been perfected and penetrated his whole body, his strength in one arm has exceeded 500 kilograms, which is more than twice what Jiang Ning is at the moment. But the strength of more than 200 kilograms was placed on a person who had just started practicing martial arts, which shocked Chang Ran. At this rate of growth, it won't take long for him to catch up with himself. Although actual growth cannot be calculated this way. The further the strength increases, the more difficult it becomes. This is the reason why his qi and blood are perfect and can flow through the whole body, but he can only weigh more than 500 kilograms. But the strength of more than 200 kilograms allowed him to roughly estimate the level of Jiang Ning's energy and blood. The qi and blood are at least above Xiao Chang, and it may not be possible for the qi and blood to penetrate both arms. And based on his friendship with Jiang Ning, he knew very well that Jiang Ning's only tonic medicines were the wild ginseng sent by Zhou Xing and the decoction provided by the martial arts school. Nothing else. With such ordinary martial arts training conditions, but his strength could be improved to this level, there was only one possibility in his mind. Jiang Ning's martial arts talent is extraordinary, and he can condense a large amount of energy and blood simply by relying on Wu Qin Fist, the foundation method of martial arts. Moreover, Jiang Ning's boxing progress must be extremely rapid, probably at the level of proficiency or even minor achievement. Thinking of this, Chang Ran's heart was even more turbulent. Having personally experienced the changes in Jiang Ning, he understood Jiang Ning better than anyone present. He never expected that one of his casual friends would have such exaggerated martial arts talent. This kind of talent is unparalleled among all, and is extremely rare in the entire Luoshui County. Now, Chang Ran thought for a moment and then chose not to say anything. He then smiled and handed over his hand again. Thank you, Junior Brother Jiang, for your help. Senior Brother, I've already thanked you. Jiang Ning smiled. Chang Ran also smiled. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure the muscles and bones. At this critical juncture, if the muscles and bones are injured, Junior Brother Jiang saved me from being bedridden for a long time. How can a mere thank you express my gratitude? Let's do this. Chang Ran said, then fumbled in his arms, and then took out a banknote. Junior Brother Jiang, this is the only 50 taels of silver left in my body. Although it is not much, it is still my money. I'd like to ask Junior Brother Joan to accept it. Seeing this, Jiang Ning looked at Chang Ran in surprise. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. Senior Brother Chang is so generous, I won't refuse you? Don't secretly regret it later. Chang Ran immediately laughed. I just like Junior Brother Jiang's unassuming, clean and refreshing character. While talking, Chang Ran put the banknote in Jiang Ning's hand. I, Chang Ran, naturally give the things I sincerely want to give away. How can I regret it? Although I, Chang Ran, do not come from a wealthy family, I can still afford this small amount of money to give to my good friends, not to mention that Junior Brother Jiang helped me, saving me from skin and flesh injuries, muscle and bone pain, and bedridden pain. In front of this, a mere 50 taels of silver means nothing.
Junior brother Jiang is looking down on me if he doesn't accept it. Jiang Ning smiled, in that case, I would be disrespectful. Immediately, the 50 taels of silver notes were collected by him. At this time, everyone in the distance was watching this scene. There was also a look of envy in their eyes, especially those from good families from the outer city. The look of envy in their eyes was even stronger. It's only 50 taels of silver, Chang Ran is really grand. No, Chang Ran is the only male in his family. His family not only has thousands of acres of fertile land, but also a restaurant. Senior brother Chang is naturally rich and powerful. If not, why would senior brother Chang reach the point where qi and blood are perfect and can penetrate the whole body? What's the level? It costs a lot of money. Jiang Ning is so lucky to be on good terms with senior brother Chang Ran and gain the favor of senior brother Chang Ran. It is also his own credit that he can win the favor of senior brother Chang Ran. He has saved senior brother Chang Ran from serious injuries. It has only been about 3 months since the opening of the Luoshui County Inspectorate. If senior brother Chang Ran if he wants to fight, entering the inspector's house and recuperating for a few days are much more important to him than 50 taels of silver. Indeed, being able to enter the inspection bureau, for us people in Luoshui County, is like a fish jumping over the Dragon's Gate, and our future will be completely different. The other side. Jiang Ning naturally accepted the 50 taels of silver notes. He wouldn't think of such a superficial thing as saying no. Now 50 taels of silver notes were of great help to him, but they were insignificant to Chang Ran. He is also very short of resources now. On the road to martial arts, without the help of resources, progress and efficiency will be greatly affected. Since he lost the help of wild ginseng, he practiced boxing a lot less times a day, and his daily source energy point income also decreased. With these 50 taels of silver, he can return to his previous level of efficiency. In this way, the boxing progress will be faster and the energy and blood will be accumulated faster. This will greatly increase the possibility that he will join the inspectorate 3 months later. For a long time, he had already made up his mind about joining the inspectorate. He had already made up his mind to join the inspectorate. But whether it would work or not, he didn't know. After all, there wasn't much time left for him, and 3 months was too short. In 3 months, not only must one's qi and blood be fully developed, but one must also reach a high level of martial arts, and must also pass the test of entering the palace. Regarding the first item, he now has confidence in his mind and there is no big problem. But the second item, the martial arts entry, he had no idea at all. On the road of martial arts, the qi and blood are perfect and connected throughout the body, but they are still just ordinary people who have not yet broken the limits of the human body. Only when the martial arts enter the grade can it be said that they have officially embarked on the road of martial arts. As far as he knows, to enter the 9th grade of martial arts, one needs to circulate the qi and blood throughout the body, supplemented by secret methods and external objects, and cultivate both inside and outside, and cultivate a layer of membrane under the skin, which is connected to the body. When the membrane is initially formed, there is no leakage around the body, just like the membrane under the cowhide, which connects the whole body. Only when this step is achieved can the martial arts enter the grade, and the skin-refining warrior can be called a 9th grade warrior. When the 9th grade is first achieved, the transformation of strength is not obvious, it can only improve a certain amount of qi and blood strength and a certain amount of strength, and slightly enhance the ability to resist blows. This improvement in the ability to resist blows still does not have a strong obstacle to weapons. But once you reach the next step in the realm of skin training, and reach the minor success of skin training, the skin membrane is as hard as stone, that is, the level of stone skin, it is completely different. Not only is it difficult for ordinary weapons to cause much damage to warriors at this level, but the ability to resist blows is greatly increased. More importantly, the blood and strength will be further enhanced. If such warriors are armed with armor and sharp weapons to form an army, it will be a nightmare on the battlefield. 10 people can break an ordinary army of thousands, and 100 people can break an ordinary army of 10,000. If you reach the major success of skin training, it will be further transformed. The skin membrane is connected to the body, comparable to bronze, and it is difficult to be injured by ordinary swords. When you have achieved the major success of skin training, even if you wear a single piece of clothing, it is equivalent to adding armor to your body. This is the power of the entry-level warrior. The more Jiang Ning understood the extraordinariness of the entry-level martial artists, the more uncertain he was. The great success of skin training is like a bronze armor. Facing a martial artist below the entry level, the defense alone is like the difference between an adult and a child. Not to mention the difference in strength and blood between the two, there is a qualitative change between the two. So it is not an easy road to go from perfect blood to the entry level of martial arts. It takes time, secret methods, and resources. And now, he doesn't know what secret method of skin training is, nor what kind of external objects are needed. This kind of information about the inheritance of martial arts is not what he can know now. For any force, this kind of secret method related to the fundamentals of the human body will not be easily spread, even if it is only the method of skin training for the 9th level of martial arts. So he didn't have much confidence at this time. Of course, if you have money, it is not difficult to buy this information and secret method. This is not a secret that is not passed on. But Jiang Ning also knew that he could get the secret method of skin training without this. As long as he meets Wang Jin's assessment requirements like Xiao Ping, that is, within 6 months of joining the martial arts hall, he can comprehend the state of perfection in any of the 5 animals fist, and then he can become Wang Jin's true disciple. A true disciple is a true disciple of the martial arts hall, and is also a disciple who is truly qualified to call Wang Jin his master. At that time, he can naturally get in touch with Wang Jin's inheritance and possess the secret method of skin refining. As he is now, he is at most an outer disciple, or a registered disciple. If he fails to meet the standards and pass Wang Jin's test within 6 months, he can only pack up and leave. At this moment, seeing Jiang Ning accept the banknotes he gave, Chang Ran also smiled and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "Junior brother Jiang, this is really nice." Immediately. Cough cough because his laughter pulled his internal organs, he couldn't help coughing again and coughed out strands of blood from his mouth. "Brother Chang, are you okay?" Seeing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly supported his shaking body. After a few breaths, Chang Ran suppressed the urge to cough, and then waved his hand. "Junior brother Jiang, help me to rest, I need to slow down." On the other side, Xiao Ping looked at Chang Ran, who was supported by Jiang Ning, and shook his head slightly. "It's a pity. This kid saved him halfway, otherwise Chang Ran would have been hit by me and hit the wall, his bones and muscles would have been injured, and his internal organs would have been dislocated, which would have delayed him for more than a day or two. In this way, Chang Ran, who is the biggest threat to me, is much less threatening." "What a pity, what a pity." Xiao Ping slowly retracted his gaze. At this time, amid the compliments of the crowd, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, unable to suppress his inner joy. Jiangning Courtyard. Chang Ran slowly sat on a small wooden stool. He spat out the blood foam in his mouth. "This damn Xiao Ping is really cruel." Jiang Ning also sat next to him. "How do you feel now, senior brother Chang?" "Much better." Chang Ran nodded. "Fortunately, my skin refining has achieved some initial results. Now only the 5 internal organs are a little shaken. The injury is not very serious. At most, it will take 2 or 3 days to recover. If there is a good healing medicine, it will be faster." After speaking, Chang Ran looked at Jiang Ning again. "Junior brother Jiang, your strength is more than 200 kilograms now, right? Senior brother's temptation is hard to guard against." Jiang Ning smiled. "Junior brother Jiang, don't be offended. I was really shocked and unbelievable, so I tried it." Chang Ran showed an apologetic look. "It's okay. But please don't spread it out, senior brother Chang," Jiang Ning said. Chang Ran nodded. "Of course. Xiao Ping is a shady guy. If he knew that junior brother Jiang had come this far in such a short time, he might have used some tricks in secret. I just can't accept it when it comes to Xiao Ping." At this moment, Chang Ran's face was filled with anger. "Brother, you lack practical experience. In terms of real strength, you are better than Xiao Ping." Chang Ran nodded in agreement. "You really lack practical experience. I have to improve this aspect in the future. I will not be able to calm down if I don't get back today." Then he looked at Jiang Ning. "Brother Jiang, if you have time in the future, why don't you practice with me every day to increase your combat experience?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. I have never fought with anyone, and I just lack practical experience." "Not bad." Chang Ran nodded repeatedly. "Master Wang once said that martial arts is a skill to kill enemies. It is impossible to reach the peak by practicing alone. Although we can't kill the enemy, practicing can also increase combat experience. If there is a chance to join the inspection office, combat experience will be more important." Jiang Ning heard this and nodded in agreement. "Then wait until brother Chang recovers from his injury, and we will practice again." "It's a deal." Chang Ran stretched out his right palm. Jiang Ning understood and stretched out his right palm to high-five with him. Afterwards, Chang Ran rested for several hours until his breath calmed down.
Jiang Ning escorted him out of the martial arts hall. Junior brother Jiang, don't worry. I will try my best to help you investigate the matter you just entrusted to me in the next 2 days. Chang Ran said. Then I'll leave everything to senior brother Chang. Jiang Ning also bowed and saw him off. Then he glanced at the stalls at the entrance of the martial arts hall and found nothing. The next day. Early morning. Sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, feeling the breeze blowing in his face, Jiang Ning quietly waited for the rising sun in the distance. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, not yet introduced 91/100, he is now 9 points short of experience points to enter the Nighten Health Preserving Exercise. Jiang Ning is extremely looking forward to the entry of Nighten Health Preserving Exercise. The requirement of 100 experience points to enter the exercise alone shows that the Nighten Health Preserving Exercise is of extraordinary quality. As far as he knows, martial arts techniques are divided into inferior, middle and superior techniques. Above the superior techniques, there are even higher quality techniques. Based on the changes in experience points, Jiang Ning has 2 guesses in his mind. One is that Nighten Health Preserving Exercise is a middle quality technique that surpasses the inferior techniques. Because his 5 Animals Fist is a lower quality technique, it only requires 10 experience points to enter the exercise. Therefore, it is normal for the middle quality technique to be 1 grade higher than the lower quality technique, and the experience points required for entry to increase sharply. As for the second guess, it is that Nighten Health Preserving Exercise is a mysterious technique that ranks above the superior techniques. The qualitative gap will lead to a qualitative change in the experience points required for the technique breakthrough. This guess is not only because the Nighten Health Preserving Exercise requires a difference of 100 experience points just to get started, which is 10 times the experience points required for the entry of Wakinkwan. The bigger reason is the practice and intention of Nighten Health Preserving Exercise. Nighten Health Preserving Exercise is a method of strengthening the internal organs. Strengthening the 5 internal organs is the path of internal cultivation that only the 5th grade martial artist will take. This kind of internal cultivation method must be extremely rare, and the grade of the practice is likely to be not low. Moreover, the intention of Nighten Health Preserving Exercise also made Jiang Ning amazed. It is not like martial arts, but the immortal way in mythology that he knew in his previous life. Swallowing the essence of the sun to strengthen the 5 internal organs, when the practice is perfect, it is necessary to draw the fire of the sun at noon into the body is like a furnace, and the golden elixir is refined internally. Swallow a golden elixir into the stomach, my life is my own, not the sky. With such an intention, it should be ranked above the superior martial arts. Of course, this is just his guess. In addition to these factors that made Jiang Ning full of expectations, there was another important factor that made him extremely excited. That is, the fragment he got now only recorded the entry method of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, and there was no subsequent method. As for the method of perfection, only 1 or 2 were mentioned. In other words, normally, with that fragment, he could only get started with the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise at most, and it was impossible to reach the perfection recorded in the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. It was impossible to achieve the perfection of spitting out a golden pill into the stomach, and my life was determined by me. And what Jiang Ning expected was that with the magic of the panel, even if it was just a fragment, he could break through this Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise to the perfection with a little bit of experience. To spit out a golden pill into the stomach, my life was determined by me. A moment later, a ray of red clouds rose from the sky, instantly illuminating the entire world. Jiang Ning immediately began to practice the breathing method of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. He was already very proficient in this breathing method. With each breath, a certain energy was absorbed into his abdomen, and his internal organs were like soaking in a hot spring, with more vitality and vigor. Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience Value +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience Value +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience Value +1, but in the blink of an eye, before the sun had completely risen, Jiang Ning was about to fill up the experience value of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, 99/100 before entry. The next moment, another reminder appeared in front of him. Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise Experience Value +1, with the injection of this experience value, the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise completed a breakthrough in an instant. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, 0/1000 after entry, boom. 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 The originally calm heart suddenly beat violently. Through the transmission of the body, Jiang Ning could clearly tune into the strong and powerful heartbeat in his body. At this time, Jiang Ning's breathing became rapid and heavy, and his whole body turned red. Hu chi hot air spurted out of his nose. He could feel that his heart was like a blood pump at this moment. A large amount of blood rushed out from here, rushing to the internal organs, limbs and bones at a high speed, and the body temperature was frighteningly high. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, just feeling the changes in his body, and feeling what effect the introduction of night and health preservation exercise would bring to him. After a long time, a breeze blew. Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his body had returned to calm, and his body temperature returned to normal. Hui suddenly opened his mouth and spit out the turbid air in his stomach. In an instant, the fallen leaves within 10 feet in front of him seemed to be blown up by a gust of wind, rolling on the ground and rushing away. Just from this attempt, Jiang Ning knew that the functions of his internal organs were indeed much better than before and much stronger. Such a strong lung capacity was completely impossible for him before practicing this inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. From a glimpse of the leopard, it can be seen that the lungs have grown much stronger, and so have other internal organs. Not bad. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, with a satisfied look on his face. The organs are powerful. Without considering other effects, the enhancement of physical strength alone can give me an advantage in the fight between warriors. After all, once the full force is released, how long can ordinary blood warriors maintain their peak state? My strong physical strength means endurance, and I have an innate advantage. And the organs are stronger, which brings more invisible benefits to me. Physical strength will recover faster, digestion will also be enhanced, and the absorption of food will be stronger. Even because of the enhanced function of the organs, various soups and wild medicines will have a stronger effect on me. Feeling the enhanced internal organs in the body, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief when breathing, and his heart was even more relaxed. The method of internal strengthening is to strengthen the internal organs after the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Now that I have come into contact with it in advance, I have only made a small progress, but I feel that the effect is so obvious. No wonder, according to Wang Jin's collection of books, many geniuses from major forces will choose to practice both internal and external cultivation. Before the physical body is not strong enough, the progress of internal training will be relatively slow. But if there is any success, it will have a complementary effect, especially the internal and external cultivation will greatly reduce the long-term damage to the body caused by external training, and maintain a longer golden training time. However, according to the records in the book, if the external training does not reach a certain level, it is extremely difficult for the internal training to reach the level of condensing the internal breath. I wonder if it will be different for me. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, 0/1000 for beginners. From beginner to master, you still need 10 times the normal experience points. It seems that the grade of this exercise is indeed extraordinary, far above the 5 animals fist. I don't know if I can still gain experience points if the subsequent practice of Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise is missing. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning looked up at the rising sun in the sky. According to the fragments, after getting started with Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, you can initially breathe in and out the essence of heaven and earth from sunrise to 8 a.m. Now that the sun is rising, it is only about 5 a.m., and it is still in the breathing time period. Let's give it a try. As soon as the thought came to mind, Jiang Ning gently inhaled and exhaled, slowly adjusting his own state. He didn't dare to be careless at this moment. He had a guess about what the breathing of Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise was, probably the essence of the sun and the essence of the sun and the moon mentioned in ancient books. Why can one only breathe in and out the refined chi of the rising sun before learning the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise? Because at that time, the essence of the sun is the mildest. Once the sun rises, the essence of the sun will gradually become violent. Before the internal organs are strengthened, once they swallow the essence of the sun that they cannot bear, their internal organs will be burned. After the adjustment, Jiang Ning looked at the rising sun and practiced the breathing method of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. With each breath, strands of hot air flowed into his nasal cavity, as if it was attracting some essence. As he breathed in and out, the hot air that flowed into his nasal cavity became stronger. It's almost there, Jiang Ning said in his heart. Suddenly, a terrifying hot air rushed into his nasal cavity, like a fire snake, and quickly rushed into his abdomen along his nasal cavity. At this moment, Jiang Ning showed a painful expression, and the stimulation of his nasal cavity even made him secrete some tears in his eyes. Boom! The 5 elements of fire snake entered his abdomen and instantly exploded in his body. At this time, Jiang Ning felt not the comfort of soaking in a hot spring as before, but the burning sensation as if he was in a sea of fire. He felt that his internal organs were surrounded by flames, and the terrifying heat wave swept through his internal organs. Not good. The next step should be to have a guiding method. I am now lacking a guiding method, which causes this hot essence to run wild in my internal organs. Feeling the changes in his internal organs, Jiang Ning's heart was suddenly not good. At this moment, the hot essence that was originally as violent as a beast suddenly seemed to be soothed by an invisible force, and it changed from restlessness to calmness. With this change, Jiang Ning immediately felt that the burning sensation in his internal organs was eliminated a lot, and he was no longer so uncomfortable. Time passed by, and the gentle hot energy slowly flowed between his internal organs. A moment later. Internal alchemy health preserving skill experience +1, Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes until this prompt appeared. Skill, internal alchemy health preserving skill, entry 1/1000, that was close. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the panel is really powerful. Even though I lack the key follow-up method, I can still get experience points. This is a hope for internal strength. According to the fragments, if the internal organs are further strengthened, the internal alchemy health preserving skill will break through another level. With the help of strong mental power, some internal organ functions can be controlled, and the hidden power of the body can be released at critical moments. Such a requirement is worthy of being a Taoist method. Taoists are good at internal strengthening methods and meditation and strengthening the spirit. If I meet their requirements, such a method can be used as a killer. At this moment, Jiang Ning roughly knew what kind of power the hidden power mentioned in the fragments of the inner alchemy health preserving exercise was. The internal organs of the human body contain many secrets. For example, he had heard in his previous life that a mother saw her son trapped under a car, and the potential in her body exploded. The mother lifted the car and saved her son. There are countless similar examples. If the human potential can be exploded, it can exert far more power than ordinary. And these hidden powers, such as adrenaline, are hidden in the internal organs. So Jiang Ning knew very well that if he could do this, he would definitely have a killer weapon. But if you want to fill up these 1000 experience points, it will not be a day or a night. Jiang Ning looked at the progress of the inner alchemy health preserving exercise on the panel and muttered to himself. Then, after a short rest, he could not feel the abnormality between his internal organs, so he continued to take advantage of the time before the Mao hour and the Chen hour. Facing the rising sun, he practiced the breathing method recorded in the Nighten Health Preservation Exercise. Nighten Health Preservation Exercise Experience Value +1, Nighten Health Preservation Exercise Experience Value +1, but he stopped doing this until the time of Chen was approaching. Skill, Nighten Health Preservation Exercise, entry level 6/1000, that night. Jiang Ning took out 2 ingots of silver from his arms, his face showing a complicated expression. This was an ingot of silver weighing 10 taels, and 2 ingots were 20 taels. This 20 taels of silver was entrusted to him by his eldest brother Jiangli in the afternoon, and a former colleague constable came to the gate of the martial arts hall to hand it to him personally. Jiang Ning's eyes showed some guilt. 20 taels of silver. I don't know where my eldest brother borrowed it from. He shook his head, his expression a little sad. Forget it, don't dwell on this. The most urgent task is to improve my strength. Only by improving my strength can I change my own destiny and the destiny of my elder brother's family. When I enter the inspection office after my martial arts, I will bring my elder brother and his wife to live in the inner city. I will repay my elder brother and his wife's kindness in the future. Jiang Ning made a decision in his heart. He then put the 20 taels of silver into his pocket and continued to gain boxing experience. The next day, at 44:00, the martial arts hall opened. Chang Ran entered the martial arts hall and left the front yard with Jiang Ning, walking towards the small courtyard where Jiang Ning lived. After entering the small courtyard, Jiang Ning spoke. Brother Chang, how is it? Chang Ran nodded. You guessed right, there are indeed 2 people watching at the door of the martial arts hall. They are members of the Green Snake Gang. Green Snake Gang? Chang Ran nodded. There are 3 major gangs in Luoshui County, the Green Snake Gang, the Black Tiger Gang, and the Bamboo Gang. Behind these 3 gangs stand certain families. Among them, the Green Snake Gang is involved in water transport and human trafficking, and behind it stands the Chow family. Sure enough. Jiang Ning nodded, not surprised at all. Chang Ran looked at Jiang Ning, as for the other thing that Brother Jiang entrusted me with, I have also investigated it clearly. A few days ago, the government took the initiative to strangle the worship sect, but suffered a loss, resulting in the worship sect's momentum in the outer city these days.
But your eldest brother and sister-in-law are now safe and sound.
The patrol force around their home has increased greatly during this period of time. There are police officers passing by every once in a while, but there is no unrest. Hearing that his eldest brother and sister-in-law are still very peaceful so far, Jiang Ning was relieved.
That's good.
Chang Ran looked at Jiang Ning and continued, as for Su Yunfeng, who junior brother Jiang asked me to investigate, there are some results. There is no record of Su Yunfeng taking action, but the last time he took action, he caught a criminal who was fleeing after committing a crime. The criminal was not weak. He was a warrior who had perfected his qi and blood and successfully connected his limbs. Jiang Ning said, in this case, Su Yunfeng is probably also a warrior who is about to enter the rank like senior brother, who has perfect qi and blood.
Chang Ran nodded, probably so. He is Chao Bin's man, and he is standing behind him. Chao family, if he enters the martial arts rank, his position and status in the government office will definitely be promoted.
As the saying goes, people should not fight against officials.
It is really not good for Jiang junior brother to be targeted by him.
Jiang Ning said helplessly, there is nothing we can do about this.
There is really nothing we can do.
Chang Ran nodded in agreement. Chao Bin suddenly fell in love with your sister-in-law, this is purely an unprovoked disaster.
He then continued, it's a pity that I, Chang Ran, have little influence and cannot ask my father to come forward to ask for a personal favor and let Chao Bin let your sister-in-law go.
I appreciate Brother Chang's kindness.
Jiang Ning bowed his hands to thank him.
He shook his head secretly in his heart. He analyzed this matter many times. Whether Chao Bin had selfish motives or not, it was not that simple. 9 out of 10 of them involved the struggle between the county lord, the dragon crossing the river, and the local snake.
My elder brother and sister-in-law were involved in this vortex.
Perhaps there was also Chao Bin's selfish motives, but more of it was because of the struggle between the two forces. Since his elder brother was chosen as a pawn and involved in this struggle, not to mention that Chang Ran couldn't let his father come forward, even if his father really came forward, the Chao family would not let it go.
It all depends on myself.
Becoming a true disciple of Wang Jin can alleviate the initial crisis. Joining the inspection office and leaning on this big tree can completely solve this situation.
Jiang Ning muttered to himself.
Chang Ran said at this moment, as for the other thing that junior brother Jiang entrusted me with, it is to find a tonic suitable for cultivation. I checked it out, and it turns out that the 10-year-old wild ginseng is the most suitable, which is the most cost-effective for junior brother Jiang.
10-year-old wild ginseng on the market is forged for 15 taels of silver. Junior brother Jiang might as well go to senior brother Zhou Xing.
I've heard before that any disciple of our martial arts school who goes to senior brother Zhou Xing to buy 10-year-old wild ginseng is 10 taels of silver, which is about 5 taels cheaper than the market price.
Senior brother Zhou Xing's family is one of the largest medicinal material merchants in Luoshui County.
These 10 taels of silver are probably the cost price of the Zhou family, which is very cost-effective.
Today afternoon, the tiger will be released.
Senior brother Zhou Xing will most likely come to the martial arts school. Junior brother Jiang can go to senior brother Zhou Xing to buy wild ginseng. After listening to these words carefully, Jiang Ning bowed again. I'm sorry to bother senior brother Chang these 2 days.
Chang Ran laughed. Junior brother Jiang is too polite. If you hadn't helped me the other day, how could I stand in front of you today? Chat with you. It will be even more difficult for me to get into the inspectorate.
Brother Jiang really helped me a lot, so that I still have a chance to compete with Xiao Peng for the qualification to enter the inspectorate.
Seeing Chang Ran speaking with full of energy, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder, Brother Chang is full of energy, is your injury healed?
Yes. Chang Ran smiled and nodded. My father heard that I wanted to enter the inspectorate. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he spent a lot of money to buy a Dihuan Dan, and my injury was healed in 1 day, and my blood and qi were more than 10% stronger. While speaking, Chang Ran clenched his fists. If there is a chance, I must get back the place of the previous 2 days and let Xiao Peng taste the taste of being injured. Brother Chang is so courageous.
Jiang Ning praised.
Chang Ran chuckled. Anyway, I can't stand this Xiao Peng.
He's too insidious.
I almost got killed by him because I hid that trick. It's a pity. Looking at Jiang Ning, Chang Ran immediately showed a look of regret. Junior brother Jiang's talent in learning boxing is the best I've ever seen. He can reach this level after learning boxing for a few days. If he could learn martial arts a year or 2 earlier, this quota would never have come to Xiaopeng.
But it wouldn't have come to me either, which is good for me. Jiang Ning smiled and shook his head. There's nothing to regret. Who can predict the future?
I can learn martial arts, which is considered to have escaped the fate of ordinary people.
I am very satisfied with this. How far I can go in the future depends on myself. Junior brother Jiang is still open-minded. I admire you.
Chang Ran clasped his fists and bowed, then patted his chest. Junior brother Jiang, don't worry. With me here, it won't be so easy for Xiaopeng to get a place in the mansion.
I must compete with him. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing more.
He had never told anyone about his intention to compete for a place in the palace, and he would not tell anyone now.
Songlong Martial Arts Hall. Chanshi. The sky is clear and cloudless.
The sun has risen, and the courtyard is scorching hot.
Junior brother Jiang, how about a sparring match?
Chang Ran suddenly asked, his eyes shining as he looked at Jiang Ning. Ever since Jiang Ning helped him 2 days ago and he felt the power of Jiang Ning's arms, Chang Ran's heart has been restless.
He has been very curious since then, wondering how strong Jiang Ning is now.
At that time, he proposed to spar with Jiang Ning in the future. The purpose of his proposal to spar was just to satisfy his inner curiosity, the curiosity of how strong Jiang Ning is. Rather than what he said before, the two of them fought and sparred to increase their combat experience. In his opinion, the real way to increase combat experience is to fight with opponents who are almost the same, not to fight with opponents with a huge gap. His qi and blood are perfect, running through his whole body, and the strength of one arm has already exceeded 500 kilograms, which is more than twice the strength he felt from Jiang Ning at that time. Such a huge difference in strength, in a heated battle, is the difference between an adult and a child, and they are not opponents of the same level at all. In his eyes, how could such a huge gap in strength increase any combat experience?
The proposal of sparring was just to satisfy his inner curiosity. Curious about Jiang Ning's strength and boxing level. In the courtyard.
Facing Chang Ran's proposal, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement after just a little thought.
Okay.
He agreed to Chang Ran's proposal for a very simple reason. Su Yunfeng is a person with perfect blood and qi, and his strength runs through his whole body. He is the person who poses the most direct threat to him at present, and the person who is most likely to attack him. Chang Ran is also a person with perfect blood and qi, and his strength runs through his whole body. In Jiang Ning's eyes, the theoretical strength of the two is comparable. By sparring with Chang Ran, he can roughly feel Su Yunfeng's general strength.
As for some information revealed during the fight, in Jiang Ning's view, it doesn't matter at all. Keeping a low profile is not what he wants to do now.
There is no such a child in the world with such a terrifying talent.
He must not be kept.
Appropriately showing one's own talent will bring more benefits than disadvantages.
As long as it is not beyond the understanding of the world, it is okay to demonize. After a moment, crackling Chang Ran stretched his muscles. Junior brother Jiang, crackling he stretched his muscles. Junior brother Jiang, you go first.
I will control my strength, Chang Ran said, proud of his status. Then senior brother Chang, be careful,
Jiang Ning said. The next moment, he moved his body and suddenly stood up.
The blood in his body surged and ran through his right arm. He instantly turned into a tiger descending from the mountain. He closed the distance of less than 2 meters with a few steps.
Come on.
Looking at the 5 fingers of Jiang Ning's right hand, which were open like a tiger's paw, Chang Ran's eyes condensed. He then moved his right foot and sank. Facing Jiang Ning's palm, he was not prepared to avoid it at all. In his eyes, it was neither necessary nor shameful. Chang Ran clenched his palm into a fist and directly exploded half of his own strength. Bang! When the fists and palms met, there was a dull sound. The powerful force made Chang Ran step back half a step, and then his body stood still in an instant with his spare strength. What a strong explosive power! Chang Ran was shocked, and his eyes looking at Jiang Ning suddenly changed. After the fight, he felt Jiang Ning's strength personally. Only at this moment could he really determine Jiang Ning's strength. The tiger-shaped fist had obviously reached a small success. With this palm, junior brother Jiang brought the momentum of a tiger down the mountain, and exploded with 1,000 pounds of force.
I underestimated him before. Chang Ran couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart.
He had never heard of such a talent in boxing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. A newcomer to the martial arts school who has been practicing boxing for just over 10 days, practicing the 5 animals fist in 5 styles at the same time, has already achieved a small success. This is what he envied the most and was the most shocked about. Such a talent in boxing made him feel amazing. How great it would be if I had such a talent in boxing. After noticing Jiang Ning's talent in boxing, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. No wonder the teacher has been taking good care of junior brother Jiang these days. Not only did he let him stay in the martial arts school for a long time, but he also provided some of the treatment of a true disciple, providing 3 bowls of soup medicine a day. As a disciple, who can't be tempted by junior brother Jiang's talent? Chang Ran also understood in his heart that the reason why Jiang Ning made such rapid progress and achieved his current achievements must be that Wang Jin had given Jiang Ning a special treatment. However, even if he understood this, he did not think it was unfair at all. Because this seemed normal to him, let alone Wang Jin, even he would do the same. Good teachers are hard to find, but disciples who can inherit the mantle and have excellent talents and character are even harder to find. Now that he knew Jiang Ning's martial arts achievements, he had only one thought in his mind. We can only be friends, not enemies. Even if Jiang Ning didn't have the opportunity to join the inspection office, he didn't know how far he could go in the future. But he knew that Jiang Ning was so talented, even if he didn't come from a good family, everything was possible in the future. Maybe one day, he would become famous in Guangning Prefecture. Immediately, Chang Ran showed a sincere smile on his face. You can burst out 1,000 pounds of strength in an instant. Brother Jiang is so talented. Jiang Ning stopped retreating and shook his hands. Even with the burst of blood and qi, such a fierce collision made his right palm feel a little pain. But the pain at this moment not only did not make him feel afraid of fighting, but made his whole body feel hot. Brother Chang, come again. Jiang Ning's eyes were burning like fire. Okay. Chang Ran also responded readily. The next moment, the two of them moved. Instantly entered the arm of the other party. Bang bang bang, the two of them kept colliding with their fists, and the most wild battle broke out. This is the fight between men. When the two separated, Chang Ran grinned. Jiang Ning also smiled, and in his sight, a prompt that only he could see appeared. 5 animal fist experience value +1, it turns out that fighting can also increase boxing experience. At this moment, Jiang Ning immediately understood. Immediately, his eyes looking at Chang Ran were full of fighting intent. Come again. With a clear shout, Jiang Ning moved his body, like a white ape. Okay. Chang Ran also responded. Facing Jiang Ning, who was rushing Hedon, he directly burst out 50% of his strength. With 5 fingers spread out, it was like a tiger's palm slapping. The next moment, Chang Ran's face changed. Because Jiang Ning's body shape changed from extremely fast to extremely slow in an instant, and then he slapped his gap with a palm as agile as an ape. Thump, thump, thump. Chang Ran took 3 steps back, his face flushed. After a breath, he said, is this the way of changing the movement and stillness of the deer-formed fist? Yes. Please teach me, Brother Chang. Jiang Ning said. Come again. After Chang Ran calmed down, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he was not convinced. Subsequently, the two fought together again. However, the more the battle went on, the more frightened Chang Ran became. Because Jiang Ning's figure is too agile, his shots are irregular. Especially the changes between movement and stillness, body shape and fist postures moving left and right, as if there was no force inertia, this hit was extremely uncomfortable for him. It was completely impossible to predict Jiang Ning's movements. So this is the power of the 5 powers practitioners? Is the role of skills so great? Being hit in the chest by Jiang Ning again, Chang Ran couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. At this moment, the look he looked at Jiang Ning changed again and again. He knew that if his qi and blood were not perfect, penetrating his whole body, and his ability to withstand blows was far beyond anyone else's, just these few blows would be enough to make him lose his ability to fight. At this time, Jiang Ning also had some enlightenment after this first battle. Why did Wang Jin mention to himself many times that Wu Qin Quan should be practiced by the 5 powers? Fellow practitioners of the 5 powers are outstanding in strength, explosive power, movement skills, and speed, with almost no shortcomings. Although Chang Ran was strong, his energy and blood flowed through his whole body, and his single arm weighed 500 kilograms. Every move he made could easily unleash a force of over 1,000 kilograms. But if he didn't want to fight Hedon, it would be difficult for him to hit him with all his strength. After reaching a small level of ape-shaped boxing, the body technique can be said to have reached a subtle level. Even if you fight Chang Ran closely, you can make him miss by a hair or 1,000 miles, and you can even seize the gap where his old strength has gone and new strength has not yet emerged. So at this moment, he realized that Chang Ran's explosive force was equal to his, but he was completely suppressed by him.
Senior brother Chang, please give it a try. Jiang Ning said with a serious expression. Seeing Jiang Ning's serious look, Chang Ran nodded slowly. Okay, junior brother Jiang, be careful. As his words fell. When Chang Ran moved again, he was completely different from before. When his energy and blood flowed through his whole body and he exploded with all his strength, his speed suddenly increased by 50%. With a flash of figure, he was close to an arm's length in front of Jiang Ning. Chang Ran suddenly waved his arms like the wind, and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also had more than an arm's worth of energy and blood to fight back. At this moment, Jiang Ning also felt what it means to defeat 10 with one force. Chang Ran's one-arm strength exceeds 500 kilograms, which is more than twice his strength. Under this situation, he found that even if he could seize the gap where Chang Ran's old strength was gone and new strength had not yet emerged, he would only need to deal with 60 to 70% of Chang Ran's strength. But when his fists and feet collided, Chang Ran's strength was several times higher than his own. Still can't beat it hard. Every collision made Jiang Ning's arms hurt and numb, and his body was constantly forced to retreat. And when Chang Ran exploded with all his strength, the pressure was extremely strong. There was no way he could explode with all his strength, and the force he burst out in a hurry was all resolved with a slight shake of Chang Ran's arm. Forced to retreat to the corner, Jiang Ning jumped up and appeared on the wall instantly like an agile white ape. Senior brother Chang is indeed amazing, I am not as good as him. Standing on the wall, Jiang Ning clasped his fists. Whoosh whoosh at this moment, Chang Ran stopped his violent offensive and kept breathing heavily. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, he couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. It would be embarrassing to say that he used his full strength to overwhelm talents to such an extent. It seemed that he had won, but in fact he was completely defeated. But at this moment, he knew in his heart that Jiang Ning's talent in martial arts and boxing was far superior to his own. Immediately he felt secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, there are only about 3 months until the inspection office opens. If junior brother Jiang is given a year and a half, Xiaopeng and I can just give up without fighting. Now there are only 3 months left. No matter how amazing junior brother Jiang's boxing talent is and how amazing his understanding is, he can master his boxing skills and even reach perfection and master the power. But it is impossible for qi and blood to reach the perfect level, let alone the level of skin refining and the integration of skin and membrane. All of these require hard work to achieve. Thinking of this, Chang Ran felt very happy. Fortunately, there are only about 3 months until the inspection office opens. He still has the confidence to compete on the same stage as Xiaopeng with almost the same energy, blood and boxing skills. But after seeing Jiang Ning's strength today, he had no confidence at all when he was asked to compete with almost the same energy and blood. Subsequently, Chang Ran calmed down his rapid breathing and looked up at Jiang Ning on the wall, with a strange look in his eyes. Junior brother Jiang has such good physical strength. He can still manage such a fierce battle without blushing or out of breath. Jiang Ning smiled and jumped down from the wall, landing in front of Chang Ran. Senior brother Chang's attack like this naturally consumes a lot of physical energy. I am different. I mainly focus on swimming, so the physical energy consumption is naturally small. Yes. Chang Ran nodded, agreeing with this statement. But in Jiang Ning's heart, he understood that the reason why he did not consume as much as Chang Ran was because he had already begun to use the inner elixir to maintain health. His internal organs have been tempered and he has internal organs functions that are beyond ordinary people. Therefore, such a level of fighting could not make him feel the exhaustion of physical exhaustion. At this moment, he looked at the reminder that had already appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, Skill, Wokinquan, Small Success 50/500. After just a few minutes of fighting, my 5 Animals Fist Experience points increased by 2 points. Fighting is indeed one of the ways to increase boxing experience points. But the blood and qi did not increase. Jiang Ning then closed the panel. At this time, Chang Ran's breathing slowly returned to calm. He looked at Jiang Ning. Junior brother Jiang's comprehensive boxing realm is still above Xiaopeng. It is indeed a wise player to fight with junior brother Jiang. I feel that I have gained a lot. Me too. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. After a while, looking at Chang Ran's leaving figure, Jiang Ning also fell into a brief thought. If I hold a knife, relying on the advantages of body and knife skills, I don't know if I can defeat senior brother Chang Ran. Recalling the battle just now, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. It should be possible. With a sharp blade in hand, the advantages of body and skills are higher than the advantages of strength. No matter how strong the strength is,
as long as it has not entered the martial arts, it is still a flesh and blood body. One knife down, blood will still splash 5 steps.
But what if Brother Chang Ran is replaced by Su Yunfeng?
Jiang Ning's eyes flickered slightly, and he fell into thought. Brother Chang Ran has already achieved the level of perfect blood and qi, which penetrates the whole body. The strength of one arm exceeds 500 kilograms, and he is about to enter the martial arts. Su Yunfeng is also at the level of perfect blood and qi, which penetrates the whole body. But there is no doubt that Su Yunfeng must be better than Brother Chang Ran. After all, Su Yunfeng is a constable in Luoshui County. He must have experienced many fights and has rich practical experience. Brother Chang Ran is different. Brother Chang Ran and I are both flowers raised in a greenhouse.
If we face Su Yunfeng's life and death fight with the same strength, we will definitely lose to Su Yunfeng. I can probably beat Brother Chang Ran with a knife.
Jiang Ning thought of the Su Yunfeng he had seen several times, who never let go of the knife, and his right hand was always on the handle of the knife at his waist. He immediately shook his head slightly. I may not be Su Yunfeng's opponent now. I still need some time. Jiang Ning muttered to himself. After summarizing the experience of the battle just now, Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing in his own yard. Since he lived in the martial arts hall and had his own small yard, he spent most of his time practicing boxing in his own small yard. Especially after his boxing skills became successful, he rarely went to the front yard of the martial arts hall.
Ordinary disciples can't see the entry and mastery of the 5 animals fist.
But after the boxing skills have reached a small success, each move begins to be full of flexibility, especially the blood and qi are gradually strengthened, and it is easy to sense the strong blood and qi when practicing boxing. In this case, any martial arts hall disciple with good strength like Xiaopeng can feel some clues. He doesn't want to expose his progress to people like Xiaopeng too early, which will only cause trouble. As for Chang Ran, it's different. After these days of dealing with him, he has a certain trust in Chang Ran and knows that he is a good person and worth making friends with. 5 animals fist experience points +1. After finishing the boxing, Jiang Ning also opened his panel and took a look. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 9.2, Skills, Reading and Spelling, One-Time Limit 568/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Animals Fist, Minor Success 39/500, Chopping Wood Knife Technique, Perfect 1000/1000, Inner Alchemy Health Preservation Exercise, Entry Level 18/1000. Today, he has made a lot of progress. The power of qi and blood has penetrated more than one arm, and the distance to the second arm is more than halfway.
The condensation of qi and blood also brings about the enhancement of strength and physique.
And because the Inner Alchemy Health Preservation Exercise can only absorb and exhale the essence of the sun from sunrise to the 8th quarter of the morning after entering the door. As a result, he only gained 12 experience points from the Inner Alchemy Health Preservation Exercise today, although it is not as much as the experience points gained from the first day of absorbing and exhaling the essence of sunrise. But he felt that his progress was also quite obvious. The more violent the state of Sun Hua was, the more obvious the enhancement of the internal organs' functions, the stronger the internal organs became, and the longer the physical strength seemed. Every day, Jiang Ning could feel that he was making progress.
And his progress was not like that of others.
The later he progressed, the slower he progressed, and he might even stop where he was. Whether in the early or late stages, his progress did not slow down at all.
He was consistent and made breakthroughs step by step.
2 days left. After 2 days, the energy I have accumulated can break the limit of my chopping knife skills. The increase in knife skills special effects should help me. In this way, my strength will be further improved. In addition, the accumulation of literacy has also exceeded a quarter of the progress. I cannot ignore the new characteristics of this skill and the growth of mental power. Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning muttered to himself. If I can take the precious medicinal material of wild ginseng again, my progress will be faster. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning was full of expectations.
Today, Zhou Xing will definitely appear.
After meeting Zhou Xing, he could buy wild ginseng from Zhou Xing, which would be of great help to him. Outside, a 10-year-old wild ginseng costs about 15 taels of silver per plant, but it only costs 10 taels of silver to buy it from Zhou Xing. With such a low price and such a high cost effectiveness, he naturally chose to buy wild ginseng from Zhou Xing. Although this seems to require so-called favors, in Jiang Ning's view, what is favor?
Current interests are the most important. Seize every opportunity to grow rapidly and have sufficient self-protection ability.
The truth lies in being able to protect yourself and the people you care about. He had a deep understanding of the saying, "It's better to die than to suffer," in his previous life.
Then, Jiang Ning continued to practice the five animals fist over and over again in the courtyard. Every time he practiced the boxing, he could increase his experience points. The five animals fist at the small success level could also successfully condense 3 strands of qi and blood in his body. Now, as he entered the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, his internal organs were improved, and Jiang Ning could clearly feel that his body could support an increase in the number of boxing exercises every day. The function of his internal organs is stronger, which makes his endurance longer and his physical strength recover faster. At the same time, his appetite is also larger than before. For martial artists, being able to eat is a good thing. Only by being able to eat and eating more can you take in enough energy for your own growth. When eating with Wang Jin last night, Jiang Ning found that Wang Jin had already noticed his abnormal appetite, but Wang Jin didn't say much at the time, just told him not to be restrained, eat more, and eat freely. At lunch, everyone gathered around a rectangular table, and everyone was divided on both sides. Wang Jin was sitting at the end of the long table. On the table, there were pots of big white steamed buns, green vegetables, and a bowl of meat with fat in front of each person. This is the lunch provided by Tsanglong Martial Arts School every day. There are enough steamed buns and vegetables, but each person only has a bowl of meat in front of him, which can ensure that the martial arts school disciples can get meat and oil every day. In this way, they will not easily break down their bodies. After practicing boxing for a whole morning, everyone was hungry. After the food was served, everyone grabbed the food on the table and devoured it. On the main seat, Wang Jin drank tea after the meal to clean his stomach. He looked at the people who were devouring the food at the table with a calm face, but he nodded his chin from time to time, showing satisfaction. Suddenly, a disciple hurried into the hall outside. He came to Wang Jin and bowed with his fists. "Master, someone came to visit outside. He said his name is Shen Songyun." "Shen Songyun?" Wang Jin stood up suddenly with a surprised look. The chair he was sitting on also moved backwards, making a bang-bang sound. Such a movement suddenly attracted everyone's attention, and naturally attracted Jiang Ning's attention. "Shen Songyun?" Jiang Ning was slightly surprised when he heard these 3 words. Shen Songyun is the deputy owner of Wanhua Tower stationed in Luoshui County. Although he is the deputy owner, Wanhua Tower is a superpower spread across the 9 states of Daxia. There is a Wanhua Tower in almost any state, prefecture, county, and county in Daxia. The business of Wanhua Tower is also very simple. That is, doing business with people who practice martial arts. Among them, there are martial arts secrets, precious medicines and elixirs, magic weapons, armor, and all kinds of intelligence information can also be bought in Wanhua Tower. In Wanhua Tower, as long as you have enough silver, you can buy most of the materials needed for martial arts practice. From the secrets of martial arts that are not in the mainstream to the fundamental methods of achieving masters and grand masters. As long as you have money, you can buy it in Wanhua Building. With such a huge power, even if Shen Songyun is only the deputy building owner of a branch building station in Luoshui County, his status and position in Luoshui County is also very high. In the eyes of all dignitaries, he is also a big man. Whether it is the county lord of Luoshui County, who is a 7th-rank official, or the 3 local families of Chao, Lu and Xia, they all have to give him some face. And the reason why Wanhua Building can be spread across states, prefectures, and counties is that they have always adhered to the attitude of neutrality for business and harmony to make money, and never intervene in any struggle between forces. Only absolute neutrality can be worthy of the trust of all forces. In Daxia, no matter how strong the power is, who can be stronger than the Daxia court? Strange, why did Shen Songyun come to visit the teacher? Chang Ran, who was sitting next to Jiang Ning, said with a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Jiang, do you know?" He then turned to Jiang Ning and asked. Jiang Ning shook his head slightly. "How do I know? Is it because of that incident?" Chang Ran thought. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ning asked. Chang Ran said, "I heard that recently because the inspection office is about to open, many forces in the county are investing in people who may enter the office. After all, Brother Jiang also knows that once we successfully enter the office, we will have the support of the inspection office led by the martial saint, and we will have the power to kill and kill without permission, which is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Investing before entering the office to enhance martial arts strength is like helping people in need. This is a favor, and many people are happy to make this kind of investment." Hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good investment, with a high cost effectiveness. Chang Ran added, "But the strange thing is that with Shen Songyun's status as the deputy owner of Wanhua Tower, even if Wanhua Tower invests, why should he be involved?
And as far as I know, Wanhua Tower does not easily invest in geniuses, and each time it only invests in real martial arts geniuses.
A county inspection office is not worth Wanhua Tower's investment, let alone a big man like Shin Song-yoon. Wanhua Tower should not look down on this kind of success, which is not a big return for them.
On the other side, Wang Jin came out of the lobby.
Shin Song-yoon. Thinking of this person, Wang Jin's heart was a little hot.
He stopped at the peak of the 7th rank for many years, and with the help of Shin Song-yoon, he finally saw an opportunity to go further. He couldn't help but speed up his pace, quickly passed through Chen Yuan, and walked towards the door of the martial arts hall. Stepping over the threshold, Wang Jin saw the middle-aged man outside the door wearing a gray robe, with a refined face and slightly white temples.
Brother Shen. Wang Jin walked towards Shin Song-yoon while clasping his hands together. Brother Wang.
The middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s also showed a casual smile and bowed to Wang Jin. Brother Shin came to visit suddenly, why didn't you notify me in advance, and didn't prepare wine and meat to entertain Brother Shin in advance?
Shin Song-yoon smiled, I'm sorry for coming to visit suddenly. You are a little bit polite.
Since you and I are brothers, then my home is Brother Shin's home.
You can come anytime you want.
Shin Song-yoon smiled when he heard it. Brother Wang, please invite me in to sit down. Please, 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 please. Wang Jin raised his hand to signal, and then the two walked side by side and stepped into the martial arts hall.
A new week, please vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Songlong Martial Arts School. Brother Shin came to visit today. Why? How do you feel about the inner elixir's health-preserving power after Brother Wang personally tested it? Shin Song-yoon asked with a smile. Brother Shin turned out to be here for this. What else?
Shin Song-yoon smiled slightly and continued, otherwise, Brother Wang, you would think that I am here to invest in the disciples in your martial arts school?
My investment in Wanhua Building has always been limited, and everything depends on fate. When we meet, look. If you like it, you'll vote. Wang Jin nodded, that's right. How can the so-called geniuses fall into the eyes of Brother Shin and Wanhua Tower?
Shin Song-yoon smiled non-committally. Wanhua really knows how to invest and make friends with real martial arts geniuses. The reason why Wanhua Tower has become so big is that it has a keen eye for making bets and investments before each genius has yet to take off. Only by providing help in times of need can we gain true friendship. With such connections all over the world and all forces involved, how could Wanhua Building fail to grow? It was precisely because of this factor that he had made good friends with Wang Jin before. While the two were talking, they continued walking towards the backyard of the martial arts school.
Wang Jin said, the inner elixir health-preserving skill that Brother Shin just mentioned is indeed miraculous. It is indeed an authentic Taoist inner strengthening method.
Now I feel that my body functions have recovered a lot, and there is the possibility of further progress. Shin Song-yoon glanced sideways at Wang Jin, and felt the rhythm of Wang Jin's breathing and the beating of his heart from the air.
Brother Wang, did you repair the broken page I gave you?
Wang Jin nodded, his eyes shining brightly. I have completed the cultivation, and I officially started a few days ago. Now I feel that my body functions have recovered a lot, as if I am 5 to 10 years younger.
Brother Wang's talent is really good. Shin Song-yoon praised. Not bad.
Wang Jin shook his head. If it weren't for the box of secret medicine that Brother Shin gave me, I wouldn't be able to feel the so-called essence of heaven and earth at all, let alone get started.
Shin Song-yoon smiled and shook his head. Normal people still can't feel the essence of the sun even if they use that box of secret medicine.
Brother Wang is born with spiritual intelligence, which is extraordinary. It took only 2 months for him to successfully get started using the secret medicine.
This shows how extraordinary Mr. Wang is.
It's no wonder that Mr. Wang can reach the peak of the 7th level of martial arts in this small county.
Speaking of the latter part, Shin Song-yoon was quite emotional.
At this time, Wang Jin showed a puzzled look. I have heard Brother Shin mention spiritual wisdom many times before, saying that I am born with spiritual wisdom.
What exactly is this spiritual wisdom?
Hearing this, Shin Song-yoon smiled. Brother Wang, I don't know that in ancient times, in the age of immortals and gods, only those who were born with spiritual intelligence could practice the immortal way. If they succeeded in the immortal way, they could be on par with the gods, free from restraints, and achieve great freedom. The inner alchemy health-preserving skill is a unique skill that evolved from the immortal way in ancient times. Only those who are born with spiritual wisdom can use my secret medicine to cultivate this inner alchemy health-preserving skill. But at this moment, Wang Jin looked shocked. Brother Shin just said that the inner alchemy health-preserving skill is a superior martial art?
But is it a unique skill that ranks above the superior martial arts? A smile appeared on Shin Songyun's face. That's natural. The inner alchemy health-preserving skill is a unique skill that ranks among the best. Moreover, the inner alchemy health-preserving skill is also extremely mysterious and exquisite in the secret skill. I wonder what price Brother Shin needs to pay to teach me this inner elixir health-preserving skill. Wang Jin said, his eyes suddenly showing longing. As a martial artist, who doesn't desire powerful martial arts skills? Not to mention that the inner alchemy health-preserving skill is a unique skill that strengthens the internal organs, which is of great help to him. It can strengthen his internal organs, restore his body functions, and prolong his life. In this way, he will have the opportunity to take a further step and step into the ranks of the 6th level of martial arts. It's easy to say. Shin Songyun continued with a smile, you and I are considered brothers. I am very optimistic about Brother Wang's talent, and naturally I am willing to invest in Brother Wang. Therefore, if Brother Wang wants to learn this inner elixir health-preserving skill, it will not be difficult. Only. Wang Jin immediately took over the topic, just what? Shin Songyun continued, I just hope Brother Wang will be mentally prepared. This inner alchemy health-preserving skill is not complete, and I don't have a complete copy of the inner alchemy health-preserving skill in my hand that can be cultivated to a perfect level. Which level can you cultivate to? Wang Jin asked quickly. This technique is related to whether he can restore his body functions and chart the path to the 6th level of martial arts. Naturally, he is extremely concerned about this. Shin Songyun said, I can only cultivate the inner alchemy health-preserving skills to Deshang, missing the most critical method of perfection. However, even the Deshang inner alchemy health-preserving skills are comparable to the superior martial arts, so if Mr. Wang can master the inner alchemy health-preserving skills, when the function reaches its peak, the 5 internal organs sound like thunder, and the inner breath is like a gang. This is also the state of inner strength, and one can enter the ranks of the 4th level of martial arts. When Wang Jin heard this, he was relieved and a smile appeared on his face. That's enough. Even though it's an incomplete method, it's comparable to the best martial arts. It can be cultivated to the point where the inner strength is strong, the 5 internal organs sound like thunder, and the inner breath is like gangbang. Isn't this enough? A martial arts expert who has become strong within the 5th level, that's all. Shin Songyun sighed slightly, his expression full of deep regret. That being said, the core and most essence of the inner elixir health-preserving skill is the state of perfection. Introducing the fire of the great sun at noon into the body is like an oven, and the elixir is refined inside. Once the golden elixir is completed, it is the moral of the legend. If a golden elixir is swallowed, my fate is determined by my fate. Only in this way can it be called a true secret skill, which can at least give you a lifespan of more than 100 years, and your internal breath will undergo a qualitative change. Hearing these words, Wang Jin's eyes lit up. Such a powerful inner alchemy health-preserving skill simply broke his cognition. Then his eyes dimmed slightly again. Because the core of this skill is missing, even the deputy owner of Wanhua Tower, Shin Songyun, can't find the missing core method, so how can he find it? At this moment, Shin Songyun walked side by side with Wang Jin, and he was very satisfied with Wang Jin. Wang Jin is a natural smart person, who was accidentally discovered by him, so he tested him. After verifying Wang Jin's inner alchemy health-preserving skill today, he made up his mind to invest in and support Wang Jin. The reason why Wanhua Tower can be opened in any county in the 9 states of Daxia is that its network of contacts is unfathomable. If they find talents worth investing in, they often support them when they are weak, or help them solve problems when they are in trouble. As the saying goes, there are many people who add flowers to the icing on the cake, but few who help in times of trouble. With such investment, once the genius supported grows up, it will be a huge gain. The favor of the strong is worth a fortune. And Wang Jin is the genius that Shin Songyun has chosen. A genius is still a genius even if he is old. In the new week, please vote for me. Thank you. In Shin Songyun's eyes. Looking at the entire Luoshui County, although Wang Jin is not the strongest in Luoshui County, there are still a few people who are stronger than Wang Jin. However, Wang Jin is a true martial arts genius. In a small place like Luoshui County, he can reach the peak of the 7th level of martial arts, and is only one step away from the 6th level. This is undoubtedly a genius. More importantly, Wang Jin is a natural intelligence, and he is the same kind of person. Possessing such special features is what Shin Songyun really values Wang Jin. In his eyes, what does it matter if Wang Jin is over 50, what does it matter if his physical functions decline, and what does it matter if there is no hope of breaking through now? Being the same kind of person as him, a natural intelligence, that's enough. He was able to successfully enter the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise in 2 months, which means that Wang Jin is very talented and is worthy of his attention. After practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, the body functions will only recover. In this way, Wang Jin has a chance to break through the 6th level of martial arts. I also have the follow-up practice method of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, which is enough for Wang Jin to practice to the level of inner strength and inner breath like a strong force. With Wang Jin's natural talent as a spiritual person, even if he relies on the water-grinding effort, it is enough to attract the essence of the sun and practice to the level of thunder sound of the 5 internal organs, inner breath like a strong force, and inner strength. Wang Jin's body function has recovered, and it is a natural thing for him to break through the 6th level of martial arts. Once the 6th level of bone forging is perfected and the inner strength is perfected, he can skip the 5th level of inner strength and directly enter the ranks of the 4th level of martial arts. This kind of martial arts master is a first-class existence in the whole of Daxia. If he can get the opportunity to go further, it is not impossible to be ranked among the masters of Daxia. Although this is only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, it is enough for Shin Song-yun. In his eyes, Wang Jin is at least able to achieve the 6th level of martial arts. Moreover, the 6th level of martial arts who cultivates both inside and outside is not weaker than some 5th level martial arts masters. In addition, Wang Jin still has a 20% to 30% chance of entering the 4th level of martial arts. Such a strong man is first-rate in the whole of Daxia. There is also an extremely slim 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a master. If Wang Jin can be ranked as a master, then he will really make a fortune. The favor of a master is inestimable. Although this possibility is only 1 in 10,000, looking at the so-called geniuses in the world, the possibility of becoming a master is enough to make the world astonished. The power of a master, one person can be on par with 10,000 troops, and one person can ensure the prosperity of a first-class sect for 100 years. This is the reason why he is willing to make friends with Wang Jin and invest in Wang Jin. It is also the reason why he specially visited him today. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the backyard of the martial arts hall, the yard where Wang Jin lived. On the other side, Jiang Ning and others had also finished their meal. Under the leadership of Chang Ran, the two strolled around the front yard of the martial arts hall before returning to Jiang Ning's yard. It's a pity that I didn't see Shin Song-yun's true face. Chang Ran sat in front of Jiang Ning, with a look of regret on his face. Jiang Ning said, the owner of the building must have gone to the backyard. If senior brother Chang really admires him, he might as well find a reason to go and see him. It's not admiration. Chang Ran smiled, I just heard that Wanhua Tower occasionally invests in martial arts geniuses. Anyone who is favored by the people of Wanhua Tower and gets investment from Wanhua Tower will go further on the road of martial arts. After all, Wanhua Tower has countless magical skills and medicines, and there are many strong people. Compared with the resources of Wanhua Tower, my family is no different from beggars. If I can be favored by Shin Song-yun and get investment and training from Wanhua Tower, then I will really take off directly. It's easy to surpass and beat Xiao Pang. No, it should be said that he will never be in my eyes again. He will not be on the same level as me. In the future, he can only look at my back from afar. At this point, Chang Ran shook his head again. But forget it. Wanhua Tower will only invest in real martial arts geniuses. The martial arts geniuses they invest in are often the best in comprehension and physique. Such geniuses often do not need to spend a year from the entry of martial arts to the entry of martial arts. There is basically no possibility that they will take a fancy to me. I can only think about it this way. Chang Ran said, shaking his head and sighing, convincing himself to face the reality. At this time, Jiang Ning heard Chang Ran's words, and his heart was slightly moved. As Chang Ran said, if he could get investment and cultivation from Wanhua Tower, it would really help a lot. Especially in the weak period, it was even more obvious. That was a timely help. But after just thinking about it for a moment, he gave up the idea. Wanhua Tower, he really didn't know much. What kind of personality Shin Song-yun had, he didn't know even more. And Shin Song-yun went straight to the backyard with Wang Jin when he came to the martial arts hall. It was obvious that he had other important things to do, not to make so-called investments. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning shook his head secretly. 5 Animals Fist experience +1, after practicing the boxing technique once, Jiang Ning was already soaked with sweat under the midday sun. Skills, 5 Animals Fist, minor success 51 to 500, no unexpected gains. Looking at the prompt in front of him,
which was still the 5 animals fist that increased his experience points, Jiang Ning shook his head secretly. After sparring with Chang Ran in the morning, he felt that he had gained a little in the 5 animals fist, but after continuous practice and verification, there was still no change in the experience points.
Great success, it's really not that simple. Jiang Ning shook his head secretly.
Afterwards, he clenched his fist again and felt that there was still some strength left in his body. After I started practicing Night and Yang Shenggong, my physical strength has greatly increased, and the number of times I practice boxing every day has indeed increased a lot. This morning alone, I practiced boxing 7 times. Now I practiced boxing 3 times in a row after lunch, and I can still feel that I have some strength left.
After the internal organs are strengthened, it is really completely different.
If I have wild ginseng as a tonic, then my boxing efficiency can be improved. If I can understand the spirit and form of the tiger after observing the tiger and master the essence of the tiger boxing, it will be even better. Before I reach the great perfection of the 5 animals fist, the experience points I gain from each boxing practice can be doubled. In this way, my strength will definitely improve rapidly.
The next moment,
his qi and blood surged in his body, and the qi and blood instantly penetrated his right arm, and as for the left arm, it was more than half penetrated.
It's not far from penetrating both arms.
With the strengthening of my qi and blood, my strength should be over 250 kilograms now.
Then,
Jiang Ning rested for a while and was about to continue practicing boxing.
Junior brother Jiang. Junior brother Jiang. Chang Ran rushed in.
Jiang Ning had just started to punch, but he put it down.
Brother Chang, why are you running here so fast? Did something happen in the front yard? Chang Ran stopped. Brother Jiang, didn't you hear the noise in the front yard?
Senior sister Li Qing just came back. She has successfully entered the martial arts level, and the second senior brother Zhao who is also here. His tiger-shaped fist has reached perfection and mastered the tiger power.
Perfect? Jiang Ning was surprised. Chang Ran nodded, yes, it is perfect.
Senior brother Zhao who said that he would show us the perfect level of tiger-shaped fist. Junior brother Jiang, why don't you hurry up and go to the front yard with me to watch?
Okay.
Jiang Ning immediately gave up the idea of practicing boxing. He was also very curious about the perfect level of tiger-shaped fist.
A new week, please vote for me. Thank you.
The update of the next chapter at noon will be postponed to before 12 o'clock in the morning. In order to recommend PK, I can only use shortcuts to post 2 chapters in a row.
Sorry.
The front yard of the martial arts hall. Jiang Ning and Chang Ran had just appeared, and they immediately saw Li Qing, who was tall, with a ponytail and a slender swan neck. In the entire Xianglong Martial Arts Hall, among the disciples, there is only one female disciple, Li Qing. At this time, she naturally stood out from the crowd, especially Li Qing, who was still tall, at least 1.7 meters in Jiang Ning's view. Because Li Qing is only half a head shorter than him. As for why there is only such a woman as a disciple in the entire Xianglong Martial Arts Academy, it is not difficult to understand. Learning boxing will damage the skin on your hands and produce many calluses.
This is a shortcoming that most women find intolerable. However, all entry-level disciples of Xianglong Martial Arts School can only learn Wuqinkwen.
Therefore, naturally not many women are willing to study at Xianglong Martial Arts School, and no woman would want her white and tender hands to become rough and covered with calluses. Most women's martial arts training mainly focuses on leg exercises and weapon exercises, which are very beautiful and do not cause any damage to the body shape. The love of beauty, no matter what world a woman is in, is always unavoidable. As for why Li Qing's hands were still so fair and without calluses after practicing boxing, Jiang Ning didn't know why, but he guessed that Li Qing must have used some precious secret medicine to protect her hands every day. At this moment, the front yard of the martial arts school seems to have experienced a little turmoil. A stout man attracted all the attention of the disciples in the front courtyard. This man looks extremely capable from the outside, especially his arms, which are extremely miraculous. His left arm hangs freely and reaches as long as his knees. With such a wingspan and extraordinary bones, he is a martial arts genius who was born to practice boxing.
An inch long, an inch strong. His long wingspan gives him a considerable advantage in boxing. This person patted Xiao Peng's shoulder. Junior brother Xiao is not bad.
He is worthy of being the true disciple that Master has accepted today.
Junior brother Zhao's understanding is really high. He has mastered the essence of tiger-shaped fist at a young age. I think junior brother Xiao will definitely be able to do it one day. You can catch up with me.
Xiao Peng said with excitement on his face, thank you, senior brother Zhao,
for your encouragement. I have benefited a lot from feeling the strength of senior brother Zhao. I will succeed in boxing in the future, and I will never forget the contribution of senior brother Zhao's guidance today. Looking at Xiao Pang and Zhao, who surrounded by everyone, Chang Ran couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. He also complained in a low voice, "This Xiao Pang is really good at showing off." While I was leaving, he took the opportunity to please senior brother Zhao Hu and let senior brother Zhao Hu give him guidance. Senior brother Zhao Hu has perfected the tiger shape fist and the tiger power is running smoothly. His guidance will definitely help Xiao Peng understand something. In this way, the gap between him and him will widen. Fuck! It's even harder to compete with him for the last spot in the inspectorate. Jiang Ning was beside him and patted Chang Ran on the shoulder. "Brother Chang, come on, I believe you can surpass Xiao Peng." Chang Ran also clenched his fist. "I will definitely surpass him." Outside the martial arts gym. Tap tap tap, a black carriage drove from a distance. After approaching Sanglong Martial Arts Hall, the speed of the carriage gradually slowed down. Call under the watchful eyes of the two disciples at the entrance of the martial arts hall, the carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Next moment, the driver's waist was so strong that he bounced off the carriage like a crayfish, and then landed on the flat ground. He swept the car curtain and said, "Master, Sanglong Martial Arts School has arrived." Then, the front side of the carriage sank slightly, and a middle-aged man in his 50s with a goatee stooped out of the carriage. Under the gaze of the martial arts gatekeeper, he came to the two of them. "I would like to ask you two little brothers to inform us that Lu Zhixiong, the director of Sai Commercial Bank, is here to visit." Sai Trading Company? The two disciples looked at each other, and one of them looked at Lu Zhixiong, who was about 50 years old and had a goatee, and said respectfully, "Director Lu, please wait a moment, I will go and inform my owner." After the disciple hurried away towards the martial arts hall. Tap tap tap, the sound of a horse-drawn carriage came from the corner of the street in the distance again. The carriage approaching quickly also attracted the attention of several people. After more than 10 breaths, call as the coachman pulled the reins, the entire carriage stopped in front of the Sanglong Martial Arts Hall. Subsequently, the curtain of the carriage was swept open, and a man wearing a black brocade robe and a bun crown on his head got out of the carriage. Behind him came a man who looked like an iron tower. "Lu Zhixiong, your Sai Chamber of Commerce has crossed the line." The man wearing a black brocade robe and a bun crown on his head said calmly. Lu Zhixiong, who had a goatee and a beard, glanced at the man in a black brocade robe, and then at the man behind him with ferocious muscles that looked like an iron tower. The corner of Lu Zhixiong's mouth raised slightly. "What? Nephew Zhou Xian has such a big appetite? When did Wang Jin's Sanglong Martial Arts School become your Zhou Xing's territory? If you're not satisfied with accepting Zhang Taisheng, why don't you want to swallow all the talented disciples from Sanglong Martial Arts School in one go?" Faced with Lu Zhixiang's question, Zhou Xing smiled. "Extend your hand too long, be careful of getting chopped." After the words fell, Zhou Xing passed by Lu Zhixiang, and Zhang Taisheng, a man like an iron tower behind him, followed closely behind. Looking at the back of Zhou Xing passing by, Lu Zhixiang's face turned blue and white, becoming extremely ugly. Being scolded by the younger generation, even if few people here saw him, it still made him feel that he had lost face. Zhou Xing. Snort. I hope you can be so arrogant later. Thinking of the big shots involved in the interests represented by the Sai Chamber of Commerce, Lu Zhixiang was extremely confident. At this moment, he hoped that Zhou Xing would really dare to make trouble, so that he could take advantage of the situation to teach this young man a lesson. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, the gatekeeper who stayed behind saw Zhou Xing coming and bowed his head. "Hello, senior brother Zhou." The man then saluted Zhang Taisheng behind Zhou Xing. "Hello, senior brother Zhang." Zhou Xing patted the gatekeeper on the shoulder. "Work hard, I hope you can become my real junior brother one day." "Yes, senior brother Zhou." The gatekeeper replied excitedly, and then clenched his fists while looking at Zhou Xing's back. On the other side, in the martial arts hall, Zhao Hu glanced at the people around him, and his eyes briefly stayed on Li Qing for a moment, and a touch of admiration flashed in his eyes inadvertently. "My fellow apprentices, I just said I would show you my tiger power. Please follow me." Everyone followed with excitement. "Let's go and take a look," Chang Ran said. Jiang Ning nodded. At this time, Zhao Hu glanced at Li Qing inadvertently and saw that Li Qing fell behind the crowd but followed. He was immediately happy. He was happy to attract the attention of the beauty. People who practice martial arts have vigorous blood and energy. It was the time to admire young girls. Naturally, he was interested in Li Qing. In the martial arts hall. Fellow junior brothers, watch out. Zhao Hu came to the wooden stakes. The wooden stakes in front of him and even the human-shaped wooden stakes were all wrapped with thick cowhide. This way, punching them would provide a buffer and would not easily hurt the hands. Immediately, Zhao Hu placed his palm on the human-shaped wooden stake. Then, his palm shook slightly. Boom! The wooden stakes exploded instantly, and the cowhide wrapped on them splashed like rags, and many wood thorns also exploded on the smooth surface of the wooden stakes. So powerful! Brother Zhao is so powerful! Listening to the compliments of several people around him, Zhao Hu raised his mouth slightly and continued to popularize it to everyone. This is the fierce tiger power mastered after the tiger-shaped fist is perfected. The fierce tiger power is extremely fierce and has strong explosive power, so all junior brothers must learn the boxing well and strive to practice the tiger-shaped fist to perfection as soon as possible. While speaking, his eyes glanced slightly and swept behind everyone, looking for the familiar figure. The next moment, his eyes suddenly condensed. Because at this time he saw that beautiful figure was talking happily with a man, and there was even a faint smile on her face. Junior brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have changed so much? Li Qing said, with a surprised look on her face. Li Qing still clearly remembered that Jiang Ning, who had just joined the martial arts hall, was born well and was in line with her aesthetic taste. But he was a little too thin, with a sickly temperament, and there was not much muscle on his body. When he saw him again today, he had changed a lot. The muscles on his arms were clearly visible, full of lines. Through the thin short coat, she could also see that Jiang Ning's body had changed a lot at this time. His body was no longer thin skin and bones, but full of muscles. This kind of muscle was not like some disciples who became big guys, but full of lines and beauty, as well as powerful explosive power. The change in appearance alone made Li Qing see that Jiang Ning had made great progress, beyond her imagination. Hearing Li Qing's exclamation, Jiang Ning smiled. After practicing boxing day and night, there is some progress. How is the boxing of junior brother Jiang? Li Qing asked. Looking at Jiang Ning's face at this time, she liked it more and more, and her mood became a little happy. In her eyes, many disciples in the martial arts hall have trained their limbs to be strong and muscular, and they are almost catching up with gorillas, which makes her frown. Although there are a few who are normal, their appearance makes her feel nothing. Only this disciple who joined the martial arts hall a few days ago, although thin, has clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and his appearance is very much in line with her mind, which makes her feel quite comfortable and pleasing to the eye. It is precisely because she likes it that she said she wanted to give some advice to Jiang Ning at that time. Not bad. Facing Li Qing's question, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Junior brother Jiang seems very confident. Senior sister will come to test you later to see how you practice the 5 animals boxing? Li Qing smiled, with a relaxed face. At this time Jiang Ning seemed to have noticed something, and when he looked up, he saw Li Hu looking at him with eyes as fiery as fire. Not good. Beauty is a disaster, the ancients are not wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Ning naturally understood in his heart, and secretly thought that it was not good. This is being targeted by Li Hu. At this moment, Chang Ran on the side said with a smile, Senior sister Li, you have entered the martial arts level, congratulations. Li Qing also smiled at Chang Ran beside Jiang Ning. I still remember that you liked to call me junior sister before, why are you so honest today? Chang Ran smiled and said, Senior sister Li has entered the martial arts level, how dare I do this? I don't want to be sister Li's punching bag. Junior brother Chang is smart, I have been itching to practice these 2 days, and I just want to find someone to practice with. Li Qing smiled playfully at the corner of her mouth. Forget it. Forget it. Chang Ran waved his hands repeatedly, his head shaking, although my blood and chi are perfect, I have not yet entered the grade, and my boxing skills are not as good as Senior Sister Li. Isn't it asking for a fight to practice with Senior Sister Li? Wait for me to practice martial arts with junior brother Jiang for another 10 days and a half months. After my boxing skills are improved, I will ask Senior Sister Li for advice. Junior brother Jiang is practicing with you? Li Qing was shocked and looked at Jiang Ning next to her blankly. As soon as these words came out, Li Qing instantly caught the information revealed in Chang Ran's words. Junior brother Jiang? Practice with you for 10 days and a half months? How could it be? Why can junior brother Jiang practice with Chang Ran? The strength is very different, just like an adult and a child. How can he be qualified to practice with you? Is Chang Ran teasing me? Li Qing was shocked and looked at Jiang Ning suspiciously. Junior brother Jiang, Chang Ran is kidding. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, senior sister is smart, she saw through us at a glance. Senior brother Chang is of course joking. I have only been learning boxing for less than half a month. How can I exchange martial arts with senior brother Chang? Senior brother Chang just took the time to teach me a few moves. Senior brother Chang, isn't that right? Seeing Jiang Ning's gaze, Chang Ran immediately understood what Jiang Ning meant. He nodded repeatedly, junior brother Jiang is right. Looking at the exchange between the two people in front of her, Li Qing didn't believe it at first, but now she believed it a little. She is not stupid, how could she not see the glances between the two? Thinking of what Chang Ran just said, she couldn't help but think of some legends of the world's geniuses. In Guangning Academy, there is a student who is known as the reincarnation of a god. He was born with a strong soul and extraordinary martial arts talent. He entered the martial arts in 7 days and entered the martial arts in 3 months. At the age of only 23, he was ranked on the hidden dragon list, with the demeanor of a young master. Everyone in the world says that this person has the potential to be a great master. In the Vajra temple, there is a young monk who is said to be born with wisdom, born with a natural grasp of Buddhist principles, and has the best understanding of ancient and modern times. He has realized a magical power of Buddhism just from the scriptures. In the Yushu temple, there is also a Taoist reincarnation. Thinking of these contemporary legends, Li Qing couldn't help but smile in his heart. I'm overthinking it. Even if junior brother Jiang is really qualified to fight with Chang Ran to learn martial arts, he can't be compared with those legendary figures. If what Chang Ran said is true, junior brother Jiang is qualified to learn martial arts and exchange boxing experience with him. This is enough to show that junior brother Jiang has amazing understanding. The realm of the 5 animals fist should not be lower than Chang Ran. Only in this way can he be qualified to exchange boxing experience with Chang Ran. Thinking of this possibility, Li Qing was even more shocked. She still remembered that when Jiang Ning became a disciple, he was very ambitious. He did not choose to practice 1 or 2 of the 5 animals fist like ordinary martial arts disciples, but practiced all 5 styles at the same time. Now, if my analysis is correct, junior brother Jiang is clearly confident. No wonder I just heard that junior brother Jiang got the teacher's permission to let him stay in the martial arts hall for a long time to protect his safety. It is obvious that the teacher also knows that he is very talented, so he looks at junior brother Jiang differently and takes good care of him. At this moment, Li Qing felt that she understood everything. At this time, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. Chang Ran, fight me! This shout, like a thunder, suddenly sounded in the front yard of the entire martial arts hall. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by it and looked over. Suddenly, Zhao Wu, who was not far away, jumped up, like a white ape, and jumped over more than 20 meters in 3 jumps, and instantly landed in front of Jiang Ning and Chang Ran. A violet aura instantly rushed towards Jiang Ning and Chang Ran, like a tiger coming down the mountain. Jiang Ning was stunned. Chang Ran? Not me? At this moment, Chang Ran also looked at Zhao Hu with a look of astonishment, with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Zhao, what do you mean? Chang Ran said, his face slightly cold. What do you mean? Zhao Hu looked at Chang Ran fiercely, you know what I mean. Just when the situation was tense. What's going on? A casual voice sounded from the entrance of the martial arts hall. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around immediately. It's Brother Zhou Xing. Hello, Brother Zhou Xing. Brother Zhou Xing is here. And Brother Zhang Taishang. Brother Zhou Xing and Brother Zhang Taishang are here. Thank you for Yi Tang's monthly ticket, and by the way, I'm asking for your monthly ticket. Thank you all. The front yard of the martial arts hall. When everyone saw Zhou Xing and Zhang Taishang who looked like an iron tower entering the front yard, they all said hello. Hearing the voices of the people behind him, Zhao Wu turned around and saw Zhou Xing and Zhang Taishang. At this time, Zhou Xing also looked in the direction of Chang Ran and Zhao Hu. He walked straight in this direction with a smile on his face. All the junior brothers are here. But I'm late. What's going on? Why did I hear that junior brother Zhao is going to fight junior brother Chang? He then looked at Li Qing, who was a little brighter among the green eyes. Junior sister Li is here too. Can junior sister Li officially enter the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts? Senior brother Zhao Hu said. Li Qing also said, it went smoothly. I officially entered the 9th level of martial arts yesterday. Congratulations. Zhou Xing smiled. Then his eyes wandered between Chang Ran and Zhao Hu again. As soon as I stepped into the gate of the martial arts hall, I vaguely heard the words of the 2 junior brothers. Is junior brother Zhao going to compete with junior brother Chang in martial arts? Zhao Hu said, humph. I think Changran has been unhappy for a long time.
I just don't know if he dares to challenge me. Changran suddenly looked helpless and looked at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing couldn't help but smile knowingly, and then said, Junior brother Zhao asked Junior brother Chang to compete with you in martial arts.
This is a bit bullying.
Junior brother Chang has only been admitted to the martial arts school for less than half a year, and junior brother Zhao is at the level of the 9th level of martial arts. Moreover, he has perfected the tiger-shaped fist and has already mastered the strength of the tiger.
How can junior brother Chang cope with this challenge?
Li Qing also had some understanding at this time. She was not stupid. How could she not know that Zhao Hu had always been interested in her? She looked at Zhao Hu with some disgust.
Senior brother Zhao is going too far. Have I passed?
Zhao Hu's eyes were like fire and he glared at Chang Ran fiercely. Very good.
Chang Ran, I will remember you.
Seeing this scene, Chang Ran looked helpless. Zhang Ning was also speechless in his heart.
Beauty is a disaster, the ancients never deceived me. Fortunately, it was senior brother Chang Ran who was targeted, not me.
At this moment, Zhang Ning had secretly made up his mind to stay away from women. Especially a good-looking woman like Li Qing.
At this time, watching Zhao Hu leave, Zhou Xing smiled at Chang Ran. Okay, junior brother Chang is fine.
Chang Ran clasped his fists. Thank you, senior brother Zhou, for rescuing me.
It's a small matter.
Zhou Xing said with a smile, Zhao Hu will accept his death if he doesn't get enough oil and salt. Junior brother Chang must be more careful in the future.
I understand. Chang Ran clasped his fists.
Zhou Xing smiled in response. He had already tried to recruit Zhao Hu privately. With no hope of recruiting him, Zhou Xing naturally chose to side with Chang Ran today. In his opinion, Chang Ran had a good family background and good martial arts talent. The odds of winning against Xiao Peng for a spot in the inspectorate are not low, both of them are about 5,050. So naturally he didn't intend to let go of recruiting Chang Ran. In his opinion, the most important thing when entering the inspectorate is power.
The power of the inspectorate is too great.
Check all the people, patrol the world, from the princes and nobles to the common people, you can kill them first and then report them.
How could he not understand what a huge power this was?
If the Zhou family wants to prosper and become a powerful family like the Chao, Lu and Xie families, or even surpass these three families and become the local emperor of Luoshui County, the key is to be in the inspectorate. The special period of Daxia created special imperial institutions. Therefore, he intends to make friends with every person who may enter the inspection house. But there was really nothing he could do to recruit Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu came from the bottom and was naturally extremely hostile to the children of rich families like him and Chang Ran. Zhou Xing also took out a few invitations from his arms.
Junior brother Chang, I wonder if you are willing to come to Fenghua Tower in 3 days. What is this? Chang Ran hesitated.
Zhou Xing smiled, the inspection mansion will be opened in 3 months. I am very optimistic about junior brother Chang and want to become colleagues with junior brother Chang.
There are conditions I have offered in it.
Junior brother Chang might as well take a look.
Chang Ran smiled knowingly. Senior brother Zhou, let me think about it. No rush. No rush.
Zhou Xing smiled and shook his head. You have 3 days for junior brother Chang to think about it. He immediately looked at Li Qing and took out an invitation from his arms. Junior sister Li has a rich family. Although I probably don't like the conditions I proposed, I still want to advance and retreat together with junior sister Li.
Li Qing took the invitation, glanced at it, and closed it. I appreciate senior brother Zhou's kindness.
If you're from the same sect as me, we should advance and retreat together. Upon hearing this, Chang Ran understood what Li Qing meant, and then he smiled.
In this case, junior sister Li's words are enough.
Then, Zhou Xing said, Junior brother and sister, I still have something to do, so why don't you go over there first?
Senior brother, walk slowly. Chang Ran said. Li Qing also nodded.
Zhang Ning cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Zhou, please stay.
What's wrong?
Zhou Xing stopped. Zhang Ning said, I want to buy a few wild ginseng roots from senior brother Zhou Xing to make up for my body's consumption.
So that's what happened.
Zhou Xing said with a smile on his face, I usually give other juniors 10 taels of silver each for 10 years.
I wonder what junior brother John's budget is.
Zhang Ning took out the silver notes in his arms and the 2 ingots of 20 taels of silver sent by Jiang Li's client. Brother Zhou, these are 50 taels of silver notes and 20 taels of silver. I am going to exchange them all for wild ginseng. Zhou Xing took the banknote and pocketed it directly without checking it. His behavior was quite straightforward. Since it was junior brother Jiang who asked, then of course I can't sell it to junior brother Jiang at the price of 10 taels of silver per plant.
I'll have my servants send 10 wild ginsengs over later, and the extra 3 will be considered as a token of my appreciation.
Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Jiang Ning bowed his hands and thanked him. Zhou Xing smiled and said, you and I are from the same sect, and I am your senior brother. As a senior brother, we have the friendship of fellow sections.
As a senior brother, I naturally have to take care of my junior brother.
It would be a bit awkward to say thank you. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Ning, and after a little thought in his heart, he gave up the idea of investing in Jiang Ning.
He also had an impression of Jiang Ning.
The first day he met Jiang Ning, he was quite surprised. So he remembered Jiang Ning in his name at that time. But for him, it was just a surprise.
At that time, Jiang Ning's performance in his eyes was just an outstanding memory.
Now in his opinion, Jiang Ning has practiced martial arts for too short a time and his strength is limited. He has no chance to open a patrol office in the near future.
Missed this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and hold power.
In his eyes, even if Jiang Ning has good talent, his future achievements will be limited. So although he is somewhat optimistic, it is enough to simply make friends with 1 or 2 people.
Today's Jiang Ning is not worth his investment at such a high cost.
After all, although his family business is quite rich, his expenses are also high, and if he wants to invest in and recruit people he values, he needs a lot of wealth and resources. If he doesn't bet heavily, how can he get favors? Once the investment is successful, once the invested person seizes the opportunity of the inspection office and is able to rise in the future, then the Zhou family will also rise. The favors of martial arts masters and those in power cannot be measured by some yellow and white things. When investing when you are weak and not yet developed, once successful, the harvest will naturally be extremely rich. Even if he cannot rise in the future, as a member of the inspection office with him, he will be promoted in the future and can also be used by trustworthy people. Therefore, he naturally does not want to waste wealth and resources on people who have no chance. In his eyes, people have limited opportunities in their lives. Once they miss it, they really miss it, and their future destiny will be completely different.
Luck and opportunity are also part of strength.
Zhou Xing agrees with this statement very much. After making a decision, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Qing also said, the 2 junior brothers chat, I will go to pay my respects to the master. Senior sister, take care.
Chang Ran said.
Jiang Ning also said, senior sister Li, take care.
As the 2 of them left, Chang Ran couldn't help but murmur softly.
Brother Zhou Xing is really good at winning people's hearts and giving them small favors.
Jiang Ning smiled without commenting.
Zhou Xing was a smart man and a man with ideas. He also saw this. But he didn't hate Zhou Xing. Being able to buy wild ginseng at a price cheaper than the lowest market price, and also getting 3 wild ginsengs for free, it was equivalent to earning dozens of taels of silver for no reason. Why should such a person be hated? Chang Ran immediately opened the invitation in his hand, took a look at it, and handed it to Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang, look, this Zhou Xing is really bold.
Jiang Ning took the invitation, opened it, and his eyes fell on it.
He glanced at it, and his heart was also smacking his lips. The invitation contained some polite words from Zhou Xing, and then said that he was optimistic about Chang Ran's future in the inspection office, so he wanted to invest in Chang Ran in exchange for a favor. It also recorded Zhou Xing's conditions. 1,000 taels of silver, 10 boxes of top-grade skin refining cream, and 3 wild ground licorice plants of 100 years old. These investments did not impose any excessive conditions on Chang Ran, but were merely a favor in exchange for a favor with an uncertain future.
Jiang Ning looked down.
3 days later, at 4 p.m., Fenghua Tower was waiting for junior brother Chang to attend the banquet.
How does junior brother Jiang feel? Chang Ran asked.
Jiang Ning said, very generous, senior brother Zhou is willing to pay so much for just an uncertain favor and an uncertain future.
Jiang Ning also knew why Zhou Xing was so generous.
The staff of the inspection office had the privilege of acting first and reporting later, which was extremely powerful. Chang Ran was a martial arts master at this age. Once he joined the inspection office, who could guess where Chang Ran would go in the next 10 or 20 years? Once he entered the 8th rank of martial arts and was promoted, this favor would be worth 1,000 gold, far exceeding the investment of 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver.
Chang Ran said, it does look very generous, and it will help me a lot.
But my family's wealth is nothing compared to senior brother Zhou Xing, but I am not the kind of person who is greedy for money.
I am not in a hurry.
In addition to senior brother Zhou, there should be other people in Luoshui County who are optimistic about me, Chang Ran. Speaking of the latter, Chang Ran showed a sense of confidence on his face. Jiang Ning returned Zhou Xing's invitation to Chang Ran and then said, "Senior brother Chang is so bold." Chang Ran smiled and said, "You have to compare 3 things for everything, not to mention that I am now competing with Xiaopeng for that quota, and I have at least a 50% chance of winning. I am naturally confident." I immediately looked at Jiang Ning again, with an unfair look on his face. Speaking of which, Zhou Xing is also blind. Junior brother Jiang has such a high talent in martial arts, and now he is short of resources, but he doesn't know to send an invitation to junior brother Jiang? Jiang Ning said, "Senior brother Chang, don't make fun of me." Senior brother Zhou obviously knows the importance of the inspection office. As he spoke, he pointed to Zhou Xing, who was talking to Xiaopeng in the distance. "That's right." Chang Ran sighed slightly after hearing this. It's a pity that junior brother Jiang learned martial arts a year or so late, and he has no chance to join the inspection office. Inspection office: once you enter the office, you have the support of Daxia, you have an official status, and you have the power to kill first and report later, and you will have a smooth road to martial arts in the future, and you will not lack methods and resources for martial arts improvement. Jiang Ning nodded slightly after hearing this. Yes. He also felt sorry for not being valued by Zhou Xing. What he lacked now was only time and resources. Zhou Xing's attention and investment would undoubtedly solve his current shortage of resources. With the materials worth thousands of taels of silver in the invitation, not only could his boxing skills improve faster, he could also grind more resources a day, and he could get more source energy points every day. Now his chopping wood knife skills have been perfected, and the 1000 experience points required for a limit break have been full. The only thing that limits his ability to break through the limit of his chopping knife skills is the source energy points, and the acquisition of source energy points is closely related to the energy he consumes every day. For example, on the day when he obtained the most source energy points before, he obtained 0.6 source energy points a day, because he ate 30% of a wild ginseng that day. For him now, if there are enough resources, within the reasonable range of absorbing precious medicines, it is possible to obtain more than 1 source energy point a day. But now the source energy points that increase a day are only 0.4, which shows how big the gap is between the two. If there are enough resources and enough energy intake, the source energy points gained in 1 day can be equal to 2 days. The backyard of the martial arts hall. Li Qing brushed shoulders with the disciples guarding the gate of the martial arts hall. Then, she came to Wang Jin. "Hello, master." She saluted Wang Jin respectfully. "Hello, Master Shin." She saluted Master Shin again. At this moment, Li Qing's hands and feet were a little cramped. Since the moment she saw Shin Songyun, she was full of tension. She knew Shin Songyun's identity. Almost everyone in Luoshui County who has some status and a good family background knows Shin Songyun to some extent. The deputy building owner of Wanhua Tower in Luoshui County, and Wanhua Tower is a superpower throughout the 9 states of Daxia. So Shin Songyun is a real big shot for the entire Luoshui County. Although there is a main building owner above the deputy building owner Shin Songyun, and there is also a deputy building owner at the same level as him. But with Shin Songyun's identity, looking at the entire Luoshui County, who cannot give him 3 points of face? Li Qing also knows very well that Wanhua Tower occasionally invests in martial arts geniuses. Any martial arts genius, once being favored by Wanholu, a wealthy and powerful building, will have the opportunity to change his fate. Even if she, whose family background is not inferior to Zhou Xing, is valued by Wanholu, she will also become a dragon, and her future fate will be completely different. At that time, her future will no longer be confined to the small county of Luoshui County, but she will have the opportunity to become a dazzling martial arts genius in Guangning Prefecture. It is precisely because of this that she is so nervous. She hopes to be valued by Shin Songyun, but also knows that she is probably not worthy of being valued by Shin Songyun. The blood is full of qi and blood, and the skin has become a body. This girl is not bad. Shin Songyun looked at Li Qing and praised. Hearing this praise, Li Qingshu was fluctuating, and his heart was full of expectations and nervousness. Master Shin has a unique eye and can see through the martial arts realm of the younger generation at a glance. Hearing this, Shin Songyun smiled at Li Qing. Seeing this smile, Li Qing suddenly understood something. A sense of loss suddenly arose in his heart. "Li Qing, are they all here?" Wang Jin spoke at this time. Li Qing also suddenly came back to her senses from her lost mood, and she said to Wang Jin respectfully, "All the senior brothers and junior brothers are here." "Okay." Wang Jin nodded slightly. Then he said to Shin Songyun, "Brother Shin, are you interested in going out with me to see my useless disciples?" Shin Songyun smiled when he heard this.
Brother Wang, do you still want me to take a look? Wang Jin smiled and said, it seems that nothing can be hidden from Brother Shin. Shin Songyun smiled, since Brother Wang has spoken, I still have to give this face. I have nothing to do, so I'll go out and take a look. Brother Shin, please. Wang Jin raised his hand to signal. Please. Songlong Martial Arts School. At this time, many disciples have gathered in the front yard. Among them are 5 true disciples who are actually master and apprentice with Wang Jin. The true disciples of the martial arts school have a true master-apprentice relationship with Wang Jin. In Daxia, the relationship between master and apprentice is no less than that between father and son. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Today is also a grand event in Songlong Martial Arts School in recent days. The tiger that was captured by Wang Jin from the forest some time ago and kept in captivity for many days is about to be released from the cage. This is an opportunity for all disciples to watch the brothers fight with the tigers at close range and observe the power of the tiger, the king of beasts. The tiger-shaped fist in the 5 animals fist is derived from the tiger, so watching the tiger fight at close range is an opportunity for any disciple who practices the tiger-shaped fist. If you can seize this opportunity and comprehend some of the tiger's spirit and form, then your boxing skills will be broken through. If you master any of the 5 animals fist, you can become Wang Jin's true disciple. For many disciples who join the martial arts school, becoming Wang Jin's disciple is an opportunity to change their fate. If the boxing can be further improved and perfected, and master the extremely explosive power of the tiger force, then the combat power will usher in a qualitative change, which is also extremely helpful for the martial arts entry. Even among the martial artists of the 9th grade of martial arts, only half of the lower martial arts of the perfect level can master it. In Daxia, where martial arts are prosperous, wealth and honor need to be maintained by force. Ordinary rich children have no status in front of martial artists of the 9th grade of martial arts. As long as they become Wang Jin's disciples, there is a 100% chance that they can achieve martial arts entry. This will change the status even for rich children. If you can make further progress in this life, once you become an 8th grade martial artist, you will be a commendable figure in the whole Luoshui County. Ordinary wealthy or noble families are far inferior to the status of an 8th grade martial artist. This is why, although Songlong Martial Arts School has been open for a short time and charges a very high fee, many wealthy or noble people come to the martial arts school to become disciples. It's just that most people can't stick to it. Even now, every once in a while, there are still outer disciples of the martial arts school who can't stand the hardship of practicing martial arts and quit. Less than half of the people who can stick to martial arts in the martial arts school for 6 months. Not to mention meeting Wang Jin's requirement to achieve the state of perfection in any boxing technique. At this time, the front yard of the martial arts school. Lu Zhixiang, who has a goatee, stepped into the gate of the martial arts school with an attendant. Just now, he had obtained Wang Jin's permission to enter the gate of the martial arts school. After stepping through the gate of the martial arts school, he glanced at the people in the front yard and instantly looked at Zhou Xing. Nephew Zhou, how are you? Lu Zhixiang's lips moved slightly, and when he looked at Zhou Xing, a kind smile appeared on his face. Although his voice was not loud, who was Zhou Xing? He was nominally the eldest brother of Songlong Martial Arts School. He had already entered the martial arts realm, had achieved minor success in skin training, and was a 9th-rank martial artist with skin as hard as stone. He had mastered the 4 postures of the 5 animals fist, and had comprehended the true meaning of the tiger form fist, reached the state of perfection, and mastered the tiger force. Such people were the best of the younger generation in Luoshui County. With such martial arts strength and outstanding 5 senses, he could naturally hear what Lu Zhixiang said. At this time, he heard what Lu Zhixiang said. Zhou Xing's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly sank. So arrogant, it seems that the incident was not the so-called groundless catching. The business of the Sai Chamber of Commerce should really involve the Lu family of the 3 major families. Immediately, he suppressed the rising emotions in his heart. Then he patted Xiao Peng in front of him, said a word of encouragement, and then he prepared to go to the backyard to meet Wang Jin. Zhou Xing knew that if the Zhou family wanted to rise, they had to rely on Wang Jin. Wang Jin was his master, the master of the father and son. Behind Wang Jin is the big man Wang Ditu in the garrison of Luoshui County. This is why he chose to join Songlong Martial Arts School even though he had better choices. Secondly, he also knew that he had to rely on himself. In his view, the inspection office is an opportunity to stir up the situation and have the opportunity to change the current situation in Luoshui County. Although military force is important, power and authority are more important.
By joining the inspection office, he can borrow the power of the inspection office and hold power in his hands. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials. No matter how prosperous the Zhou family is now, they are still the people. Only by relying on the great Xia court and this towering tree can you hold power. It is precisely because of this idea that he wants to start with investing in people around him, recruit talents, and do something in the inspection office. Only in this way can the Zhou family have the opportunity to rise again in his hands and become a family on par with the three major families in Luoshui County, or even become the only Zhou family in Luoshui County. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Zhou Xing walked steadily towards the backyard of the martial arts hall. He knew that at this moment he was not qualified to turn against Lu Zhixiang, because Lu Zhixiang represented the Sai Chamber of Commerce and might even represent part of the interests of the Lu family, one of the three major families. On the other side, Lu Zhixiang, who had a goatee, looked at Zhou Xing's departing back and felt regretful. He immediately became a little timid and his eyes towards Zhou Xing became extremely sharp. I underestimated this boy. He turned a blind eye to my blatant provocation. It seems that he is not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, he thought of the information about Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing is known as the Qilin son of the Zhou family. Outstanding martial arts talent, only 21 years old. He has entered the 9th level of martial arts and has achieved a small success in skin refining. He has a high talent for boxing, reaching the state of perfection, and has the power of a tiger. Lu Zhixiang secretly regretted it in his heart. It is not advisable to offend Zhou Xing too much. We must find an opportunity to ease the situation. But the tasks assigned by the higher-ups must be carried out. The inspection office is related to the future of Daxia. It is a heavy bet made by the majesty above the hall and the martial saint who dominates the world, and it is a heavy bet to save the collapsing building. After the establishment of the inspection office, it will inevitably stir up the world. For those who are qualified to join the inspection office, we have to pay attention to them. As the saying goes, heroes are made by the times. For those talents, we must befriend them. Only by giving timely help can we gain favors. This is the way to do business. Lu Zhixiang thought about this in his mind, and his eyes quickly swept across the front yard of the martial arts hall. Before coming, the president gave him a piece of information about Sanlong Martial Arts School, which recorded the martial arts school disciples who had the opportunity to join the inspection office. His task was to personally come forward as the director of the Sai Chamber of Commerce and invest in the people on the list. To help people in need. With their current strength, a little investment can be exchanged for favors and bring them closer. Once one of them grows up and becomes a big figure in Luoshui County in the future, that favor will be worth 1,000 gold. This is the way of doing business of the Sai Chamber of Commerce. If you want to grow in the way of doing business, you don't have a big figure with high power and a few martial arts masters standing behind you. How can you become bigger and stronger? That is fighting with a wolf that eats people without spitting out bones. Its danger is no less than the sword light and shadow on the battlefield. That is the danger of killing people invisibly. Soon, Lu Zhixiang found several people on the list. Chang Ran, an ordinary disciple of Sanlong Martial Arts School. The energy and blood are perfect, penetrating the whole body's strength. Within a month as quickly as possible, or as slowly as 2 months later, Chang Ran can get started with skin refining, the skin membrane can be connected to the whole body, and the martial arts can reach the ranks of the 9th level. A good level of martial arts is the basic condition for entering the inspectorate. Sanlong Martial Arts Hall has 5 quotas, and the Sai Chamber of Commerce also knows that Chang Ran has a high probability of obtaining one of the quotas. And his family wealth is quite rich, which can support him to go further in the martial arts. Xiao Peng, a true disciple of Sanlong Martial Arts School. There is also a good chance of competing with Chang Ran for that spot. According to the Sai Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Peng's advantage is that his skills are more outstanding, and he has become Wang Jin's true disciple. He is also half a year younger than Chang Ran, which means that Xiao Peng's talent may be more outstanding than Chang Ran's. As for the remaining 4 true disciples of Sanlong Martial Arts School, they have already locked up their spots in the inspection mansion. Zhou Xing and Zhang Taisheng, in Lu Zhixiang's opinion, have no investment opportunities at all. Because the Zhou family where Zhou Xing lives is not inferior to the Sai Chamber of Commerce in terms of industry and influence. Zhang Taisheng, on the other hand, has been recruited by Zhou Xing and has become Zhou Xing's disciple, and he is one with the Zhou family. The other 2 true successors are Li Qing and Zhao Wu. Li Qing, from the perspective of the Sai Chamber of Commerce, it is difficult to have much chance. After all, the Li family is not bad either, they are on the same level as the Sai Chamber of Commerce.
How can we provide help in times of need?
Therefore, in the eyes of the Sai Chamber of Commerce and the entire Sanglong Martial Arts Hall, there are only 3 people who really need to fight for it.
Chang Ran, Xiao Pang and Zhao Hu.
Zhao Hu came from an outer sect with a poor family, extraordinary bones, and high martial arts talent. In terms of talent, he is not inferior to Zhou Xing. The only thing missing is the resources. Talents like Zhao Hu are the ones that the Sai Chamber of Commerce values most.
Lu Zhixiang came to Chang Ran first. After he introduced his identity to Chang Ran and expressed his intention to come, he handed over an invitation.
Then, he headed towards the second target, Xiao Pang. The front yard of the martial arts hall.
Chang Ran raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled at Jiang Ning. Junior brother Jiang, you saw it.
I'll just say it, there must be someone who thinks highly of me, Chang Ran. Jiang Ning smiled. Who does senior brother Chang prefer in his heart? Chang Ran said, when it comes to the distance of the relationship, senior brother Zhou Xing and I must have a better relationship and have the same friendship. But at this time, we don't judge the distance based on the relationship, but to see who can provide me with greater benefits.
The Sai Chamber of Commerce's investment is larger. If the conditions are equally relaxed, then I will naturally be willing to accept the Sai Chamber of Commerce's investment.
On the contrary, it is to accept investment from senior brother Zhou Xing. While talking, Chang Ran looked at the 2 invitations in his hand and then at Jiang Ningdao.
Then again, junior brother Jiang needs this investment more than I do.
Facing Chang Ran's words, Jiang Ning smiled. He knows that even if he does not receive any investment, it will not affect the upper limit of his future achievements. It's just that I still feel a little bit regretful in my heart. Because he is really short of resources now. If he had enough resources, his strength would improve much faster and he would reach the 9th level of martial arts earlier. In his opinion, the inspectorate mansion was of great significance. Patrol the 9 provinces, monitor the world, behead first and report later.
This is a towering tree.
When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about background and connections after all. Unless you become a figure like that martial saint, one person can defeat the country and suppress the entire world, then you can ignore all this. These distracting thoughts flashed through Jiang Ning's mind quickly, and he shook his head calmly.
I am just barely successful now. How can I get the respect of senior brother Zhou Xing in the Sai Chamber of Commerce? Chang Ran closed the invitation Lu Zhixiang had just given him.
At this time, he had some thoughts and hesitations in his mind. After the battle in the morning, he knew that Jiang Ning was far more talented than he thought before. In terms of boxing skills, Jiang Ning is obviously higher than himself. All that is lacking is the accumulation of qi and blood, and this accumulation, relying on resources, can greatly speed up the progress. Although even if he had the resources, in his opinion, Jiang Ning was still too late and would not pose a threat to his bid for a place in the inspectorate.
But don't be afraid of 10,000 in everything, just be afraid of the unexpected.
He was a little afraid of the miracle coming from Jiang Ning.
Next moment,
his eyes became determined.
Junior brother Jiang, how about you go to the Sai Chamber of Commerce banquet with me tomorrow night?
I know that junior brother Jiang lacks this investment even more than I do.
Even if I don't have this investment, I still have resources from my father.
But junior brother Jiang is different.
Junior brother Jiang comes from an ordinary family and learned martial arts late. This investment is very crucial to junior brother Jiang.
The invitation given by Sai Chamber of Commerce is for investment negotiation.
I would like to invite junior brother Jiang to a banquet with me. At the banquet, I will recommend junior brother Jiang to win investment from Sai Chamber of Commerce.
Since Sai Chamber of Commerce values me, then naturally, I will consider my proposal.
After hearing what Chang Ran said, Jiang Ning looked serious.
Senior brother Chang is helping me so much, aren't you afraid that I will pose a threat to senior brother Chang's quota? Our martial arts school has 4 quotas, and now there is only 1 quota to be determined.
Chang Ran smiled. To be honest, I have thought about this question.
But in my heart, junior brother Jiang is not only my fellow disciple, but also a friend that I consider Chang Ran. Since junior brother Jiang is a friend that I consider, then naturally, I want to fight for the benefits of my friends. Chang Ran smiled again. Besides, there is Xiao Pang who is also my competitor. It is not certain whether I can beat Xiao Pang. If junior brother Jiang can participate, it is better to win the quota to enter the inspection office than to give it to Xiao Pang. Jiang Ning felt a little touched when he heard this. He then thought for a moment and bowed his hands to thank him. Since senior brother Chang said so, then I will follow senior brother Chang's arrangement. In the future, I will never forget senior brother Chang's support. For this investment, he also wants to fight for 1 or 2. Because Jiang Ning knows that he is very short of resources and wealth. He needs wealth to improve his martial arts. The energy points on the panel also need wealth. With enough wealth and resources, his strength will grow faster and he will have the ability to protect himself faster. It will also allow his elder brother and sister-in-law and his nephews and nieces to be safe earlier, and he can also repay his elder brother and sister-in-law for taking care of him. So he also wants to fight for this opportunity. At worst, it's just a wasted trip. But if he could get the investment from Sai Chamber of Commerce, it would be resources worth thousands of taels of silver. That was overwhelming wealth, and it was also a fortune that would be of great help to him now. Traveling with Chang Ran, he was not worried about the threat from Su Yunfeng. Hearing Jiang Ning nod in agreement, Chang Ran was quite happy, and he patted Jiang Ning's shoulder heavily. Okay. Junior brother Jiang, that's right. Just do it, don't be shy, and it's fun to get along with junior brother Jiang. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets from Na Yi Fengqing, thank you for the monthly ticket from Fengzhong Han Xiaozi, thank you for the monthly ticket from Luo Riai Loli, and thank you for the monthly ticket from TWU Zhishang. The front yard of the martial arts hall. With the appearance of Wang Jin and Shin Songyun, the originally noisy front yard suddenly became quiet. Master Wang. Greetings to Master Wang. Greetings to Master. Voices rang out in the front yard. Behind the crowd, Jiang Ning and Chang Ran also looked over. The teacher has come out. Chang Ran was a little excited. The teacher has appeared, and I can immediately observe the fight of the tiger up close. Whether my tiger-shaped fist can be perfected, today is a crucial opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Ning's eyes were attracted by Shin Songyun beside Wang Jin. Jiang Ning said, "Is that the Shin Songyun, the owner of the Shin building, mentioned by senior brother Chung before?" In Shin Songyun, Jiang Ning saw the temperament of a master. Elegant and easygoing. Especially the aura, full of mystery. He didn't look like a martial arts master, but a Confucian scholar with poetry and books. As Jiang Ning spoke, Chang Ran's eyes also fell on Shin Songyun. He nodded excitedly. "It's that big shot, Shin Songyun, the deputy owner of Wanhua building. It would be great if I could get the attention of this big shot later. Then I will really rise to prominence and change my fate against all odds." Hearing Chang Ran's words, Jiang Ning smacked his lips slightly. Rise to prominence. Change my fate against all odds. Can Shin Songyun's attention alone really have such an effect? You know, Chang Ran's family owns thousands of acres of fertile land in this era, which is a very wealthy family. Chang Ran has no shortage of resources needed to improve his martial arts. Jiang Ning also knows that if Chang Ran's family is not rich, Chang Ran would not have been able to reach this point. At this age, he has already achieved the perfection of qi and blood, which runs through his whole body, and is about to be ranked 9th in the martial arts. This has a lot to do with the resources his family gave him. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. If you want to improve martial arts quickly, you need a lot of precious medicinal materials, various soups and nourishing pills, replenishing qi pills, and nourishing blood and strengthening bones pills. This series of things are all burning money. Chang Ran, who has such conditions, said that he could be valued by Shin Songyun, which can be called changing his fate. Being favored by a great man like Shin Songyun, does it really have such an exaggerated effect? Jiang Ning was a little skeptical. At this time, Wang Jin came to the front yard and looked at the disciples in the yard, feeling a little satisfied. The prosperity of the martial arts hall made him feel that he also had face. "Brother Shin, these are my useless disciples, how about it?" Wang Jin said to Shin Songyun beside him. "Very good," Shin Songyun said, nodding slightly. While speaking, his eyes also casually swept over everyone. He also fully understood what Wang Jin meant. The reason why Wang Jin asked him to come out and take a look just now was that he was unwilling to let him take a look. See if there is any disciple in the martial arts hall who can be valued by him and get the investment of Wanhua building. For Wang Jin's sake, he is willing to come out and see him and give Wang Jin a thumbs up. In his opinion, this can also show that Wang Jin is a good person from the side. In the case of being on good terms with him, the future of martial arts is vast, and there is no need to rely on his disciples for retirement for the time being. He still thinks about his disciples. Fight for the slim opportunity for his disciples. This is enough to show that Wang Jin has good character. This also makes Shin Songyun feel better. Whether it is investment or making friends, no one wants to deal with a person with bad character. However, at this moment, from the bottom of his heart, Shin Songyun does not have any expectations for Wang Jin's disciples. The martial arts genius that Wanhua building can take a fancy to must have the possibility of becoming a first-class master. That is to say, he has crossed the inner strength and ranked in the 4th level of martial arts. Only this possibility can be worthy of Wanhua building's attention and investment. As for whether a martial arts genius can become a master, it is something that can only be encountered by chance.
Any strong man who can become a master in history has talent, background, opportunity, and luck.
Even the one who ranked first on the hidden dragon list of Guangning Prefecture was only praised by the world for having the opportunity to become a master in the future. In a remote Luoshui county, he was very satisfied to find Wang Jin, who could achieve great success late and had the opportunity to peek into the existence of a master.
He no longer expected to find more.
So at this moment, Shin Songyun looked at the people in the front yard of the martial arts hall with a bit of indifference.
At the same time,
Zhou Xing was shocked when he saw Shin Songyun's appearance. Shin Songyun's appearance was far beyond his expectations.
The next moment, his shocked heart turned into ecstasy.
As for the 1 and 2 deputy building owners in Luoshui County, he had long wanted to meet them. He was confident that he had good talent and might be noticed by Wanhua building, thus creating a chance encounter. However, he had tried his best before, but he still had no chance to meet the 3 owners. Because even his father's invitation to the 3 owners fell on deaf ears and received no response. He also knew that his Zhou family seemed to have a high status. But this status was only in the small Luoshui County. Not to mention that in Luoshui County, there were many families that were more prosperous and powerful than their Zhou family. In Daxia, families like their Zhou family could not even touch the threshold of aristocratic families.
Even the 3 families of Chao, Lu, and Xia could not touch the threshold of the word aristocratic family.
So Zhou Xing also understood that if there was no fate, he would not have the opportunity to meet the 3 owners of Wanhua Tower in person.
It was difficult to even meet them. How could he be favored by Wanhua Tower?
So he had put this idea back in his heart long ago. But at this moment, he saw Shin Songyun, the owner of Shin Tower, in the portrait with his own eyes.
Zhou Xing's hope rose again. If he could get the investment of Wanhua Tower and get the favor of Wanhua Tower,
then the possibility of the Zhou family growing into the 3 major families of Chao, Lu, and Xia in the future would be greatly increased. In Daxia, if the martial arts are strong enough, then everything can be done. Not to mention other things, if he is strong enough and becomes a martial arts candidate, he will be honored, and the Zhou family will immediately become crowded, and he, Zhou Xing, will also be glorious. Martial arts candidate, that is a symbol of strength and status. And to become a martial arts candidate, only before the age of 30 are you eligible to participate in the martial arts exam.
Once you are over 30, no matter how strong you are, this path is cut off.
Even though he thought that the great Xia was in turmoil. But if he could become a martial arts candidate, it would be a great fortune. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the world is still the world of the great Xia dynasty. At this time, Zhou Xing also knew that his chance was at this moment, in Shin Songyun.
If he could get Shin Songyun's attention, then everything in this imagination would be possible.
His future world would be even more vast, and he would lead the Zhou family to another level, and have the opportunity to be among the ranks of the aristocratic families. In this way, he could achieve his heart's wish and his ambition. All these made Shin Songyun's heart difficult to calm down at this moment, and his fists clenched tightly. Later, I must go down and show myself well. Zhou Xing made up his mind. The front yard of the martial arts hall.
Shin Songyun glanced at everyone casually.
With his current level of martial arts, he can tell the details of these people who have only recently practiced martial arts with just one glance. As he glanced over, he shook his head secretly in his heart. They are all mediocre people, not as good as that little girl. Immediately, when his eyes fell on Zhou Xing, his eyes suddenly became a little confused. Successful in leather refining, as good as stone grinding. It's not bad to have reached this stage at this age.
He is considered a genius.
Immediately his nose twitched slightly. Even if they are several feet apart, he can clearly distinguish the smell of everyone. The medicinal smell is extremely strong and has penetrated into your bones.
It seems that your family background is good. In this case, it can only be said to be average.
After making his judgment, Shin Songyun shook his head slightly.
Brother Shun, have you discovered anything? Wang Jin noticed the subtle changes in Shin Songyun beside him and couldn't help but speak.
When Shin Songyun heard this, he smiled and then shook his head.
What's the discovery? Then he added, didn't Brother Wang say that there is a grand event in the martial arts hall today?
Hasn't it started yet?
When Wang Jin heard what Shin Songyun said, he felt a little disappointed.
Looking at the eyes of the disciples in front, some seemed to have understood that this was the decision point of fate, and their eyes were shining with hope. Wang Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With the master-disciple relationship, you can also win the opportunities that can be obtained for you. Brother Shen doesn't like you, so there's nothing I can do. After a moment of emotion, Wang Jin calmed down and then looked at the disciples in front of him. Come here and carry this cage into the west yard together. Teacher, I'm here. Someone said instantly. Teacher, I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Everyone spoke one after another. Especially those who knew Shen Songyun's identity were scrambling to express themselves first. Next moment. In an instant, several people came to the tiger's cage. As they bend down and exert force. With the combined efforts of several people, the iron cage containing the 4-meter-long tiger lifted off the ground and flew into the air. Such movement also instantly awakened the sleeping tiger. It opened its eyes and looked around. Roar with a roar, the whole front yard of the martial arts hall fell silent. Is this the king of beasts? Someone asked with a pale face. No one answered at the moment. What a strong sense of oppression. Jiang Ning clicked his tongue as he looked at this fierce tiger with the word on its forehead. It is indeed very strong. Chang Ran nodded in agreement, and then continued, the roar just now made my heartbeat stop for half a beat. It was so oppressive. But I want to play even more later. Only by going on the field, feeling the pressure of this tiger Hedon, and fighting the tiger myself will I be more likely to achieve the ultimate level of Tiger Fist. And when he said these two words, Chang Ran's eyes quietly fell in the direction of Shen Songyun, and instantly met Shen Songyun's eyes. Chang Ran was suddenly filled with excitement, and his face was filled with confidence. Moreover, by showing myself, I may make Lord Shen take notice of me. He then touched Jiang Ning's arm. Come on, junior brother Jiang, let's move closer. Let Master Shen see me more easily. Chang Ran was secretly excited. At the same time, Jiang Ning's eyes wandered, deep in thought. As senior brother Chang Ran said, getting the attention of this big shot and the investment from Wanhua Tower can change your destiny. This is an opportunity for me. Even if I have those few wild ginseng plants now, I still lack the resources to improve my martial arts. Furthermore, if I get Shen Songyun's attention and investment, I can get the protection of Wanhua Building's background, so that I can practice martial arts smoothly and prepare for the big event of entering the inspectorate. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Ning felt that he had to try this. There is no harm in failing. Once successful, it will be of great benefit. No less than the benefits of entering the so-called inspection house. I have to think carefully and see if there is any way to make Mr. Shen see my potential and value me. But now that I am not strong enough and my boxing skills are mediocre, it is difficult to win Shen Songyun's favor. The more he thought about it, the more distressed Jiang Ning felt. The trouble of not knowing where to start. Although he is confident that with this magical panel, he will have his own place in the world in the future. But now he really can't figure out where to start to win the favor of Shen Songyun, a big shot. Immediately, with Chang Ran's touch, Jiang Ning came back to his senses. Junior brother Jiang, shall we go there? Chang Ran spoke again. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded and looked over. At the same time, Shen Songyun's eyes also fell on Jiang Ning and Chang Ran. He was first attracted by Chang Ran's strong energy and blood. The qi and blood are completed and will be ready for sale soon. Immediately, he shook his head secretly. Ordinary people. Shen Songyun directly made a conclusion for Chang Ran in his heart. His vision is naturally different from ordinary people. Next moment. Only then did his eyes fall on Jiang Ning next to Chang Ran. Mediocre. He came to this conclusion again in his mind. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Wrong. The breath is long and the breathing is gentle. Shen Songyun also listened attentively again. Boom dong dong in Shen Songyun's ears, Jiang Ning's heartbeat was clearly and powerfully heard. Slow and powerful beating. This is the initial manifestation of the tempering of the internal organs. A thought suddenly came to his mind. Thinking of that thought, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I crazy? Otherwise, how could I have this idea? Shen Songyun couldn't help but shake his head secretly. However, at this moment, his heart seemed to be obsessed with the impact of that thought, and his steps couldn't help but slow down. Brother Shen, what's wrong? Wang Jin noticed Shen Songyun's changes at this time again. At this moment, Shen Songyun turned a deaf ear. His eyes were already closed. In his introverted state, any changes in all directions, including the traces of wind blowing through the leaves, including the traces of ants crawling under his feet, were all reflected in his mind.
Then, Shin Songyun's heart was suddenly shocked. The breath of the sun essence. There is still the breath of the sun essence on this boy. Shin Songyun's heart was suddenly filled with shock. The aura of the sun essence appeared on Jiang Ning, which clearly confirmed his previous guess. This boy practiced the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, which was of the same origin as the inner strength method he practiced, and also of the same origin as the inner strength method practiced by Wang Jin. So this boy had the residual aura of the sun essence on his body. And based on the rhythm of Jiang Ning's breathing and heartbeat, he concluded that Jiang Ning had made some progress in practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, and had obviously reached the entry level. His achievements in the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise were no less than those of Wang Jin, who was ranked 7th in the martial arts. Only with such achievements could the internal organs be tempered to this extent, which was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. As his thoughts flowed, Shin Songyun opened his eyes were calm, and his expression did not reveal any of his thoughts. Brother Shin, what was that just now?
Wang Jin looked puzzled. Shin Songyun shook his head slowly, nothing. The front yard of the martial arts hall.
Shin Songyun looked at Jiang Ning, seemingly calm on the surface, but not at all in his heart.
He handed the introductory chapter of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to Wang Jin 2 months ago, but now he detected the breath of the essence of the sun on a third person besides Wang Jin. The information left by breathing in the essence of the sun is the characteristic of practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. So he naturally understood that the young man had also practiced the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise and achieved good results.
Like Wang Jin, he successfully practiced the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to the entry level.
It was precisely because of this judgment that Shin Songyun's heart was in turmoil at this moment. This wave of turmoil was not because he had an objection to Wang Jin spreading the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise.
It was because the conditions for practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise were not simple.
Only those who were born with wisdom, and wisdom, combined with his secret medicine, could feel the essence of the sun emitted when the sun rose. Only by feeling this energy can one breathe in and out the essence of the sun and refine the internal organs, so as to cultivate this unique martial art that ranks above the best martial arts. He also knew very well that the secret medicine he provided to Wang Jin before was not much. With Wang Jin's progress in practice, it was not enough for the two of them to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises to the entry level. Then there was only one possibility left. That is, the young man in front of him did not need the secret medicine he provided to feel the essence of the sun when the sun rose. This extremely exaggerated qualification was what shocked him the most. Only the top-level natural spiritual wisdom could do this. If this qualification was placed in the ancient times, he thought it would have the hope of becoming an existence comparable to immortals and gods.
Shin Songyun's eyes fell quietly on Jiang Ning again, and he whispered to himself in his heart.
There are no such coincidences in the world. This kid either secretly learned Wang Jin's inner alchemy health-preserving skills, or received Wang Jin's private teachings.
Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter now.
I have only taught Wang Jin the inner alchemy health-preserving skills for 2 months, and this kid can practice the inner alchemy health-preserving skills to the entry level without the help of secret medicine.
This is enough to prove that he has a very high comprehension talent and is a top-level natural spiritual person.
The inner alchemy health-preserving skills can definitely be cultivated to the state of great success in him, and he can achieve the state of thunder sound of the 5 internal organs and internal breath like Gang. He is still young. With his talent and my help, this kid will definitely enter the 5th rank in the future, and the possibility of achieving the 4th rank is not low. The possibility of being ranked as a master is also higher than mine, higher than Wang Jin. Such a natural intelligence is more suitable for practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise than Wang Jin. I can't miss it. But it's a pity. This boy is a top-level natural intelligence, with such a high talent in the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, but this unique skill just lacks the perfect method. This is really a pity. If there is a perfect method, even if my talent cannot be perfected, but based on this kid's current performance, he can feel the essence of the sun without secret medicine, practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to the entry level, and it only takes 2 months at most. In the future, he may be able to practice the perfect method of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, and achieve the record of his body being like a furnace and condensing the golden elixir.
Shin Songyun sighed secretly in his heart. At this time, he had made a decision. He would use his investment quota on Jiang Ning. He believed that Jiang Ning's performance in the future could bring him enough returns and enough benefits. But before that, he had to go back and investigate clearly, to investigate how long Jiang Ning had practiced martial arts. What is his martial arts talent? Only in this way can he decide how much to bet on Jiang Ning. Afterwards, Shin Song-yun carefully scanned the entire venue with the thought of whether there were more discoveries. After a moment, Wang Jin saw Shin Song-yun retract his gaze, so he spoke. Brother Shin, how are my disciples? Shin Song-yun nodded slightly, not bad. Seeing Shin Song-yun's indifferent expression, Wang Jin was suddenly disappointed. How could he not understand that the not bad in Shin Song-yun's mouth also meant that he did not value the talents? Well, Wang Jin sighed in his heart, I have tried my best to fight for the opportunity. Whether it succeeds or not depends on God's will. It is not so easy to find a genius who can be favored by Wanhua Tower. On the other side, Mingyue Building. In a private room on the third floor, Su Yunfeng stood in front of a middle-aged man with a square face, splayed eyebrows, and a dignified face. He bent down slightly and lowered his head, showing his obedience to the middle-aged man in his 30s in front of him. Dong dong dong. The middle-aged man with a square face gently tapped the 8 immortal table with his index finger, making a heart-shaking sound in the quiet room. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Su Yunfeng bent his body slightly, and his expression was full of tension. No progress yet? The middle-aged man with a square face spoke in a low voice. Boss Chow, not yet. Su Yunfeng bowed his head and reported. The Chow Tu in Su Yunfeng's mouth now picked up the teacup in front of him, and the cup lid slid over the edge, making a slight rustling sound, and the full boiling hot tea overflowed a little. He blew gently on the steaming tea, and 2 floating tea leaves were blown away by him, revealing the clear tea underneath. At this time, the whole box was terribly quiet, and only the blowing sound of the middle-aged man could be heard. Su Yunfeng also became more nervous. Tell me, I'll give you a chance to explain. Chow Tu spoke, breaking the silence in the box, and then he gently sipped the hot tea. Su Yunfeng immediately said, Chow Tu, Zhang Li's biggest weakness is his younger brother Jiang Ning. I originally wanted to start from Jiang Ning, cut off his fingers, and force Jiang Li to surrender. But after that day, he sent Jiang Ning to Sanlong Martial Arts School to learn martial arts. Sanlong Martial Arts School? Chow Tu put down the teacup in his hand. Clang! The teacup collided with the tabletop of the 8 Immortals table, and suddenly made a crisp sound. But is it Wang Jin's Sanlong Martial Arts School? Chow Tu asked again. Yes. Su Yunfeng lowered his head, it is Wang Jin's Sanlong Martial Arts School. Jiang Ning went home after becoming Wang Jin's apprentice. Since that day, he has never stepped out of Sanlong Martial Arts School. It should be Wang Jin's permission to live in the martial arts school for a long time. Wang Jin. Chaobin raised his finger and tapped the 8 Immortals table gently. Dong dong dong. The collision with the 8 Immortals table made a series of noises. The whole box suddenly became quiet. After a while, Chaobin said, Wang Jin, it is not advisable to provoke directly. Then go to Jiang Li's children, or give up for the time being? Su Yunfeng asked cautiously. Chaobin shook his head slightly. Can't give up, my eldest brother wants to force the county lord to express his position, or to go down in person. Jiang Li is a good target. Since my eldest brother has handed this matter to me, I must do it well. What should the subordinate do? Su Yunfeng asked. Dong dong dong. Chaobin lightly tapped the table with his middle finger, as if in deep thought. Mingyue Tower. 3rd floor box. Chaobin pondered for a moment, then said, this matter must be resolved quickly. Once that adult arrives, the inspection office will be the sky above Luoshui County, and we can't act rashly for the time being. Arrange a crime for Jiang Li, and then put his whole family in jail. Su Yunfeng bowed his head and saluted. Yes. Then he asked again, what crime should I arrange for you? Do I need to teach you about this? Chaobin looked up and looked at Su Yunfeng calmly. Does the worship sect know? I understand. Su Yunfeng saluted again. Thank you for your guidance, Chow. Well. Chaobin said slightly, then waved his hand, go and arrange it. Remember to do it as soon as possible, within a week, I want the results. Yes. Su Yunfeng responded again, and then looked up again. Chow, what about Jiang Ning? He is Wang Jin's brother, can I arrange for him too? I'll arrange it. Chaobin said without hesitation, this person has only been in Sanglong Martial Arts Hall for a few days, so he can't be considered Wang Jin's disciple. I will personally lead the team to ask for him when the time comes. I believe Wang Jin is also a person who knows how to advance and retreat and knows the general situation. Cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Besides, this person can live in the martial arts hall for a long time, so his martial arts talent should be good,
so Wang Jin will take care of him.
Such a person cannot be kept. Yes, I understand.
Su Yunfeng bowed his head and saluted, then slowly left the box.
Songlong Martial Arts Hall.
In the courtyard in a corner of the martial arts hall, there is a huge iron cage surrounded by fine iron.
The iron cage covers an area of about 1 acre.
The front, back, left, right, and top of the iron cage are all interlaced with fine iron, which completely surrounds the entire yard. The gap between the fine iron is only 7 inches at the widest point, which can only allow people to pass through. Outside the iron cage, there are also several feet-high stands.
At this moment,
on the stands, Wang Jin and Shin Songyun stood together. On the other stands, there were all true disciples of the martial arts hall and Lu Zhixiang of the Sai Chamber of Commerce.
Let's start, Wang Jin said. Time passed.
In the evening, the setting sun fell into the hilltops, and night was about to fall.
Pooh!
In Jiang Ning's courtyard, Chang Ran spat out the bloody saliva in his mouth, and also spit out some of the residue of the soup medicine he had just drunk.
This beast is really fierce.
Chang Ran grinned again, obviously involving the wound.
Jiang Ning handed him a bowl of clear water. Brother Chang, you are too hard. You are still fighting with the tiger on the field before your injury is healed.
Chang Ran took the bowl of water handed over by Jiang Ning, drank it in one gulp, and wiped the corner of his mouth.
I have to fight.
My boxing skills are already behind Xiao Pang.
If I don't face the tiger directly, fight with it, and feel the spirit and form of the tiger at close range, it will be difficult for me to master the tiger-shaped boxing, let alone meet the requirements of Master Wang and master both boxing skills. And just now, the great figure Shen Luzhu was also here. If I show myself, I will have a chance to be valued by that great figure. Although the chance is not big, it kills 2 birds with 1 stone, so I naturally have to fight. I admire you. Jiang Ning bowed his hands.
At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of what Chang Ran had said before about the road of martial arts, that if a warrior wants to make achievements, he must fight.
Chang Ran's attitude of indifference has changed so much in just a few days.
In Jiang Ning's view, one reason is that Xiao Peng's appearance gave him a competitor.
The second reason is the arrival of opportunities.
The new power institution of the Great Xia, the inspection office, made Chang Ran see a different future and a path to leap over the Dragon Gate.
And the appearance of Shin Songyun also made Chang Ran more motivated. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Jiang Ning continued to ask, Brother Chang, did you gain anything?
Chang Ran shook his head, then nodded, some, but not much.
I have to go back and sort it out.
Then he continued, please bring me another bowl of water, Brother Jiang. Jiang Ning smiled and took the bowl from Chang Ran's hand, went to the water tank and got another bowl of clear water and handed it to Chang Ran.
Chang Ran drank it all again, then stood up. It's getting late, I have to go back.
Jiang Ning also stood up, I'll see Brother Chang off.
Okay.
Chang Ran nodded, then said, I'll pick up Brother Jiang at the banquet of the Sai Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night, but I won't come to the martial arts hall during the day. I have to think carefully about today's battle with that beast to see if I can get that flash of inspiration to make my tiger form fist reach perfection.
No problem. Jiang Ning nodded, then bowed and said, thank you, Brother Chang. Chang Ran smiled.
The two then walked out of the martial arts hall. After sending Chang off, Jiang Ning returned to his own courtyard in the martial arts hall. When he entered the room, he saw 10 brocade boxes on the table. These 10 brocade boxes contained 10 wild ginsengs. In the afternoon, Zhou Xing had sent people to deliver 10 wild ginsengs to the martial arts hall. Jiang Ning also successfully got the tonic herbs he had been dreaming of.
10 wild ginseng should be enough for me for a while.
He opened a brocade box and looked at the wild ginseng lying in the brocade box with a look of joy in his eyes. Since he lost the tonic of wild ginseng, the number of times he practiced boxing every day has decreased by nearly 30%. This not only caused the speed of his liver fermentation experience to decrease, but also the speed of his qi and blood accumulation to decrease.
At the same time, the speed of obtaining energy points also decreased a lot.
Before, on the day when he ate at most 1/3 of wild ginseng, his energy points increased by 0.6 on the same day. Later, without the wild ginseng tonic, even though the soup medicine provided by the martial arts hall became 3 bowls a day, and he ate well for breakfast, lunch and dinner, with meat every meal, his energy points per day only increased by 0.4.
It's different.
With these 10 wild ginsengs, it will be completely different in the short term. I will definitely improve faster. Then, Jiang Ning took out a brocade box containing wild ginseng, and then walked towards the small courtyard outside the house.
Under the cover of the setting sun, Jiang Ning stood there, motionless. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene of everyone fighting with the tiger in the afternoon. In the afternoon. In addition to Cheng Ran, Li Qing, Zhou Xing, Zhou Wu, and Zhang Taisheng, the 4 true disciples, all went out to fight with the tiger. Jiang Ning also watched the whole battle. This was the first time he witnessed a tiger fighting a human with his own eyes. With his photographic memory, the scenes of the afternoon battle were deeply engraved in his mind like movie scenes. The tiger is the best teacher of the tiger form fist. After the battles in the afternoon, Jiang Ning had a lot of insights. At this moment, he was still deepening his understanding of the spirit and form of the tiger. Only when the spirit and form are both complete can the tiger form fist in the 5 animals fist be perfected. As long as a boxing method has mastered the spirit and form of perfection, Jiang Ning can increase his experience points by at least 2 points every time he practices the 5 animals fist. This is the effect he has already tested. In the martial arts hall, Jiang Ning opened his eyes from closing them. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of the tiger in the afternoon. Afterwards, he got into his stance and started practicing boxing directly. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Ning retracted his fist. 5 animal fist experience value +1, skill, Wukingquan, Xiaoqing 52/500. After just glancing at the panel, he continued to practice boxing. With the confirmation of boxing training just now, it is not that he has gained nothing, but this gain is not enough to change the quality of his tiger-shaped boxing. But Jiang Ning knew that he was taking a step further on the road to be both spiritual and physical. Taking advantage of his better condition now, he continued to practice boxing, while his mind kept replaying the tiger's attack and the tiger's momentum as the king of beasts. 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +1, 3 times in a row. The experience value still maintains the efficiency of increasing a little with each punch. But as he practiced the boxing skills over and over again, the light in his eyes became brighter, and it also shone brightly when night fell. Call Jiang Ning panted lightly, and his chest began to rise and fall. Even though he was now introduced to the inner elixir health-preserving technique and his internal organs were tempered, practicing the boxing technique 4 times in a row without taking a break still made him feel slightly tired. We have to use wild ginseng. Thoughts arise. Jiang Ning picked up the brocade box containing wild ginseng placed aside. Opening the red brocade box, a wild ginseng about 10 years old appeared on the orange cloth. Source energy, 9.2. He glanced at his panel again and saw that the source energy points on the panel were only 0.8 away from the target of 10 points. If based on the efficiency of the previous few days, it would take him 2 full days to score 0.8 points. But at this moment, he didn't want to wait any longer. Thinking of this, he had already made a decision in his mind. This time, he was not going to be as stingy as before and only used 1/10 of the wild ginseng at a time. After just a moment's thought, he cut the wild ginseng in half, then took out half of it and put it into his mouth. As Jiang Ning chewed up and down in his mouth, a slightly sweet warmth flowed down his throat and into his belly. Soon, he felt that his body was rapidly rejuvenating as if the long drought land had received rain. The body's fatigue are receding rapidly, the beating of the ventricles becomes more powerful, and the blood flows in the body at an accelerated rate. Take half a pill at a time, the effect is so strong. It is indeed a good product worth more than 10 taels of silver. Jiang Ning clenched his fist, felt the changes in his body, and exclaimed. After a while, he felt that his body temperature was rising, and the abundant energy in his body had nowhere to vent. At this moment, his state had returned to its peak from the lowest point just now. Taking advantage of the strong effects of the medicine, he practiced boxing again. 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +1, 5 animal fist experience value +1, practice boxing over and over again, confirming your own insights over and over again. At the same time, during the short period of recovery, the scene of several senior brothers and sisters fighting the tiger in the afternoon was replayed over and over again. The jade rabbit hangs high on the branch. 5 animal fist experience value +2. When the prompt appeared in front of him, Jiang Ning withdrew his fist and showed a smile on his face. He didn't know how many times he had practiced boxing from evening to now. But after seeing the change in prompts, he knew that it was worth all the sleep and food. Cool. Jiang Ning grinned, showing his bright white teeth. The change in the experience gained from practicing boxing means that he has mastered the spirit and shape of the tiger, and that the tiger-shaped boxing has reached its peak. From now on, he only needs to consolidate his current understanding. Before Wu Qin Quan breaks through to great success,
he will gain at least 2 experience points every time he practices the fist technique. In addition, the Daking level tiger-shaped fist already means that he is qualified to become Wang Jin's true disciple. A true disciple is a master-disciple relationship in the true sense. With Wang Jin's identity and strength, this will bring him a huge improvement in status. At this moment, Jiang Ning really felt that the situation he was in was beginning to improve, and the haze that had previously shrouded his heart began to dissipate, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Then, he picked up the clear well water that had been prepared nearby and drank it in one gulp. Consolidate your understanding. Keep practicing boxing. His eyes were as hot as fire and full of high fighting spirit. While he was sweating, Aunt Sun also came to the entrance of the hospital many times to check. Every time, she couldn't help but shake her head. This little guy works too hard. I don't even eat dinner to practice martial arts. I still have to let my mother heat up food for him over and over again. The jade rabbit hangs high above his head. The moonlight enveloped the earth like a veil, and the entire Luoshui County was enveloped in silence. There were only a few occasional dog barks in the distance. As well as clang clang clang. Third watch in the middle of the night, be careful of candles. Hearing the familiar voice of the watchman, Jiang Ning just retracted his fist. It turns out it's already 11 o'clock at midnight. He murmured to himself, returning to his senses. Goo as he came to his senses, he heard the sound of hunger in his belly. So hungry. Jiang Ning rubbed his belly with a bitter look on his face. TSK. You still know you're hungry. Sister Sun, you're here too? Jiang Ning looked over and saw Aunt Sun at the gate. Am I not here? I've been heating up the food for 4 or 5 hours. I thought you were made of iron and weren't afraid of being hungry? Aunt Sun said unhappily. Thank you, sister. I knew Sister Sun was kind and nice. Jiang Ning laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me. Okay, sister. Jiang Ning hurriedly followed. At the same time, he also opened his panel and took a look. Skill, 5 Animals Fist, minor success 78 out of 500. Tonight, the 5 Animals Fist increased a total of 23 experience points. This efficiency is really good. Jiang Ning muttered to himself, and his mood became very good. Before, he had to practice hard all day, and the 5 Animals Fist could only increase a total of less than 20 experience points. And tonight, in just one night, from dusk to midnight, 23 experience points were added, which exceeded the experience points that could be added in the previous day. With the support of wild ginseng, a tonic drug, the effect of my boxing practice is really different. And tonight, because more than half of the boxing practice times, the experience points added are only 1 point. Tomorrow, I can gain 2 experience points every time I practice boxing. With 3 strands of qi and blood, my efficiency will definitely be higher. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning was secretly excited. Little guy, what are you thinking about? Aunt Sun turned around and saw Jiang Ning's appearance of wandering in the sky. Jiang Ning came back to his senses instantly and smiled at Aunt Sunday, thinking about the insights from the boxing practice just now. TSK. You little guy are too hard. You are hungry, but you are still thinking about boxing. Aunt Sun said with a TSK. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing more. After a while, the chef of the martial arts school. Okay, hurry up and eat. I can clean up the kitchen after eating. Aunt Sun put the food that had been heating in the pot on the stove. A bowl of steamed fat and thin bacon, a bowl of scrambled eggs and a drawer of steamed buns, with a pot of rice next to it. Looking at the steaming food in front of him, Jiang Ning felt even hungrier. Thank you, sister. I'm going to eat. Eat. Aunt Sun smiled. Afterwards, Jiang Ning began to wolf down the food. Now that he has achieved certain results in martial arts training, Jiang Ning also finds that his food intake is increasing day by day. Now he eats at least 3 to 4 times the amount of food he used to eat every day, which is surprisingly large. Now he has a bun in his hand and can swallow it in one bite. A bowl of rice only took a few big mouthfuls, and all of it went into his belly. It takes less than a cup of tea. The food prepared by Aunt Sun was swept away by Jiang Ning and all entered his belly. Comfortable. Jiang Ning touched his belly lazily. Okay, you little guy, don't get in the way here, go back and have a rest. Aunt Sun waved her hand outside. Jiang Ning smiled, thank you for your hard work, sister. Go back to sleep. Aunt Sun waved her hand again. After returning, Jiang Ning practiced boxing twice more and successfully gained 4 experience points before going to sleep. Before going to sleep, he looked at his screen. Source energy, 9.2. There is still 0.8 left. I hope to wake up tomorrow and have more than 10 source energy points. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning slowly fell asleep.
The next day. The sky is slightly bright. Jiang Ning had already woken up.
Crackling, I got up and got out of bed to stretch my muscles, and the muscles and bones all over my body suddenly made a crackling sound.
Comfortable.
While muttering to himself, he also opened his panel and took a look. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 10.1 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Breaking the Limit of 568/2000 at one time, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, Wokinquan, Xiaocheng 82/500, Wood Splitting Knife Technique Plus, Perfect 1000, Inner Alchemy Health Gong, Introduction 28/1000. The moment he saw the panel, his eyes couldn't help but freeze. At 10 o'clock, I knew that I absorbed half a wild ginseng yesterday, which was enough to increase my source energy points by more than 0.8.
This is indeed not much different from what I calculated before.
Completely absorbing a 10-year-old wild ginseng can provide me with about 0.9 to 1.1 source energy points. At this time, Jiang Ning's face also showed a true expression. Then his eyes fell on the panel again, on the plus sign behind the wood cleaver technique.
The wood cleaving technique can finally break the limit. I wonder what special effects it can bring to me.
While he was muttering secretly in his heart, his thoughts also moved slightly.
My thoughts fell on the plus sign behind the wood splitting method. In an instant,
the number of source energy points decreased like water, and in the blink of an eye, the number of source energy points returned to 0.1. Afterwards, Jiang Ning felt countless piercing sword lights appear in his mind. He immediately closed his eyes and consciousness came to his mind. Countless sword lights flashed past. The sword light was deep and cold, cutting through the sky. These falling sword lights were only simple downward cuts, but they did contain a strange beauty, which made Jiang Ning a little obsessed.
At the same time,
he could also feel as if millions of ants were crawling on his arms, and there were bursts of itching and numbness deep in his skin.
After dozens of breaths, all changes had disappeared. Jiang Ning opened his eyes.
Skill, Hackle Technique, Break the Limit 1783/2001 Go, Characteristic, Bypass, by analogy, Sword, he has a deep understanding of sword skills. The efficiency of practicing sword skills is improved, and it is easier to understand the secrets of their skills.
Comprehend by analogy?
To put it this way, it seems that it makes me more talented in swordsmanship. Looking at his own panel, Jiang Ning murmured in his heart, looking thoughtful. Glancing at his panel again, his eyes fell on the special effect, par analogy. The countless sword lights that had just appeared in his mind flashed through his mind.
It seems that I really have to find a knife and learn a sword technique.
Now that I have a knife in my hand, there is a huge difference in my fighting power compared to not having a knife in my hand. If I have another good sword technique in my hand, I will probably be able to kill Su Yunfeng directly in a short time. Immediately, Jiang Ning was thoughtful again. I remember Wang Jin once said that the name of Sanglong martial arts school comes from a sword technique. This is why he asked me to chop wood and become familiar with the feel of the knife. Looking at it now, the hope of swordsmanship will fall on Wang Jin. It just so happened that the tiger-shaped fist, one of the 5 movements in the 5-animal fist, I completed last night, has met the requirements of Wang Jin's true disciple.
Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue.
I calculated that the 6-month assessment period only took more than 10 days, and it was completed in less than half a month.
The effect of this panel is really amazing.
But with such an exaggerated rate of progress, should I reveal it to Wang Jin today? Let him know that my tiger form fist has reached the state of great success, passed his 6-month assessment, and is qualified to become his true disciple? Afterwards, Jiang Ning only thought for a moment and made a decision. That is to tell Wang Jin and let Wang Jin know the progress of his boxing. In this way, he can get further attention from Wang Jin.
Wang Jin is trustworthy.
At his age, what he wants should be very simple. That is to find a good successor and a disciple who will take care of him in his old age.
I can do all these. The higher the talent I show now, the more he will value me.
In this way, I can be more confident in facing the oppression of Su Yunfeng and the pressure from the Chao family on Chao Bin's side. Besides, based on my observation and getting along with him these days, Wang Jin's character is not bad. While thinking, Jiang Ning also made a complete decision. He plans to find Wang Jin later and tell Wang Jin about his current progress in boxing, thus becoming Wang Jin's true disciple, a real disciple in name only. He clenched his fists again, and the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged like a dragon, full of power. Just by clenching his fists, Jiang Ning clearly felt that his strength had increased with the breakthrough of his chopping knife technique.
My knife technique has broken the limit, and I can feel that the strength of my arm has increased again. Now the strength of one arm should exceed 300 kilograms. He had this guess in his mind. If I were to spar with Chang Ran again today, I would be much calmer than yesterday. If I had a knife in my hand, with my chopping knife technique after breaking the limit, I would be able to decide the winner with one knife when facing senior brother Chang Ran, and at the same time decide life and death. After feeling the changes in himself after the breakthrough of the chopping knife technique, Jiang Ning pushed open the door and walked out of the house. Martial Arts School. Jiang Ning's yard. After he finished washing, he looked up at the sky above his head. It was still early and there was still some time before the sunrise was obvious. Then, he walked out of his yard and came to the front yard of the martial arts gym. It's not like that yet, it's just dawn. The entire front yard of the martial arts hall was eerily quiet. The entire martial arts hall was also very quiet. He could only hear some movements from Aunt's son in the direction of the kitchen. Then, he came to the corner of the front yard where the stone locks were stacked. On weekdays, these stone locks are where martial arts disciples practice and test their strength. He came here just to test his current strength. Only by knowing your own strength can you have a general confidence in your heart. Standing in front of a 300-kilogram stone lock. The middle of the stone lock is connected by a piece of fine iron as thick as an arm. The forging marks and textures on this fine iron are extremely obvious. Jiang Ning can tell at just a glance that it is fine iron that has been forged dozens of times. Only fine iron that has been forged for dozens of times has enough hardness and toughness to withstand a stone lock weighing more than 300 kilograms. Then, Jiang Ning's lower body sank slightly, and his right hand held the arm-thick fine iron on the stone lock. The next moment, as he exerted his strength, this piece of fine iron weighing 300 kilograms was instantly grabbed by him and completely lifted off the ground. Feeling that he still had some strength left in his right hand, Jiang Ning murmured, "Sure enough, my one-arm strength has exceeded 300 kilograms. Immediately, he thought of his past life again. According to his understanding, the limit recorded by humans in previous lives was to lift a barbell weighing more than 300 kilograms with one hand. In other words, he has already caught up with the peak of human beings in his previous life in terms of strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning was stunned. After practicing martial arts for only 10 days, he had reached the peak of human beings in his previous life. This made him understand more and more how mysterious the martial arts in this world were. That is an extraordinary path. Subsequently, he slowly put down the stone lock and lifted the 300-kilogram stone lock with his left hand. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to lift the 300-kilogram stone lock with his left hand. The left arm also has 300 kilograms of strength. He whispered. Then he came to the stone lock weighing 400 kilograms. Try it and see if I can lift it with my right hand. As this thought arose, Jiang Ning also sank down, holding the thick fine iron in his right hand. As he exerted force, the 400-kilogram stone lock suddenly moved, but it had not yet lifted off the ground. He gritted his teeth again and used strength again. The 400-kilogram stone lock suddenly lifted off the ground, rubbing against the ground and moving left and right in his hand. No! Jiang Ning shook his head and slowly regained his strength. Boom! The stone lock fell to the ground and made a dull sound. At this time, Jiang Ning already understood his current power. The breakthrough in sword skills once again slightly strengthened the strength of his arms. The strength of his right arm is over 300 kilograms, about 350 kilograms. The strength of his left arm reaches 300 kilograms. Even on the way to martial arts, his chi and blood were only at the level of a small success, but in terms of strength, he was obviously close to catching up with Xiao Pang, who had achieved a great deal of chi and blood. A person with normal chi and blood, whose strength starts at 500 kilograms, is still far ahead of me. But if you have a knife in your hand, the strength gap of more than 100 kilograms will not be so obvious. Give me a knife now. With my limit-breaking wood-cleaving technique, the explosive force should be no weaker than those with a strength of 500 kilograms. I wonder if he can be Su Yunfeng's opponent? Jiang Ning whispered to himself, his brows thoughtful. He pondered for a moment. He slowly shook his head. Don't worry, I am now a master of Tiger Fist, and I have wild ginseng, a medicine that is very tonic for the human body. Give me a few more days, and I will be able to practice Wuqinkwen to a master's degree. By that time, my chi and blood should be fully developed and penetrate all my limbs. My strength will be further enhanced and will not be weaker than that of an ordinary warrior with perfect chi and blood. If I find another sword technique, if I meet Su Yunfeng again, I don't believe I can kill him. With these thoughts in his mind, Jiang Ning returned to his small courtyard in the martial arts school.
Later, he continued to practice boxing in the courtyard before sunrise.
Complete the boxing practice once. 5 animal fist experience value plus 2, he continued a second time. 5 animal fist experience value plus 2, 2 punches are completed.
Jiang Ning also successfully gained 4 experience points of Wuqingquan and 6 rays of blood. Skill, Wuqingquan, Xiaocheng 86/500. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the distant sky was also dyed with red clouds. This indicates that the sun is about to rise. Seeing this scene, he also stopped thinking about practicing boxing. Because every day from sunrise to 8 o'clock in the morning, it is the key time for him to inhale the essence of the big sun in his eyes and increase the experience value of inner elixir and health-preserving power. Once it passes the 8th hour of the 8th hour and enters the Chen hour, the energy of the great sun will become even more intense, which cannot be exhaled at the level of his current inner elixir and health-preserving skills. Although there is no record of the follow-up in the residual manual, based on his inference, it is necessary to breathe out the next hour of the great sun essence to have enough effect to temper the internal organs and increase the experience value of the inner elixir health-preserving skills. Just like after he started, he tried it. In the 2 minutes since the sun rose, the essence of the sun he breathed out had no effect on his internal organs, and the experience value of the inner elixir health-preserving skill no longer increased.
After a while,
the sun rises, and the sky is full of red clouds.
The warm sunlight at sunrise also falls on Jiang Ning.
He continues to quietly wait for the sun to rise completely, because he has already started the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, and his internal organs have been initially tempered. The gentle essence of the sun at sunrise no longer has the effect of increasing the experience value of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise.
After dozens of breaths, the sun rises completely. Jiang Ning practices the breathing technique of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise towards the sun.
In one breath, he suddenly feels as if a fire snake is pouring into his nasal cavity and drilling towards his internal organs. Facing this situation, he is still very calm, because he has enough experience. After the burning air entering the internal organs is digested.
Internal alchemy health-preserving exercise experience plus 1, then he continues to swallow and spit out the essence of the sun. At the same time, on a tall building in the distance,
Shin Songyun, wearing a green robe, his eyes penetrated several kilometers away and fell on Jiang Ning.
This is impossible.
He opened his mouth slightly, his face no longer calm, but full of horror.
How is this possible? Shin Songyun murmured again. Without the subsequent guidance method, he dared to swallow and spit out the sunlight realm? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? At this moment, Shin Songyun was a little skeptical about life. He knew the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises very well.
This was a unique skill he accidentally obtained. Although it was a unique skill without the perfect method, a unique skill was a unique skill. Even if it could only achieve great success, it was not inferior to any superior martial arts.
On a tall building in the distance, Shin Songyun looked at Jiang Ning, who was breathing in and out facing the sun.
He was extremely surprised.
He knew very well how to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise from the beginning.
Without the guidance method, breathing in and out the essence of the sun would lead to a violent fire dragon entering the body, and all the internal organs would be burned.
This kind of pain is even more unbearable for ordinary people.
But at this moment, he clearly saw that Jiang Ning Fifan could breathe in and out the essence of the sun without the help of any secret medicine, and he even started to practice the breathing method directly facing the sun after sunrise. He started to breathe in and out the essence of the sun. This completely broke his cognition. Could it be that this boy has a perfect way to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise? Instead of relying on the fragments he got from Wang Jin to get started? Thinking of this possibility, he shook his head again. It should be impossible. The inner alchemy health-preserving exercise is a unique skill, not a low-level martial arts skill on the market, which is everywhere. What's more, there is no such coincidence.
Shin Songyun shook his head again and denied this idea.
Then his eyes continued to fall on Jiang Ning from a distance of several kilometers, and continued to observe Jiang Ning's every move.
After an incense stick, he nodded. This boy is indeed practicing the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, it is confirmed.
As for the others, we have to wait for the investigation report on this person to come out before making a judgment. The murmur floated in the air, and Shin Songyun's figure disappeared from the tall building.
In the martial arts hall,
when it was about to enter the Qin hour, Jiang Ning also stopped breathing in the sun's essence. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, Entry 32/1000, I gained 14 experience points. At this efficiency, it will take more than 2 months for the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to enter the next level. Such a difficult way to gain experience. I don't know what level of martial arts the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise is. Jiang Ning looked at his panel and muttered to himself. Then, he got up and walked towards the kitchen. Prepare to have breakfast and then go to see Wang Jin. He had just made a decision to confess to Wang Jin today that his 5 styles of 5 animals fist had reached the state of perfection in tiger form fist. He had already met the requirements to become Wang Jin's true disciple. In front of the backyard door of the martial arts hall. Dong dong dong. Jiang Ning, holding a plate, knocked on the backyard door. Come in. Wang Jin's voice came from the yard. Jiang Ning then pushed open the backyard door with one hand. The door was pushed open, making a sharp sound. Why is it you? Wang Jin, wearing a loose short coat, sat cross-legged in the yard as if meditating. The moment he saw Jiang Ning, he showed a look of surprise. Because usually Aunt's son personally delivered breakfast, but today it was Jiang Ning who delivered it to him. Jiang Ning said, I have something to ask Master, so I brought Master's breakfast by the way. Wang Jin stood up and pointed to the stone table in the pavilion next to him. Jiang Ning understood and placed the plate in his hand on the stone table in the pavilion. Have you had breakfast? Wang Jin went to the side to wash his hands, turned his head and said to Jiang Ning. I have just eaten. Jiang Ning replied. Wang Jin also washed his hands at this time. He simply shook off the water droplets on his hands and sat down. You sit down too. He pointed to the stone bench next to the stone table in front of him. After Jiang Ning sat down, Wang Jin asked, You just said you had something to ask me. What do you want to ask me today? As he spoke, he grabbed a chicken leg and bit it. Master, my tiger-shaped fist has been perfected. Jiang Ning stood up and bowed. As soon as this sentence came out, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the ground. What? Wang Jin's eyes widened, and he looked at Jiang Ning with his mouth slightly open, and even forgot to chew the chicken leg in his mouth. This scene was still for a breath, and Wang Jin came back to his senses, slowly chewed the chicken in his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. Don't come to frame me so early in the morning, kid. Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning suspiciously. Jiang Ning bowed and said, How dare I frame you, master? Practice your boxing skills for me. Wang Jin said. Yes, master. Jiang Ning bowed. He came to the side of the pavilion and took a stance. At this moment, Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning's confident and calm appearance, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Has this kid mastered the tiger form fist? This is unlikely, right? He has been practicing boxing for less than half a month at most, and the tiger form, one of the 5 forms, has reached the state of mastery. Can I still pick up such a treasure? The next moment. As Jiang Ning practiced boxing, Wang Jin's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Because at this time Jiang Ning was practicing the tiger form fist, his muscles bulged and he was full of strength. Every move was full of momentum, especially when the force burst out, as if he turned into an angry tiger. Both spirit and form. It's actually the tiger form fist at the great perfection stage. Wang Jin muttered in his heart, with a flash of deep shock in his eyes. 1 stick of incense later. 5 animal fist experience points +2. Jiang Ning retracted his fist and bowed to Wang Jin. Master, I have finished the practice. Not bad. Wang Jin nodded slightly, picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth, then took a sip of wine, pretending to be indifferent. You passed my test in less than half a month. You have a good understanding. He then said, Did you understand the spirit and form of the tiger form fist yesterday when you watched the tiger fight? Yes. Jiang Ning nodded. Master has a keen eye and saw it at a glance. Wang Jin smiled. Your tiger form fist has suddenly become very powerful at this time. I don't need to guess that it is because of watching the tiger fight yesterday. Wang Jin sighed again. In this regard, your conditions are much better than your previous brothers. All your previous brothers did not have the conditions to watch the tiger fight with their own eyes. Jiang Ning bowed. This is all thanks to Master. I heard that this tiger was caught by Master in the mountains and forests. Not bad. Wang Jin nodded slightly. Master is brave. Jiang Ning flattered him. Wang Jin couldn't suppress the smile on his lips when he heard it. Immediately, he said, Since you have passed my test, go to my room and get a cup of tea. Yes, Master. Jiang Ning was excited and understood instantly. In a moment, he came out with a cup of tea. Coming in front of Wang Jin, Jiang Ning knelt on one knee and offered the tea in his hand to Wang Jin. Master, please have some tea. Looking at Jiang Ning in front of him, Wang Jin couldn't help but grin. Good. 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 He said 3 good words in a row, took the tea in Jiang Ning's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Disciple, get up. Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning in front of him, with a satisfied look in his eyes. In less than half a month, the tiger form fist was perfected. He had never thought of such a disciple with extraordinary understanding before. Now that he got such an unexpected surprise, how could he not be satisfied? Yes, master. Hearing the kind voice coming from his ears, Jiang Ning also stood up. Sit down and talk. Wang Jin pointed to the seat in front of him. Yes, master. Wang Jin smiled. There is no need to be so restrained, just be casual in front of the master. The backyard of the martial arts school. Wang Jin picked up a few peanuts and put them in his mouth, then looked at Jiang Ning and spoke. Do you remember that I once told you, what is Tsanglong Martial Arts School called? Remember. Jiang Ning nodded. Wang Jin nodded and continued, the name of the martial arts school is related to a sword technique from Zhongqing martial arts. Whether you can learn this sword technique depends on your understanding, which is also the test I set. Reason. If you can't achieve perfection in any of the Wuqing Quan techniques, then your understanding is not qualified to learn my sword techniques. When Jiang Ning heard this, his face showed joy. Master, do you want to teach me the sword technique? Wang Jin shook his head. You are not qualified to learn that sword technique now. Not qualified yet? Jiang Ning looked stunned. Wang Jin stood up and said, follow me. Jiang Ning quickly followed. Entering Wang Jin's bedroom, he took out a yellowed ancient book from the hidden compartment on the wall and placed it in Jiang Ning's hands. You'll know after you see it for yourself. Jiang Ning took the yellowed ancient book and looked down. I saw a few large characters on the blue cover. Sanlong sword technique, open it and you'll know. Wang Jin's voice rang in Jiang Ning's ears. Jiang Ning also slowly opened the secret book of martial arts techniques in his hand. Time passed quietly. Wang Jin was also quietly waiting for Jiang Ning to read. Seeing Jiang Ning's serious look, Wang Jin murmured in his heart, I believe this kid will be more motivated to practice boxing after reading this book on Zhongqing martial arts. Looking at Zhongqing martial arts, there are only a few books in the entire Luoshui County. With this kind of attraction, I don't believe that this kid doesn't want to be qualified to learn this sword technique. If you don't master your strength and your energy and blood are not strong enough, you are not qualified to learn this sword technique. I don't know if he can reach perfection with this sword technique based on his understanding. If he can do something that I can't do in the future, I can tell him the clues to the Liao Yuan sword technique. If he can get the Liao Yuan sword technique and combine it with the Tsanglong sword technique, it will be a truly perfect sword. Excellent martial arts. At this time, while Wang Jin was meditating secretly, Jiang Ning was also constantly flipping through the Zhongqing martial arts, Sanglong sword technique. Literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1. After a long while, Jiang Ning turned to the last page of Sanglong sword technique. Skills, reading and hyphenation, breaking the limit of 654/2000 at one time, special effect, photographic memory. He closed the secret book recording that Sanglong sword technique in his hand, and then slowly closed his eyes to digest the memory of this sword technique in his mind. According to the records in the sword technique secret book, Sanglong sword technique is a Zhongqing martial arts. The concept of this sword technique is taken from the endless waves of the river. To get started with sword skills, you need to master a kind of power called Jiuzhongjin. The strength mastered after completing the Ninchongjin and Wuqing Quan techniques are of the same nature. This shows that the effect of just getting started with this sword technique is comparable to the effect that can only be achieved by perfecting Wuqing Quan. And according to the records in Sanglong sword technique, Jiuzhongjin is extremely powerful. Once the sword technique is perfected, one sword is stronger than the other, and one sword is better than the other, the 9 levels of strength explode, and one sword carries the offensive power of the 9 swords. It's like gods and ghosts make changes, and no one in the same situation can take a stab at it. After reading the records of Sanglong sword technique, Jiang Ning also understood why Wang Jin said that he was not qualified to learn this technique now. Because the difficulty of getting started with Sanglong sword technique is no less than the difficulty of perfecting Wuqing Quan, or even higher than the difficulty of perfecting Wuqing Quan. Only when the 5 birds fist is perfect can one master the strength. As for Sanglong sword technique, a Zhongqing martial art, just getting started requires mastering the first level of strength called 9 levels of strength. This shows how difficult it is. And as far as Jiang Ning knows, among 9th grade warriors, those who can master the power are the best, and their combat power will far exceed that of other warriors at the same level who cannot master the power. Strength is also extremely mysterious. If you master strength, after the energy and blood are perfect, the efficiency of skin training will be several times higher than that of others. Including entering the ranks of 8th grade, 7th grade, and 6th grade, all have requirements for strength. If you don't master the strength later, even if you have the basic method to upgrade, it will be difficult to advance. The higher the level of martial arts training, the more obvious the effect on martial arts level promotion. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes and murmured, "No wonder Master said that I am not qualified to learn this technique now." Understood. Wang Jin said, 9 levels of strength are more advanced than the tiger strength, white ape strength, wild bear strength, etc. If you can't even master the strength of the tiger strength, you won't be able to master it. If you can personally understand the mystery of strength, but cannot understand it by analogy, how can you get started with the Tsanglong sword technique? Disciple understands. Jiang Ning continued, disciple will practice boxing diligently and strive to master the perfect 5-animal fist as soon as possible. Wang Jin nodded and continued, do you have any thoughts about joining the inspectorate? Yes. Jiang Ning said bluntly. Okay. Wang Jin nodded again, then you should practice your boxing well. Although there is little hope for you to join the inspectorate, after all, it is a mandatory condition to enter the martial arts. Now there are only about 2.5 months until the opening of the inspectorate. Time. But if you progress quickly enough in Wuqing Quan, you will reach perfection as soon as possible and master Wuqing Jin. Then it's not impossible. Perfect the 5 animals fist, master the 5 animals power, develop the membrane, and connect the whole body. The efficiency of entering the martial arts will be extremely high at this stage. If you can achieve perfection in the 5 animals fist, I will also help you and let you seize this opportunity to change your life. Jiang Ning bowed, thank you, master. Wang Jin waved his hand, go down. Practice well. After leaving Wang Jin's room, Jiang Ning opened the panel. Skills, Tsanglong swordsmanship, 0 out of 10 before entry, sure enough. Seeing that Tsanglong swordsmanship on the panel, Jiang Ning nodded slightly and said to himself in his heart, 10 experience points are the same as the requirements of the 5 animals fist. It seems that whether it is a lower-level martial arts or a middle-level martial arts, the experience points required for realm breakthroughs are the same. From this point of view, the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise is undoubtedly beyond the scope of middle-level martial arts. I don't know if it is a superior martial arts or a higher-level martial arts. Then, he closed his eyes again and instantly reviewed the memory just now in his mind. Suddenly, the thousands of words and countless patterns recorded in the Tsanglong sword technique all appeared in his mind. There was no forgotten or vague memory. Photographic memory, this special effect is really helpful to me. I don't know if I can get started with this sword technique in advance with the effect of the panel, so as to master the 9-fold strength. Jiang Ning walked towards his yard, while falling into deep thought. After walking out of the backyard where Wang Jin was, his steps suddenly stopped. I don't have a sword, how can I practice the Tsanglong sword technique? He turned back and looked at Wang Jin's backyard again. Do you want to ask the master for a sword? He hesitated for only a breath. Yes. Anyway, it's not a loss if I don't get it. It's a big profit if I get it. Jiang Ning turned back directly. Backyard. Wang Jin, who had just walked out of his room and was about to continue enjoying breakfast, saw Jiang Ning turning back. He looked startled. Why are you back again? Jiang Ning cupped his hands and said, Master, I want to ask Master for a sword. I want to carry the sword with me day and night to familiarize myself with the feel of the sword. Hearing these words, Wang Jin suddenly remembered the process of Jiang Ning watching and learning Wuqing Quan. You can memorize everything by reading the boxing manual once, and you can imitate the boxing by watching yourself practice it once. He suddenly smiled. You naughty guy, I still don't understand your thoughts. That's fine. You won't be willing to let me try it. It's good to be familiar with the feel of the knife. Wang Jin returned to his room. Jiang Ning stood in the courtyard, feeling suddenly excited. He naturally understood the meaning of Wang Ko's words. Although Wang Jin saw that he wanted to try to practice the Tsanglong sword technique, he also acquiesced in his move to practice the Tsanglong sword technique. After a while, Wang Jin walked out of his room again, holding a knife in his hand, a knife with a handle as black as ink. He then threw the long knife in his hand towards Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning quickly caught it. This sword is called an ebony long sword. The handle and scabbard are both made of ebony. The blade is made of fine iron known as 100 forgings. It weighs 15 kilograms and is worth 100 taels of silver.
Wang Jin said.
Jiang Ning grabbed the ebony knife in his hand and slowly pulled it out.
A cold light shone in his eyes instantly. The blade is like a mirror, shining brightly under the sunlight.
Swish! Jiang Ning grabbed the handle of the knife and flicked it, sheathing the long knife.
He immediately raised his hands and saluted.
"Thank you, master, for giving me the sword."
Wang Jin said, "Since you want to try it, then go back and give it a try.
I know you, kid, will not be willing to give it a try if you don't.
Master still understands me."
Jiang Ning chuckled.
"Okay, go back."
Wang Jin waved his hand. "After you try it, you will know that it is impossible for you now.
After that, you should practice your boxing well.
As for this sword, just get familiar with it."
Jiang Ning raised his hands and saluted again.
"Thank you, master." After returning to his yard, it was now 4/4 before the hour, and it was still more than half an hour before the martial arts gym opened its doors. Jiang Ning slowly took out the ebony knife in his hand, and the whole ebony knife with cold light appeared in his hand.
The knife is 2 feet 7 long and weighs 15 kilograms.
Holding it in his hand, Jiang Ning could also feel its heavy weight. Even with his current strength of over 300 kilograms in one arm, the 15-kilogram knife neither seemed heavy nor light, but made him feel just right. "It's worth 100 taels of silver.
This is not cheap at all."
Looking at the long ebony knife in his hand, Jiang Ning sighed secretly in his heart. 100 taels of silver was the living expenses of an ordinary civilian family of 3 for 10 years.
Holding the dark handle of the knife, Jiang Ning waved it twice.
Suddenly, he felt as if the long knife in his hand and himself were incompatible with each other and connected with flesh and blood.
He waved again.
Swish! Cold light flashed across the sky, and a leaf floating in the air was split into two by him in an instant.
"This feels so good."
Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little obsessed. Holding the long knife in his hand, he felt that his confidence had greatly increased. Even if Su Yunfeng appeared in front of him at this moment, he would dare to confront him head-on. Standing in the courtyard with a long knife in his hand, Jiang Ning slowly closed his eyes. The Xianglong sword technique that he had just read carefully came to his mind.
After a few breaths,
Jiang Ning suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, he had completed the recall, and the training method of Xianglong sword technique was clearly presented in his mind.
Next moment,
he recorded the Xianglong sword technique in his mind and swung the sword technique in a precise manner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the friction between the long knife and the air made bursts of soft chirping sounds. Holding a long sword in his hand, he used the Xianglong sword technique. At this moment, the weapon in his hand didn't feel strange at all, but rather familiar, extremely familiar. The thing in his hand seemed to have been with him day and night for countless years, and he knew the thing in his hand extremely well. At the same time, he also used the Xianglong sword technique completely. The light of the sword flashed in the courtyard, and the air was split by his sword. At this moment, he seems to be a master who has been immersed in the art of swordsmanship for many years. The sword can be wielded freely and smoothly, without any ambiguity. At the same time, Jiang Ning could also feel it.
As he practiced the Xianglong sword technique, an invisible force circulated in his body, as if it was pulling something. Finish practicing the sword technique once.
Xianglong sword technique experience value +1, called. Jiang Ning let out a breath, his face turned red, his whole body became hot, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. He clenched his fists and felt the vague feeling in his body.
Is this the birth process of strength?
Jiang Ning murmured to himself, thoughtfully. Skill, Xianglong sword technique, 1 out of 10 for beginners. He glanced at the panel again, his eyes suddenly brightened.
It's indeed possible.
With this magical panel, I can really get started with this Zhongqing martial arts.
Seeing the changes on the panel, he was immediately motivated.
Once you get started, you can master the powerful force of Zhongqing. This is equivalent to saying that the power exerted by the Xianglong sword technique can be comparable to or even higher than that of the Wu Qin Quan at the perfect level. After all, the ninefold strength, which is condensed from the middle-level martial arts, is more powerful than the strength condensed from the lower-level martial arts, such as the fierce tiger strength. Perhaps only when all 5 boxing techniques are perfect and the 5 animal strength is condensed can it be compared with the entry-level ninefold strength.
Jiang Ning said secretly.
He felt the changes in his body again, and his face was even more happy. Because he found that the physical energy consumed by practicing the sword seemed to be less than that consumed by practicing the 5 animals fist. Try practicing the sword technique again. With the thought, Jiang Ning practiced the Xianglong sword technique again.
The Xianglong sword technique is inspired by the endless waves.
When attacking the enemy with this sword technique, one sword is faster than another, one sword is stronger than another, and the offensive is continuous, leaving no breathing space. If it is for defense, the sword light will turn into an airtight water curtain, and no water can get in. The second time practicing the sword, Jiang Ning felt that he had a deeper understanding of the Sanglong sword technique. He clearly felt an invisible force flowing in his body. Sanglong sword skill experience +1, skill, Sanglong sword skill, 2/10 before entry. Looking at the changes in the panel, he felt the changes in his body again. Jiang Ning was sure of it. Although Sanglong sword skill is a middle-level martial arts technique, the physical energy consumed by practicing this technique is not as obvious as practicing Wukingquan. This means that he can gain experience points for Sanglong sword skill, a middle-level martial arts, faster than Wukingquan. The doubt in his mind only flashed through, and he could understand it. Because every time Wukingquan is practiced, it involves the fundamentals of the human body. Practicing Wukingquan will condense the power of qi and blood and strengthen the body. The body is the foundation of strength. Wukingquan is equivalent to the fundamental method before entering the martial arts. Such consumption is naturally large. Although Sanglong sword skill is a middle-level martial arts technique, it is more inclined to skills. So it is reasonable for him not to consume much of the body. In Jiang Ning's opinion, if he had to choose one of the two, even if the Five Animals Fist was a lower-level martial art, its importance was higher than the Sanglong swordsmanship. Without a strong physique and blood, all skills were like castles in the air, and they would collapse at the first touch. I can't give up that Sanglong swordsmanship now. After all, it is a middle-level martial art. As long as I achieve something, my strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. But the Five Animals Fist cannot be given up. The strengthening of blood and qi is the foundation of the human body and a necessary condition for entering the martial arts. Jiang Ning secretly said to himself, he knew very well which of the two was more important. In the martial arts hall. After Jiang Ning finished practicing swordsmanship, he went to the front yard to put down the bolt and opened the door of the martial arts hall. Then, he returned to his own courtyard to continue practicing swordsmanship. Since he could earn experience points for its Sanglong swordsmanship, a middle-level martial arts, and it was so simple. He was ready to learn Sanglong swordsmanship in one go and experience the mystery of strength himself. Feel the mystery of this middle-level martial arts that focuses on attacking. As the sun rose, the temperature rose higher and higher. In the sweat, Jiang Ning practiced Sanglong swordsmanship over and over again. Sanglong swordsmanship experience points +1, Sanglong swordsmanship experience points +1. Sanglong swordsmanship experience points +1. Skills, Sanglong swordsmanship, not yet started September 10th. After taking a look at the panel, Jiang Ning drank a large bowl of well water, and then took out the wild ginseng left over from yesterday and put it in his mouth to chew. As the wild ginseng entered his stomach and was digested by his stomach, he immediately felt the fatigue in his body gradually dissipating, and his energy gradually became full. After sitting under the shade of the tree and resting for a cup of tea, Jiang Ning stood up and prepared to make the final entry sprint. He practiced with the knife again, and the knife light flashed. One round of knife skills was completed. Sanglong knife skills experience value +1, with this prompt appeared in front of him. Skills, Sanglong knife skills, entry 0/100, Sanglong knife skills were also officially entered. The next moment, Jiang Ning closed his eyes, and in his mind, countless knife lights flashed at this moment. Countless scenes of knife drawing, swinging, and putting away were constantly played in his mind. Every action, every posture appeared in his mind from all angles. He also had a burst of enlightenment in his mind, about the enlightenment of Sanglong knife skills. At the same time, the invisible force that flowed in his body when he practiced the knife before began to condense. From vague to rapid transformation like a substance. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and countless sword lights seemed to appear in his eyes. In an instant, these sword lights merged into one and then disappeared. Clang. Jiang Ning drew his sword, and the long sword in his hand kept trembling and making a buzzing sound. At this moment, he could clearly feel the power flowing through his body, which was majestic and seemed to carry the power of a mountain and a tsunami. The long sword kept trembling under the flow of his power. Is this the so-called ninefold power? Feeling the power contained in the power in his body, Jiang Ning couldn't help but be a little obsessed. What a powerful feeling! Then, his eyes fell on the wooden stake in front of him. The wooden stake in front of him was made of a century-old iron tree. The hardness of this tree is said to be comparable to that of fine iron. Wrapping it with cowhide, it becomes an extremely durable human-shaped wooden stake for martial arts disciples to practice. He used to practice boxing and sometimes used the wooden stake as a target and bombarded it at will. For several days, this wooden stake stood as before without any damage. The next moment, Jiang Ning swung the long knife in his hand, and the blood and qi flowed through his right arm, and the strength suddenly burst out. Boom! The muscles and bones of his right arm made a sound, and the ninefold strength flowed into the long knife in his hand along his arm. Whoosh! The long knife broke through the air, and the air was suddenly separated like waves. When the blade fell on the wooden stake in front of him. Boom! The hard wooden stake wrapped in cowhide suddenly exploded, and the cowhide wrapped on it also broke like rags and splashed everywhere. So strong? Looking at the half-destroyed wooden stake, Jiang Ning opened his mouth slightly. You know, he had tried this wooden stake many times before. Even if he punched with all his strength, and the force could reach 1,000 pounds, the wooden stake was not damaged at all. At this time, this knife fell, not only splitting it in half. The burst of strength made the wooden stake explode, and most of the cowhide wrapped on it fell to the ground like rags. It's worthy of being a middle-level martial art, and it's worthy of being a ninefold strength that is more powerful than the tiger's strength. Immediately, Jiang Ning exerted force with his right arm, preparing to draw out the long sword. However, at the moment when he exerted force, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Because at this moment, there was a burst of severe pain in his right arm. Attracted by the severe pain in his right arm, his eyes also fell on his right arm. Suddenly, he saw blood oozing from his wheat-colored right arm that had been exposed to the sun for nearly half a month. I was careless. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning immediately understood that the burst of the ninefold strength was too much for his current physique. Under the full-strength burst, the muscles, skin and blood vessels could not withstand this majestic force. That's why the current situation is caused. It seems that for me now, the burst of the ninefold strength is a force that can kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of my own. But the ninefold strength is indeed strong, worthy of being the strength condensed by the middle-level martial arts. It is much stronger than the tiger strength displayed by Zhao Hu yesterday. It can be said that it is completely on a different level. Now, just the burst of the first fold strength can burst out several times my current strength, and one sword is enough to decide the outcome. This is a killer. The first fold strength has such a powerful increase. If the Xinglong sword technique breaks through the realm of mastery and can burst out twofold strength, I wonder how exaggerated the power will be. But I don't know if my current physique can withstand the burst of twofold strength. As his thoughts flowed, Jiang Ning loosened his right hand and grabbed the handle of the knife with his left hand. As he exerted force with his left hand, the long sword was smoothly pulled out. Then, he looked at the blade of the ebony long sword in his hand without a single curl. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of being the fine iron that is known as 100 forgings, and it is worthy of being a weapon worth 100 taels. It is indeed durable. Put the sword back into the sheath. Jiang Ning rubbed his right arm, and the blood in his body circulated, slowly moistening the tear on his right arm. Under the nourishment of blood, after just a moment, he felt that most of the pain had disappeared. The originally swollen right arm also returned to normal, and the slight blood stasis on the right arm was successfully dissolved. The power of blood and qi is indeed mysterious and magical. Feeling that the tear on his right arm had healed for the most part and the pain had subsided a lot, Jiang Ning couldn't help but marvel. Then, he held the sword and practiced again. Having just personally felt the power of the ninefold strength, he decided to continue practicing the sword. In his opinion, mastering the Xinglong sword technique is his current primary goal. The first level of the ninefold strength has such an exaggerated explosive force, allowing him to burst out with power far beyond what his body can bear. If the sword technique is proficient, then the second level of strength can be burst out. When the two levels of strength are superimposed, the power will be doubled again. Although he also knows that the burst of a single level of strength is difficult for his body to bear. Just like just now, the first level of strength of the ninefold strength burst out, and the right arm could not bear such a powerful force, and the muscle was directly torn. If the second level of strength bursts out, the body load will at least double, and the consequences can be imagined. But he also knows that once that Xinglong sword technique breaks through the level of proficiency, with the trump card of the second level of strength burst in hand, he has the ability to kill Su Yunfeng if necessary when he meets him next time. This is a life-saving trump card, and it is also a real killer. No one would have thought that he would have such a terrifying explosive power in less than a month of martial arts practice. So in Jiang Ning's view, now that his crisis has not been resolved, it is very necessary to add this killer. This trump card can be used, but it cannot be absent. It is better to take precautions before it happens. In addition, the experience value of Gone Sanglung swordsmanship is not difficult, and it is much simpler than Wuqinkwan. So he naturally temporarily regards this swordsmanship as his current first goal. On this day, Jiang Ning practiced swordplay all the time. On the way, Wang Jin also came once.
Seeing Jiang Ning practicing swordplay, he shook his head and left.
Wang Jin felt that Jiang Ning was still practicing swordplay in the afternoon, and he was in a misunderstanding. Although the middle-level martial arts are good, in Wang Jin's opinion, this kind of advanced martial arts is far beyond what Jiang Ning can master at the moment.
Putting time on it is ultimately futile and a waste of time. Even if you have a photographic memory and extraordinary comprehension, it will not help.
To get started with Sanglung swordplay, you need not only a strong foundation, but also a pre-comprehension of the mysterious way of strength. You also need a strong physique and extremely high comprehension. Mastering strength and operating it as you wish is the level of martial arts skills. Even many martial arts masters of the 9th rank have not mastered the mysterious power of strength. Many people are also unable to master strength because of their lack of understanding, which leads to the fact that even if they have no shortage of martial arts resources, they will stop at the 9th level of martial arts in the state of great skin training.
Because in order to enter the 8th level of martial arts, internal muscle training, and greatly increase strength, those who do not master strength cannot do this.
Not to mention skipping the easy way of condensing strength in the lower martial arts and directly mastering the difficult way of condensing stronger strength from the middle martial arts. In Wang Jin's opinion, Jiang Ning has been practicing martial arts for too short a time and is still far from this step. But he is not going to wake Jiang Ning up. In his opinion, it is normal for young people to be arrogant. This is especially true for geniuses. When he was young, he was similar to Jiang Ning at this moment. So he knew very well that he would not turn back unless he hit the wall himself.
It is better to teach people once than to preach 1,000 times.
He also has some experience in how to teach apprentices.
Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is his philosophy and purpose. So Wang Jin just took a look and chose to leave. Jiang Ning did not notice this either.
Because he was practicing swordsmanship crazily. Without strength and trump cards, he would not feel safe. If Sanglung's swordsmanship breaks through again, his swordsmanship skills will be improved. The most important thing is that he can truly master the 9-fold strength and burst out the 2-fold strength. Then, while recovering his physical strength, Jiang Ning opened the book he carried with him to accumulate experience in the skill of recognizing words and characters. As for wild ginseng, he was not frugal or stingy at all.
Wild ginseng is a resource for cultivation.
Only when it enters his body and is absorbed by him can it be truly valuable and fully utilized. In just one day, during his crazy swordsmanship practice, he ate half of the original 10 wild ginsengs in the morning and at noon, and only 8.5 were left after the evening. In other words, in just one day, a 10-year-old wild ginseng with a market value of about 13 to 15 taels of silver was consumed by him. That was a year's food expenses for 3 civilian families in one day. At this moment, the 4 words poor in literature and rich in martial arts were fully demonstrated. However, although it cost a lot, the gains were also huge. With the support of the medicinal effect of wild ginseng, he practiced swordsmanship for a whole day like a demon. And the increase in swordsmanship experience points is worthy of his efforts. Skills: Sanglung swordsmanship, entry 43/100. Sanglung swordsmanship experience points are about to exceed half. With this efficiency, tomorrow he can break through this middle-level martial arts to mastery, so that he can burst out 2 levels of strength. In 2 days, breaking through the middle-level martial arts from the entry level to the mastery level, that would be terrifying to say. With such a trump card, when he sees Su Yunfeng again, Jiang Ning will have the confidence to kill him with a sword.
Even in Jiang Ning's opinion, he may create a more exaggerated record.
After all, in terms of explosive power at the martial arts level, 1 plus 1 is greater than 1. Just like ordinary people in the previous life, one arm can grab a 100 gene barbell.
The limit data created by humans is just to grab a barbell of more than 300 kilograms with one arm. But if the two fight with bare hands, there is a difference of 10. In the evening,
Wuxie carriage stopped in front of the gate of the martial arts hall.
Mr. Zhang, wait a moment, I'll go in to pick up a junior brother.
Chang Ran's voice came from the carriage. Then he swept the curtain and jumped down.
A moment later, junior brother Jiang. Chang Ran rushed into Jiang Ning's yard and shouted, "Senior brother Chang."
Jiang Ning pushed open the door of the house and walked out refreshed. He had just finished practicing swords and was exhausted, so he took a bath.
He didn't forget the banquet tonight. Chang Ran saw Jiang Ning and smiled. It seems that junior brother Jiang is ready. Jiang Ning smiled. Since I am going to the banquet with senior brother Chang, I can't go with a sweaty body. Then let's go now? Chang Ran asked. Wait a minute. Jiang Ning said, and he walked back into the house. When he appeared again, he was holding an ebony long sword in his hand. Seeing the black scabbard and handle in Jiang Ning's hand, Chang Ran's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Where did you get this sword, Jiang junior brother? Jiang Ning said, I asked Master Wang, and I use it for self-defense when I go out. Hearing this, Chang Ran immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile. Junior brother Jiang is too cautious. He is with me, even if he meets Su Yunfeng, he dare not act rashly. I have a master by my side, not to mention that he is just a constable. At most he is at the level of perfect qi and blood, and his strength may not be as good as mine. Jiang Ning smiled. It's not that I don't trust brother Chang, but I always feel more at ease with a weapon in hand. It's up to you. Chang Ran said indifferently. Suddenly, Chang Ran seemed to think of something, and he couldn't help but glance at the long sword in Jiang Ning's hand. Junior brother Jiang, how about lending me the sword? Brother, take it. Jiang Ning threw the ebony long sword in his hand to Chang Ran. Chang Ran quickly raised his hand to catch it. Clang, he held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and drew the sword out of the sheath. The cold light flashing on the blade was reflected in his pupils, full of coldness. This knife is good. Chang Ran praised. Judging from its texture, it should be made of fine iron that has been forged for nearly 100 times. Jiang Ning nodded. Brother, what you said is true. Master Wang also said the same thing to me. Buzz Chang Ran sheathed the knife, and the blade and the sheath immediately rubbed against each other, making a clear sound. As he returned the long knife in his hand to Jiang Ning, he couldn't help but think back to a few days ago. A few days ago, Xiao Peng showed off the weapon that Master Wang gave him to practice swordsmanship in front of everyone. Before, he also took a look from a distance, and the knife in his memory seemed to be exactly the same as the knife Jiang Ning had at the moment. Thinking of this, Chang Ran couldn't help but have an absurd idea in his heart. Could it be that junior brother Jiang has become the true disciple of teacher Wang Jin? This is impossible, right? The next moment, Chang Ran laughed at himself in his heart. I thought too much. Junior brother Jiang has only been learning martial arts for a short time. How could he pass Master Wang's test and become Master Wang's true disciple? But it is true that junior brother Jiang is valued by Master Wang, so he gave junior brother Jiang a sword to protect himself. After all, Master Wang cannot be unaware of the difficulties junior brother Jiang is facing now. Fortunately, my aunt married into the Xie family and has the support of the Xie family, otherwise I really dare not make friends with junior brother Jiang. I don't know whether junior brother Jiang can overcome this difficulty. Forget it. Never mind. In front of the martial arts gym, the two of them walked out of the gate of the martial arts hall and boarded the carriage that had been waiting at the door for a long time. At the same time, the two people who had been squatting outside the martial arts hall for many days immediately looked at each other when they saw Jiang Ning appear. One of them said excitedly, finally, this kid is out. Shall I inform Mr. Su? Okay, you go ahead. I'll continue waiting at the door. The other person replied. The two people speaking both had a small green snake tattooed on their arms. Anyone with any knowledge in Luoshui County knows that someone with a cyan tattoo on their arm is a member of the infamous Green Snake Gang. Mingyue Tower. Chang Ran, Jiang Ning and Mr. Zhang and Chang Ran's mouth appeared at the door of Mingyue Tower. This is where Lu Zhixiang of the Sai Chamber of Commerce invited Chang Ran to the banquet. At this moment, seeing Chang Ran's appearance, a man in his 30s immediately came up to him. He came to Chang Ran and bowed slightly. Is this young Master Chang Ran? Chang Ran nodded. Yes, that's right. Master Chang, please come with me. My master has been waiting in the box on the second floor for a long time. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to show respect. Lead the way. Chang Ran raised his hand. Yes. The middle-aged man bowed slightly again. As he spoke, his eyes lingered on Jiang Ning for a moment, and then he immediately withdrew his eyes. After thinking about it, he found no memory of Jiang Ning, and then he didn't take it to heart. Dong dong dong, the three of them walked up the stairs towards the second floor. After a while, the middle-aged man led Chang Ran to a box on the second floor. Tuk tuk tuk, he raised his hand and knocked on the box door. Master, Mr. Chang has arrived. As the voice fell, a rush of footsteps sounded. Just less than 2 breaths of time, the door was suddenly opened. The person who appeared in front of Jiang Ning and Chang Ran was Lu Zhixiang, who came to Sanglong Martial Arts School yesterday. He has his signature goatee on his chin, and his beard is gray. It is obvious that this man is older, and his hair and beard will turn gray as time passes. At this moment, Lu Zhixiang's eyes fell on Chang Ran, his face beaming with joy. "Young master of the Chang family, please come quickly. I've been waiting here for a long time." He quickly stood aside and raised his hand to signal Chang Ran to come in. Chang Ran smiled. "Director Lu, I'll take my junior brother to the banquet with me. Do you have any objection?" After hearing this, Lu Zhixiang's eyes immediately fell on Jiang Ning. After just a brief thought, he recognized Jiang Ning's background. As one of the directors of the Sai Chamber of Commerce, how could he not know who the third young master, the legitimate son of the Chao family, wanted to deal with? He shook his head repeatedly. "Of course I have no objection. Mr. Chang's coming to the banquet is already a great honor for me. I will welcome anyone you bring here." Hearing this, Chang Ran smiled, turned to Jiang Ning and said, "Junior brother Jiang, let's go." After he finished speaking, he raised his legs and crossed the threshold of the box. At the same time, Lu Zhixiang also said to the middle-aged man who had just led the way, "Go down and serve the food quickly." In the box. After Chang Ran and Jiang Ning took their seats, Lu Zhixiang took his seat. When he sat down, his eyes couldn't help but rest on the long ebony knife at Jiang Ning's feet. At this moment, Jiang Ning placed the long ebony knife at his feet, leaning against the foot of the dining table. He poured Chang Ran a glass of wine. "Master Chang, let's drink first. The food will be served soon." Then he filled the cup with wine for the old man named Zhang next to Chang Ran. "Mr. Zhang, please have a taste. This is Mingji Yula's good wine." When speaking, Lu Zhixiang was quite respectful. Because he knew what kind of person Mr. Zhang was who was following Chang Ran. That was the ruthless man who had killed 3 high-level warriors with 1 against 3 a few years ago. This person is also the foundation for the Chang family's business to be as stable as a rock. But where he came from, he didn't know, but he knew that this ruthless man was very powerful. Chang Ran's father once had a great kindness to this person, so he was able to repay his kindness. Mr. Zhang shook his head slightly. "Just give me a bottle of wine, and don't worry about the rest." After dealing with Mr. Zhang, Lu Zhixiang hesitated for a moment, then filled a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Jiang Ning. "This little brother please." "Thank you." Jiang Ning thanked him. Looking at this, Chang Ran said, "Director Lu, let's get straight to the point. I don't like to do complicated things." "That's fine." Lu Zhixiang immediately took out a folded white paper from his arms and placed it in front of Chang Ran. "Mr. Chang knows it well, so I won't say more. This is the condition offered by our Sai Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chang, you might as well take a look at it, and if there are any problems, we can talk about it again." Chang Ran opened the white paper that Lu Zhixiang placed in front of Jiang Ning. After taking a look, he handed it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also took a look, and compared it with the materials in Zhou Xing's invitation he had seen yesterday. He shook his head secretly. The conditions offered by Sai Chamber of Commerce are not as good as those offered by Zhou Xing, only about 70 to 80% of those offered by Zhou Xing now. Chang Ran also said, "This condition is not as good as that of my senior brother Zhou Xing." A smile appeared on Lu Zhixiang's face. "If you are not satisfied with the conditions, you can negotiate again." Chang Ran shook his head and said slowly, "I don't have to negotiate the conditions, and I can accept the conditions offered by the Sai Chamber of Commerce." "Seriously?" Lu Zhixiang's expression condensed, and then his face lit up with joy. Chang Ran said, "But I have an additional condition." "Mr. Chang, please speak." Lu Zhixiang started. Chang Ran raised his hand to signal Lu Zhixiang to look at Jiang Ning. "This is my junior brother, Jiang Ning, and also my best friend. His martial arts talent is also better than mine." Lu Zhixiang's eyes fell on Jiang Ning, and he was surprised when he heard this. Chang Ran continued, "My additional conditions are also very simple, that is, the Sai Chamber of Commerce will issue another list, and the list of the same conditions will be given to my junior brother. In this way, I agree to all the conditions proposed by the Sai Chamber of Commerce." Jiang Ning also stood up and said, "If the Sai Chamber of Commerce is willing to believe me, I, Jiang Ning, will not let you down. There will be a reward in the future, and I also owe manager Lu a favor." Favor. Hearing these 2 words, Lu Zhixiang laughed in his heart. Being targeted by the third young master of the Chao family, there is no future. The so-called favor is just a pie in the sky. He has been in the business world for so many years, how could he believe the attic in the sky that Jiang Ning said here? But for all these things, he would only hide them in his heart. Immediately, Lu Zhixiang looked embarrassed. "Mr. Chang, do I have the final say on this? You don't believe me?" Chang Ran looked at Lu Zhixiang with a sharp gaze.
Of course I believe what Mr. Chang said. Lu Zhixiang said, his eyes wandering between Jiang Ning and Chang Ran. I also believe that this little brother Jiang Ning has outstanding martial arts talent. Otherwise, he can't be Mr. Chang's friend. But, alas, Lu Zhixiang sighed again, but I am just a supervisor in the Sai Chamber of Commerce.
I have no influence. I really have no say in this matter.
Please forgive me, Mr. Chang. Hearing such an obvious refusal, Chang Ran's face sank and suddenly became a little ugly.
Manager Lu, you have no influence in the Sai Chamber of Commerce.
You say these words, do you think I, Chang Ran, am a 3-year-old child? Chang Ran suppressed his anger. In his opinion, Lu Zhixiang's words simply fooled him like a 3-year-old child.
The head of the Chamber of Commerce, how could he have such a small influence?
He alone had the authority to make the final decision on such a small investment. This made him feel humiliated in front of Jiang Ning. The next moment, Chang Ran stood up and flicked his sleeves.
Junior brother Jiang, let's go.
Jiang Ning sighed inwardly and grabbed the knife beside him.
Mingyue Tower. In the private room on the 2nd floor.
When Lu Zhixiang saw Chang Ran walking away with an angry look on his face, he also stood up.
Mr. Chang, since you have made up your mind, I can't say more.
But I also want to warn you that the little brother next to you is Jiang Li's younger brother, and Jiang Li is just a disabled prisoner. Quickly, he was targeted by Chao Bin.
Do you think he has any future?
His future has already been decided. If you continue to be on good terms with him, your Cheng family will inevitably be implicated in the future. Although your aunt married into the Xia family, she is only the 4th wife of a side wife, and she does not have the ability to protect you. After hearing these words, Chang Ran paused slightly as he stepped across the threshold, then continued to step out of the box.
After a while,
the middle-aged man just now was followed by several waiters serving food.
He was startled as soon as he stepped into the box.
Sir, where is the Chang family master?
Gone.
Why did you leave?
Didn't the master give you a second plan?
Lu Zhixiang shook his head, no need.
Master, what's going on?
Lu Zhixiang sneered, the eldest son of the Chang family has a brain problem and asked me for an investment in the people Chaobin wants to deal with.
I'm crazy.
I don't know why I'm giving eye drops to the 3rd young master of the Chao family.
Why does that kid deserve to let me offend the 3rd young master of the Chao family, Chao Bin?
Is it because Chang Ran said that his martial arts talent is higher than his? Or is it because of the favor that the boy said? What a joke! So what if his martial arts talent is higher than that of Chang Ran? How many days does he have to live if he is targeted by the 3rd young master of the Chao family? Is it possible that he can still be so advanced that after only learning martial arts for a few months, he has the strength to reach the top level of martial arts and seize the opportunity more than 2 months later to join the inspector's office?
The middle-aged man said, Master, if you say that, then let this matter be forgotten?
Forget it. Lu Zhixiang said, since the eldest young master of the Chung family does not accept it, let's get in touch with Xiaopeng more in the future. Invest more in Xiaopeng.
Xiaopeng's talent and understanding are higher than the eldest young master of the Cheng family.
As long as with enough resources, the gap in energy and blood and the gap in martial arts progress can eventually be caught up. As long as Xiaopeng's martial arts progress catches up with the eldest son of the Cheng family, then why can he compete with Xiaopeng? Whether you reject it or reject our Sai Chamber of Commerce, then I will increase my investment in Xiaopeng.
Cheng Jian will naturally regret today's choice in the future. Outside Mingyue Tower. Junior brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Chang Ran said apologetically.
What are you saying, senior brother Chang? Senior brother Chang has tried his best to help me today.
How could I not know? Jiang Ning said. Chang Ran said, I am naive. How could the Sai Chamber of Commerce invest in you at the risk of offending the Chao family? It was my lack of consideration that made my junior brother humiliated. Jiang Ning smiled, what's the point of being humiliated? Isn't it normal to be rejected? Jiang Ning then continued, speaking of this matter, senior brother Chang really needs to think about it.
Being too close to me will indeed cause the displeasure of Chao Bin, the 3rd young master of the Chao family. Senior brother Chang had better not get too close to me.
What are you saying, junior brother Jiang?
Chang Ran said with a sullen expression, I, Chang Ran, never weigh the pros and cons when making friends.
I am willing to make friends if they are pleasing to my eyes and interested in me. As for Chao Bin, junior brother Jiang, why should he take it to heart?
With junior brother Zhang's talent, it won't be long before Wu Qinquan is mastered. On the day of completion, junior brother Jiang will be able to successfully pass Master Wang's assessment and become Master Wang's true disciple. As Master Wang, as long as you become Master Wang's true disciple, Chaobin will not dare to touch you as long as he does not go crazy. With junior brother Zhang's martial arts talent, this matter is a sure thing. Seeing Chang Ran's determined expression, Jiang Ning felt a little moved. He immediately handed over his hand and said, "Thank you so much for today, senior brother Chang." At the same time, a figure slowly appeared in the distance, a figure wearing a black soap robe with a long knife slung across his waist. This person is Su Yunfeng. Next to him, followed a man with a small green snake tattoo on his arm. Master Su, according to the notification from the brothers, Jiang Ning just walked into Mingyue Tower. Needless to say, I have already seen him. Su Yunfeng smiled and looked towards the entrance of Mingyue Tower. Seeing the smile on Su Yunfeng's lips, the member of the Green Snake Gang couldn't help but tremble in his legs. As an officer in the Green Snake Gang, he had naturally seen Mr. Su's method of hiding a knife behind his smile. The other side. Jiang Ning suddenly felt a thrill in his heart, and suddenly felt that he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. Following his feeling, he saw Su Yunfeng at the end of the street. It's him! Su Yunfeng! Jiang Ning's expression condensed slightly. He was not surprised to see Su Yunfeng again and was already prepared. There were people from the Green Snake Gang standing guard at the gate of the martial arts hall, so how could Su Yunfeng not know about it once he stepped out of the martial arts hall? He touched the bulging bag on his waist with his right hand. It contained the line that was often seen in martial arts TV series in his previous life. This thing is an extremely practical fighting tool, and he has naturally been prepared for it. Feeling that the bag of line was still there, he held the long ebony knife in his hand. His confidence suddenly increased greatly. Junior brother Jiang, what's wrong? Chang Ran noticed Jiang Ning's sudden change in expression and couldn't help but ask. As he spoke, his eyes followed Jiang Ning's. In an instant, he also saw Su Yunfeng wearing the uniform of a police officer at the far corner of the street. Before Jiang Ning could say anything, Chang Ran said, "It turns out that this Chaobin's lackey is here." Then he patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "Junior brother, don't worry, I have already prepared for this. I will send junior brother Jiang back to the martial arts gym, but I don't believe that he dares to follow junior brother Jiang into the martial arts gym." At this moment, Jiang Ning wanted to reject Chang Ran's kindness, because he also wanted to test his current strength and whether he could kill Su Yunfeng with one knife. But the thought only crossed his mind and he gave up for the time being. No need. No offense. Although he was very confident that he could defeat the weak with the Tsanglong sword technique, a medium-level martial art, and he could kill Su Yunfeng with a single blow of his 9 levels of strength. But when there is a choice, why take the risk if you are not 100% sure? Depending on his own growth rate, in another 10 days and a half, Su Yunfeng can be killed with a 100% certainty. Why take risks today? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning said, "Thank you so much, senior brother Chang." Chang Ran smiled and said, "Let's go. Get in the carriage." Tap 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 under the moonlight, shrouded in darkness. A carriage galloped along the wide inner city streets of Luoshui County, heading towards the Tsanglong Martial Arts School. Suddenly, "He who comes, stop there." A man wearing a black soap robe and holding a standard long knife stood in front of the carriage. The long knife in his hand turned slightly, and the cold knife light reflected the moonlight and shone in the eyes of the horses. Feeling the murderous intent in front of them, the horses pulling the carriage suddenly raised their front hooves high. The driver driving the carriage also quickly pulled the reins. Call in the panic of the horses, the carriage also stopped suddenly. Inner city streets. Su Yunfeng stopped the carriage, holding a long knife. He looked forward slightly, his tone calm. "I am Su Yunfeng, a police officer from the Yamen. I am searching for fugitives under the orders of Chief Chao Binchao. Please dismount and accept the inspection." When several people in the carriage heard these words, Chang Ran stood up first. He pressed Jiang Ning's shoulder, then swept the car curtain and walked out. "Su Yunfeng, are you crazy?" Chang Ran said, "How dare a mere policeman stop my carriage?" Su Yunfeng's eyes were still looking into the car at this time, as if he could see through the thick curtains and the car body. Then, his eyes fell on Chang Ran. "It turns out to be the eldest son of the Chang family. You know it's me and you still dare to stop me?" Su Yunfeng slightly cupped his hands. "Sorry, I'm working for the Yamen. I followed Xiao Binkao's order to search for fugitives. For the safety of the people in Luoshui County, I have to abide by my duties. I suspect there is a fugitive hiding in Mr. Cheng's carriage. I would also like to ask Mr. Cheng to make it a convenience and let me check it out."
Chang Ran's face was filled with anger. You, a mere policeman, dare to go against me, so let Xiaobing come and it's almost the same. While speaking, Chang Ran slowly put on a pair of black gloves. Seeing Chang Ran's actions, Su Yunfeng smiled. Young Master Chang has perfected his energy and blood, and is about to reach the top level of martial arts. It's really good, but I also ask young Master Chang to recognize himself and don't come forward. As he spoke, Su Yunfeng took a step forward with a long knife in his hand. Qi and blood instantly flowed through the whole body, and the long knife in his hand trembled slightly. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the carriage. Excellent in martial arts. He is a good player. Young master, please step aside. You are no match for him. After the words fell, Mr. Zhang also opened the door curtain and appeared next to Chang Ran. Chang Ran also heard what Mr. Zhang said at this time, and his eyes suddenly looked at Su Yunfeng solemnly. Excellent martial arts. These 4 words made a shocking wave in his heart. Although there is only one step between high-grade and non-high-grade people, their strength does not seem to be much different. The skin membrane is like cowhide, which cannot bring about a qualitative change in strength. As for the increase of 1 or 2 layers of qi and blood, and the increase of strength by 100 kilograms, it is not an eye-catching difference. But when these are put together, the strength improvement is a bit big. Compared to those with perfect qi and blood, those with advanced martial arts skills are not guaranteed to win in a life-and-death fight, but they still have a better than 9 chance of winning. At this time, Jiang Ning also heard Mr. Zhang's comments. Su Yunfeng is really a master of martial arts. Then, he clenched his fist, and his energy and blood instantly penetrated one arm. As for the other arm, it also penetrated 90%, and was about to reach the stage of penetrating both arms. At this time, a majestic force was also flowing in his body. Under the strong pull, qi and blood surged. Like a volcano about to erupt. I have a strength of about 350 kilograms in one arm. With the blessing of breaking the limit with the wood-cleaving knife technique, and with the 9th level of strength, I should be able to kill Su Yunfeng with one strike by surprise, right? He recalled the power of the sword during the day. The secret whisper in his heart, it should be possible, right? After all, the martial arts has just begun to reach the 1st level, and it has not yet changed qualitatively. It is still a mortal body. He tightened the long knife in his hand again, holding the long knife in his hand, feeling a sense of security in his heart. And at this time, when Su Yunfeng saw Mr. Zhang's appearance, his eyes hardened and his hand holding the knife became harder, causing veins to pop out. Under the bright moonlight, Mr. Zhang, who had just stepped out of the carriage, also noticed this scene. His palm pressed on Chang Ran's shoulder, exerting slight pressure. In an instant, Chang Ran felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Mr. Zhang. Chang Ran turned around. Su Yunfeng also spoke at this time. Senior Zhang, I respect your love and righteousness, and I don't want to conflict with you. You can take your son away and I will never stop you. No. Chang Ran said to the old man beside him, Mr. Zhang, since I brought junior brother Jiang out, I must take junior brother Jiang back safely. At this moment, Mr. Zhang did not speak, but his eyes fell solemnly on Su Yunfeng. When Su Yunfeng saw this, he couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Senior Zhang, you haven't been a few years yet. From that battle to this age, you can still maintain almost 10% of your peak strength. I believe you know better than me. I must take away Jiang Ning who is hiding in the carriage. This is the task given to me by Chao Tu. I will do it even if I lose my life. You are just trying to repay your kindness to the Chang family and are fighting for me for an outsider. Is it worth it? Hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Mr. Zhang's eyes darkened. Mr. Zhang. Chang Ran spoke again. Call Mr. Zhang, and Chang Ran's mouth slowly exhaled the turbid air in his heart and seemed to have made a decision. The force he placed on Chang Ran's shoulder was stronger, and his fingers were like eagle talons, locking Chang Ran's shoulder blades firmly. The carriage sank as a result, and the horse carrying the carriage let out a long neigh. Spread across several streets in the inner city at night. Mr. Zhang's voice whispered in Chang Ran's ear, Young master, I'm sorry. I'm afraid of young masters. If it were the first 2 years, I would be willing to help the young master, but in the past 2 years, my physical function has been worse every year. Although Mr. Zhang spoke in a low voice, Jiang Ning was still less than 2 feet away from them. How could he not hear it from such a short distance? As expected. The only person you can rely on in the end is yourself. Jiang Ning smiled and said to himself. Immediately, he stood up with the long sword in his hand. He muttered to himself again, I now have a force of about 350 kilograms in one arm, and I have mastered the 5 animals fist. My speed is not inferior to Chang Ran, and my flexibility is even better than Chang Ran. My body movements are very subtle. Even if I have entered the martial arts level, I can't be as strong as me in terms of skills. Now my chopping knife skills have broken the limit, and my explosive power is 80% to 90% higher than that of ordinary people, and my knife speed is also 80% to 90% faster. With the consequences of tearing the body brought by the ninefold strength, I should be able to chop 3 times at my limit. I don't believe that 3 chop won't kill Su Yunfeng. Thinking of this, and thinking of Su Yunfeng's repeated appearance of having him defeated, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel angry. It's so aggrieved. I will chop you to death today. I don't believe that Wang Jin will not protect me with such a record. He raised his hand to sweep away the door curtain and walked out. At this moment, Zhang Lao looked at Jiang Ning walking out of the carriage, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid actually has murderous aura. Could it be that he still wants to kill the police officer who has already entered the martial arts level? On the other side, Su Yunfeng also saw Jiang Ning walking out of the carriage, and he couldn't help but smile. If he can bring Jiang Ning back today, it will be a credit in Sao's heart. He finished discussing with Chao Tu yesterday, and started today. All the evidence of the crime has been forged today, and Zhang Li has been identified as having colluded with the evil God Church. The eradication half a month ago was a failure. According to the identification and forged evidence, it was because Zhang Li leaked the news. Today he happened to take Jiang Ning away. With Jiang Ning, he will be able to force Zhang Li to confess his guilt faster, and the matter will be settled faster. If Jiang Ning is arrested tonight, Zhang Li's family can be arrested tomorrow. Moreover, it is easier to capture Jiang Ning halfway than to go to Sanglong Martial Arts Hall to ask for him. In this way, in Su Yunfeng's view, if he can take Jiang Ning away tonight, it will be a great achievement. He will also be able to get more attention from Chao Bin and the Chao family. This is why he is determined to take Jiang Ning away even if there is an old man named Zhang who is a 9th-rank martial artist to stop him. If he makes this contribution, he can get Chao Bin's nod and permission, and have the qualification to join the inspection office. This is the truest purpose in Su Yunfeng's heart. On the streets of the inner city. Looking at Jiang Ning walking out of the carriage, Su Yunfeng smiled. Very good, it seems you don't want to embarrass your friend. At this moment, Chang Ran also quickly grabbed Jiang Ning's shoulders. Junior brother Jiang, no. He looked at Jiang Ning's gaze and shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Ning smiled. How can I bring trouble to senior brother Chang? As he spoke, Jiang Ning pulled Chang Ran's fingers away, then jumped from the carriage and landed on the ground. At this time, there were few pedestrians on the brightly lit inner city streets. Jiang Ning fell to the ground, with the long ebony knife slung at his waist. His right hand was firmly grasped on the ebony handle, with veins popping out. Such an obvious move naturally attracted Su Yunfeng's attention. His eyes couldn't help but fall from Jiang Ning's body to the long knife at Jiang Ning's waist. How courageous! Less than half a month after learning martial arts, you dare to attack me. Your elder brother Jiang Li doesn't even have the courage now. At this moment, Jiang Ning saw that Su Yunfeng's eyes were attracted by the gesture of holding the knife in his right hand. He was about to open his mouth to distract him and hold the bag of quicklime powder firmly with his left hand. No matter whether the sneak attack is effective or not, he will try it and try to maximize his advantage. Right now. A deep voice came from the corner of the street in the distance. You are very brave, how dare you touch my disciples? Jiang Ning's eyes froze when he heard this voice. Chang Ran also looked happy. It's Master Wang. And Su Yunfeng's body suddenly shook, with a look of horror in his eyes. Why is he here? At this moment, several people looked towards the direction where the sound came from. I saw a figure appearing on the street corner in the distance. He is not tall, but he is a burly figure. This person is Wang Jin, who came specially from Sanglong Martial Arts School. Seeing the scene in the distance, Wang Jin's expression also turned cold. The disciple he had just accepted today was intercepted and killed in the middle of the road. How could he not be angry? Once something happens to Jiang Ning and this incident is spread, his face will be lost in Luoshui County. The disciple he valued the most, the one he had just accepted during the day, had an accident at night. I don't know how many colleagues will make fun of me if this incident spreads. Immediately, Wang Jin couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, Brother Shen sent someone to notify me, otherwise I wouldn't have known that this kid Jiang Ning was blocked by someone from the Chao family. If I hadn't arrived tonight, I don't know what would have happened to this kid Jiang Ning. If someone had his hands and feet disabled, no matter how talented he was in martial arts, he would not be able to achieve great success in this life. That would be a pity. In the eyes of several people, Wang Jin was like a white ape flying in the forest, appearing between Jiang Ning and Su Yunfeng a few times. You are the one who wants to touch my Wang Jin's disciple? Hearing the question that seemed to be heard in his ears, Su Yunfeng trembled slightly, and he quickly bowed and saluted. I've met Senior Wang. Speak. Wang Jin spoke. Su Yunfeng bowed again. I am also following Cao Cao's order to arrest Jiang Ning and bring him to justice. Arrest my disciple? Wang Jin suddenly shouted, Get out! Yes. Su Yunfeng bowed, then turned and left without hesitation. The leaving figure did not hesitate at all, nor said another word. Clearly giving in. Stop. Wang Jin was stunned for a moment before speaking again. Su Yunfeng stopped immediately, turned around and saluted Wang. Senior Wang, do you have any other instructions? Wang Jin looked at Su Yunfeng's appearance and couldn't help laughing angrily. You can touch my disciple and leave if you want? Su Yunfeng spoke respectfully. I understand. Next moment. Swish, the sword flashed in his hand and the long sword was unsheathed. Then he turned the tip of the knife and stabbed himself in the abdomen. Laugh, suddenly a blade penetrated the body and separated the flesh and blood. His Su Yunfeng endured the severe pain and bared his teeth and said, I am just a county police officer. If you let Senior Wang, this big Buddha, do it yourself, you will be dirtying Senior Wang's hands. It will even be rumored that Senior Wang has an unpleasant reputation of bullying the young. This sword, please forgive me, Senior Wang, for my mistake today. Su Yunfeng lowered his head and admitted his mistake to Wang Jin. Tick-tock, the bright red blood gathered along the end of the white blade, and then fell to the ground drop by drop. It was quiet for less than 2 breaths. Go away. Wang Jin said. Thank you, Senior Wang, for your noble hand. Su Yunfeng saluted despite the severe pain. Then he drew his weapon. Laughed, the moment the blood was about to spurt out, he pressed his left hand on his abdomen. Then, he limped and quickly disappeared from the eyes of several people. Looking at the scene just now, Jiang Ning's heart became even more condensed. He had a new understanding of Su Yunfeng. This kind of person is so cruel. Being cruel to others is nothing, but being cruel to yourself is truly cruel. But it feels good to have a backer. Jiang Ning smiled. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of the status of a strong martial artist. A ruthless person like Su Yunfeng gave in very decisively after seeing Wang enter and exit. Later, after realizing that Wang Jin wanted to teach him a lesson, he did not hesitate to kill himself with a knife, blocking Wang Jin's reason for taking action. This shows how much pressure Wang Jin, a martial arts expert, brought to Su Yunfeng's mind. Thank you, master. He bowed to Wang Jin in front of him. Chang Ran also jumped down from the carriage in a hurry. Meet Master Wang. Wang Jin turned around and looked at the two of them. Don't delay outside, go back quickly. Yes, Master Wang. Chang Ran bowed. Disciple will send junior brother Jiang back to the martial arts hall. Wang Jin nodded and looked at Jiang Ning again. Remember today, fists are the truth. Learn martial arts well, and when you become a martial arts master, these villains will not dare to fart even a fart. After saying this, Wang Jin flew and quickly disappeared from the sight of several people, obviously not wanting to go with Jiang Ning and Chang Ran. Teacher really comes and goes like the wind. Chang Ran sighed. Jiang Ning also exhaled lightly at this time and nodded slowly. Holding the ebony long sword in his hand, he whispered in his heart. Wang Jin's appearance, I don't know whether it is Su Yunfeng's luck or mine. Whatever. It's okay if I don't fight hard today. Give me a few more days. Even if Su Yunfeng enters the martial arts realm, I can still kill him. He whispered to himself, and glanced at the direction where Su Yunfeng disappeared, confirming that there was no abnormal movement. The strength that was ready to be released in the body slowly dissipated, and the blue veins on the back of his hand returned to normal. Looking at Jiang Ning looking back, Chang Ran said, Junior brother Jiang, you were so murderous just now. I was shocked. Jiang Ning heard this and pretended to smile. It's time to kill, we can't just surrender. We have to fight. Chang Ran's expression suddenly became low at this time. Junior brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Hearing the word sorry, Jiang Ning also immediately understood what Chang Ran meant. He immediately shook his head. I know brother Chang has tried his best. No one expected Su Yunfeng to be able to enter the martial arts realm. Blame me. Chang Ran blamed himself, and then he said, Brother Jiang, you must be more careful in the future and try not to step out of the martial arts hall. This Su Yunfeng is a tough guy, and brother Jiang can't deal with him for a while. I understand. Jiang Ning nodded. Brother, get in the car. I'll take you back to the martial arts hall. The carriage continued to drive towards the martial arts hall.
Soon after, the carriage arrived in front of the martial arts hall smoothly. Standing on the carriage, Chang Ran watched Jiang Ning walk towards the gate of the martial arts gym. Suddenly, Chang Ran spoke again. Junior brother Jiang. Hearing this call, Jiang Ning turned around. Chang Ran spoke again, it's all my fault today, senior brother. If Master Wang hadn't appeared, then senior brother would have committed a heinous crime. Jiang Ning smiled, okay, senior brother, please go back early. There is no need to mention this matter again. After saying that, he crossed the threshold of the martial arts hall and disappeared from Jiang Ning's sight. Watching Jiang Ning leave, Chang Ran said to the driver, go home. After giving this order, he turned around and entered the carriage. Drive under the control of the driver, the carriage started moving again and headed towards the Chang mansion. In the carriage, Chang Ran looked at Mr. Zhang beside him. Well, he sighed slightly. Young master, are you blaming me? Mr. Zhang asked. Chang Ran shook his head, how can I blame Mr. Zhang? I was the one responsible. I almost killed Jiang Ning when I brought him out. Mr. Zhang looked at Chang Ran and explained, Xiaodong family, it's not that I don't want to listen to the orders of the Xiaodong family. It's just that Su Yunfeng is inconvenient to offend. He works for Chao Bin, and with such strength, sooner or later he will enter the inspection house. The young master's family also knows how powerful the inspection office is. You can't offend people like Su Yunfeng, so it's better not to offend him. Moreover, although I have reached the 9th level of martial arts, I am old and frail now, and my energy and blood have declined. Even if I try my best, I may not be his opponent. After all, boxing is afraid of young people. Neither physical strength nor physical functions can keep up with young people. Chang Ran said, Mr. Zhang, I know all this. After all, this matter is all my fault. I almost killed junior brother Jiang today. After thinking about it, I still feel a little uneasy. After saying this, he sighed again. The other side. In the martial arts hall. Come back? Wang Jin stood in the front yard and asked. Master. Jiang Ning held his hand. Close the door and follow me. Wang Jin walked towards the backyard where he lived with his hands behind his hands. Yes, master. Jiang Ning responded, turning back to the gate of the martial arts hall. Boom, as he pushed the door, it slowly closed. Then, he placed the door bolt and walked towards the backyard of the martial arts hall, where Wang Jin lived. Come to the backyard of the martial arts hall. Wang Jin was already sitting on a bamboo chair made of woven bamboo strips. He pointed to the empty bamboo chair in front of him, sit down and talk. Yes, master. After Jiang Ning sat down, Wang Jin then spoke, how do you feel tonight? Master's power. Jiang Ning said. Wang Jin suddenly said cheerfully, I'm not asking you to praise me as a teacher. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before speaking, the truth is only within the scope of the fist. Hearing these words, Wang Jin suddenly looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. You kid has this understanding, that's good. The fist is the truth, as for the rest, it's bullshit. As long as you are strong enough, if you have the strength to surpass my master, then even Xiao, Lu, and Xia will bow before you. Those things in your family don't even count. Jiang Ning nodded, Master, I understand, I will work harder to learn boxing. Wang Jin showed a look of relief, okay. Don't go out these days. Fortunately, I showed up in time tonight. If you were caught by the policeman and went to the county jail, it wouldn't be that easy for me to get you out. After all, in this county, although my strength is good, I am not invincible. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ning thanked him again. Wang Jin waved his hand, it's useless to talk so much. I open a gym to recruit disciples. The stronger the disciples are, the more face I will have. You train me well and make me look good. This is the best reward. Yes, Master. Jiang Ning held his hand. After leaving Wang Jin's yard and returning to his residence, Jiang Ning pondered all the way. Strangeness. Su Yunfeng didn't dare to do anything before, so why did he dare to do something to me tonight? Did something happen? Someone gave him the confidence not to be afraid of Wang Jin? This is not right either. If he wasn't afraid of Wang Jin, he wouldn't have behaved like this just now? Standing in his yard, after thinking a lot, Jiang Ning shook his head slightly and came back to his senses. Never mind. Unless you can catch Su Yunfeng and force him face to face, you won't be able to figure it out even if you think about it out of thin air. Skill, Sanglong Sword Technique, Introduction 43 out of 100. After looking at his own panel, Jiang Ning murmured in his heart. If I can break through and achieve proficiency in my sword skills, then I should be able to kill Su Yunfeng with one sword, right? He then collected himself. Swish, the long sword was unsheathed, and under the cold moonlight, the blade reflected cold light like a mirror.
There is always a solution to a problem. Improving my strength is my top priority right now.
As long as I am strong enough, like Wang Jin, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Swish, 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 the long knife broke through the air, causing waves of wind and waves in the surroundings from time to time. The fallen leaves and dust on the ground continued to roll and spread in all directions. Sanglong Sword Technique Experience Value +1, Sanglong Sword Technique Experience Value +1, Sanglong Sword Technique Experience Value +1. The experience value also continued to increase in the process of practicing sword skills, and the insights of sword skills poured into Jiang Ning's mind. With such concentration, Jiang Ning even felt that he might be able to achieve this step even without relying on the magical effect of the panel.
The next day at noon. Swish as the knife
fell, the wind and waves stirred up and carried the dust to all directions.
Sanglong Sword Skill Experience Value +1, as this prompt appeared in front of Jiang Ning, the panel also changed accordingly.
Skill, Sanglong Sword Skill, Mastery 0/200. At this moment, Sanglong Sword Skill officially broke through from the entry level to the mastery level. At this moment, Jiang Ning stood there like a statue, with his eyes slightly closed, the veins on his arms bulged, like a winding dragon.
After a long time, he opened his eyes, held the knife in his right hand, and waved it gently.
Swish, the blade cut through the sky in a flash of cold light. Jiang Ning could feel that the air was split by him like a tide when he slashed the knife.
The knife is faster.
He waved the long knife in his hand twice casually. Buzz, 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 as the power flows, the long sword in his hand trembles slightly. At the same time, a powerful force condenses in his body, ready to go. He can clearly feel that once this force explodes, it will be like a flood that will set off a shocking momentum. After carefully feeling the power in his body, Jiang Ning said in his heart, "With the mastery of swordsmanship, I can naturally master the double power. Once the double power explodes, my sword can explode more than twice the power of the previous single power.
But my current physique cannot withstand this overly powerful force.
The previous single power exploded, which tore my arm muscles and burst my blood vessels. Therefore, I cannot use the power of the double power unless it is a life and death crisis." Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 2.0, Skills, Reading and Spelling, One-Time Limit 654/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Animals Fist, Minor Success 88 out of 500, Chopping Wood Knife Technique, One-Time Limit 1783/2000, Feature, Analogy, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, Entry 32/1000, Sanglong Knife Technique, Mastery 0/200. Jiang Ning looked at the changes on his panel. In one day, the source energy increased from 0.1 to 2, a full increase of 1.9. This increase took him nearly 5 days before, and before he learned martial arts, it would take nearly half a month to increase so many points. And the price he paid was that he killed 1.5 wild ginsengs yesterday. If it is based on the market price, it is equivalent to him consuming nearly 20 taels of silver in one day.
In addition to this change, the biggest change is his Sanglong Knife Technique.
In just one day, he had mastered this sword technique from a beginner. If Wang Jin knew about this efficiency, he would be scared to death. If the world knew about it, they would be shocked and regarded it as a monster.
Jiang Ning was not going to tell anyone about this, including Wang Jin. Outstanding talent can be valued and cultivated.
But such efficiency cannot be explained by the word talent. At least that's how Jiang Ning saw it. In his opinion, telling it out may be beneficial, but it may be more harmful and bring disaster. Wang Jin has already paid enough attention to him. He can't let him cultivate him like his own son. He has to keep some means in place. And the Sanglong sword technique at the master level is his trump card in his heart, the means at the bottom of the box. Once this means is used, it's time to fight to the death. If it was said that when he mastered the first level of strength before, he didn't have enough confidence to kill the enemy who entered the martial arts level. Now Jiang Ning has full confidence. If he could burst out 2 layers of power and use his full strength to strike, as long as he could strike hard, he would definitely be able to kill Su Yunfeng with one strike. At this moment, feeling the mighty power in his body, Jiang Ning felt more confident. Then, after a short rest, he began to practice boxing. From yesterday afternoon to this moment, he had been practicing swordsmanship, and even after sunrise, he did not inhale and exhale the sun's essence to increase the experience value of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. Now, as Sanglong's swordsmanship has reached the level of mastery, he can finally focus on the 5 Animals Fist. Because Sanglong's swordsmanship continues to break through, the effect it brings to him is no longer of much use. The most eye-catching part of this swordsmanship is the 9-layer power. Every time a swordsmanship realm is broken through, more layers of power can be burst out. When the swordsmanship is perfect, a sword falls, and the 9-layer power bursts out. The power of one sword is better than the superposition effect of the power of 9 swords. This is the most powerful part of this swordsmanship. But now his physique is too weak. Even the first level of energy of the entry level of Sunlong sword technique will tear his muscles and burst his blood vessels. It is conceivable how much burden the explosion of 2 levels of strength will bring to him. In Jiang Ning's view, with his current physique, even if he ignores the consequences and costs, he can only burst out the power of 2 levels of strength at most. If it is higher, his arm may explode before he makes a move. Therefore, in a short period of time, it is meaningless for him to continue to accumulate experience points of Sunlong sword technique. It is the best way to switch to accumulating experience points of 5 Animals Fist. Strengthening the blood and chi, strengthening the physique, this is the basis, and it is also the prerequisite for entering the martial arts. The 9-level strength is more like a skill, which is the amplifier of his fundamental strength. Only when the base of the physique is stronger, and the 9-level strength is burst, can it burst out more powerful combat power. When the physique is strengthened to a certain level, it can also support his unscrupulous burst of the powerful power of the 9-level strength. Moreover, in order to truly solve the current dilemma, Jiang Ning believes that he must have a big backer, a big tree that can shelter him from the wind and rain. Only with an improvement in status can he truly solve this dilemma. Otherwise, even if he achieves martial arts entry soon, what will happen? Killing Su Yunfeng, there is also Chao Bin. Killing Chao Bin will attract the hostility of the entire Chao family, and even be wanted by the entire daxia, and he will be in a state of panic all day long. Killing them all, killing the small ones will bring the big ones, killing the big ones will bring the old ones, the enemies will be killed endlessly, and there will be no peace for a day, which is not what he pursues. With this magical panel, he needs a big tree to lean on for shade, a big tree that can give him enough and save time. In his opinion, only the power institution of the inspection office is comparable to the Jinui in the previous life, and even surpasses the Jinui. Entering the inspection office means having power in hand. Backing the inspection office means backing the martial saint and the daxia court. This is momentum and a huge background. A background that can make him truly safe. And if he wants to enter it, he has less than 3 months left. During this time, he must first condense his chi and blood, reach the perfect level, and connect his whole body. Then he must train his membrane, connect his whole body, and enter the 9th level of martial arts. Only in this way can he be qualified to become a member of the highest authority in the inspection office. Entering this authority, in Jiang Ning's view, will solve the dilemma. But, thinking of Su Yunfeng, Jiang Ning clenched his fist again, but I won't let go of those who shouldn't be let go. Wanhua Building. This building is the most luxurious building in Luoshui County. Every night, it is radiant with light. It is also the tallest building in Luoshui County. If you stand on the roof of Wanhua Building, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Luoshui County. At this moment, in the attic on the top floor, there is a man and a woman. The man looks about 40 years old, with slightly gray hair on his temples. This person is Shin Song-yun, the deputy building owner of Wanhua Building in Luoshui County. In front of him, stood a woman about 28 years old. "Master, this is the information you asked your subordinates to collect." The woman lowered her head slightly and presented the information tied with yellow cloth in her hand to Shin Song-yun. "Call me deputy building owner." Shin Song-yun took the scroll in front of him and said lightly, "Yes, deputy building owner Shin." The woman said in a somewhat stiff tone, "Remember next time, don't call me the wrong name again." Shin Song-yun said while untying the yellow laces on the scroll with his eyebrows lowered. "Yes, deputy building master Shin," the woman replied, and then said, "Then I will take my leave first?" "Go!" Shin Song-yun said with his eyes downcast. As the woman left, Shin Song-yun was left alone in the attic. Shin Song-yun opened the scroll, his eyes fell on it, and read slowly. After a while, he withdrew his eyes from the bottom. "I actually miscalculated. This kid has only been learning martial arts for more than 10 days, not several months. That is to say, this kid took at most more than 10 days to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises to the entry level, and this is without the help of external objects. How high is this kid's talent in this area?" Thinking of this, a look of horror flashed in Shin Song-yun's eyes. Then, he continued to mutter to himself, "Such an outstanding natural intelligence, if placed in the ancient times, it would be a great figure. But if the above information about him is true, he was born ordinary, but he reached the level of chi and blood after learning martial arts for more than 10 days. Such an outstanding martial arts talent, even in this era, coupled with the subsequent practice method of inner alchemy health-preserving exercises, this kid is also a real master seedling. This is a seedling that deserves my attention more than Wang Jin. After all, he is much younger than Wang Jin and has much higher plasticity in the future.
Wanhua Tower. While Shin Song-yoon was thinking, tap, 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 the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor of the attic rang in Shin Song-yoon's ears.
Hearing this movement, he suddenly came back to his senses from his thoughts.
The next moment,
a woman in her 30s appeared in front of Shin Song-yoon. This person was wearing a green robe, with decent behavior and noble demeanor between her eyebrows.
Green girl? Shin Song-yoon smiled and greeted her.
Hearing this address, the woman in a green dress with a graceful and elegant appearance looked at Shin Song-yoon with a smile.
Song-yoon, I heard that you have been investigating a person frequently these 2 days. Have you found any promising talents? Shin Song-yoon smiled. Why? Sister Chingy is also interested?
The woman with a noble demeanor said, I know that your vision has always been very high. I can't help but be a little curious about the promising talents that you have chosen.
Shin Song-yoon smiled.
The deputy building owner named Chingy suddenly visited and brought up this topic so bluntly. He naturally knew what the intentions of the deputy building owner in front of him, who was also from Wanhua building, were. Probably after learning the news from below, he also wanted to do a good deed like him and help others in times of need.
The next moment,
he threw the scroll in his hand that contained all the intelligence information recorded by the people below in the past few days investigating Jiangning.
Since Sister Chingy is curious, then take a look for yourself.
Facing the paper scroll that came, the deputy building owner named Chingy threw his long sleeves, and the flying scroll fell steadily into her hands. Then, she immediately opened the scroll to check.
She knew something about Shin Song-yoon's frequent actions these few times.
So her purpose of coming to Shin Song-yoon today was also very simple, to test Shin Song-yoon's attitude and see if Shin Song-yoon had found a martial arts genius who could be invested in and made friends with. As someone who had worked with Shin Song-yoon for many years, she believed that she knew Shin Song-yoon's vision and personality very well.
Shin Song-yoon had a very high vision. In the past few years since he came to Luoshui County, no genius could enter Shin Song-yoon's vision.
In the past few years, she had made friends with and invested in 2 geniuses who could enter her eyes, which showed how high Shin Song-yoon's vision was. She came here today, first of all, out of curiosity, curious about who could enter Shin Song-yoon's eyes. Another reason was to see if he was really a martial arts genius with outstanding talent, then she would try to see if she could intercept him and make friends with him one step ahead. In this way, if she had a talent for martial arts in the future, she could invite him to become a guest of Wanhua Tower, which would be a great achievement for her.
With this thought in mind, Chingy's eyes fell on the paper scroll that recorded Jiang Ning's information. After a moment, that's it?
She thought and shook her head secretly.
Then she looked up at Shin Song-yoon. Is the young man named Jiang Ning the martial arts genius that brother Song-yoon is optimistic about?
Seeing Chingy like this, Shin Song-yoon smiled. I have some ideas.
I wonder what Chingy thinks of him.
Chingy heard this and shook her head slightly. I can't see anything.
According to the intelligence records, he is an ordinary young man.
Shin Song-yoon said, I have seen him, and his chi and blood have already achieved a small success.
That's not bad. Chingy nodded.
In her eyes, it is indeed good to achieve a small success in chi and blood after practicing martial arts for more than 10 days. But it is just good, not enough to get her higher evaluation. Chi and blood accumulation is not worth mentioning for those who really have power and advantage. There is a big medicine for accumulating chi and blood in Wanhua Tower. After refining with martial arts techniques, chi and blood can surge a lot in 3 or 2 days. If you are willing to spend enough resources, it is not difficult to accumulate chi and blood to perfection in a month. It's just that few people do this. Because the preciousness of this kind of medicine is calculated in gold, it consumes too much wealth and not many people can afford it. Seeing Chingy like this, Shin Song-yoon smiled, but didn't say anything else. In a blink of an eye, 2 days later.
In the afternoon,
Jiang Ning was sweating in the yard under the scorching sun. Although the weather was still hot at this moment, he was full of enjoyment. Enjoy the process of his strength growing bit by bit, and the process of his skills and experience points growing continuously. Seeing the progress of the goal, he was full of motivation. 5 animals boxing experience points +2. After practicing boxing, Jiang Ning was ready to stop and rest for a while. Coming to a slightly cool place under the eaves, he drank a large bowl of water and took a look at his panel. Name, Jiang Ning. Source energy, 5.8. Skills, reading and spelling. One-time limit 697/2000. Special effect, photographic memory, 5 animals fist. Minor success 252 out of 500. Chopping wood knife technique. One-time limit 2000/2000. Feature, analogy, inner alchemy health preserving exercise. Entry 58/1000. Sanglong knife technique. Mastery 0/200. Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. In 2 days, with the tonic medicine of wild ginseng, his progress is very obvious. The source energy points increased from 2 points to 5.8, an increase of 3.8 in 2 days. The growth efficiency is a world of difference compared to the past, which is very obvious. With this progress, the consumption is also very huge. He has to eat 1.5 wild ginseng every day, half a root in the morning, afternoon, and evening. This is the only way to support his crazy squeezed body and prevent him from breaking his body. The effect of such diligence is not only the rapid increase in source energy points, but the biggest change is the increase in the number of boxing exercises. Every day, with the medicinal effects of wild ginseng, he could practice more than 40 boxing techniques. Every time you practice the boxing technique, you can increase the experience value of Wokinkwan by 2 points, and at the same time condense 3 strands of qi and blood. In addition to the biggest changes in these 2 columns, the experience value of the skill of reading and hyphenation and the experience value of inner alchemy and health-preserving skills have also increased to a certain extent. The experience value of the woodcutter method has once again reached the full value, and the limit can be broken for the second time. However, although the source energy points are accumulated quickly enough, it is far from meeting the requirements for the woodcutter method to break the limit for the second time. Jiang Ning didn't know how many source energy points were needed to break the limit for the second time with the wood chopping knife technique and bring about the magical effect of turning decay into something magical. But he knew that it would definitely require more energy points than what was needed to break the limit for the first time. As for the Zhongqing martial arts recorded in the last column on the panel, Sanglong sword technique, he did not practice it again in the past 2 days. Because it's not necessary anymore. If Sanglong sword technique breaks through again and reaches the realm of Xiaocheng, it will not have much impact on his strength. His body would be the first to be unable to withstand the superimposed explosion of multiple forces. So continuing to practice this sword technique will only be a waste of time. His first priority now is to accumulate energy and blood, increase his physical strength, and step into the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts as soon as possible. Next moment. He made a fist. Boom! The energy and blood in the body surged, instantly penetrating both arms, and then most of the right leg. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Ning felt a little excited. With this efficiency, in a few days, my qi and blood will be fully formed and penetrate my limbs. In this way, my body will definitely be further strengthened. He then looked at the skill column on the panel. Skill, Wokinkwan, Xiaocheng 252/500, the experience value is already over half. With my current efficiency, it will take at most 4 days to complete the Wu Qin fist breakthrough. By that time, my energy and blood should be almost at the level of Deshang. He immediately picked up the cloth bag that had been placed aside. After opening the cloth bag, it was filled with wild ginseng. He glanced over and finished counting. Only 4.5 left. I consume 1.5 sticks every day. This consumption is exaggerated. Jiang Ning smacked his tongue slightly, feeling a little sad in his heart. Based on market value, 10 wild ginseng roots worth more than 100 taels of silver were consumed, and most of them were consumed in just a few days. If you want to practice martial arts efficiently, you really have to spend money. He couldn't help but sigh softly and put away the remaining wild ginseng. Immediately he muttered to himself again, in a few days, I have to find a way to get money again. Without money and no medicine to supplement, the efficiency of martial arts training is too low. Afterwards, he rested for a while and continued to practice boxing. The other side. The entrance of Songlong Martial Arts School. A carriage came to an emergency stop. Then Chang Ran jumped out of the carriage and rushed into the martial arts hall without looking back. An anxious look appeared on his face at this moment, and he murmured, Junior brother Jiang is in trouble now. He must escape from the county as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we are captured by Chao Bin and his men, everything will be over. I hope it's still too late. Thinking that when the information came to him, Chao Bin had already set off, he couldn't help but pray secretly in his heart. The next moment, his figure was like the wind, and he quickly passed through the front yard of the martial arts hall and went straight to the small courtyard where Jiang Ning was. The entrance of Songlong Martial Arts School. There are tea sheds, noodle shops, and food sheds.
At this time, it was afternoon, and people were sitting in twos and threes in the tea shed. They drank herbal tea, ate fruits and snacks, and chatted among themselves. Suddenly, someone looked horrified. "Look, you guys. What could make Brother Wang so shocked?" Someone beside him laughed. Then he followed the frightened man's gaze and his face was filled with shock. "That's the county police officer." Right now, at the end of the street, two teams of policemen with knives suddenly appeared. There were more than 20 of them in total. Each one of them was dressed in dark black soap robes, with long knives hanging diagonally on their waists, flashing with sharp light. Their eyes all had a sinister look in their eyes, and their steps were firm and powerful. It was obvious that they were all skilled players who had seen the light of blood. The uniforms of the two people walking at the front were different from those of the 20 people behind. It was a uniform that was mainly black and supplemented by red. The fabric looked more delicate and soft, and was obviously much more advanced. This meant that their status were higher than those of the county police officers. Where are these Yamen police officers going to arrest people? The formation is so huge, 2 arresters and 20 police officers are dispatched. A person with extensive knowledge about the county government said. "Road. Who knows?" Someone shook his head and continued, "We will find out later if we follow up. Such a large battle is rare." "Yes." The other person nodded in agreement. It is indeed rare for 2 martial arts masters of the 9th level to travel together. The entrance of Songlong Martial Arts School. When everyone was talking about it, Chaobin led the policeman behind him and headed straight for the gate of Songlong Martial Arts Hall, with Su Yunfeng following closely behind him. At the same time, the other catcher next to Chaobin saw the door of Songlong Martial Arts Hall, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. He then whispered to Chaobin, "Brother Chao, it's agreed. I'm just here to support you." "No problem." Chaobin responded in a low voice, and then continued, "Brother Wang, don't worry. The person I want to arrest is just an ordinary disciple who has just joined the martial arts gym. This person's evidence is conclusive and his crimes are heinous. I believe Wang Jin can't will harbor criminals." Wang Dishing, who was beside Chaobin, shook his head secretly. "What evidence is conclusive and what crime is heinous? It's not that you have fallen in love with someone else's wife. Jiang Li is really pitiful. He married a beautiful wife, but suddenly something bad happened to him. He disagreed with Chaobin, and usually dealt with it superficially, without paying too much attention or catering. With his good martial arts skills, the 9th level of martial arts, and his official position, he was able to live quite comfortably. But today Chaobin came to the door, so he couldn't refuse too much. After all, behind Chaobin stood the behemoth of the Chao family. For the sake of the Chao family and the face of Chaobin's eldest brother, he had to give Chaobin an extra 3 points of face. After a while, the group of people stopped in front of the gate of Songlong Martial Arts Hall. "What are you doing?" The 2 disciples guarding the gate of the martial arts hall looked at the group of people in front of them nervously. "Arrest people," Chaobin said coldly. At the same time, in the martial arts hall, "Junior brother Jiang, there is no time to explain too much. All you need to know is that Chaobin is leading people to arrest you. If you want to survive, you must escape from the city as soon as possible. After leaving the city, you will be safe if you leave Dongling County." Chang Ran said these words in one breath while grabbing Jiang Ning's arm and pulling him out. "Chaobin?" Hearing these words, Jiang Ning looked stunned. He was dragged by Chang Ran. He kept walking, and the 2 of them appeared in the front yard of the martial arts hall. "Brother Chang, what's going on?" Jiang Ning asked as he followed Chang Ran's footsteps. At this time, Chang Ran paused and stopped suddenly. "It's too late." He looked towards the door of the martial arts hall, his tone full of despair. At this time, Jiang Ning also looked over, and immediately saw a group of agents wearing black soap robes with long knives slung across their waists appearing at the gate of the martial arts hall. At the same time, he also saw Su Yunfeng at the front of the crowd. In front of Su Yunfeng, there were 2 other men with majestic faces, wearing uniforms mainly made of red and black fabrics. Jiang Ning could tell at a glance that this was a head catcher whose status was higher than that of a fast catcher. Because he had seen this uniform before, that is, his eldest brother's boss, Captain Feng, had come to his home several times, and each time he was wearing the cap's official uniform. So it is not difficult to recognize that these are 2 head catchers personally leading the team. The head catcher is a 9th rank official, and with official status, he is naturally superior to others. In addition, any head catcher is a master of the 9th level of martial arts, with extraordinary martial arts skills, so even in a county,
any head catcher is a respectable figure.
No matter where they go, they will be addressed as adults.
According to the information just revealed in Chang Rant's words, it is not difficult to know that one of the arresters is Chow Bin, who is also the main messenger. He probably came to the martial arts hall to arrest himself.
It's troublesome.
Thinking of this, Zhang Ning secretly whispered in his heart.
At the same time,
Su Yinfeng also saw Zhang Ning appearing in the front yard, and he whispered in Chow Bin's ear.
After one breath, Chow Bin's eyes immediately fell on Zhang Ning, and their eyes met in midair. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who do you want me to arrest? Chow Bin seemed to be answering the two disciples guarding the martial arts gym, but also seemed to be talking to the people here. Arrest Zhang Ning and bring him to justice. Zhang Ning's eldest brother Zhang Li is a member of the evil God Church. This is a serious crime that requires a U-turn. So everyone related to Zhang Li must be taken back to the county government for questioning. Is this explanation clear enough?
When Chow Bin said the last sentence, he looked at the two gatekeepers blocking the way in front of him with dagger-like eyes. When they met Chow Bin's eyes, the two disciples guarding the gate of the martial arts hall were frightened and took half a step back, and also stepped out of the way.
I know,
one of the disciples said with trembling legs.
At the same time,
Zhang Ning shook the long knife in his hand and thought to himself. It's really troublesome.
Their patience is so low. In less than half a month, they couldn't wait to use abnormal means to frame my eldest brother. Now we have no choice but to fight. Let's see if we can find a way out of the county, stay dormant for a year and a half, and then avenge my brother, sister-in-law, and my family. He clenched the long knife in his hand and quickly scanned the surroundings to find a suitable escape route. This scene had already been predicted in his mind. It's not impossible for him to do this. Because as far as he knew, even if there were advanced martial arts, few people spent a lot of time on body skills. In the early stages of martial arts, spending time on body skills is too wasteful. Only those who need to fight will know how to dabble a little, and only a little dabbling. Because spending time on strengthening chi and blood, figuring out martial arts, and mastering strength is far more meaningful than spending time on body skills in the early stage. Just like his eldest brother, if he had perfected his chi and blood and reached the top level of martial arts as soon as possible, he would have been qualified to serve as the head catcher of the yamen, and he would have been granted an official status, ranking in the 9th rank. Then everything will be different.
If a master of the 9th level of martial arts has perfected his martial arts skills and mastered his strength, he will have the door to the 8th level of martial arts.
The future is endless.
Compared with such benefits, even if the body technique reaches perfection and comes and goes like the wind, it cannot provide any change in status. Therefore, as far as Zhang Ning knew, in the early days, few people were deeply involved in the art of body law. And this is his advantage. Wakinkwan not only has the effect of strengthening chi and blood, but also has the effect of improving the speed and agility of body movements. In addition, his internal organs have now been tempered, and his physical strength is long-lasting, far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. After running for a long distance, even a master of the 9th level of martial arts could not keep up with him. And his strength is not weak now. After practicing hard in boxing, his strength has reached 400 kilograms. This strength is infinitely close to Xiao Pang. As far as he knew, even if he was a master of martial arts and a master of leather refining, his strength would still be difficult to exceed 1,000 caddies. In this realm, what is powerful is the body's defense after all, and the increase in strength and blood is just an addition. The two head catchers were only about twice as strong as him, so he was not that afraid. When faced heat-en, with his mastery of the Tsonglong sword technique, he can superimpose two powerful bursts, or make a single strike. If the opponent is careless for a moment, even if he doesn't explode with force, this kind of force can still injure a 9th-grade martial arts expert with a master's degree in leather refining. Not to mention the situation where you are just trying to escape.
With all these things, from Zhang Ning's point of view, things are different now.
Even if there are two leaders of the 9th level of martial arts leading the team, he is still qualified to fight hard. After escaping from the county town, Wu Qingquan was originally suitable for the wild forests in the mountains. He was able to save his life as a tiger entering the mountains and forests.
At this moment, various thoughts flashed through Zhang Ning's mind.
The long knife in his hand was also held tightly by him, and strength flowed and brewed in his body. His eyes couldn't help but change a little.
The other side. Chow Bin waved his hand, take Zhang Ning away. Yes, Chow too.
Su Yinfeng lowered his head and was about to lead a few people behind him to enter the front yard of the martial arts hall and arrest Zhang Ning.
Right now.
Who dares? There was a loud shout, like thunder exploding in the martial arts hall. As this voice came, everyone's eyes immediately looked towards the backyard. I saw a figure leaping up from behind the wall, with a figure as light as an ape and a crane. The true meaning of Five Birds Fist was obviously integrated into every move of this person. Next moment, this figure landed steadily in front of Jiang Ning. The figure is majestic, like a mountain. Seeing this figure, Jiang Ning's hand holding the long knife relaxed slightly, and the bulging veins returned to normal. He had been waiting for Wang Jin's attitude just now. He didn't believe that Wang Jin, who lived in the backyard, would not be alarmed if something like this happened at the entrance of the martial arts gym. If Wang Jin chooses not to show up, it means that Wang Jin is worried about the Chow family and does not want to conflict with them hidden. In this case, he could only choose the only way to escape at all costs. As for the grudges and hatreds, he can only leave them to be settled one by one later. When he has achieved great success in martial arts, he can conquer Luoshui County, even Dongling County, and Guangning Mansion, and destroy the entire Chow family. Now, since Wang Jin has chosen to come out, it means that he has the idea of preservation and confronting the Chow family, so he can continue to wait and see. Immediately, Jiang Ning's thoughts moved slightly, and he made a decision. A decision to give yourself more weight in Wang Jin's mind. Immediately. I've met the teacher. His tone was respectful, and his palm touched Wang Jin's shoulder. In an instant, the force of Zhozhong Jin circulated in his body and poured into Wang Jin's right arm along the contact of his palms. This is. Wang Jin noticed the force pouring into his right arm. It was vast and majestic, like the force carrying mountains and seas, and a shocking wave suddenly arose in his heart. 9 levels of strength. This is the 9th level of strength that has been condensed after getting started with Sanglong sword technique. At this moment, Wang Jin was sure. Because I am too familiar with Zhozhong Jin. He has been practicing that Sanglong sword technique for nearly 20 years. In the past few years, this Zhongqing martial art has reached a state of perfection in his hands, and he can explode with 5 levels of superimposed power when he strikes with all his strength. So he is very familiar with the power of Zhozhong Jin. Having lived with this force day and night for nearly 20 years, how could he not be familiar with it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiang Ning's talent in swordsmanship is so terrifying. He has not yet reached the first level of martial arts, and he has not yet perfected the Five Birds Fist and realized the mystery of strength. He actually condensed the powerful force of Zhozhong Jin directly. I was wrong. I made a wrong judgment before. This kid is not talented in boxing. Talent in swordsmanship is truly outstanding. He is simply a natural swordsman, and he is born to practice swordsmanship. No wonder I saw him still practicing swordsmanship that afternoon. It turned out that he had really mastered something. Now in just 3 days, he has mastered the Sanglong sword technique and successfully condensed the 9 levels of strength. Horrible. This sword skill talent is so terrifying. At this moment, the more Wang Jin thought about it, the more shocked he felt in his heart even though there was no change in his appearance. Immediately, he took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and his belief in his mind became more firm. Even if I have to break up with the Chow family, I must save this kid's life. Such a rough jade, once it grows up, I will be famous in Guangning Prefecture and even the whole of Daxia with his name in the future. I may be able to train a disciple of a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Wang Jin was very excited. Grandmaster. That is an existence that he can never reach. That is a terrifying existence that can kill into the army and take the head of the enemy general. Even if he can't reach this level, if his disciple can reach it, it will make him very excited. Which master in this world doesn't want his apprentice to be better than the master, turn into a dragon and ascend to heaven, and be famous all over the world? I must protect this boy. Wang Jin once again strengthened his inner belief. At the gate of the martial arts hall. Seeing Wang Jin's appearance, Chaobin was not surprised. If he leads people to Wang Jin's territory, it would be strange if Wang Jin doesn't show up. This scene had long been expected by him. Afterwards, he saluted the king, Senior Wang. Jiang Ning's eldest brother is a repeat offender of the imperial court. He has an affair with the god-worshipping sect, which caused the siege and suppression of the god-worshipping sect half a month ago to fall into disarray and lose troops and generals. This man and Jiangli, it's a blood relationship. I must arrest him. Please give me a favor, Senior Wang. When he said the last words, Chaobin bowed slightly to show his respect for Wang Jin. Get out! Wang Jin shouted. Suddenly, Chaobin's face turned blue and white, becoming extremely ugly. He never expected that when he lowered his posture and humbled himself, he would be greeted by Wang Jin with such a shameless attitude. This made him, who had always been aloof, feel hot in his cheeks and very embarrassed. Especially when there were so many spectators inside and outside the museum, it made him even more angry. At this time, outside the martial arts hall, a group of people gathered not far away, with expressions on their faces like they were watching a show. TSK, I didn't expect that Chow Bin, the head catcher from the Chow family, would be scolded like this by Master Wang. Master Wang is quite domineering, and he protects his calf like this. I really want my incompetent child to join the Tsanglong Martial Arts Hall. I also have this idea. If you can protect the calf like this, the 100 taels of apprenticeship fee will be worth it. Yes. But then again, Wang Jin is just a martial arts master. How dare he scold Captain Chow like this? He is a member of the government, and Chow Bin is the legitimate son of the Chow family. What dare Wang Jin do? I heard that Wang Jin has extraordinary martial arts strength and is a master of the 7th level. 7th grade, so high? That's not true. When Wang Jin was young, he was a good fighter in several counties around him. He earned the title of the 5-animal old demon. He perfected the 5-animal fist and was unmatched by anyone. His battle to become famous was at the 8th level. De Shang, with 1 enemy and 3 8th level experts, killed them all. So powerful? I didn't know before. If I had known earlier, I would have let my dog join the Tsanglong martial arts school. Moreover, this Wang Jin's confidence is not limited to his strength. Oh, brother, if you have any other gossip, why don't you tell me and hear it? I heard. The head of the Wangdu garrison outside the city is Wang Jin's younger brother, kind of like a real brother. Hiss. That's no wonder. No wonder Wang Jin dares not to give Chow the honor of arresting his head. Hearing the discussions among the people behind him, Chow Bin became ashamed. Next moment, his face suddenly darkened. Wang Jin, I respect you as an old man and give you 3 respects. Are you trying to rebel by covering up important criminals in the imperial court like this? When Wang Jin heard this, his eyes became angry. Boom! The floor beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and a gust of wind was set off on the spot, and his body was as fast as an afterimage. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed and she was secretly shocked. This is so fast. From Wang Jin to the entrance of the martial arts hall, there is a distance of about 10 feet. But with Wang Jin's explosion, Wang Jin crossed the 10-foot distance in about 1/3 of his breath, which was about 1 second. Jiang Ning only made a preliminary estimate in his mind and realized that Wang Jin's speed was frighteningly fast. It reached a speed of more than 30 meters per second. In other words, that is a speed of about 120 kilometers per hour. What kind of concept is this? That's the equivalent speed of a car traveling on the highway in a previous life. The collision alone at this speed is a terrifying impact. Not to mention the explosive explosion of skills. And this is just Wang Jin's starting speed. If it were at peak speed, you can imagine how fast it would be. After comparison, at this moment, Jiang Ning had a new understanding of Wang Jin's strength. Being able to withstand this terrifying explosive force, one can imagine how strong Wang Jin's bones and flesh would be. You know, strong men fight, but they change directions at all times, and their bodies can withstand such a huge explosive force but still remain unscathed. In Jiang Ning's eyes, this is no longer something that flesh and blood can do. This kind of physique, perhaps in the previous life, was not afraid of light gunpowder weapons, and could resist with flesh and blood. As far as he knew, Wang Jin was only at the 7th level of martial arts, and he was still old and frail. What about the 6th grade above the 7th grade? What about 5th grade? Where is the Grandmaster? Or even the martial saint who is an enemy of a country? At this moment, Jiang Ning's heart was filled with countless thoughts. The other side. Wang Jin seemed to have transformed into an angry-eyed King Kong, with both eyes as big as copper bells. When he moved, he looked like a tiger descending from the mountain, with a terrifying momentum. Chow Bin was just frightened by his momentum. In a moment of confusion, Wang Jin had already closed half the distance. When he took 2 steps back, Wang Jin had already appeared in front of him. Subsequently, in Chow Bin's horrified eyes, he was about to raise his hand to block, but Wang Jin's feet were faster and his hands were faster. As soon as he raised his hands to his chest, Wang's right hand, which had evolved into an eagle's claw, had already locked onto his neck. His 5 fingers were like hooks, firmly grabbing his neck and lifting it up directly. Feeling the power contained in these 5 fingers, Chow Bin had no doubt that Wang Jin could crush his neck instantly and kill him on the spot. Life and death were in the hands of others, and he couldn't help but show fear in his eyes. He dared not make any movement on his hands. At the same time, Chang Chang Chang. All the detectives couldn't help but draw their swords out of their sheaths and looked at Wang Jin as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At this time, Wang Jin glanced at the people around him, as if he was the king of beasts patrolling the mountains and forests. 3 feet away from Chao Bin, another head catcher Wang Dishing and Wang Jin looked at each other for a moment. He quickly took a step back and said, "If you hit Chao Bin, you can't hit me anymore. I'm just coming to cheer you up." Seeing this, the others were swept by Wang Jin's gaze. Even though they had knives in their hands and were outnumbered, they couldn't help but feel timid. Especially when Wang Dishing made his statement first, some of them even involuntarily stepped back slightly, falling half a body behind the others. Wang Jin smiled and his eyes fell on Chao Bin's face again, which looked painful. "Who gave you the courage to throw dirty water on me?" Next moment, Wang Jin didn't wait for Chao Bin, whose face was red with suppressed anger, to reply, and continued, "If you want to come to my territory to arrest people, you are not qualified. Let Chao Rong come." Outside the martial arts hall, the people watching saw this scene and couldn't help but talk about it. This king's palace master is so domineering. He will fall out whenever he wants, without any regard for the Chao family's face. No, that's Wang Jin who fought off an old demon. When he was young, it was said that he had a fiery personality and hated evil. He has restrained himself a lot over the years. Now with his 7th level martial arts strength, he naturally has the confidence to fall out. Yes. Looking at the entire Luoshui County, there are only a handful of people who can steadily defeat the 5 animals. Chao Rong, who was just mentioned by the 5 animals, may be one of them. Chao Rong? This kind of trivial matter shouldn't be worthy of Chao Rong's personal visit, right? Someone said in surprise, "That is a serious and famous figure in our Luoshui County. Chao Rong can be said to have taken the greatest credit for the Chao family's current status." Great! A few years ago, Chao Rong was stuck in the upper age limit of 30 years old and went to Dongling City to be admitted as a martial arts scholar. It is precisely because of Chao Rong's rise that the Chao family has the ability to rank first among the 3 major families. Just when the audience outside the martial arts hall was talking a lot, Wang Jin, who was standing at the door of the martial arts gym, did not look at Chao Bin at this moment, but looked into the distance with a solemn expression. On a high tower 1 kilometer away, a man in black with a bun tied up his bow and pulled the string. The tip of the arrow flashed with cold light, locking Wang Jin firmly. The moment he saw this figure, Wang Jin knew who that person was. It was the Chao Rong he was talking about just a moment ago, the Chao Rong who asked Chao Rong to come. Immediately, Wang Jin's heart slowly sank. Now we're in trouble. The moment I saw Chao Rong appear, I knew that this matter was a bit tricky. In the entire Chao family, except Chao Rong, he was not afraid of anyone who came. Only Chao Rong is an exception. Because a few years ago, when Chao Rong became a martial arts scholar, he was the same as him, with a 7th level strength. Now a few years have passed, and even though Chao Rong has not entered the ranks of the 6th rank, it is conceivable that he must not be weaker than him. 9 times out of 10, he is also a master of 7th level muscle refining, and he can unleash 90% of his body's strength by raising his hands and feet. In addition, Chao Rong is more than 10 years younger than him. In the martial arts, youth is capital and youth is confidence. Boxing is afraid of young people. Once you get older, your body's functions will decline, your energy and blood will decline, it will be difficult to advance your extraordinary strength, and you may even experience regression. Chao Rong is now 35, which is the physical state of most warriors at their peak. As he was over 50, he was already in decline. Immediately, Wang Jin secretly whispered in his heart, Fortunately, I got started with the night and health-preserving exercise a few days ago, and my internal organs were tempered and their functions strengthened. Now I am about 40 to 45 years old in terms of state and organ function. You may not be able to fight Chao Rong." Then, he recalled the force that Jiang Ning had just touched his shoulder, which was as majestic as a mountain and a tsunami. Thinking of this, he once again strengthened his inner decision. Even if he falls out with the Chao family, he must protect Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, who has such talent, is worth the price he pays. "Wang Jin, let my 3rd brother go." On the high tower, Chao Rong spoke, and his voice spread like rolling thunder in all directions, and at the same time, it was also clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the martial arts hall. Hearing the sound like rolling thunder, everyone looked up and immediately saw Chao Rong standing on the tower like a stake, holding a bow and stringing a string, and wearing a black shirt. "It's him! Chao Rong," someone said in horror. Upon hearing this name, everyone outside the Tsanglong martial arts hall dispersed and retreated around. Seeing this scene,
they didn't know that a violent conflict might break out here later. There will be a fierce battle between the two top players in Luoshui County. As a resident of the inner city, I have heard of this kind of battle between top masters, and I know that the aftermath of this kind of battle can kill people. Once such a strong person gets into a fight, it may just be a piece of gravel splashed in the center of the battle, but it has the lethality to break the head of an ordinary person. At this time, Wang Jin laughed when he heard Chao Rong's words. As you wish. Then he raised his hand and threw it, and the extremely powerful Chao Bin was thrown out like a little chicken, shooting straight towards a stone pillar outside the martial arts hall. Boom! The stone pillar collapsed instantly, but Chao Bin's castration continued. His body rubbed against the ground, and the floor tiles flew and shattered. Chao Rong, who was on the high tower, saw this scene. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Wang Jin, you are looking for death, he shouted softly. Boom! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out of the air instantly. In an instant, a white trace appeared at the end of the arrow. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning looked very solemn. This is a detonation. The white marks from the arrow clearly caused a sonic boom. This means that the arrow leaves the hand at a speed exceeding 360 meters per second. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning had a deeper understanding of the terror of martial arts masters. This kind of arrow can't even hit the vital point. Within 100 steps, this kind of power is estimated to be no different from the sniper rifle in the previous life. Then, the white trace caused by the arrow breaking through the air disappeared halfway. After a breath, the arrow had already arrived in front of Wang Jin. Looking at the arrow heading straight for him, Wang Jin shook his head, moved his steps and easily avoided the arrow, and then stood behind the stone pillar. Then Wang Jin laughed. Chao Rong, if you want to avenge your brother, then come down and fight. Who are you trying to scare with this thing? At this moment, Chao Rong also put down the strong bow in his hand, and jumped down from the tower with one hand. The figure then approached Wang Jin like the wind. When he reached the 300-meter mark, he took up the bow and pulled the string again, and the shimmering arrow tip firmly locked onto Wang Jin behind the stone pillar. Locked by this arrow, Wang Jin felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He was not afraid of Chao Rong's arrows from 1,000 meters away. After all, at such a distance, it would take a breath for the arrow to reach him. Moreover, halfway through the arrow's journey, the power of the arrow dropped drastically, and the sound was heard in front of the arrow. But now the distance is completely different. 300 meters away, once the string is loosened. Even before the sound arrives, the arrow has already arrived. The arrow is in front, the whistle is behind. Moreover, at a distance of 300 meters, the speed was frighteningly fast, and the arrow tip could reach him in less than one-third of a breath. With Chao Rong's strength and attainments in archery, that could unleash an impact that was far superior to Chao Rong's. He didn't dare to catch the arrow shot by Chao Rong from such a distance. Those who are strong in archery are the most feared beings in the world. Once it occupies the right geographical location and natural harmony, it is possible for the weak to defeat the strong. This is what Wang Jin is most afraid of. Chao Rong is a martial arts scholar in Daxia. Anyone who has achieved fame through martial arts is a strong archer. Because of the martial arts competition, archery is a required test. Next moment, Wang Jin's eyes were fixed on the arrow heading straight for him. Boom! When the arrow touched the stone pillar, it exploded suddenly, and then the arrow made of fine iron continued to move, locking Wang Jin firmly. Wang Jin also moved suddenly, narrowly avoiding this extremely lethal arrow. The arrow grazed Wang Jin's cheek, and a few strands of hair fell down immediately. Even though his skin was fully refined, his skin was as hard as copper. When the arrow carried the airwave and scraped his skin, it also made him feel pain. The arrow path is indeed terrifying. The pressure on me is so strong under the open air. A thought flashed in Wang Jin's mind. Immediately, his eyes focused again, and he saw Chao Rong's running figure non-stop, as fast as an afterimage. The bowstring was fully drawn by him again. The target of this arrow was no longer Wang Jin, but turned around and locked firmly on Jiang Ning. Chao Rong naturally knew about this matter. He also knew that Wang Jin had to stand up despite breaking up with the Chao family, and the reason for this was precisely because of Jiang Ning. At this moment, Chao Rong didn't think about why Jiang Ning, a kid, deserved what Wang Jin did. He only knew that since Wang Jin valued Jiang Ning so much, it would be difficult for him to deal with Wang Jin, who was as agile as an ape, so he would attack the person the enemy must save. That person is Jiang Ning. I have no more saved articles. Sorry, I can only update 10,000 articles today. I have been very busy these days and have consumed all my previous saved articles. P.S. Thank you for the rewards in the 1960s and 1970s, and thank you for your monthly votes. Songlong Martial Arts Hall.
Wang Jin saw Chao Rong pulling the bowstring to the full in the distance.
Not good.
His heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Wang Jin suddenly jumped up and crossed the distance of 3 meters in one step. Swish! The long knife in the hand of a constable was instantly snatched away by him and fell into his hands.
And at this moment,
the bowstring in Chao Rong's hand was loosened again. Bang! The arrow split the wind in waves, pulling out a long white tail, and went straight to Jiang Ning's door.
Now the distance is less than 200 meters.
At the speed of Chao Rong's arrow breaking through the air, it only takes about a quarter of a breath to reach Jiang Ning's door. At this moment, Jiang Ning had no time to think too much. The blood and qi instantly penetrated his legs, and all the muscles and bones in his body were bursting with all their strength. The functions of his internal organs were fully opened, and his potential burst out, giving him overload support.
Faster! Faster!
Jiang Ning had only this thought in his mind when he noticed the arrow coming towards him. Facing Chao Rong's arrow, he could only do his best to dodge it.
He had no right to take it hidden.
This kind of arrow that can produce sonic booms would cause blood and flesh to fly if it was touched, not to mention being hit directly.
On the other side,
after Wang Jin grabbed the knife, his figure seemed to have no inertia. He turned around in an instant and jumped up with the long knife in his hand. His eyes were firmly focused on the arrow that broke through the air.
Suddenly, 5 levels of power were superimposed.
Buzz! The blade was trembling under the blessing of the vast and majestic power. Break! Wang Jin shouted loudly, and the long knife in his hand instantly chopped the arrow tip coming from the front. The air wave was separated by Wang Jin like flowing water at this moment. Then, the moment the blade and the arrow tip collided,
boom! A roar sounded in the air.
Under the impact of the arrow, Wang Jin's figure also flew in the opposite direction of the arrow. At this moment, the long sword in his hand has been scrapped and twisted into a shape that does not look like a sword.
Wang Jin's right arm hidden under his robe is also trembling slightly. The power of an arrow is so terrifying. He is worthy of being the Qilin son of the Chao family. He has already stepped into the 7th level of martial arts and is a strong man at the level of tendon training. Wang Jin was a little horrified.
At this time, his arm was a little weak and his palm was numb. He could feel that with arrows of this strength, he could only take 2 or 3 arrows hidden at most. If it were normal, he would not need to take the arrows hidden when facing Chao Rong's bow and arrow, and he could just avoid them.
He could also use the technique of force traction to dodge.
But now it is not possible, because Chao Rong has already understood.
Jiang Ning is his weak spot.
As long as he shoots arrows at Jiang Ning, he must take them hidden. Wang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. He has not felt this kind of aggrieved feeling for a long time. He wanted to kill Chao Rong directly and let him see his true strength. The Sanlong sword technique was perfected, which allowed him to stack 5 layers of strength to burst out. In Wang Jin's eyes, this was enough to make him the best in the same realm. As long as he got close to him, he only needed to burst out a sword to win. But at this moment, Wang Jin could only think about it in his mind. Unless he didn't care about Jiang Ning's life or death, he could rush out of the martial arts hall. On the other side, Chao Rong smiled. Sure enough, Jiang Ning, that little guy, is your weak spot.
I didn't expect it.
You, an old guy, actually value this boy so much that you don't hesitate to turn against my Chao family. His eyes immediately condensed. In this case, no matter what the reason is, this boy must not be kept.
Then,
Chao Rong pulled the bowstring again, the arrow locked Jiang Ning firmly, and a look of confidence appeared on his face. Archery masters like this seen the most. There are people that the enemy has to save, which means that the enemy cannot get close to him, nor can they choose to dodge and avoid, and can only choose to fight hidden. In this case, not to mention that Wang Jin is just a martial arts master of the same 7th level as him. Even if he faces a martial arts master of the 6th level, he dares to fight him.
With a weak spot, an archery master like him is inherently invincible.
He can use the weak spot to attack, and he can attack the weak spot to prevent the enemy from chasing.
This is a great advantage. At this moment,
suddenly, a strong sense of palpitations enveloped Chao Rong. He could feel that he was in a state of pulling the hair and moving the whole body. As long as he dared to let go, he would leave and trigger a force that was enough to crush him. The next moment, Chao Rong turned his eyes and looked in the direction of a street below.
Shen Song Yun. His pupils shrank.
Then he saw the woman in green clothes next to Shen Song Yun, and his pupils shrank again. Lin Qingyi. Why did the 2 deputy owners of Wanhua Tower suddenly appear, and why did Shen Song Yun's aura lock on me? Xiaorong's eyes fell on Shin Songyun again, and on a green leaf between his fingers. He saw that the green leaf was wrapped in white mist, and his pupils shrank again. Internal breath. This is internal breath. At this moment, Xiaorong's heart became extremely horrified. As the Qilin son of the Chao family, Xiaorong, who walked out of Luoshui County and participated in the Dongling City martial arts examination, naturally recognized that the green leaf held by Shin Songyun at this moment was full of internal breath. The internal breath condensed by Shin Songyun. The internal breath attached to the leaf, even if it is an ordinary flying leaf, it can break stone and break gold. It can even turn around out of thin air and penetrate into the invisible. How could he not know at this time that he was clearly locked by Shin Songyun's chi machine? As long as he dares to shoot this arrow, his whole body will be affected by it, and the leaf in Shin Songyun's hand will shoot directly at his face. Inner breath, normally speaking, is a symbol of the 5th level of martial arts. He knew that as long as Shin Songyun took action, it would only rely on the inner breath wrapped in this leaf. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. And this represents Shin Songyun's meaning, a warning to himself. At the same time, when Shin Songyun saw Xiaorong's gaze, a faint smile appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, and the sound didn't seem to spread in the air, but it immediately rang in Xiaorong's ears. "Xiaorong, how about giving me some face? How about letting that little guy live?" When Xiaorong heard this, thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. Then he slowly relaxed his pull on the string and stopped completely. "Since Lord Shin has spoken, I want to give Lord Shin this face." Xiaorong laughed. Hanging the bow and arrow on his back, he jumped off the roof and walked toward Shin Songyun. The other side. Lin Xingyi frowned slightly and looked at Shin Songyun. "You must think clearly. You suddenly intervened in the disputes in Luoshui County. That is a taboo of the original poster. You will be punished." Shin Songyun smiled. "Girl Lin Xingyi, since I have chosen to die, I have naturally thought about the consequences." "I don't understand." Lin Xingyi shook his head. "How can a mere young man who has not yet reached the level of martial arts be worthy of what you do?" Shin Songyun smiled and shook his head. "I don't understand anything anymore. I just saw that boy as pleasing to my eye and pitiful about him, so I was ready to help him. In my eyes, you are not this kind of person." Lin Xingyi shook his head, but then did not continue to ask. She has worked with Shin Songyun for many years, so she naturally knows something about Shin Songyun's temper and character. There is no point in asking her about things she doesn't want to talk about. But at this moment, a deep curiosity about Jiang Ning suddenly arose in her heart. It was precisely because of this curiosity that she just followed Shin Songyun out of Wanhua Tower. She wanted to see how different Jiang Ning was, that he could let Shin Songyun violate the taboos in the building, and also stand up for Jiang Ning and solve Jiang Ning's dilemma. This kind of costly exaggeration, you don't have to think about it to know that Shin Songyun will definitely be held accountable and punished by the poster afterwards. The other side. Xiaorong's thoughts were complicated and full of doubts. The two owners of Wanhua Building, Shin Songyun and Lin Xingyi, suddenly appeared here, which was completely beyond his expectation. Especially the intention shown by Shin Songyun was even more incomprehensible to him. Wanhua Tower is permanently neutral, which is the reason why Wanhua Tower can be spread all over the 36 prefectures in Jiuzhou and Daxia. Shin Songyun's behavior today is clearly violating the rules set by Wanhua Tower. He couldn't understand this at all. In particular, Shin Songyun took action for such an inconspicuous young junior, a junior who had no bright spots in his eyes. This was even more incomprehensible to him. Then he thought of Wang Jin's performance today. Is that kid actually an unborn genius? After a while, Xiaorong appeared in front of Shin Songyun. "Master Shin. Master Lin." Xiaorong gestured with his hands. Shin Songyun smiled. "I would like to thank Brother Chao for giving me some thin noodles." Xiaorong suddenly smiled, as if the tense situation just now did not exist at all. He then said, "Since Brother Shin has spoken, how can I not give Brother Shin face?" But Chao is a little curious. "Brother Shin spoke because of the person I am pointing at?" Shin Songyun nodded slightly. "It's him." "That's it." Xiaorong looked surprised. "Brother Chao, are you coming with me?" Shin Songyun asked. "Together." Xiaorong nodded. Then Xiaorong said again, "Chao is a little curious. What is the relationship between Brother Shin and that kid? It is worthy of Brother Shin to stand up for him like this." Shin Songyun smiled, and he naturally knew the true intention of Xiaorong's words. Then he said, "It doesn't matter, I just like that kid. I admire you." Xiaorong said, "Brother Shin is quite a man of temperament. Immediately, Chao Rong sighed slightly and continued, I was born in the Chao family and was cultivated by the family, but I am also trapped by family responsibilities and cannot act as willfully as Brother Shen.
Shen Songyun smiled again and said no more.
At this time, Lin Qingyi, the other deputy building owner of Wanhua Building, also followed Shen Songyun quietly, as silently as a spectator. Then the three of them walked on the quiet street, heading straight to the location of Sanglong Martial Arts School. The brief conflict just now caused several surrounding streets to be deserted for a short time, and everyone had already hid in the houses to prevent the aftermath. Now that all the noise outside had disappeared, they dared to secretly look out through the cracks in the door and through the windows. In front of the martial arts hall, Chao Bin was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Wang Dishing, the accompanying head constable, also huddled beside the martial arts hall wall, saying nothing, trying to minimize his presence. Wang Jin was still as if he was facing a great enemy, not daring to slack off at all. Chao Rong suddenly stopped, which made him extremely confused. But at this moment, he didn't care to think too much, and quickly winked at Jiang Ning.
Jiang Ning understood instantly, and moved behind the wall.
According to the direction where Chao Rong just appeared, the place where he was at the moment was the perspective of Chao Rong's sight. Unless Chao Rong climbed over the wall of the martial arts hall, there was no possibility of finding him. Hiding behind the wall, Jiang Ning couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling extremely aggrieved. He came to this world inexplicably, and was inexplicably affected. These days, the Chao family has been suppressing him step by step, making him almost breathless. He was so stressed that he practiced boxing and martial arts day and night, just to have the ability to protect himself and stand up. Originally, as his strength continued to improve, he thought that he was not far from this day. As long as some time passed, he would be promoted to a martial arts master, hold a master-apprentice banquet, and become Wang Jin's direct disciple. At that time, he felt that he could really get out of this predicament where he had nowhere to breathe. But at this moment, with the appearance of Chao Rong, Jiang Ning knew that it was not that simple. Having come to this point today, the Chao family would not easily sit back and watch his growth. If Wang Jin knew him so well, the Chao family would definitely get rid of him at all costs. Unless something unexpected happened. From the actions of the Chao family today, he had already seen the style of the Chao family. Chao Bin came to the martial arts hall to catch him, and it was clear that they couldn't wait any longer. No matter what the reason was, there was no doubt that they were unwilling to wait any longer. So he resorted to extraordinary means and framed his eldest brother Jiang Li, which led to Chao Bin's action of arresting him today. At this moment, Jiang Ning also understood why Su Yunfeng dared to attack him 2 nights ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning clenched his fists even tighter. From what happened today, he deeply realized the powerlessness of ordinary people and the importance of power in his hands. Without sufficient power and status, sometimes you can't live in peace. These days, even if he has power in his hands, he is sure to kill Su Yunfeng. 2 days ago, Su Yunfeng retreated with self-mutilation, and then he could quietly chase him and kill him. But he didn't do so, but endured.
Because he didn't want to expand this matter.
All this is because he came to this world not alone, but with his eldest brother and sister-in-law. In his previous life, he was alone. In this life, he felt the presence of his relatives, and he didn't want to harm his eldest brother and sister-in-law. Moreover, he has the same name and surname as in his previous life, and even his appearance is 9 points similar. Whether it is a parallel world or the awakening of wisdom from past and present lives, he has already recognized his elder brother and sister-in-law in this life. Expanding the conflict and becoming an enemy of the Chao family may even lead to the whole body being affected and become enemies of the 3 major families in Luoshui County. Even if he can escape from Luoshui County, with his own magical panel, he is sure to come back in a few years and retaliate against them one by one. So what? The elder brother and sister-in-law will all be buried with their actions. The elder brother Jiang Li will die, the elder sister-in-law Lu Wanwan will die, his niece Xiao Doubao and his nephew Jiang Yiming will also die, and there will be no room for recovery. At that time, if he did such a big thing, he would definitely become a wanted criminal in Daxia without thinking. He will also embark on a road of uncertainty and endless killing. So he is enduring until he is strong enough and has a high enough status. By then, the Chao family would naturally give up regarding Jiang Li as a pawn in the struggle with the county lord. Even if Wang Jin's status was not enough, when he joined the inspection office, he would have the support of this towering tree. In addition, since his conflict with the Chao family did not expand, it was enough to take his elder brother and sister-in-law out of this vortex and keep themselves safe. He could also use the status and even wealth he had fought for to repay his elder brother and sister-in-law for their kindness to him. Then, he could slowly grow and strengthen his own strength. As for the future, when he had the power in his hands, he would not have to worry about all this. But what happened today made Jiang Ning know that it was too late. It was obvious that since Chaobin came to arrest him personally, there would definitely be other people to arrest his elder brother and sister-in-law. At this moment, his elder brother and sister-in-law might already be on the way to the prison, or they might already be in prison. And if he had not received Wang Jin's attention in advance, Wang Jin would have stood in front of him. I might also embark on the road of exile. Even at this moment, with Wang Jin's attention to me, Jiang Ning knew that he was not safe. It should even be said that it was extremely dangerous. Cao Rong, that was a person who was countless times more powerful than Cao Bin. Now that Cao Rong was targeting him, especially Cao Rong was also a martial arts 7th rank strongman who was good at archery, it was even more terrifying. In Jiang Ning's eyes, a martial arts strongman who was good at archery could exert several times the effect once he was in a favorable position. It was no different from the sniper in the previous life. But today, he was targeted by such a terrifying existence. Moreover, Cao Rong had a good reputation. When he turned 30 years old, he participated in the martial arts examination for children in Dongling City and successfully won the title of martial arts scholar. As far as Jiang Ning knew, this person even worked in Dongling City. At this moment, at no time did he desire power and status more than at this moment. If he has enough power, he can do whatever he wants in a world where great power belongs to himself. Just like the legendary Great Xia martial saint, the only martial saint in the world. In terms of status, that martial saint's status was far above that of the current emperor. This matter is known to everyone and is also made public. This is a world where great power belongs to itself. So at this moment Jiang Ning was extremely thirsty for power. With strength in his body, he would not be limited by his current predicament. In addition to strength, if one has sufficient status, he will not be limited by the current predicament. Status and class, this is an eternal theorem. It is also the true meaning of society. If he had become Wang Jin's true disciple early and worshipped Wang Jin as his teacher, how could there be such a situation today? How could he be involved in this quagmire? No matter how the three families fight with the county leader, they will avoid being involved in this whirlpool because of their different identities. And if he joins the inspection mansion soon, he will have the Daxia Imperial Court and the towering tree at his back. In Jiang Ning's view, he can avoid this predicament. But now, it seems it's too late. Time passes breath by breath. Suddenly, tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps on the stone slabs reached Wang Jin's ears. Outside the martial arts hall, three figures walked out of a clean and flat alley. These three people are Cao Rong, Shen Songyun, and Lin Qingyi. When Wang Dixing saw these three people outside the martial arts hall, he looked stunned for a moment and then spoke. I've met Mr. Cao. I've met Mr. Shen. I've met Mr. Lin. When Wang Jin heard the words Master Cao, his heart suddenly tightened, and his whole body tensed up, ready to fight at any time. However, the next moment, he heard the two titles of Lu Zhuxin and Lu Zhulin. His expression suddenly paused, and his tense figure relaxed. In Luoshui County, who else can be called Lord Shin or Lord Lin? Only the two deputy building owners of Wanhua Building, Shen Songyun and Lin Qingyi, are qualified to be called such. At this time, Shen Songyun's voice only sounded in Wang Jin's ears. Brother Wang, I'm here, take Jiang Ning out. Hearing these words, Wang Jin looked shocked. Hearing the word Jiang Ning from Shen Songyun's mouth was beyond his expectation. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly, and he thought about what Shen Songyun and he had met with the martial arts disciples a few days ago. Thinking back to the moment when Shen Songyun and Cao Rong came hand in hand, Cao Rong suddenly stopped. Wang Jin suddenly realized something in his heart. It turns out that Brother Shen came forward. That's why Cao Rong stopped. As soon as this thought arose, he suddenly felt something was wrong in his mind. Because according to the rules of Wanhua Building, Shen Songyun, as the deputy building owner of Wanhua Building in Luoshui County, is not allowed to participate in the disputes between major forces. Such behavior is inconsistent with the rules of Wanhua Tower. Thinking of this, Wang Jin was suddenly filled with doubts. He glanced at Jiang Ning again. Then, he shook his head secretly in his heart. Never mind. I'm too lazy to think about it. So far, it's a good thing after all. Next moment, Wang Jin said, Jiang Ning, come out with me. Master Shen is here, he should be here to help you. As soon as these words came out, the disciples hiding in the martial arts hall suddenly looked at Jiang Ning with shock on their faces. Jiang Ning was also surprised when he heard Wang Jin's words.
Is Shin Song-yoon here? And here to help yourself? How can this be? Wang Jin's words were beyond his expectation. Because he had never spoken a word to a big shot like Shin Song-yoon before. He only met Shin Song-yoon a few days ago. After that day, he never saw Shin Song-yoon again. Let alone any contact with him. As far as he knew, Wanhua Tower never participated in any struggle between local forces. If what Wang Jin said is true, Shin Song-yoon is here to help him. This undoubtedly shows that Shin Song-yoon will come to help him even if he violates the rules of Wanhua Tower. Why? Jiang Ning was extremely confused at this moment.
But I remembered the situation that had just suddenly changed. It was clear that Chao Rong had the upper hand, but he suddenly stopped and acted calm. It would be impossible to say that there were no changes in the process or the intervention of big figures from third parties. From this point of view, it seems to be very consistent with what Wang Jin said at this time. There are only a handful of people in Luoshui County who can stop Chao Rong.
In Jiang Ning's view, Shin Song-yoon may have the ability to become one of them.
With this doubt in mind, Jiang Ning followed Wang Jin and walked outside the martial arts hall.
Outside the martial arts gym, Shin Song-yoon and the others came to Chao Bin.
At this time, Chao Bin saw Chao Rong's arrival and stopped pretending to be dead and opened his eyes. Chao Rong frowned slightly as he looked at the injuries on his third brother Chao Bin. Wang Jin was so strong, which was beyond his expectation.
Just then, Shin Song-yoon squatted down in front of Chao Bin.
His palm fell on Chao Bin, and Chao Bin was suddenly shocked, staring at Shin Song-yoon with his eyes wide open.
Master Shun, is this internal breath? Shin Song-yoon nodded slightly.
After a few breaths, Chao Bin's face looked much better.
Shin Song-yoon took out a small white jade porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Chao Bin. Take one and swallow it.
This bottle of pills can help you recover faster from your injuries. Chao Bin looked at the small white porcelain bottle handed over by Shin Song-yoon, and looked at the label on the surface of the small porcelain bottle. Life and death. Looking at this label, he was even more shocked. This medicine is taken from the 6 words life and death, flesh and bones. From the literal meaning, you can know the effect of this pill. Chao Bin quickly poured out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach, and his face was immediately full of rosy.
Thank you for your kindness, Master Shin.
Chao Bin got up with difficulty and then spoke.
Shin Song-yoon smiled.
At this moment, Chao Rong looked at this scene and understood one thing in his heart.
How much Shin Song-yoon valued Jiang Ning. Alas, whatever.
He sighed in his heart and had already made a decision.
The entrance of Songlong Martial Arts School.
When Jiang Ning and Wang Jin walked out of the gate of the martial arts hall, they saw Shin Song-yoon, Chao Rong and Lin Xingyi appearing here. Wang Jin first looked at Chao Rong solemnly, and then greeted Shin Song-yoon and Lin Xingyi.
Jiang Ning also saluted the two of them. At this time, Shin Song-yoon glanced at Jiang Ning and then nodded towards Wang Jin.
Lin Xingyi was different.
Her eyes fell firmly on Jiang Ning, looking up and down at Jiang Ning. She looks pretty good. But Shin Song-yoon is not me. His orientation is very normal.
It is impossible for him to risk being punished because of this.
But it doesn't look like anything special?
It's too late to start practicing martial arts at this age. Now I have only a small amount of chi and blood, and it will take a long time before I can enter the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts.
Why does such a performance deserve Shin Song-yoon's attention?
At this moment, Lin Xingyi was extremely confused. After seeing Jiang Ning with her own eyes, she still couldn't understand why Shin Song-yoon did what he did. The other side. Shin Song-yoon said to Chao Rong with a calm face, Brother Chao, everyone is here today, why don't you give me some face, let this matter go, and let this little guy live. Upon hearing this, Chao Rong took a deep look at Jiang Ning. Then he smiled, since Brother Shin has spoken, I will let my third brother investigate clearly when I go back. Since this kid is related to Brother Shin, I guess his eldest brother is not the kind of person who would collude with the god-worshipping sect. It should be that the third brother made a mistake in his investigation and made the wrong arrest.
You think so?
Third brother. When Chao Rong said the last sentence, he turned to Chao Bin next to him. At this moment, Chao Bin was sorted out by Shin Song-yoon Naishi from the injuries in his body, and after taking the healing medicine, his overall condition improved a lot. He heard what his eldest brother said and nodded repeatedly. What the elder brother said is that the people below should have neglected the investigation.
I think Jian Li has always been upright and honest, and he cannot be this kind of person.
Then he patted his chest and said to Shin Song-yoon, Don't worry, Mr. Shin, I will go back and release him right away, so that he can be investigated thoroughly and give justice to Jiang Li.
After the investigation is clear, if there is a mistake, I will definitely come to apologize.
Seeing Chao Rong and Xiao Bin's statements, Shin Songyun nodded slightly.
With these few words from you two, I feel relieved. Then he smiled at Jiang Ning. Come with me?
Jiang Ning heard this and quickly followed his footsteps.
At this time,
Chao Rong looked at the two people leaving, his eyes changing slightly.
Next moment,
he turned to Xiao Bin and said, "Take care of yourself and come back with me."
Yes, brother.
Xiao Bin looked respectful.
Then, Chao Rong looked at Wang Jin again. Master Wang, I have offended many people today.
He slightly arched his hands toward Wang Jin, then turned and left. Xiao Bin also quickly arranged for Su Yunfeng to take everyone back, and then immediately followed Chao Rong's footsteps.
After leaving Xinglong Martial Arts Hall for some distance, Xiao Bin followed behind and said, "Brother, do you really want to let Jian Li's family go? Let it go."
Chao Rong said coldly, "Shin Songyun has spoken, and I have to give him this face."
But, Xiao Bin hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But Wanhua Tower is not allowed to participate in disputes between local forces?
As Shin Songyun is the deputy owner of this place, if he ends up like this today, he will definitely be punished by Wanhua Tower."
Headquarters punishment, do we really want to give up?
Chao Rong suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Bin with cold eyes.
I said let it go. Don't you understand?
Seeing Chao Rong's gaze, Xiao Bin couldn't help but shuddered and his whole body trembled.
Yes, sir, the other side. Shin Songyun took Jiang Ning to the empty lake.
Under the direction of Shin Songyun's gaze, Lin Qingyi stood in the distance and seemed to be admiring the scenery of the lake, but she was given enough space to talk.
Do you know why I help you? Shin Songyun stood by the lake and gave Jiang Ning a back view. I don't know,
Jiang Ning said, and then saluted respectfully, but no matter what the reason is, I still want to thank my senior for his great kindness today. After speaking, Jiang Ning bowed respectfully to Shin Songyun.
Shin Songyun turned around and nodded slightly. Then, he said, have you ever practiced the inner elixir health-preserving skill?
Hearing these words, Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, then immediately came back to his senses and nodded toward Shin Songyun.
Senior is right. Junior practiced the inner elixir and health-preserving skills a few days ago. Have you reached the entry-level level now? Shin Songyun asked again. Jiang Ning nodded again. Let's get started. How long did it take to get started? Shin Songyun asked again.
When Jiang Ning heard several questions from Shin Songyun, he suddenly felt enlightened. He pondered in his heart for less than a breath before making the decision to tell her this.
Then, he said honestly, it will take about a week. A week? Hearing this answer, Shin Songyun's pupils suddenly shrank, with an incredible look in his eyes.
The next moment, the look in his eyes hid and he regained his composure.
A week is not bad. Shin Songyun nodded slightly, and then he continued, do you know why I want to help you?
Jiang Ning said, there are some guesses, I don't know if they are accurate. It should be related to the inner elixir health-preserving skill that the senior mentioned at this time.
Hearing this, Shin Songyun smiled on his face. You're not stupid.
Then, Shin Songyun continued, I gave the inner alchemy health-preserving technique to Wang Jin 2 months ago.
Wang Jin is one of the rare people with natural wisdom, and is suitable for practicing the unique skill of the inner alchemy health-preserving technique. Speaking of this, Shin Songyun looked at Jiang Ning.
I didn't expect that by chance, I would discover the existence of you, a naturally intelligent person. Jiang Ning was even more shocked when he heard Shin Songyun's words.
A unique skill? The inner alchemy health-preserving skill is actually a unique skill? And what about those who are naturally wise?
He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, when he was attacked by the god worshippers, the words innate wisdom were included in the conversation he heard when he was dying.
At this time, Shin Songyun looked at Jiang Ning's thinking eyes and smiled slightly. I can see that you have a lot of doubts in your mind.
If you have anything to ask, just ask.
Jiang Ning came back to his senses after hearing this. Senior, is the inner alchemy health-preserving skill really a unique skill? Shin Songyun nodded slightly. Yes, it is a unique skill.
It is a unique skill that evolved from the cultivation methods of immortals and gods in ancient times. The necessary condition for learning this unique skill is that only those who are born with spiritual wisdom can learn it. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning nodded. There was some enlightenment in my heart.
I see.
It turns out that the inner alchemy health-preserving skill is a unique skill. No wonder the experience points required to improve the realm are 10 times that of my other skills. From this point of view, if you want to break through the secret skill, the experience value required will increase significantly.
Then, he spoke again, Senior, What is a person with natural wisdom? Shin Song-yoon said, you can think of it as a talent, an innate talent.
In ancient times, only those who were born with wisdom could embark on the road to becoming immortals. Because the inner elixir's health-preserving skills come from a special source, only those who are naturally intelligent can learn them.
That's why I came to help you. Your talent in martial arts is pretty good. Maybe if you look at the world around you, you can be proud that you have reached a small level of chi and blood in half a month, but if you look at the whole of Daxia, you can only be considered pretty good. The most special thing about you is that you have extremely high spiritual wisdom, so you can get started with the inner elixir and health cultivation in just 1 week. I'm optimistic about your future, so I'm here to help you.
Jiang Ning cupped his hands and said, thank you, senior, for clearing up the confusion.
I understand, junior. Shin Song-yoon said, I'm helping you today, but it's not because I have nothing to ask for.
Senior, please tell me, whatever this junior can do, I will do whatever it takes.
Jiang Ning said. Shin Song-yoon smiled and said, what I am asking for is a favor from you. You owe me a favor.
Jiang Ning said, senior is so kind to me today. Not to mention 1 favor, 10 favors, or even more are my blessing. Shin Song-yoon said, I only need 1 favor from you in the future. He then continued, you are more suitable to practice the inner elixir and health-preserving skills than me and Wang Jin. With your high spiritual intelligence, this skill will definitely be successful in your hands.
I may ask for something from you in the future. That day. I hope you can still remember what I said today.
Jiang Ning cupped his hands and said, senior, if you need anything, just ask, and I will do my best. When Shin Song-yoon heard this, he smiled. Then he took out several pieces of golden tissue paper from his arms. It records the follow-up practice methods of the inner alchemy health-preserving skills, but only the practice methods for breakthrough to the greatest achievement. As for the perfect method of inner alchemy and health-preserving skills, I don't have any. However, Deshang's inner elixir health-preserving skills are enough to allow you to reach the level of inner strength, thunderous sound of the 5 internal organs, and inner breath like a gang in the future. Having the means to step into the 5th level in advance, temper your organs, and master your inner breath will expand your upper limit in the future. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Looking at the pieces of golden tissue paper handed to him, Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and then took the pieces of tissue paper that recorded the subsequent practice methods of the inner elixir health-preserving skills. Senior, don't worry, I will work harder. Shin Song-yoon said, take it back and memorize it carefully.
Remember it all. When Wanhua Tower comes to see me later, I must come tomorrow at the latest. I still have some things that I want to explain to you. Remember. Come as early as possible. If it's late, you may not be able to see me, and you won't be able to see me for a long time in the future.
Jiang Ning put the pieces of golden tissue paper that contained the inner elixir health-preserving skills close to his body. Senior, don't worry, Junior will remember it all as soon as possible. Shin Song-yoon said again, from today on, you can go out with peace of mind and don't have to worry about the Chow family. Since I speak today, Chow Rome will give me this face. Jiang Ning handed over his hand again, thank you for what happened today, Senior. I would also like to express my gratitude to Senior on behalf of my eldest brother.
Shin Song-yoon smiled, then turned and left.
Then, his voice rang in Jiang Ning's ears again. Remember, keep in mind the follow-up practice of the inner alchemy health-preserving skill, and then come to Wanhua Tower to find me as soon as possible.
Hearing this sentence, Jiang Ning's eyes showed surprise. Is this a means of transmitting information into secrets?
No wonder Senior Shin, a big shot, dared to say so confidently that the Chow family would give him this face. By the lake. Watching the figures of Shin Song-yoon and Lin Xingyi leaving, Jiang Ning retracted his gaze and fell on the golden thin papers in his hand.
The subsequent practice methods of Naiden Yangshan Gong?
This should also be helpful to me.
Then,
he carefully flipped through the golden thin papers in his hand that recorded the subsequent practice methods of Naiden Yangshan Gong. Experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1. In the time of a cup of tea, he had already read through the contents of these golden thin papers. With the blessing of his photographic memory, the contents on it were deeply imprinted in his mind like a knife and an axe. After entering the door, you still need to breathe in the essence of the sun to temper your 5 internal organs. But the essence of the sun after sunrise is extremely violent and unbearable for ordinary people.
Sure enough, there is a way to guide it. Jiang Ning murmured. He was a little excited.
With the guidance, from now on, his efficiency of breathing in the sun's essence to temper his internal organs will increase greatly. In this way, the efficiency of gaining experience points will also be improved, and the time for the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to break through will also be shortened due to the improvement of the efficiency of gaining experience points. This will undoubtedly make his strength increase faster. You must know that the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise is a unique skill to temper the internal organs. Normally, internal strength is a level that only the 5th grade martial artist will step into. In this realm, the internal organs are strong, there is no fear of long battles, the physical strength is long, and the internal breath can be condensed to kill the enemy from a distance. The strong ones condense their internal breath like a strong force, and a sword can break thousands of armors. Although there is no perfect method for this unique skill, according to Jiang Ning's reading at this time, he only needs to break through the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise to the great success. He can achieve the level of internal organs thundering and internal breath like a strong force.
At this moment,
after reading it, Jiang Ning also understood why Shen Songyun would help him.
Because his inner alchemy health-preserving skills had reached the entry level.
A unique skill, breaking through the entry level in such a short time, this should be the reason why Shen Songyun helped him in his opinion. Perhaps in Shen Songyun's eyes, his inner alchemy health-preserving skills will break through to the great success in the future, and he will be able to smoothly step into the ranks of the 5th level of martial arts and enter the 4th level in the future. This future possibility made Shen Songyun willing to help him at this moment. But even though Jiang Ning had some guesses in this regard at this moment, he was still extremely grateful for Shen Songyun's help today. If Shen Songyun hadn't helped him, he would definitely not be able to end well today. The eldest brother and sister-in-law's family would probably die with hatred. Even if he could take revenge in the future, he could only soothe the grudge in his heart at most. With Shen Songyun's help, according to what Chao Rong said just now, the eldest brother and sister-in-law's family should be safe.
Thinking of everything that happened today, Jiang Ning couldn't help but clench his fists. Without enough power, it's like duckweed in the wind, it's hard to dominate life. He sighed secretly. Fortunately, there is a great man like Shen Songyun who intervened. Thinking of this, he felt very fortunate in his heart.
The next moment, he clenched the golden pieces of unique skills in his hand that recorded the subsequent practice methods of inner alchemy health preservation.
This skill should not be underestimated, I can't fall behind.
If I can reach the state of minor success in the future, I will definitely condense my internal breath in advance. If I can achieve major success, my internal breath will be even more condensed like a strong force, with indestructible terror. At that time, maybe I only need to step into the 8th level of martial arts to have the strength to kill Chao Rong. I won't feel powerless like today again. The feeling of powerlessness of life and death being dominated by others, and destiny being dominated by others.
Jiang Ning whispered in his heart.
His eyes fell on the panel. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, 31/1000 for beginners, and with the magic of my panel, even if I lack the method after the entry, I could still gain experience points for this exercise. Now, even if I lack the method to complete the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, perhaps with the magic of my panel, I may not be unable to break through this unique skill to the realm of perfection. If it can be perfected, it may have incredible power. After all, this is a unique skill. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but yearn for it.
Songlong Martial Arts Hall.
Looking at the appearance of Jiang Ning's figure,
everyone looked at Jiang Ning with envy. What a good life, I was actually favored by the great man Shen Luzhu.
Yes.
Several people whispered. Chang Ran also looked at Jiang Ning with envy.
Then, he came to Jiang Ning's side. Junior brother Jiang, Master Wang said that you should go to the backyard to find him after you come back. Jiang Ning nodded. Senior brother Chang, thank you just now. Looking at Jiang Ning's serious eyes, Chang Ran hit Jiang Ning's chest.
Junior brother Jiang, you are being polite. I still informed you too late.
Fortunately, Master Wang stepped forward. Also, Master Shen also stepped forward to help junior brother Jiang.
Jiang Ning nodded in agreement after hearing this.
Yes. I am so grateful to Master and Master Shen for extending a hand, otherwise I really don't know what to do. He sighed, and then said, Senior brother Chang, I will go to Master first.
Okay. Chang Ran nodded.
The backyard of the martial arts hall.
Master. Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning and nodded slightly. What do you think today?
Jiang Ning said, without power, you can only be bullied by others. Wang Jin nodded, you are right, without power, you can only be bullied by others. Having said this, Wang Jin sighed again. You don't know how arrogant Chao Rong is.
He has gained fame and is a 7th grade martial arts master. He is a master of muscle training. His strength can be ranked among the top 5 in Luoshui County. Even I don't care about him. Goo.
But as soon as Lord Shen appeared, Chao Rong immediately bowed his head. That's the status that comes with power. Jiang Ning said, disciple understands that I will definitely work harder in the future. Wang Jin smiled, there is no need to work harder, you have worked hard enough.
But you have to remember that martial arts has no end.
Even the martial saint who towers over the world has not reached the end of martial arts.
I hope you can always maintain your original intention and be brave and diligent in the future. Don't be complacent after you achieve certain achievements in the future. Jiang Ning cupped his hands and said, Master's teachings will definitely be remembered by the disciples. After hearing these words, Wang Jin nodded slightly again. Then he added, Shin Song-yun is the deputy building owner of Wanhua Building here.
According to the rules of Wanhua Building, he cannot participate in the struggle of local forces. Today he violated the rules of Wanhua Building for you.
You must remember his kindness.
Jiang Ning said, disciple understands.
Disciple is not an ungrateful person.
Wang Jin added, but today Mr. Shin is willing to risk violating the rules of Wanhua Building to help you. This also shows that he attaches great importance to you.
You must seize this opportunity.
There are very few big opportunities like this in a person's life. Once you miss it, you will really miss it and regret it.
It's important for you to seize this opportunity. Jiang Ning nodded again, disciple understands.
Disciple will definitely remember Master's teachings.
Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning in front of him and nodded with satisfaction.
Then, he hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Do you know why Lord Shen suddenly helped you?
Hearing this sentence and hearing the curiosity in Wang Jin's heart, Jiang Ning smiled inwardly.
Then he said, because of the inner elixir's health-preserving power. Before Jiang Ning could say anything more, Wang Jin suddenly asked in shock, inner elixir health-preserving power?
Jiang Ning nodded, yes, because Mr. Shen saw that I had mastered the inner alchemy health-preserving skill, so he was willing to help me. At this moment, Wang Jin also completely understood.
So that's it.
It turns out it's because of the inner elixir's health-preserving power.
I finally understand everything.
He nodded slowly and glanced at Jiang Ning again. When you entered the study a few days ago, you should have seen the inner elixir I put on the desk.
The page of health preservation skills.
Yes. Jiang Ning nodded again, and then said, this disciple secretly practiced this technique and asked the master to punish him.
Looking at Jiang Ning, who lowered his head, Wang Jin smiled, what is this punishment? What is there to punish? This is a good thing.
Because my teacher is a naturally intelligent person, he was taught this special internal strengthening method by Master Shen. Now you are valued by Lord Shen for this reason.
This is quite fate.
Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. To be valued by Shin Song-yun, it goes without saying that he has talent in martial arts, and he is also a person of the same type as himself who is naturally wise and intelligent. Now that he has Shin Song-yun's help, it is conceivable that his future achievements will not be low. Then, he thought about the scene that just happened.
He felt the power of Zhozhong Jin in Jiang Ning's body.
Thinking of this, Wang Jin suddenly spoke. By the way, if I felt it right just now, you have mastered the power of Zhozhong Jin. Hearing this, Jiang Ning said truthfully, yes, this disciple has just started to learn that Sanglong sword technique not long ago and has mastered the 9 levels of strength.
Hearing the affirmative answer from Jiang Ning, Wang Jin's eyes flashed.
Even though he had just known about this, he still felt a little shocked when he heard these words. He only showed Jiang Ning this martial arts secret book a few days ago, and now his disciple has mastered the sword technique and condensed his strength. I also thought about what Jiang Ning did these days and the various events that happened today. Wang Jin felt in his heart that he had found a treasure. He actually received such a disciple who could inherit his legacy and carry it forward.
Subsequently,
Wang Jin said, let me feel the 9 levels of strength you have mastered again. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning placed his palm on Wang Jin's right arm, and a ray of strength flowed into Wang Jin's body through the physical contact between the two. At this moment, Wang Jin felt the majestic power contained in this force.
It's really the 9th level of strength.
Wang Jin's heart was filled with ups and downs. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at Jiang Ning, who was standing like a pine tree in front of him, with a trace of emotion in his eyes.
Master, what's wrong?
Sensing Wang Jin's emotions, Jiang Ning spoke.
Wang Jin shook his head, it's okay.
I said before that if you master the power, I will help you.
Come to me tomorrow and I will prepare it for you today.
Thank you, Master.
Jiang Ning looked happy and bowed with his hands in hand. Wang Jin added, your strength must be further improved. You can't pin everything on Lord Shen. Lord Shen helped you break the rules of Wanhua Tower. Maybe something will happen to him soon. Once something changes, the Chao family may also change their minds. After all, this relationship has been forged today. When Jiang Ning heard this, his face was serious. Disciple understands. Wang Jin smiled and said, there is no need to be so serious, this is just a possibility after all. Then he waved his hand at Jiang Ning, okay, you can leave. Go and do your own thing. Yes, master. Jiang Ning bowed and prepared to leave the backyard. By the way, Wang Jin spoke again, you can go home today. With Shin Songyun's request, your eldest brother and his family should be released. Jiang Ning nodded and left Wang Jin's backyard. He was full of expectations. Although Wang Jin did not say how he would help him. But he could guess some. And, no matter what kind of help Wang Jin gave, it would make his strength improve faster. The source energy points should also increase at a faster rate. For this, Jiang Ning was even more looking forward to it. Because the experience value of chopping wood knife skills was full, as long as the source energy points were sufficient, he could break the limit for the second time and obtain new special effects. In the courtyard, Jiang Ning stood under the tree and pondered secretly. The sudden change today was beyond his expectations. Whether it was Chao Bin's sudden arrest, Chao Rong's move, or Shin Songyun's arrival, all exceeded his expectations. After a while, after reviewing everything that had just happened, Jiang Ning shook his head secretly. The root cause is that I am too weak. I have no power and no influence. Fortunately, I have been valued by Shin Songyun, a great man. But what Wang Jin said just now is also right. Relying on others is not a long-term solution after all, and you have to be strong yourself. And what Wang Jin said is not unreasonable. Shin Songyun's end is that he broke the rules of Wanhua Building. If he is punished by the Wanhua Building headquarters, without his power, the Chao family may not be as honest as today. Then, he clenched his fist again, and under the circulation of blood and qi, he felt his own state. If I want to control my future and not be in this situation again, I must strengthen my own strength as soon as possible. I hope Wang Jin will be able to help me tomorrow. Immediately, he thought of Shin Songyun's words when he left. If he wants him to remember the subsequent practice of Night and Yanshengong thoroughly, he must go to Wanhua Tower as soon as possible. I hope Shin Songyun can also give me some help. He whispered in his heart. In a blink of an eye. It was night. Jiang Ning took the thin golden papers that recorded the subsequent practice of Night and Yanshengong to Wanhua Tower and handed them to Shin Songyun. After a long time. Coming out of Wanhua Tower, Jiang Ning walked directly towards the outer city. Outer city. Jiang Ning walked on a familiar road. After passing a corner, he saw the house where he had lived for more than 10 years, and also saw Jiangli, who was looking forward to it at the gate of the small courtyard surrounded by a fence. The moment he saw Jiangli also saw Jiang Ning. Immediately, a smile appeared on Jiangli's face. Brother! Jiang Ning spoke after approaching. Jiangli walked over quickly and patted Jiang Ning's shoulder heavily with his left hand. Good boy, you are much stronger now. Practicing martial arts is really good. Jiang Ning grinned, brother, are you okay? Hey! Jiangli shook his head, nothing happened. Your sister-in-law and I were just arrested and taken to the county government office, and we were immediately released. What about Xiao Doubao and Yiming? Jiang Ning asked. Jiangli smiled and said, don't worry. They are all fine. This matter is thanks to my brother, who asked such a big shot to intercede. Brother, you know everything? Jiang Ning said. Basically, you know everything. Jiangli nodded. Once the big shot, Master Shin, spoke up, this matter is over. It should be over. Jiang Ning then said, I'll go see Xiao Doubao and Yiming. The two walked into the courtyard. Sister-in-law. Jiang Ning spoke to Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan looked at Jiang Ning with complicated eyes, and then bowed. Jiang Ning, thank you. Sister-in-law, this is not allowed. Jiang Ning said quickly. Lu Wanwan shook her head, I am your sister-in-law, and I am also the mother of Xiao Doubao and Minger. If it weren't for you today, whether it was Xiao Doubao and Minger, or me and Brotherly, we would all end up with hatred, or even suffer humiliation. Thank you. While thanking, Lu Wanwan bowed again. Sister-in-law, we are a family, so there is no need to do this. Lu Wanwan also smiled softly, why don't we eat first? The food is already heated up. Sister-in-law, I'll go see Xiao Doubao and Yiming first. Jiang Ning said. Okay. Lu Wanwan nodded. Then, Jiang Ning walked into the room. Uncle.
Jiang Yiming saw Jiang Ning appear, and hurriedly put down the book in his hand and got up from the chair. Jiang Ning walked over and looked down, and it was the book that must be memorized for the imperial examination. Then he rubbed Jiang Yiming's head, study hard and strive to pass the imperial examination in the future. Jiang Yiming nodded heavily, Uncle, don't worry, I will study hard. If I had an imperial examination today, I would not have almost fallen into prison. Today, my little sister, my parents and I can return safely, and I have to thank you, Uncle.
After that, Jiang Yiming bowed to Jiang Ning. You little guy.
Jiang Ning smiled and rubbed his head again.
Then he said, I'll go see Xiaodobao.
Jiang Yiming said, my little sister was frightened all day today and fell asleep just now.
Do you want me to wake her up?
Jiang Ning shook his head, no, I'll take a look. Then, after Jiang Ning entered the room, he also saw Xiaodobao sleeping soundly on the bed. At this time, Xiaodobao's mouth was still drooling. Looking at this scene, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile. The eldest brother and his family were all safe and sound. Afterwards, he was completely relieved.
Come out of the house. Drinking and eating with Zhongli in the courtyard. The moon is rising.
Brother, I should go back.
Jiang Ning said.
Okay. Zhongli nodded, be careful when you go back.
After walking out of the familiar courtyard, Jiang Ning looked back again, then turned and left.
He knew that the peace at this time was only because of Shin Songyun's intimidation. And just now in the evening, he met Shin Songyun in Wanhua building, and he learned something from Shin Songyun.
In the next 2 days, Shin Songyun may leave Luoshui County.
As for the reason, although Shin Songyun didn't say it clearly, he probably guessed some.
Because Shin Songyun broke the rules of Wanhua Tower. For such a large force, the rules and regulations must be strict. Although Shin Songyun is a big shot in Luoshui County, he is just an ordinary person in the Wanhua Tower spread across the 36 prefectures of Kyushu.
After learning that Shin Songyun might leave, Jiang Ning knew that if he wanted to be truly safe, he had to rely on himself. Relying on others is not a long-term solution after all. If Shin Songyun leaves, it will be difficult to come back in such a short time. At that time, his intimidation was lost. He didn't know whether the Chow family would change their mind.
He didn't even dare to gamble. Because he can't afford to gamble. The next day. Wake up from bed.
Name, Jiangning, Source Energy, 6.8 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Breaking the Limit of 732/2000 at one time, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Birds Fist, Xiaoqing 268/500, Hackle Technique, Break the Limit of 2000/2000 at one time, Characteristic, Bypass, Inner Alchemy Health Gong, Introductory 58/1000, Sanglong Sword Technique, Proficient 0/200. Because of the incident yesterday, he was delayed a lot. The source energy only increased a little, much less than the previous few days. The experience value of the boxing skills did not increase much, so there was a lot of delay.
Subsequently, walk out of the room.
After Jiang Ning washed up, he started practicing boxing. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +2, 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +2, 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +2, Skill, 5 Animal Fist, Xiaoqing 274/500. After practicing the boxing technique 3 times in succession, the experience value of Wokinkwan increased by 6 points, and the power of Qi and blood in the body increased by 9 strands. At this time, the sky in the east has been dyed red by the morning glow, and the sky has turned red for half the day. Seeing that the sun was about to rise, Jiang Ning felt a little excited. I met Shin Songyun last night, and he also benefited from Shin Songyun.
That is the follow-up arrangement of 5 bottles of zinc protecting pills and Shin Songyun.
According to Shin Songyun, if he has perfected his energy and blood, he can go to Lin Qingyi, the deputy poster, to find out about Shin Songyun's follow-up arrangements for him. The 5 bottles of zinc protecting pills were handed over to him that night. According to Shin Songyun, 5 bottles of zinc protecting pills, one swallowed every morning before swallowing the Rihua essence, can protect the internal organs and reduce the pain of being burned by the Rihua essence. At the same time, it can also increase the efficiency of breathing in the essence of the sun, and increase the efficiency of the progress of inner alchemy health-preserving skills. These 5 bottles of zinc protecting pills can last him about half a year. It is an extremely important auxiliary thing. Now, in addition, I have mastered the guidance method that I lacked in the inner alchemy health-preserving skills before. The 2 phases are superimposed, so Jiang Ning is full of expectations at this time. With the addition of these 2, how much will the efficiency of my liver pill health-preserving experience increase?
He has attached great importance to this skill since he learned about its grade yesterday. This technique is a unique skill that ranks above the superior martial arts. Regarding the secret skill, he had only heard a few words before. Each secret skill is extremely powerful and possesses the ability to reach the pinnacle. As for the inner elixir's health-preserving skills, if he could achieve a breakthrough, there would undoubtedly be a huge increase in his strength. Strength is the foundation for his survival. Now that he has this magical panel, as long as he works hard, any skill can reach perfection, and even reach some incredible level after breaking through the limit. Just like his wood chopping technique, this kind of crop handling technique not only brought him incredible special effects after breaking the limit, but also gave him extremely strong explosive power. Therefore, he is very much looking forward to the breakthrough of the inner alchemy health-preserving skill, which is known as a unique skill. Every breakthrough would produce a huge increase in his strength. Because of this, he is so looking forward to it at this moment. I look forward to seeing how efficiently I can breathe out the essence of the sun with the blessing of the Zank protecting pill and the assistance of the guidance method. Get your own experience and see how fast it can go. You know, the faster the experience points are gained, the shorter the time for his inner alchemy health-preserving skills to break through to the next level. After a while, the red sun rises slowly from the east. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged in the courtyard and swallowed a Zank protecting pill in advance. He immediately felt that as the pill entered his body, waves of coolness poured into his internal organs, making his body tremble. In this state, he quietly waited for the sun to rise completely. After learning the inner alchemy health-preserving skill, one can only breathe out the essence of the great sun after sunrise to further refine his internal organs and increase the experience value of this skill. Therefore, after the sun has completely risen, it is a good opportunity for him to absorb the essence of the sun. Subsequently, just for a minute or so, the sun has completely risen. Jiang Ning faced the east, stared at the sun that had just risen, and then performed the breathing method recorded in the inner elixir for health. Next moment, Jiang Ning felt a fiery snake-like heat pouring from his nose and into his internal organs. At the moment when Jiang Ning breathes out the essence of the great sun, on top of the tall buildings in the distance, the figure of a man has already appeared. This person is Shin Songyun, who helped Jiang Ning yesterday. He stood on the tall building and looked quietly towards the direction of Sanlong Martial Arts School. Watching the essence of Japan and China land in the small courtyard where Jiang Ning is, Shin Songyun nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this kid started to breathe out the Rihua essence. He had the guidance method and the Zank protecting pill I gave him. After half a year, I don't know that his inner pill's health-preserving function can no longer improve a little, reaching the next level. A level? Shin Songyun murmured. Then, he couldn't help but smile. I'm overthinking it. The inner elixir health-preserving skill has entered the next level, but it needs to be tempered to reach the level of mastering Rui. This allows you to control the functions of your internal organs and actively unleash your body's hidden abilities. How can you break through so easily? It took me 3.5 years to reach this level. Even if this kid is more talented than me in this area, has a stronger spirit than me, and has my help, it will still take a year at least. The other side. In Jiang Ning's sense, as the great sun essence entered his body, he immediately felt a coolness gushing out of his organs. Wrapped by this force, there was no longer the burning sensation in his organs. And with the guidance of his guidance, the extremely violent aura suddenly became much docile. After a while, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, seeing this reminder in front of him, Jiang Ning felt happy. With the guidance method and the assistance of the internal organs protection pill, the efficiency is indeed much faster. About 3 times as much as before. Then, taking advantage of the rising sun, he continued to use the art of breathing, gaining experience points from the inner elixir health-preserving skill bit by bit. Inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, but until the sun rises slowly. Jiang Ning glanced at the sun in the courtyard, and when it was almost midnight, he stopped breathing in the essence of the sun. This practice will increase the inner alchemy health-preserving skill experience value by 39 points in total, because after Qingshi, the great sun will be even more terrifying, and the enhancement of his internal organs with the progress of his current skills cannot yet allow him to withstand the tempering of the essence of Qingshi and the great sun after that. This can only be achieved unless his skills can be further improved and his inner elixir health-preserving skills can break through to a mastery level. Afterwards, Jiang Ning opened his panel and took a look. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, Introduction 97/1000. Seeing the change in experience value on the panel, Zhang Ning was even more happy. The efficiency has indeed increased by about 3 times. With today's efficiency, as long as the weather continues to be sunny every day, there will be a sunrise every day. In about a month, my inner elixir health preserving skills will be able to break through to the next level. Thinking of this, Zhang Ning was even more excited. The introduction of inner alchemy health preserving skills gave him long-lasting physical strength. After reaching mastery, as long as you sense your own mental power, you can control your internal organs to explode your body's potential in a short period of time. The potential of the body is an extremely miraculous power. Just like a person's reflection before death. Just like the amazing potential of a person between life and death, he can do things that he can't do normally and break all the usual limits. These are all potentials contained in the body. In Zhang Ning's view, the adrenaline mentioned in the previous life was a type of body's potential. If he can make a breakthrough in the inner elixir's health-preserving skills, he can freely control the explosion of his potential. This will undoubtedly greatly increase his strength and make him a powerful tool in battle. He was extremely looking forward to such a powerful effect. Master. In the backyard of the martial arts hall, Zhang Ning saluted the king respectfully. Call Wang Jin sat cross-legged on the futon, exhaled lightly, and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Zhang Ning, a smile appeared on his face. Did you, my boy, breathe out the Rihua essence just now? Yes. Zhang Ning nodded. How do you feel? Wang Jin asked. Zhang Ning said, I went to Wanhua building last night and took the Zhang protecting elixir given to me by Master Shen. I feel very effective today. I can clearly feel that the functions of my internal organs have become stronger. Not bad. Wang Jin smiled, and then there was a hint of envy in his eyes. You are good at luck. You have just started practicing martial arts, and you met such a noble person as Lord Shen. Now that you have begun to practice the method of internal refining so early, as a fellow practitioner inside and outside, your body's functional peak will be far higher than that of ordinary people in the future, and your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. Zhang Ning said, since the disciple has inherited the mantle of the master, he must be better than the master. Otherwise, it will lose the face of the master and let others say that the master is not good at teaching. Hearing Zhang Ning's words, Wang Jin couldn't help but smile. You kid. You are good at speaking. But I like this sentence, it is better to be better than someone who is better than someone who is inferior. You are right. As a teacher, everyone hopes to see the day when his apprentice surpasses him. Then, Wang Jin got up from the futon. Come with me. I know your kid's purpose of coming to me so early. Zhang Ning heard this and quickly followed. My heart is also full of expectations. Because Wang Jin said yesterday that he would prepare and let me come to him today. He would help me. And before that, Wang Jin had also made a promise to him. He promised that if Zhang Ning mastered the power, he would help him try to seize the opportunity to join the inspection office. After yesterday's incident, Zhang Ning was more determined. That is to join the inspection office. If he could join the inspection office and lean on such a big tree, then yesterday's incident would not have happened. In Zhang Ning's view, if he has no power and no power that people dare not offend, then he naturally cannot dominate his own destiny. Now that he is weak, he needs to lean on a big tree to shelter from the wind and rain. Give him enough time to grow up. As long as there is enough time, with his own panel, Zhang Ning is confident that he can be as invincible as the legendary martial saint in the world. At that time, naturally no one can threaten him. Enter Wang Jin's house. The two came to the wooden table. Open it and have a look. Wang Jin pointed at the 2 boxes on the wooden table and said, Master, what's inside? Zhang Ning looked puzzled, with some guesses in his heart. Wang Jin said, you will know after you open it. Hearing this, Zhang Ning no longer hesitated and directly prepared to open the 2 boxes in front of him. As the first box was opened, Zhang Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. There were piles of wild ginseng inside. Wang Jin said, this is the 10-year wild ginseng I bought at Zhou's pharmacy yesterday. Zhou's pharmacy is also the pharmacy of your senior brother Zhou Xing's family. For you now, 10-year wild ginseng is just right for you. Thank you, master. Zhang Ning saluted. Wang Jin smiled and continued, there is another box. Hearing this, Zhang Ning also had higher expectations. A box was full of wild ginseng tonics prepared by Wang Jin for himself. With the support from Wang Jin, he would not have to worry about tonics for a long time. In this way, he would be able to improve his strength as quickly as possible and already have the power to protect himself. Then when Jiang Ning opened the second box.
Jiang Ning looked at the bottles and jars in the box with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Jin said, "These are all qi and blood pills. Take one each morning and evening, and then practice boxing to absorb the medicinal effects, which can strengthen your qi and blood. 2 qi and blood pills, depending on the different bones, have different absorption effects, and provide different qi and blood. For you, 1 qi and blood pill can provide about 5 strands of qi and blood, and 2 should be able to increase your qi and blood by about 10 strands every day. This is not much, but it is not less. With this efficiency, in about a month, the qi and blood brought by the qi and blood pill can make your growth reach an extra arm." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. In about a month, the extra qi and blood brought can reach an extra arm. This means that if a rich kid can take qi and blood pills every day to condense qi and blood and strengthen his body, 1 month is enough to achieve a small success in qi and blood. 4 months, it can be a big success. In 1 year, the blood and qi will be perfect and flow through the whole body. Then, Jiang Ning shook his head secretly. Ordinary wealthy families cannot afford such consumption. According to my previous understanding, a bottle of blood and qi pills is about 5 taels of silver. 2 pills a day means 10 taels of silver a day, 300 taels of silver a month, and 3,000 taels of silver a year. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning smacked his lips. This consumption is really exaggerated. It can almost eat up Brother Chang Rant's family assets in 1 year. This is just the perfection of blood and qi, and it has not yet entered the martial arts. What about the future? It is indeed poor in literature and rich in martial arts. He sighed in his heart. Then Jiang Ning spoke. "Master, as far as I know, a blood and qi pill is not cheap." Wang Jin said, "You don't have to worry about this. Master has been childless for so many years, and he still has savings. This expenditure is nothing." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was a little moved, and then he spoke seriously. "Since Master has no children, I will take care of Master in his old age. I will not let Master down." Jiang Ning said seriously. "Good." Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning with satisfaction. "You are really thoughtful." Coming out of the backyard of the martial arts hall and returning to his residence, Jiang Ning excitedly took out a qi and blood pill the size of a pigeon egg. Such a pill is worth several taels of silver. Practicing martial arts is really about eating money. With a sigh, he then put the qi and blood pill into his mouth. As his throat moved slightly, the qi and blood pill, as big as a pigeon egg and shaped like a mixed yuan, fell into his stomach. After a while, Jiang Ning felt that his qi and blood began to boil and his body temperature gradually rose. Get up! He was in a very good mood and started practicing boxing directly to increase his qi and blood strength. Physical strength is the foundation of strength. The next day, Jiang Ning took a look at his panel after getting up. Source energy, 9.3 yesterday was 6.8, today is 9.3. 2.5 points increase a day, not bad, really good. Looking at the changes in the panel, Jiang Ning felt even better. A few days ago, even with the short-term sufficient supply of wild ginseng, his source energy points only increased by about 2 points a day. And yesterday, as he absorbed 2 extra blood and qi pills, it brought him more than 20 strands of blood and qi power increase. This extra increase in blood and qi power is equivalent to letting him practice boxing 7 or 8 more times a day. Even for his current superb efficiency in condensing blood and qi, it has also greatly improved, allowing him to accumulate blood and qi power by about an extra 20%. At the same time, it also brought him an additional increase in source energy points. The energy he took in yesterday increased by 2.5 source energy points in 1 day. Skills, reading and spelling, break the limit 1756/2000, special effect, photographic memory, 5 animals fist, minor success 356/500, chopping wood knife technique, break the limit once 2000/2000, feature, analogy, inner alchemy health preserving exercise, entry 97/1000, Sanglong knife technique, mastery 0/200, took another look at his own panel. His progress in 1 day was very obvious. 5 Animals Fist gained 82 experience points yesterday, and the experience points reached 356 points, which was only 100 points away from the requirement of 500 experience points. In 2 days, my 5 Animals Fist will be able to enter the realm of great success, Jiang Ning said secretly. Then he washed up and continued to practice boxing in the yard. In the process of practicing boxing, he could clearly feel that his qi and blood were constantly growing, and his strength was constantly increasing. Especially the 2 qi and blood pills yesterday, which gave him a big surprise. The 2 qi and blood pills brought him a total of 50 strands of qi and blood. The actual effect far exceeded what Wang Jin said, that the 2 qi and blood pills could increase the qi in blood by about 20 strands. The difference between the two is multiples. Jiang Ning also had some guesses about this. The enhancement of the function of the internal organs may also make the absorption of the drug effect better. In a blink of an eye, 2 days later. Chanshi. Jiang Ning stopped breathing and opened his own panel. Source energy, 19.3, skills, 5 animals fist, small success 496/500, inner Dan health preservation exercise, entry 188/1000, I still need to practice the boxing twice, and my 5 animals fist can break through the realm of great success. Soon. I will break through soon. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then, he got up to practice boxing. In the courtyard, every move was vigorous, and the moving figure even raised gusts of wind from time to time. Sometimes he was as agile and swift as a white ape, and sometimes he was as light and agile as a Suzuka. The fallen leaves on the ground were also swept up by his figure that came and went like the wind. 5 animals fist experience value +2, 5 animals fist experience value +2. When the prompt came out, Jiang Ning saw that the panel suddenly changed. Skill, 5 animals fist, great success 0/1000, the next moment. He felt a lot of insights in his mind, insights about the 5 animals fist. At the same time, all the scenes of his boxing practice these days flashed in his mind. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, and it seemed to have passed for a long time. When Jiang Ning opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Finally, it's great. He then moved his body and instantly turned into a residual shadow and rushed out. In the small courtyard of 40 square meters, his body was not restricted at all. He came and went in the courtyard like the wind, stirring up gusts of wind. His body seemed to have lost its inertia and kinetic energy, moving left and right, up and down, making it difficult to catch. After a moment, Jiang Ning's body suddenly stopped, turning from moving to still, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. The 5 animals fist, which has been perfected, not only has greatly improved its explosive power, but also greatly improved my body shape and speed. I can come and go like the wind, and switch between movement and stillness as I wish. This kind of body movement is enough for me to deal with ordinary 9th grade warriors. A hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. This kind of body movement, not to mention being able to deal with Chao Bin, a 9th grade martial artist who has studied martial arts for many years, at least has a certain amount of capital to protect himself in his hands. If he wanted to escape, plus his physical strength, he would have a certain chance of escaping. Immediately, he thought of Chao Rong a few days ago. Raising his arm and shooting, the arrow broke through the air and set off a sonic boom. The speed of the arrow shot out has exceeded the speed of sound propagation. Thinking of Chao Rong, the smug look in his heart disappeared without a trace. My strength is far from enough now, I have to enter the martial arts as soon as possible. According to what Wang Jin said yesterday, Shin Song-yun will return to the headquarters of Guangning Prefecture early tomorrow morning to be punished for breaking the rules of Wanhua Building. After knowing this, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If Shin Song-yun leaves Luoshui County, the deterrent power to the Chao family will be greatly reduced. So he dared not take it lightly. Then, he walked out of the small courtyard where he lived and came to the stone lock in the front yard of the martial arts hall. Standing in front of the 400 gene stone lock. Then his left hand grasped the cold iron on the stone lock. Get up! He shouted in his heart, and his muscles tightened and exerted force. The next moment, the 400 gene stone lock lifted off the ground and was completely suspended in the air. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile. The strength of my left arm is also 400 gene. Boom! As he put the stone lock back to the ground, a dull sound came from under the stone lock. My left arm is 400 gene. I wonder if my right arm can pull the 500 gene stone lock. With this thought in mind, he came to the 500 gene stone lock, grabbed it with his right hand, exerted all his strength, and his face instantly turned red. After a breath, he released all his strength, exhaled the turbid air in his stomach, and shook his head slightly. It's still a long way off. 500 kilograms of strength, it's really not that easy to achieve. But it's normal, after all, my blood and chi power hasn't even reached the state of great success and penetration of my limbs. Not to mention perfect blood and chi. I have 400 kilograms of strength, but it's because of my great success in bear-shaped fist and the power of swordsmanship after breakthroughs again and again. He clenched his fist, and his physical strength and blood and chi surged, instantly penetrating his arms. Continue to practice boxing. Now that I have the resources supported by Wang Jin, I have to seize the opportunity to achieve perfect blood and chi as soon as possible, and then step into the ranks of the 9th grade of martial arts as soon as possible. If you don't enter the ninth grade, you're still too far away, and you're not qualified to pass the inspection of the inspection office and join it.
Chao Mansion. Brother, do you have to leave now? Chao Bin followed behind Chao Rong.
Chao Rong carried a strong bow on his back and a quiver with 7 arrows hanging on his waist. His steps were steady, seemingly slow, but actually very fast. Because the distance he took in one step was much farther than that of an ordinary person. One step was more than 1 meter. Chao Rong said, "The superiors issued a sudden military order. I have to go back and report as soon as possible. The Black Wind Army has recently fled to Dongling County. I have to go back to participate in the elimination of the Black Wind Army."
The Black Wind Army actually came to Dongling County?
Chao Bin was surprised. "Well, so you will give orders later to let the caravan rest for a while, and then send more people to guard the iron mine in Teeling Mountain?"
Chao Rong said. "Yes, big brother." Chao Bin responded while quickly following Chao Rong's footsteps.
Chao Rong also came to the stable at this moment, and he patted his mount.
Sai the BMW was 2 meters tall, shiny, and extremely fat.
Anyone who knows horses knows that this is a real good horse. The horse rubbed against Chao Rong's head, and then Chao Rong climbed on the horse.
Seeing this, Chao Bin hurriedly said, "Brother, how to deal with Jiang Ning?"
"I heard that Shin Song-yun is about to leave for Guangning Prefecture headquarters to be punished. I don't know how long it will take for him to come back after he leaves.
Should I bring gifts to apologize to that kid?"
Chao Rong thought for a while, then said, "You decide it yourself." Chao Bin said, "I don't know how long it will take for Shin Song-yun to come back after he leaves. Why should my Chao family bow down and apologize to such a commoner when we have come to this day?"
"I don't want to go." Chao Rong nodded. "It's okay not to go.
Since Wanhua Building Headquarters wants to punish Shin Song-yun will not have a chance to return to Luoshui County for a while. In another year or so, I should be able to enter the ranks of the 6th rank of martial arts."
Hearing this news, Chao Bin's expression suddenly became overjoyed.
"Brother, are you about to break through?" Chao Rong said, "Soon. In half a year at the fastest, 1 or 2 years at the slowest, I will be able to enter the 6th rank.
At that time, my position will be promoted."
Hearing Chao Rong's words, Chao Bin looked very happy and his confidence increased.
"Since brother is like this, there is no need to apologize.
You decide for yourself." Chao Rong said. He was about to slap his horse and go out, and he seemed to think of something. Then he looked at Chao Bin. "No matter what you do, don't be too extreme, don't make a mortal enemy. That kid can be so valued by Wang Jin that he is willing to tear his face with us. There must be something special about him. At the same time, he can be so valued by Shin Song-yun that he is willing to intervene in this matter at the risk of being disapproved, which shows something more.
That kid has something extraordinary."
Chao Bin said, "Brother, don't worry.
I understand."
Chao Rong looked at him again, and then patted the horse's back. Go as he gave the order. The horse under his crotch also understood what he meant, and ran out of the yard with 4 hooves. Then the sound of horse hooves rang out on the streets of Luoshui County in the early morning, and it ran straight towards the city gate along the wide avenue of the inner city. Chao Bin watched Chao Rong's back as he left, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the Chao family, Chao Rong is not the head of the family. But his words are more useful than the head of the family. The most critical point of the Chao family's current status is precisely because of Chao Rong's strength and status. He brought the Chao family to a new level. So Chao Bin always has a natural fear of Chao Rong. Then, Chao Bin's eyes showed a look of joy. Brother is about to take another step forward, and Shin Song-yun is about to leave. What should I worry about? Chao Bin's heart was a little restless. Thinking of Chao Rong's words when he left, he immediately shook his head. No. Big brother is right, it's better not to offend that kid. Since Shin Song-yun and old man Wang Jin value him so much, this kid must have a high talent for martial arts. He then suppressed the thought that was about to arise in his mind. Outer City. Noon. Brother, why are you back today? Seeing Jiang Ning's figure appearing at the gate of the yard, Jiang Li was surprised. I was a little worried, so I came back to take a look. Jiang Ning said. What's there to worry about? Jiang Li grinned and said, these days are fine. Yesterday, Su Yunfeng came here and said that there was new progress in the case. That matter has nothing to do with me at all. Hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. The nature of the matter means that the matter is over. Thinking of this, he was secretly grateful to Shin Song-yun. If it weren't for Shin Song-yun's fate, how could the Chao family be like this? At this time. Do. A babyish voice came from the door of the main house. Little Bean Bun.
Jiang Ning's face suddenly showed a smile.
Hearing Jiang Ning's call, the little bean bun immediately opened his hands and ran towards Jiang Ning happily. Dudu, hug me. Jiang Ning squatted down and picked up the little bean bun who rushed over.
Dudu, Doubao missed you so much. Doubao was very happy and rubbed Jiang Ning's chin with his pink face. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. I miss Sayadubo too, so I came back.
Great. Jiang Li looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face.
Brother, do you want to eat at home or go back to the martial arts hall?
Jiang Ning said, let's eat at home. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. I'll ask your sister-in-law to prepare a snack for you and kill the old hen.
Don't.
Jiang Ning stopped him quickly. Just eat whatever you want. I'm tired of eating meat and fish every day in the martial arts hall recently.
Besides, Xiao Doubao and Yiming are both growing up. If we kill the old hen, they won't have eggs to eat.
Jiang Li said, you don't have to worry about this. According to a colleague I met yesterday, my casualty pension will be issued soon, and I will have money then. Xiao Duzi put her face on Jiang Ning's shoulder and said, Dudu, Doubao wants to eat chicken legs.
You.
Jiang Ning scratched her nose.
Jiang Li also turned and walked towards the kitchen. An hour later. Brother, the chicken soup is here.
Jiang Li walked towards Jiang Ning at a very fast pace, holding the chicken soup.
I'll do it.
Jiang Ning stood up quickly, and walked to Jiang Ning in 2 steps to take the bowl of chicken soup. Then he said, Brother, if your hands are inconvenient, don't do this kind of work. Go sit down first, I'll help my sister-in-law serve the dishes.
Jiang Li grinned, it's just a bowl of chicken soup, what's the inconvenience?
As he spoke, he still sat down on the stool obediently. At this time, Jiang Ning also put the bowl of chicken soup on the dining table. Then he blew on the 5 fingers of his hands that were burned red, and then rubbed the 5 fingers on his body. The 10 fingers that were burned were relieved a lot immediately.
Dudu, I'll blow for you too. Zayadubo looked at this scene, sat on the stool and swung his legs back and forth and said.
Jiang Li also smiled, you are not good at boxing. You don't even have thick calluses on your hands.
Jiang Ning also smiled, brother, I will continue to serve the dishes.
You ask Xiao Doubao to be careful and don't fall down.
Don't worry, Dudu. Doubao is not that stupid.
Xiao Doubao sniffed and hummed.
After a while. It's time to eat. Lu Wanwan put down the last bowl of food, and then said, would you like some wine?
Hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes lit up.
Madam, is there any wine at home?
Lu Wanwan said, look, Aining is back. I just went to Sister Ji's house next door to get a pound of wine.
Jiang Li heard this and looked at Jiang Ning. Brother, do you want some wine?
Okay.
Jiang Ning said.
Jiang Li looked very happy and looked at Lu Wanwan. Please serve the wine, madam.
Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes at Jiang Li and turned to walk out the door. At this time,
Jiang Li said with a happy face, my brother is really my lucky star. I haven't had wine for a long time, and I've been craving it these days. Today, thanks to my brother, I can finally satisfy my craving.
Daddy, drink less later. Xiao Doubao said in a baby voice.
Okay.
Listen to Xiao Doubao.
Jiang Li said with a smile.
Seeing this, Xiao Doubao shook his short legs happily. Jiang Ning sat aside, is it because big brother has no money to buy wine?
Jiang Li scratched his head and said with an embarrassed face, there is this reason, mainly because your sister-in-law is strict and doesn't give me copper coins to buy wine. Hearing this, Jiang Ning understood. Before, his elder brother lent him 100 taels of silver to join Sanglong martial arts school, and later he got 20 taels of silver from someone else and gave it to him. Now he has no salary, and was targeted by Chaobin before, and the pension has not been paid, so the family is naturally tight. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning sighed secretly in his heart. For the sake of his elder brother, he must find a way to make some money as soon as possible. Just then, brotherly, there were several calls from outside the house.
It's Yang Zong.
Jiang Li was slightly stunned, then stood up. Brother, you sit here first, I'll go out and take a look.
I'll go with my elder brother.
Jiang Ning said, and he also stood up. The two walked out of the house and immediately saw 2 people standing at the door of the yard. One of them had a young face and looked young, less than 20 years old, wearing a constable's uniform, with a long sword hanging around his waist. The other man was quite old, with some wrinkles on his face, about 40 years old, wearing a police uniform, and also hanging a long knife on his waist.
Captain Feng.
Seeing the faces of the 2 people clearly, Jiang Li strode over.
No need to be so reserved, said the leader Feng.
Jiang Ning was looking at the 2 people at this time, and then he found that Captain Feng's eyes moved away from Jiang Li and fell on him. The moment he saw Jiang Ning,
Feng's eyes flashed. Zhongli, this must be your brother. Zhongli patted his head. My brother, I forgot to introduce him to Feng. Then he raised his hand to Zhang Ning. Feng is right, this is my brother Zhang Ning. Then he raised his hand to Feng, and said to Zhang Ning, brother, this is Feng, my boss. Zhang Ning bowed, meet Lord Feng. Hearing this, Feng waved his hands repeatedly, no. No. I am just making a living in the government office, how can I be worthy of the word sir in your mouth? My brother can be valued by Lord Shin, and he will rise to the top in the future. The small Luoshui County can't hold my brother, a potential dragon. I really don't dare to be called sir, it makes me ashamed. As Feng said this, Zhang Li looked at Feng in astonishment, and then looked at Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning, dot. Then, Zhang Li saw that several people suddenly stopped talking, and hurriedly spoke. Captain Feng, it's time for lunch now, why don't you come over and eat together? Captain Feng smiled when he heard this. I didn't expect Brother Li's family to eat so late. If I had known, I would have come later, so I wouldn't have disturbed Brother Li and Brother Zhang Ning's lunch. Zhang Li shook his head repeatedly. Don't disturb me, don't disturb me. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks, how can it be considered a disturbance? Then Zhang Li said a little uncomfortably, Captain Feng, just call me Zhang Li like before. Captain Feng laughed, you have worked for me for many years, and it's a bit too strange to keep calling you by your name. It's better to call him Brother Li, it shows that we have a better relationship. In this way, if other people dare to disrespect Brother Li because of Brother Li's injury, then I can also vent your anger. Zhang Li said, thank you for your concern, Feng. Captain Feng smiled, this is what I should do. Then he said, as for eating, there is no need, I had eaten before I came. I came to you today because I have something to do. It's a great fate to see Brother Zhang Ning now. When saying this, Captain Feng's eyes fell on Zhang Ning again, with kindness on his face. Zhang Li looked at Zhang Ning and Captain Feng again, and then said, since Feng has eaten lunch, let's have a drink. It just so happens that my wife has some wine today, so we can talk while eating. Okay. Captain Feng replied. Then, the four of them entered the main house. After sitting down, Lu Wanwan put the wine on the table and picked up Xiaodubo. You guys eat, I'll take Xiaodobao to the house first. Then she said, Minger, pick up some food and eat at the table. At this time, Xiaodobao looked at the chicken leg in the bowl and pouted, tears flashing in his eyes. Zhang Ning said, sister-in-law, you don't have to do this, let's sit down and eat together. Hearing this, Zhang Li immediately looked at Captain Feng. He had worked under Captain Feng for many years and knew that Captain Feng had a habit of never liking to sit at the same table with women, and was extremely patriarchal. The last time Captain Feng came to eat at home, Lu Wanwan also chose to leave the table when she knew about this. Today, as Zhang Ning spoke, Captain Feng's eyes flashed with displeasure. Then he immediately smiled, Brother Zhang Ning is right, let's eat together. This girl is almost crying for food. And my sister-in-law, sit down and eat together. There are so many rules for eating at home, just do whatever you feel comfortable with. Hearing this, Zhang Li was surprised. He originally thought that Captain Feng would show displeasure, but he did not expect that his expression would change in an instant, and then he agreed with what his brother said. This brother is so proud. Zhang Li whispered in his heart. He now understood that Captain Feng was like this because of his brother. Otherwise, how could Captain Feng talk to him so kindly with a half-disabled person like him, and even called him brother in a kind way today? You know, he worked under Captain Feng for many years, even if he made meritorious service. Captain Feng has never been so kind as today. Not to mention calling him brother. Moreover, after he was injured, Captain Feng ignored him these days, as if the incident did not exist. The pension that should have been issued was also delayed. 2 days ago, his family was arrested, and Captain Feng did not show up. When they met again today, it was completely different. My brother has grown up and can protect the family from wind and rain. I can finally rest assured. Zhang Li felt relieved. At this time, Lu Wanwan looked at Zhang Li. Zhang Li smiled and comforted Lu Wanwan. Madam, please sit down and eat together. Yes. Lu Wanwan nodded. Then she put the little bean bun she had picked up on the stool and sat down beside it. Then, Zhang Ning put the big chicken leg in the bowl into the little bean bun's bowl. Thank you, Dudu. The little bean bun laughed immediately, showing his white teeth. Then, she also picked up a chicken leg with all her strength, and her shaking hand showed that she had used all her strength. Dudu, eat one too. Okay. Zhang Ning stretched out his bowl, caught the chicken leg picked up by Xiaodubo, and then rubbed her head with a smile. Looking at this scene on the table,
Lu Wanwan and Jian Li both smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Captain Feng also smiled happily. On the dinner table, Yang Zong, who followed Captain Feng, poured drinks for several people. Afterwards, Captain Feng said, "Brotherly, the main reason why I came here today is about the pension." Pension? Upon hearing these three words, Jiang Li's eyes narrowed. At this time, Feng Captu groped around on his body, and then pulled out a banknote from his arms. He continued to face Jiang Li and said, "Brotherly, this is the pension from the superior. You were injured on the job and deserve this 100 taels of pension. I can only hand it over to you today, I'm sorry." Jiang Li quickly took the banknote from Captain Feng's hand and looked happy. Feng too was serious about his words. "I am very satisfied to receive this 100 taels of pension." Afterwards, Jiang Li raised the wineglass in his hand. "To Feng, I'd like to toast you. Thank you so much, Feng too, for today, this pension has solved my urgent need." Feng Bato also picked up the wineglass and touched it slightly, then took a sip, and his brows suddenly wrinkled slightly. At this time, Jiang Li drank all the wine in one gulp, his throat rolled, and the wine entered his stomach. There was a slight tisk in his mouth, and then he breathed a long sigh of relief. Cool. Next moment, he saw that the wine in Feng Tao's glass was almost undiminished. "To Feng, but this wine is not to your liking." "It's okay," Feng Bato said perfunctorily. Then he picked up the wine bottle and filled it up for himself. He then picked up the wineglass and said to Jiang Ning, "Brother Jiang Ning, I'm sorry for not taking good care of your elder brother and causing him to be injured on the job. This glass of wine is my apology wine. I did it, you can do whatever you want." The words fell. He raised his head and took a sip of the drink, his throat swelling slowly, and the wine in his mouth then entered his belly. After 2 breaths, tisk, his face was a little ugly, and he made a sound from his mouth. At this time, Jiang Ning also took a sip. Then he shook his head secretly. "This wine is really not good." No wonder Captain Feng had such an ugly look on his face. It would be difficult for such a high-ranking headhunter to drink this kind of wine. It seems that Shin Songyun's influence is greater than I previously thought. If it weren't for Shin Songyun, he would be the head catcher and the 9th grade military attaché of Great Xia. How could you treat me like this today? At this moment, Jiang Ning's heart felt like a bright mirror. He knew that all this was Shin Songyun's influence. The other side. Jiang Li said, Feng Bato made a serious statement. His subordinates were not good at studying, so they were injured. At this moment, Jiang Ning put down his wineglass and spoke slowly. This matter has nothing to do with Captain Feng. There are other reasons for my eldest brother's injury. Feng Captu felt relieved. Brother Jiang Ning is indeed a talent that can be valued by Lord Shin. He is transparent. Now that he has the support of Lord Shin, he will be like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss and soaring into the sky in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Li grinned. In his eyes, it was happier for others to praise Jiang Ning than to praise him. An elder brother is like a father, and one of his biggest wishes as an elder brother is to watch his biological brother grow up. Although this wish has not been completely realized now, it is almost certain. After all, Jiang Ning has the respect of a big shot like Lu Zhuxin. This is the first time in the entire Luoshui County in recent years. He also understood that the reason Feng Bato gave him such face today was only because of his brother Jiang Ning. After 30 years of drinking, Feng Bato took Yang Zong away. Jiang and Ning came to the door to see each other off. Jiang Li grinned after watching Feng Bato and Yang Zong leave. Brother, I owe you a favor today. This is why we have such good things. Jiang Ning said, I'm just taking advantage of Shin Songyun and Master Shin. Jiang Li grinned, you can't say that. If I can be valued by a big shot like Lord Shin, it's because of your own efforts. Luoshui County is so big and has so many young talents. Why aren't they valued by this big shot? Jiang Ning smiled, this is just luck. How can there be so much luck? Jiang Li said. Then, he carefully took out the banknote Feng Bato had just given him from his arms. The pension has finally arrived. Jiang Ning said, what are you going to do with this pension? Jiang Li thought for a moment. Feng Tu just said that there is no rush to pay back the money for the time being. I am going to buy some new clothes for your sister-in-law later. She has been suffering a lot these days. Then give me 50 taels of silver. My brother is practicing martial arts. If you don't have enough money to buy tonics and meat, you can't do it. It will break down your body. Jiang Ning immediately shook his head. Brother, you don't have to think about me. Now I can be valued by Mr. Shin. What kind of person is Mr. Shin? Do you think I still lack this little money? Yes.
Jiangli was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a smile, "The eldest brother underestimated my brother. As the owner of Shin Songyun's Wanhua building, my brother must not be short of this little money." The other side. Feng Bato and Yang Zong disappeared behind the corner. Ba ba ba. Feng Bato vomited bitterness. Tu Feng, what's wrong? Yang Zong on the side quickly helped him.
This wine is too bad to drink, too inferior.
Feng Captu complained. Then why did Feng Captu drink so much? Yang Zong asked.
After Feng Bato spit out the bitter water in his mouth, he straightened up.
No way. Jiang Ning is here too. This man is valued by Shin Songyun.
As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be a big shot in the future.
A big shot far above me.
So when I met him today, I had to give him some face no matter what.
Hearing this, Yang Zong smacked his lips slightly. Captain Feng, is this necessary? Captain Feng said, why not? What kind of person is Shin Songyun? The person he likes must be extraordinary.
You know, he has been in Luoshui County for several years. During these years, countless geniuses in Luoshui County have not caught his eye.
And Jiang Ning is the first one.
Being valued by Shin Songyun and willing to break the rules of Wanhua Tower to help him, you can imagine how much Shin Songyun values him. Now that this boy has received the help of Shin Songyun, it is no exaggeration to say that in the future this boy can at least reach the 8th level of martial arts, or even the 7th level, or even a higher level.
Hearing this, Yang Zong opened his mouth slightly. Is this so exaggerated? Not at all.
Captain Feng continued, I ignored Jiangli before, so I have to show more and apologize today to avoid being hated by such a genius.
After lunch,
Jiang Ning chose not to return to the martial arts hall and continued to practice boxing in the courtyard surrounded by the fence. The reason he did so was that he was going to see Shin Songyun off at the city gate in the evening. As far as he knew, Shin Songyun would leave Luoshui County from the East Gate tonight and head to Guangning Prefecture.
And the East Gate was in the direction he was in now. So he came back to visit his relatives. In the blink of an eye, it was night. The cold moonlight fell.
Jiang Ning stood alone at the city gate, waiting quietly. As a person appeared in Jiang Ning's sight, his eyes condensed slightly.
After a moment, meet the master,
Jiang Ning said respectfully.
Wang Jin smiled, good boy, you came here without making any noise.
Jiang Ning said, Master Shin helped me so much.
Since I know that he is leaving, how can I not come to see him off? This is all I can do now.
It's rare that you have such a thoughtful attitude.
Wang Jin looked at Jiang Ning with a soft look. At this moment,
the two of them suddenly saw a carriage at the end of the street, a luxurious carriage. The carriage was moving forward on the road, neither fast nor slow.
It's the carriage of Wanhua Tower. Wang Jin's eyes condensed, and continued, Master Shin should be inside.
On the other side,
in the restaurant next to the street, Chaobin stood by the window, quietly looking at the street.
In just a few days, his injuries were no longer visible.
The news is indeed correct. Shin Songyun has to leave Luoshui County tonight. At the same time,
in the buildings on both sides of the street, pairs of eyes were secretly looking at the carriage.
A big shot like Shin Songyun can affect the entire Luoshui County with his every move.
Especially a few days ago, he took the initiative to stop the conflict between the Chao family and Wang Jin, which attracted the attention of the entire county.
A moment later,
the carriage arrived at the city gate. The curtain was swept open, and Jiang Ning immediately saw a beautiful and noble face inside.
Meeting Master Lin,
Jiang Ning said respectfully.
Lin Qingyi looked at Jiang Ning and nodded slightly.
Wang Jin also greeted him. It turned out to be Master Lin. I thought it was Brother Shin who came. Lin Qingyi said, you are right, Shin Songyun is here. As the voice fell, the front curtain of the carriage was swept open.
Then Shin Songyun's figure appeared in front of the two. Why are you two here? Shin Songyun spoke from the carriage, slightly surprised. Lin Qingyi also jumped out of the carriage.
Jiang Ning clasped his fists and said, Senior Shin has been very kind to me, and because of me, I broke the rules of Wanhua Tower. I have to go to the headquarters of Wanhua Tower in Guangning Prefecture to be punished.
I am unable to do anything for Senior Shin. Now I can only come here to see him off and express my gratitude.
Lin Qingyi glanced at Jiang Ning and smiled gently, you are not bad. Shin Songyun also smiled, it's good that you have this heart.
Grow up early and let them know my vision. This is the greatest help to me. Jiang Ning nodded heavily, Junior understands. Junior will not disappoint Senior's expectations.
Okay. Shin Songyun nodded with relief, as for this trip, you don't have to worry, don't feel guilty. I won't be punished if I go to the prefecture.
It's just a short time. I can't come back to Luoshui County in a short time.
Without my deterrence, you have to be more careful in the Chow family.
Pay more attention.
When Wang Jin heard this, he said proudly, Brother Shin, don't worry.
With me here, the Chow family dare not do anything too much. Shin Songyun nodded, that's right.
Chow Rong had left Luoshui County before me and went to Dongling City to return to the camp. Now that the Chow family has lost the strong man Chow Rong, Brother Wang is qualified to say this. But Brother Wang has to be more careful about Chow Rong. This person has already become famous. According to my understanding, if there is no accident, he will be able to enter the ranks of the 6th rank in a short time. Once he enters the 6th rank, he will be no less than the county master in Luoshui County.
Chow Rong can enter the 6th rank?
Wang Jin opened his eyes wide and looked surprised.
Shin Songyun nodded, yes.
It should be within 1 or 2 years. Once he enters the 6th rank, it won't take long before he no longer takes me seriously.
No wonder he was so arrogant in front of me. He really has the capital to be arrogant.
Wang Jin nodded and said, if he becomes a 6th rank expert, he will be the first person in Luoshui County in the past 10 years.
Shin Songyun then looked at Jiang Ning. Even if your master is here, you can't take it lightly. No one can stay with you for a lifetime. In the end, you can only rely on yourself.
You must understand that strength is the foundation of everything. Jiang Ning nodded, don't worry, senior.
I understand.
Shin Songyun nodded again, and then said, after your blood and qi are complete, go find Lin Qingyi.
I left a gift for you. If possible, you'd better join the inspection house.
If not this year, you can also find a way to join next year.
Joining the inspection house is one of your best ways out and the best place for you to practice.
Compared with the resources of the inspection house, the sects in Guangning Prefecture are not as good. And at the beginning of the establishment of the prefecture, there will inevitably be many opportunities. If you can seize those opportunities, it will be very important for your future. Afterwards, Shin Songyun finished his instructions and turned to get on the carriage.
I hope to hear good news from you in the future.
Shin Songyun stood on the carriage, turned his head and said to Jiang Ning, and then entered the carriage. Ji the driver whipped his long whip at Shin Songyun's request.
The next moment,
the carriage started moving, raising some dust on the road, and pulled Shin Songyun straight out of the city. At the gate of Luoshui County.
In the night,
the carriage Shin Songyun was riding in gradually disappeared from the sight of several people. Lin Qingyi then withdrew her gaze and glanced at Jiang Ning lightly.
Shin Songyun entrusted you to me. If anything happens to you in the future, you can come to Wanhua Building to find me.
But let me tell you in advance, I will not help you like Shin Songyun. I will only help you within a reasonable range, and you have to rely on yourself for more.
Junior understands.
Jiang Ning said, thank you, senior.
Don't call me senior, it's too unpleasant.
Lin Qingyi said.
Thank you, Sister Lin. Jiang Ning smiled. You can climb up the pole.
Lin Qingyi said lightly, then she turned and left. After turning around, a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. The person who can be valued by Shin Songyun is called sister, which makes her feel happier.
This was completely different from the feeling other people gave her.
Being valued by Shin Songyun is considered a person qualified to communicate with her in her eyes. Especially Jiang Ning's appearance is in line with her aesthetics, making her look very pleasing to the eye and very comfortable. Plus Jiang Ning's age, 18 years old.
It's not just men who always love 18-year-old girls. So do women. At this time,
looking at Lin Qingyi's leaving figure, Jiang Ning's heart moved slightly.
Don't refuse. That is the default. It's a good thing to call her sister. At least we can take advantage of it. At this time, a restaurant next to the street.
Chaobin slowly turned his gaze away from the city gate.
It is indeed Shin Songyun in the carriage. He is really gone. Now that he's gone, I feel a lot more relieved.
Cultivation both internally and externally, the 7th level of martial arts has already condensed the inner breath, it is really terrifying. But if eldest brother can reach the 6th level, he won't be afraid of him for a long time. At the same time, even at night, there were waves of movement coming from the buildings on both sides of the street. One after another figures quickly ran in all directions in the night, passing on the news. After returning to the martial arts gym,
Jiang Ning started practicing boxing again.
Shin Songyun's departure made him no longer feel at ease. Although the Chow family bowed before Shin Song-yoon before, no one knows what the Chow family thinks now. After all, the previous conflict was so huge.
The Chow family is not a kind family either. Fortunately, Chow Rong is gone too.
Jiang Ning thought to himself. 5 Animal Fist experience value plus 1, skill, Wokinquan, Deshang 27/1000. After practicing the boxing method once, the experience of Wokinquan has increased a little again. 1 punch, a little experience, and 4 strands of qi and blood. Jiang Ning clenched his fists, and the energy and blood in his body surged to his limbs. He instantly felt a powerful force filling his body. Although my previous estimate was somewhat wrong, the total amount of qi and blood required to penetrate the lower limbs is much greater than that of the upper limbs. But with my current efficiency, my boxing skills will be perfect within a month. By then, I will be able to condense a total of 4,000 strands of qi and blood. Coupled with the additional effects brought by the qi and blood pill, it should be enough to completely perfect my qi and blood.
He then continued to practice boxing.
Every increase in qi and blood, every increase in strength, gradually made him feel more confident. Before falling asleep, he took another look at his panel. Source energy, 19.3, skill, hackle technique, breaking the limit of 2000/2000 at one time, characteristic, bypass, it will be 20 points tomorrow. I don't know if 20 points will be enough to break the limit for the second sword skill. With this thought in mind, he slowly entered a state of deep sleep, allowing his body to recover overnight.
Early the next morning. It was just dawn. Jiang Ning had already opened his eyes and got up.
Crackling as he rolled out of bed, stretched his waist, and moved his muscles, a crisp sound suddenly came from all over his body. Shutan, he sighed, and then immediately looked at his panel.
Source energy, 21.9 skill, hackle technique plus, breaking the limit of 2000/2000 at one time, characteristic, bypass,
The moment he saw the panel, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly froze.
It's really possible, can you break the limit for the second time with 20 points?
Then a look of extreme surprise appeared on his face.
When he first opened the panel, he actually had no hope. 20 points of source energy is extremely simple for him now. It only takes 8 or 9 days.
Therefore, he feels that the second time the limit of skills is broken, the requirements will be a little more.
It may not necessarily be 10 times the first limit, but the decimal system is a very reasonable system.
But at this moment, when he saw the bright plus sign behind the wood-cleaving technique on the panel, he knew that he had guessed wrong. The second limit breaking of the hatchet method, the source energy point requirement is not as high as imagined.
Only 20 points.
With the consumption of 20 points of source energy, his hatchet technique can break the limit for the second time. Thinking of this, he was suddenly filled with anticipation. New special effects, especially the special effects of sword skills, will definitely bring him new changes and new improvements. The strength will inevitably grow again.
Subsequently,
his eyes fell on the plus sign behind the wood-cleaving technique on the panel, and his thoughts moved slightly. The number of source energy points on the panel suddenly decreased rapidly. As the energy points decreased, he suddenly felt that his brain entered a state that was not like that of an ordinary person. In his mind, he chopped with a knife, no matter whether it was spring, autumn or hot summer, he was chopping with a knife. With this knife alone, he didn't know how many times he chopped. Each time he chopped, he had a new understanding of the knife method of chopping wood. The speed of the knife was getting faster and faster, like a flash of white rainbow in the sky. In this state, time seemed to have ceased to exist.
At the same time,
Jiang Ning also felt his arms numb and itchy, as if there were millions of ants crawling inside his arms, and as if there was an electric current flowing in them. I don't know how long it took.
He opened his eyes. In an instant,
there seemed to be a flash of knife in his eyes.
Source energy, 1.9, skills, chopping wood knife technique,
second break limit 1967/3000, features, learn by analogy, knife as fast as wind, as if assisted by God, the knife is extremely fast, far beyond ordinary people.
Knife as fast as wind? Jiang Ning murmured.
Then he grabbed the long knife placed beside the bed, moved his body, and walked to the yard in 3 or 2 steps. Swish, he drew the knife out, and the cold light flashed, and the long knife was already unsheathed.
The next moment,
the yard suddenly flashed with knife light, and the overlapping knife shadows were everywhere within 3 feet of Jiang Ning. The airwaves surged around, and the fallen leaves and branches on the ground surged around. The knife danced faster and faster in his hand, and the flashing knife light seemed to turn into a knife curtain, a knife that could not get a drop of water.
After a long time,
Swish! Jiang Ning sheathed his sword, and the sword light that flashed around him disappeared at the same time.
Sanlong's sword skill experience points +1, Jiang Ning's face suddenly showed excitement.
This sword is so fast. It's nearly 50% faster than before. At this moment, he was extremely excited. The sword speed is 50% faster, what a concept. If the two people are of the same strength. If the sword is 10% faster, the chance of winning is 90%. If the sword is 50% faster, in actual combat, it is a world of difference, completely on a different level, like the difference between an adult and a child. When the two are fighting, the opponent's sword just passes the middle of the field, and his sword can reach any vital point on the opponent's body.
The 1/3 distance difference is the difference between life and death.
With the same strength, his sword speed can easily achieve the goal of being the first to strike after the opponent. Unless he underestimates the enemy, the chance of winning is 100%.
I don't know how strong I am now.
Jiang Ning couldn't help muttering to himself, if I use the chopping knife technique, the 50% increase in knife speed, plus the explosive power and speed of the chopping knife technique breaking the limit twice, it should be enough to kill Su Yunfeng without using the ninefold strength, right? After all, my strength has been strengthened again, and the gap with him is not that big. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning came to the front yard of the martial arts hall under the cover of the morning light. He stood in front of the 500 gene stone lock. He grabbed the 100 forged iron in the middle of the stone lock with his right hand, and then exerted force with his right arm. Clear muscle texture suddenly appeared on the exposed right arm. These bulging muscles, like a coiled dragon, are full of power.
The next moment,
the stone lock slowly hung in the air, and Jiang Ning's lower limbs also sank slightly to stabilize his body. It works! He showed great excitement in his eyes, and then he persisted for nearly 10 breaths before he slowly put the stone lock down. Boom! After the stone lock landed, even though he slowly put it down, it still made a dull sound, and the soil on the ground was lifted to both sides. Jiang Ning slowly exhaled the turbid air that had just accumulated in his stomach, looking excited.
The strength of my right arm has exceeded 500 kilograms.
This kind of strength can already be compared with the existence of perfect blood and qi. Even the strength of ordinary martial arts 9th grade is only between 700 kilograms and 1000 kilograms per arm.
The gap between me and them has further narrowed.
Then, he swung his right arm, then sank his body, and his left hand grabbed the stone lock again. Get up, he shouted softly, his qi sank into his dantian, and his left arm exerted force.
Then, the stone lock left the ground again. After holding on for 2 breaths,
boom! The stone lock was put down by him and fell heavily to the ground.
500 kilograms, my left arm also has 500 kilograms of strength. Jiang Ning was even more excited.
Even though his qi and blood have not yet reached the peak, his arms already have 500 kilograms of strength. Even those who are gifted with natural powers can only do so much.
Feeling his obvious progress, Jiang Ning was full of motivation. Then,
his eyes fell on his panel again. Name, Jiang Ning, source energy, 1.9, skills, reading and spelling, one-time limit 903/2000, special effect, photographic memory, 5 animals fist, grade 35/1000, chopping knife skill, secondary limit 1967/3000, features, learning by analogy, knife as fast as the wind, inner alchemy health-preserving exercise, entry level 188/1000, Sanglong knife skill, mastery 1/200, the source energy is only 1.9, I have to keep accumulating it. The experience points for reading and spelling are about to exceed half. At the current rate of accumulating source energy points, it will only take 8 days to reach 20 points. During this period, I have to read more books to increase the experience points for reading and spelling. At the same time, boxing and inner alchemy can't be neglected either.
As for Sanglong swordsmanship, there's no need to rush now.
I'm not strong enough now, and I'm in the martial arts realm. I'll consider upgrading this swordsmanship after I've mastered skin refining.
Then, his eyes fell on the chopping wood swordsmanship.
The experience value is 1967, and there are only 1033 points left. During this period, I have to accumulate the experience value of chopping wood swordsmanship.
It's better to accumulate more. For me now, chopping wood is extremely simple and doesn't take much effort.
The experience value increases quickly with each chopping. After making a plan, Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing. Waiting for sunrise while practicing boxing. Now with Wang Jin's support and help, he can use the big medicine to nourish himself at will, and he doesn't have to worry about this matter in the short term.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye.
3 days later.
Boom boom boom, Jiang Ning stood in his small courtyard.
Punch after punch was like a violent storm hitting the wooden pile, wantonly venting the power in his body.
At this time,
Wang Jin, who was in the backyard of the martial arts school, heard the sound of bombarding wooden stakes from the direction of Jiang Ning, and his eyes suddenly froze. The direction of the bombardment of the wooden piles is Jiang Ning's yard.
There's something wrong with this sound.
He moved and jumped out of his backyard. In a few breaths, he appeared outside the door of Jiang Ning's courtyard. He glanced at the locked gate of the courtyard, then slumped up and landed on the wall. From a high position, the entire small courtyard where Jiang Ning was located fell into his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Ning was wearing a short coat, his arms were exposed, and he was waving them like the wind, creating countless afterimages that hit the wooden stakes wrapped in cowhide. With each punch, the bulging arm muscles stretched like a dragon and became full of lines. Just from the visual impact, you can see that each punch must contain extremely strong power. At this moment, each of Jiang Ning's punches landed on the wooden stake wrapped in cowhide, making a dull sound like thunder. Even if the wooden pile penetrated deep into the soil, it kept shaking under the impact of his punches. The sound of Jiang Ning's fist landing on the wooden stake was heard at close range.
Wang Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. How could this kid's punch be so fast and powerful? This noise. This movement. The force contained in each punch is at least 1,500 kilograms. There's something wrong with this strength. Something is wrong. What is the level of his current energy and blood power? Could it be that the qi and blood are fully formed, penetrating the limbs, or the breath is perfect, penetrating the whole body? Thinking of the latter possibility, Wang Jin secretly shook his head. This should be impossible. After a long time, Jiang Ning stood up with his fists closed, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Cool.
He clenched his fists and felt the qi and blood in his body filling up, flowing through his limbs. The power of qi and blood circulated, constantly warming his body. In this case, even as time goes by, his physical fitness will not decline, but will go further. This is the mystery of the power of qi and blood. The qi and blood are finally strong and can penetrate all the limbs. He felt secretly happy. At this time, a hem-too light cough sounded behind Jiang Ning. Master. He immediately turned around and bowed respectfully when he saw the king entering. This punch is well practiced.
Wang Jin nodded.
Jiang Ning said, "Thank you, master, for the compliment."
Wang Jin smiled and looked at Jiang Ning, who was hesitant to speak.
"Master, you might as well speak up if you have something to say,"
Jiang Ning said.
Wang Jin immediately spoke. "The force of your punch just now was very fierce and full of impact.
I am a little curious, how strong is your energy and blood?"
"The qi and blood are strong, penetrating all the limbs," Jiang Ning said without hesitation.
"Achievements in qi and blood?" Wang Jin's eyes suddenly condensed, and he showed a look of astonishment. "You didn't lie to me?"
"Yes. It's the great achievement of qi and blood,"
Jiang Ning affirmed. Seeing Jiang Ning's extremely certain expression, Wang Jin was no longer calm. This kid has only been practicing boxing for a long time, but he has already developed a lot of qi and blood? This is a little too evil. He has been learning boxing for only a month, right? To reach this point in such a short period of time, could it be that Shin Song-yun gave him some precious medicine?
Otherwise, how could his energy and blood grow so fast?
Should be. Otherwise, this talent would be too terrifying. Luoshui County has never seen such a monster in so many years. Wang Jin nodded calmly again. Not bad. If you keep up this progress, you will have a chance to enter the inspectorate. I wonder if you have this idea.
Jiang Ning said, "Disciple has an idea." Wang Jin said, "Since you have this idea, you must study harder and practice harder. As for everything you need to practice martial arts, leave it to me." Jiang Ning looked moved when he heard Wang Jin's words.
Then he raised his hands and saluted. "Thank you, master. Master's kindness will be unforgettable for the rest of my life."
Wang Jin waved his hands with an indifferent expression on his face. "It's just a trivial matter.
Since I am your master, I will naturally be responsible for you."
Then Wang Jin said again, "Let's not talk about this anymore.
You continue to practice boxing well.
As a teacher, you have to adjust your state and prepare to practice the inner elixir and health-preserving skills."
"Master, go slowly." Jiang Ning saw him off and then opened the courtyard door. Looking at Wang Jin's retreating figure, he was secretly grateful.
Later, he returned to his yard and continued to practice boxing. Although he is now full of vitality and blood, his strength has also reached a higher level.
But it's not enough.
It is not enough for him to run rampant and fear no one in Luoshui County. In this case,
You still need to continue to practice boxing with patience. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. Name, Jiangning, Source Energy, 34.8 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Breaking the Limit once in 1977/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, 5 Bird's Fist, Deshang 529/1000, Wood Cleaving Method, Secondary Break Limit 3000. Characteristics, Drawing Parallels, The Knife is Like the Wind, Inner Elixir Health Preserving Power, Entry 758/1000, Sanglong Sword Technique, Mastery 1 out of 200, Looking at his panel, Jiang Ning whispered. The energy points have broken through the 30-point mark, but the chopping knife technique has not shown a plus sign to indicate that it can break the limit. It seems that the energy points required for the third break of the limit of the chopping knife technique are not only 30 points, but more. Then, he looked at the column of literacy. I have almost accumulated enough experience points for literacy. Accumulating experience points for this skill is much more difficult than the chopping knife technique. I hope that after the second break, I can get a good special effect. Then, Jiang Ning simply stopped practicing boxing temporarily. He flipped through the book in his hand and waited quietly for the sun to rise. Learning and spelling experience points +1, learning and spelling experience points +1, learning and spelling experience points +1. As time passed, the experience points of the literacy skill continued to increase. In a blink of an eye, the sun rose slowly. Experience points for reading and spelling +1. When this prompt appeared, Jiang Ning stopped reading. This time, the experience points for reading and spelling increased by 18 points. Skills, Reading and Spelling, One-Time Limit of 1995/2000, Special Effect, Photographic Memory, it's only 5 points away from full, so there's no need to rush. It's better to breathe in the essence of the sun first. After all, there are only so many opportunities to increase the experience of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises every day. Then, Jiang Ning sat down slowly facing the rising sun in the east, quietly waiting for the sunrise to end. As the sun rose, Jiang Ning immediately began to breathe in the essence of the sun. Even in this world, he found that the closer it got to winter, the earlier the sunrise would be. Just like now, it is mid-August, and the sunrise is about 3:30 in the morning. The earlier sunrise than before allowed him to practice the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises for a longer time. He could breathe in and out the sun essence for about an hour, and gain more experience points. He didn't know what the reason was, and he didn't want to think about such an unfathomable thing. He only knew that this was a good thing for him. The longer the breathing time, the faster his progress in the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. The sooner the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise breaks through to the next level, the faster his strength will improve. You should know that the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise is a unique skill, and it is also a unique skill for internal refining of the 5 internal organs. This level of martial arts, every upgrade of a realm, will bring a qualitative change to his strength. Especially in the future, the breakthrough of each realm level of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise will be more obvious. Breaking through the mastery, not only the body function will increase greatly, the physical strength will be long, but also the body's potential can be released autonomously, exerting far beyond the ordinary strength. Breaking through the small success, condensing the internal breath, indestructible and indestructible. It can also kill the enemy from a distance, and can kill the enemy at the level of falling leaves and flying flowers. After the breakthrough of Deshang, the 5 internal organs are condensed to an extremely strong state, and the typical characteristic is that the 5 internal organs can emit thunderous sounds. The change in its strength is even more obvious, and the internal breath is condensed into a gang, with amazing destructive power. There have been records of such strong men, who burst out all their internal breath, and broke thousands of elite armored soldiers with one sword, just like gods and demons in the world. Under the explosion of the power of that sword, the entire battlefield directly turned into Shura hell, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, corpses everywhere, and blood flowing into rivers. Not to mention that above Deshang, there is also a level of perfection in the inner alchemy health-preserving exercise. Although Jiang Ning did not understand the mystery of the state of perfection, but he knew that it must be a qualitative change, and it is also the core root of the grade of the unique learning. Because all the transformations of this technique are in the last step of perfection. Swallowing a mouthful of golden elixir into the stomach, my life is my own, not the heavens. This step is in line with the intention of the inner alchemy health-preserving technique. The improvement of strength must be unparalleled. Therefore, Jiang Ning attached great importance to the breakthrough of Naiden Yansheng Gong. Although he did not have the method to break through to perfection of Naiden Yansheng Gong, with the magic of the panel,
as long as he had enough experience, he could break through to perfection immediately. At this time, this skill was not far from the next realm. Skill, Nidan Yangshan Gong, 758/1000 for beginners. He took another look at the panel. Nidan Yangshan Gong was only 242 points away from the next realm. With his current acquisition efficiency, with the follow-up method given to him by Shin Song-yoon and the assistance of the internal organs pill, it was 3 times the previous one. Give him another week, and his skill will be able to break through to the next level. Then, looking at the rising sun, Jiang Ning calculated the time again. It has been about a month since Wang Jin announced the opening of the inspection office. If you count carefully, there are only about 2 months left for the opening of the Luoshui County Inspection Office. I have to hurry up. He sensed the blood and qi in his body again. After so many days of hard practice of boxing, the blood and qi in his body are no longer the same as before. After the blood and qi have been perfected and connected to the limbs, he has taken another step towards the level of perfect blood and qi. He can clearly feel that it will be a few days away from the perfection of blood and qi. After the blood and qi are perfected, I have to consider refining my skin. After refining my skin, I can enter the ranks of the 9th rank among the warriors in the world. In Luoshui County, I have the initial ability to protect myself. It's almost there. It's really soon. Jiang Ning said secretly. Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged in the courtyard, quietly waiting for the sunrise in the east. At this time, he was already in a trance. According to his understanding, the strength level of martial artists in the entire Luoshui County was not high. A martial arts 9th grade is a good player, and looking at the entire Luoshui County, it is also the real backbone. The county police chief, the hall master of the 3 major gangs, are all martial arts 9th grade masters. With this kind of strength, no matter which force they join, they can live well. They are truly superior people. They are fully capable of crossing classes and surpassing ordinary people. If they join the court, it is easy to get a position. Just like those police chiefs, they are all official, genuine 9th grade officials. Although this is only a small official position, for ordinary people, it can be called crossing classes and changing fate. As for the 8th grade martial arts, looking at the entire Luoshui County, they are all big figures, and any one of them occupies an important resource somewhere in the county. Just like the 3 major gang leaders in Luoshui County, their strength is well known to everyone. They are the 8th grade martial arts masters, who have practiced strength and have a strength of more than 1,000 pounds. The 8th grade martial arts master, as far as Jiang Ning knows, is to circulate strength to temper the muscles of the whole body, increase the density and number of muscles, and thus greatly improve one's own strength. The best of this realm can easily burst out a force of more than 2,000 pounds with a single arm swing. If they are born with extraordinary talents and divine power, they can burst out a force of more than 3,000 pounds. The strength improvement of this realm is extremely obvious. Even in the next few realms, no realm has a more obvious improvement in strength than this realm, unless it is above the realm of internal strength. Therefore, the 8th grade martial arts realm is also called the divine power realm. The top masters in the divine power realm can be said to be the overlord level existence of Luoshui County. Even the local snakes like the 3 major families have to treat such people with courtesy. The 7th grade martial arts master above the 8th grade martial arts master. That is Wang Jin, Xiaorong and others. As well as the county lieutenant who is in charge of all the constables in the county government, the general of the city gate department, the commander of the garrison outside the city, Wang Dutu, and the pillars of the 3 major families, all of them are 7th grade martial artists. As for the higher 6th grade martial artists, looking at the entire Luoshui County, there is no one who is openly so. So Jiang Ning is very clear. As long as he enters the 9th grade of martial arts, with his own various means, even if he looks at the entire Luoshui County, he really has the strength to protect himself. And he also has the qualifications to join the inspection office. Joining the inspection office will usher in real changes. In the absence of absolutely invincible strength, the importance of power is beyond doubt. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning's heart is full of motivation. The next moment, the sun rises completely. Jiang Ning also immediately enters a state of calmness, facing the sun and starting to practice breathing. Under his breathing, strands of invisible sun essence continue to flow from his nasal cavity into his internal organs. Then, in the tempering of the sun's essence, he could clearly feel that the functions and strength of his internal organs were slowly increasing.
Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Skill Experience +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Skill Experience +1, Internal Alchemy Health Preserving Skill Experience +1, but
time passed slowly, and the internal alchemy health preserving skill experience value on his panel was constantly increasing. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed.
Chenshur was approaching. Jiang Ning also stopped breathing immediately
as he opened his eyes. This time, the internal alchemy health preserving skill experience value increased by 44 points. Skills, inner alchemy health preserving skills, entry 802 and 1000, 44 points, a little more than yesterday. Sure enough, at this level, the earlier the sun rises, the longer I can breathe in and out the sun's essence, and the more experience points I gain. With today's efficiency, I can break through my inner alchemy health preserving skills in 5 days. I hope it won't rain suddenly in the next few days. This thought just popped up in Jiang Ning's mind, and he shook his head, feeling a little guilty. Forget it. Let's have a few heavy rains. It hasn't rained for 3 months around the entire Luoshui County. God doesn't want to give the people a way to live. It's also fortunate that it's adjacent to Luoshui, so at least we can still use it to irrigate farmland. Other places must be much more difficult than Luoshui County. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning sighed inwardly. These days, he occasionally went back to visit his eldest brother's family. When he walked through the outer city, he could clearly feel the increase in beggars. From their words, actions, and clothes, it was obvious that the beggars were ordinary poor people. They were full of shame and embarrassment when begging. Some of them were kneeling down to beg with their children. In this situation, he also encountered several sacrificial activities of the god-worshipping cult. Sacrificing to the sky and praying for rain. Therefore, the number of members of the god-worshipping cult is also growing. Natural disasters and man-made disasters are signs of the country's demise. In this environment, I have to grow up as soon as possible. Jiang Ning shook his head. Then he collected his mind and picked up the book he had just put aside. Skill, reading and spelling, one-time limit 1995/2000, special effect, photographic memory, 5 experience points are still missing. Collect these experience points in one go. With the thought in mind, he began to flip through the books. Reading and spelling experience points +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1, literacy and hyphenation experience value +1. The experience value increases bit by bit, and the distance to 2000 points is constantly approaching. After a while. After reading the books this time, the experience value of reading and hyphenating will be increased by 5 points in total. Skills, literacy and hyphenation plus, breaking the limit of 2000 at one time, special effect, photographic memory, finally full. He glanced at the source energy points column again. Source energy, 34.8. Everything is ready. I hope my breakthrough in literacy can bring me good help. Next moment. Jiang Ning thought. The number of source energy points on the panel instantly decreased like water. At the same time, he instantly felt a shock in his brain, as if a drop of ice water fell into his mind. In an instant, his mind was empty and he fell into a state of neither joy nor sorrow. In this case, there seems to be a strange error between the eyebrows, and something seems to emerge from the eyebrows. How is this going? He whispered in his heart. Suddenly, a ray of thought sank in his mind, and a picture instantly appeared in his mind, a picture of the human body. He saw the internal organs, the blood flow, 639 muscles, and 206 bones. This is my body. I can actually see myself inside. Jiang Ning murmured to himself. Looking inside one's own body is an ability that can only be possessed when one's spiritual power has grown to a certain level. This ability is extremely useful for any warrior. Mastering the method of inner vision can lead you on the road to martial arts much faster than ordinary people. Whether it is training the skin and internal membranes of the 9th level of martial arts, or training the strength and internal muscle fibers of the 8th level of martial arts. Mastering the method of inner vision can achieve more precise tempering, rather than like a blind person touching an elephant, so the tempering efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. Generally speaking, unless someone is gifted and born with extremely strong mental power, it is not easy to achieve the step of looking inside. Whether the mental power is strong or not, more emphasis is placed on innate qualifications. As for the day after tomorrow, as far as Jiang Ning knows, there is no systematic way to strengthen the gods in this world. Although Buddhism and Taoism also have ways to nourish the mind, they are all related to Taoist canons and Buddhist scriptures, and the efficiency of strengthening mental power is not high. It is not obvious without high innate understanding and without more than 5 or 10 years of effort. In addition to these two schools, there is Confucianism. Reciting the meaning of books and scriptures also has the effect of subtly strengthening spiritual power. This efficiency is also very low. Then he would take the civil and civil examinations to gain fame, go to the holy temple to worship, and receive the initiation of Hauran's righteousness, which can nourish the soul and strengthen his spiritual power. Regarding this, it is also difficult. After 10 years of hard work, how many people can make a difference? Martial arts is hard work, and you also have to study poetry and books to gain fame. You know, everyone only has 12 hours in a day. Excluding 3 meals a day and sleeping every day, how much time is left? It is even more difficult to divide the world into two and take the civil and military paths. In addition, everyone has different talents and different strengths, so it will be more difficult to achieve success on a path that you are not good at. The imperial examination is so important and helps so much in martial arts. It is conceivable that one of them will be controlled by a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning secretly shook his head. If you want to gain some fame in the future, it will probably not be that simple. I hope joining the inspectorate will help me, he secretly said after a while. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and immediately opened the panel. Skills, reading and hyphenation, second limit break 0/3000. Characteristics, photographic memory, extraordinary 5 senses, 1 feather cannot be added, and flies cannot fall. 1 feather cannot be added, and flies cannot fall. When he saw this sentence, his eyes narrowed and he murmured in his heart. Isn't this what I read in the Tai Chi theory written by Grandmaster Wang Zhongyue in my previous life? This sentence means that when Tai Chi is practiced to the highest level, the body's senses are extremely sensitive. Even if it is as light as a feather or as small as a mosquito, as long as it touches any part of the human body, it can be immediately sensed and quickly counterattacked. Jiang Ning was thoughtful again. What are the 5 senses? That is vision, hearing, smell, touch and taste. These 5 senses combined into one are collectively called the 5 senses. Think of this. Open your eyes and scan. In an instant, he found that his vision had undergone earth-shaking changes. In his sight, even an ant in the corner looking for food can be spotted by him. Even if a caterpillar on a leaf is eating the leaf, he can catch it instantly. This kind of vision. It's so exaggerated. Jiang Ning was secretly shocked. The feeling he felt now and before was like the change of a person with 500 degrees of myopia suddenly wearing a pair of glasses. The effect is amazing. Subsequently, he closed his eyes slightly again and listened with both ears. In an instant, all kinds of sounds entered his ears. The sound of passers-by walking outside the martial arts hall, the figure of bees flapping their wings, the sound of leaves breaking and falling. Sounds from all directions entered his ears, and he could clearly detect where the sounds came from. He sniffed slightly again. The smell of soil, grass, and own sweat can all be clearly smelled. Next moment. Ahem, he couldn't help but open his eyes and coughed a few times. He looked down at himself and murmured, I have to take a shower later. Then, he looked very happy. Not a feather can be added, and flies can't land. This is just about my sense of touch. At this moment, his arm muscles trembled slightly, and a mosquito that had just landed on his arm was instantly bounced away. 5 senses are extraordinary. Good characteristics. Worth it. Outside Dongling City. Beside Sisui River. Chao Rong, why do you want to let me go? A man with a full beard and a rough face showed a puzzled look. Chao Rong said, I heard that although you are called unrighteous, you are very loyal and keep your promises. Hearing the praise from Chao Rong, the bearded man said proudly, Of course, I am loyal to Jianglong and the world, and I always keep my word and never regret it. Okay. Chao Rong said, Then I will spare your life today, and you owe me a favor. Is it fair? Tian Bai said, Very fair. Chao Rong said, I need you to do something for me in exchange for this favor. No problem. Tian Bai, who was full of beards, patted his chest heavily, You let me go, which is a life-saving grace to me. As long as you say it, I will do it for you with my life. Chao Rong nodded, I want you to kill someone. Who to kill? Tian Bai said. Look for yourself. A roll of white paper slipped out of Chao Rong's sleeve, and he threw it to the bearded man in front of him named Tian Bai. Tian Bai quickly caught the rolled up white paper and then opened it. After a few breaths, he finished browsing. So he nodded, It's simple. I can kill a yellow-haired waiter who has not yet entered the martial arts level by throwing a stone. Chao Rong said, If you do this well, the favor you owe me will be settled, and we will have nothing to do with each other.
Tian Bai grinned and showed his yellow teeth. I understand that Lord Chow has a successful career and naturally does not want to get involved with a bandit like me. He patted his chest again. Lord Chow is actually relieved. I will do this well and will never contact you again from now on. Chow Rong said, remember. Don't be too obvious.
Let's make some trouble along the way, and then flee to Luoshui County to finish this person off.
Tian Bai smiled and said, I understand.
Lord Chow can rest assured, I have done this several times. Lord Chow actually wants to use me, a yellowmouth boy, which means that Lord Chow does not want the Chow family to be involved in this matter.
After saying this, Tian Bai jumped into the surging river.
Plop! With a sound of falling into the water, Tian Bai's figure dived into the waves and disappeared in the turbulent Sisui River in a blink of an eye. Chow Rong stood quietly by the Sisui River, watching Tian Bai leave the river, with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
Jiang Ning. You are valued by Shin Song Yun. My Chow family has a grudge against you again. In that case, you can't stay.
I don't want to gamble on your future.
Bet on your kindness and generosity. I hope you will be reborn in a good way in the next life.
Then, Chow Rong turned and left.
The dragon of the river, Tian Bai. An 8th grade master.
In his eyes, he was enough to strangle Jiang Ning in the cradle.
Moreover, if he used Tian Bai, as long as he did it well enough, no one would guess that it was his instigation.
In this way, even if Shin Song Yun returned one day, he couldn't blame him. He didn't want to gamble on the future of being valued by Shin Song Yun, no matter what the reason was. Besides, even if this incident really happened in the future, it would be a few years later. A few years later, if he really faced Shin Song Yun, he would not be afraid. 3 days later. 5 Animals Fist Experience plus 1, Skill, 5 Animals Fist, Grade 551/1000, 1 round of boxing is completed. Hu Jiangning exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then he came to the side and picked up a big bowl. Gulp gulp as his throat moved, a bowl of sweet and clear well water entered his stomach.
The heat on his body dissipated a lot.
He then sensed the surging blood and qi in his body, and said in his heart, in just 1 or 2 days, the blood and qi will be complete. Today at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest. Just then.
Brother Jiang.
A voice suddenly came from the door, waking him up suddenly. Jiang Ning turned around and saw that the person coming was Chang Ran. He smiled immediately. Long time no see, senior brother Chang.
Chang Ran shook his head. Don't call me senior brother, you should call me junior brother now. What does this mean?
Jiang Ning looked puzzled.
Chang Ran smiled bitterly. How long will senior brother Jiang keep it from me? Master Wang has already accepted you as a true disciple. I can only be a registered disciple at most now.
It's really hard to master boxing skills. After hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately understood. A few days ago, Wang Jin told him that he would temporarily postpone the announcement of the martial arts school disciples to accept him as a disciple.
The purpose is to prevent Jiang Ning from attracting too much attention.
After all, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Being too eye-catching can easily lead to unnecessary troubles, which is sometimes not a good thing. When Jiang Ning heard this, he agreed. For him, he was already past the age of showing off. Now he just wants to practice martial arts well and accumulate strength bit by bit.
He has no intention of showing off without any need.
Chang Ran's expression now showed that he already knew that Wang Jin had accepted him as a true disciple.
Then, Jiang Ning still asked, how did senior brother Chang know?
Chang Ran said, don't worry about how you know, or don't call me senior brother, I can't bear it now.
Then I'll call you brother Chang. Jiang Ning said. Hearing this, Chang Ran hesitated and nodded slowly. That's fine.
Then he breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Jiang Ning had called him junior brother for more than a month, but now he was suddenly called junior brother.
He couldn't accept it for a while.
Jiang Ning's address to him now relieved him a lot of pressure. Then, Chang Ran said, Master Wang has just announced that he has officially accepted you as a true disciple. From now on, we, the registered disciples, will have to call you senior brother when we see you. Then, Chang Ran sighed again. It's incredible to think about it. How long have you entered the sect, and you squeezed in front of me and became the first true disciple of Master Wang. No wonder Shin Song Yun, a big shot, took a fancy to Zhong at first sight a few days ago, and then took the initiative to save you from the hands of the Chow family. Faced with Chang Ran's sigh, Jiang Ning could only smile. At this time, Chang Ran's eyes fell on the stone table next to him in the yard. Brother Jiang already had this sword. It should be that Brother Jiang was accepted as a true disciple by Master Wang long before this. Then he told us after so many years.
Jiang Ning nodded and did not deny, Brother Chang is very careful in observation. The fact is indeed as you said. Hearing this, Chang Ran smiled bitterly, the gap between people is really big. After meeting Brother Jiang, I finally understand what a genius is.
It also suddenly made me feel that practicing martial arts hard seems to have no meaning. With Brother Jiang's talent, I will never catch up with him in my lifetime. And Brother Jiang is not only talented, but also so hard-working.
Speaking of the latter, Chang Ran couldn't help but feel a little dejected.
Seeing this, Jiang Ning smiled and patted Chang Ran on the shoulder.
Brother Chang, you shouldn't focus on others. There are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people in this world. Compared with others, who can truly surpass everything?
Chang Ran said, that martial arts saying can. Jiang Ning smiled without comment and did not refute this sentence. Then he said, the most important thing for a person is to look at himself and take himself as the goal. As long as he surpasses himself step by step and breaks his own limits, one day, he may usher in unexpected gains. And Brother Chang has a wide range of information channels. I believe you can also see that the world is getting more and more chaotic. In troubled times, strength is the most important.
Money is all external things.
Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Chang Ran was a little stunned. After a long time, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang's words are really shocking to me.
Brother Jiang is right.
Taking yourself as the goal and surpassing yourself step by step is the right way. I have heard this sentence from a master before. The master said that he took himself as the goal, surpassed himself step by step, and broke the limit. When he looked back, he found that those geniuses who competed with him in the past were far behind him. Jiang Ning smiled, that's right. As long as you can constantly surpass yourself and make continuous progress, you will reap rewards one day. Chang Ran said, and what Brother Jiang said is right, the world is getting more and more chaotic. Some time ago, there was another rebellion in Baishan County. After the rebellion was quelled, the Black Wind Army that originally fled to Baishan County is now said to have fled toward Dongling County. This world really needs strength.
After speaking, Chang Ran thanked Jiang Ning again.
Just as he bowed, a piece of white paper slipped from his sleeves and fell to Jiang Ning's feet.
Jiang Ning lowered his head and picked it up. Brother Chang, take it.
At this moment, his eyes accidentally swept over it.
He was slightly startled, and then he quickly scanned it carefully. Then he looked at Chang Ran, Brother Chang, is this prepared for me?
Chang Ran heard this, took the white paper from Jiang Ning's hand, and smiled bitterly. Originally, it was prepared for Senior Brother Jiang. I asked my father to agree to an investment in Senior Brother Jiang, in exchange for a favor from Senior Brother Jiang, and as an apology for putting Junior Brother Jiang in danger before.
Looking back, it's unnecessary. Senior Brother Jiang was valued by Master Shin at the time, and my family background is not good enough for Junior Brother Jiang. After saying that,
Chang Ran tore the white paper in his hand into pieces. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning opened his mouth slightly and was about to speak. Then he sighed in his heart and whispered to himself, forget it. Shin Song Yun helped me so much, and told me to find Lin Qingyi after my qi and blood are complete.
This should be regarded as Shin Song Yun's investment in me.
Since I have accepted it, it is inconvenient for me to accept Chang Ran's investment.
And I don't know if Chang Ran is sincere or just pretending. Thinking of this,
Jiang Ning immediately shut up. After tearing the white paper, Chang Ran put the white paper into his pocket. Then he said, Brother Jiang, are you willing to go to the front yard to say hello to all the junior brothers?
All the junior brothers want to see you.
Jiang Ning nodded, okay. The front yard of the martial arts hall. When Jiang Ning and Chang Ran appeared,
someone immediately spotted the two of them. Brother Jiang is here.
As soon as the words fell, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of Jiang Ning. Then they gathered around.
Brother Jiang.
Hello, Brother Jiang.
Hello, Brother Jiang.
Looking at the compliments from everyone in front of him, Jiang Ning said, Brother Jiang, you are too polite. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little happy.
No wonder so many people like to show off in front of others. It's really nice to be complimented and admired.
At this moment, Jiang Ning felt that he seemed to have become a few years younger in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face.
At this moment,
someone in the crowd spoke up, Brother Jiang, you have cultivated all 5 animals, but you were able to become Master Wang's true disciple so quickly. You have a very high talent and understanding, and your boxing skills must be superb. Can you show us your boxing skills and give us some pointers? Master Wang only teaches us once a day, and our understanding is average, so I really feel that it is not enough." As soon as this was said, everyone nodded and complained.
"Yes. Senior brother Jiang. Master Wang only teaches us once a day.
We are struggling to learn boxing and martial arts, but we are limited by our talents and don't know where to start."
"That's right. That's right.
Those of us who can stay are people who are not afraid of hardship. We all want to learn boxing to change our lives, have power, and control our destiny. Senior brother Jiang, we dare not ask for too much.
We just hope that when senior brother Jiang practices boxing, we can watch by the side." When everyone heard this, someone immediately echoed, "This senior brother is right. It will be satisfying for us to watch."
Cheng Ran also whispered at this time, "Senior brother Jiang, some of the junior brothers are from the outer city. They have paid everything to learn boxing.
It is not easy. Some people come to this inner city and have a good family background.
If senior brother Jiang can, it will also help the future if you do a favor." When Jiang Ning heard this, he pondered in his heart.
Chang Ran's words made sense. More friends always have more ways. Even if I can't use it in the future, if I leave Luoshui County in the future, my eldest brother and his wife's family will finally live in Luoshui County.
If I leave some connections, it will be of some help to my eldest brother and his wife's family.
Thinking of this,
Jiang Ning immediately said, "All the junior brothers have said so if I don't agree, wouldn't it be too unkind?" Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. Most of them watched Jiang Ning join the martial arts hall, and also watched how Jiang Ning got to this point.
So they didn't doubt Jiang Ning's talent at all.
That was a genius who could cause the great figure of the owner of the Shin building to break the rules of the Wanhua building and come down to help. It was also the person that Master Wang was willing to tear his face with the Chow family to save. From that day on, they knew that Jiang Ning's talent was far beyond their imagination. So today, they took this opportunity to come forward to get closer to him. In their opinion, if they could get Jiang Ning's permission to let them observe, they would definitely benefit a lot. 5 animals were cultivated together, and they could become a true disciple, which meant that the boxing skills might have been perfected in all 5 styles. The Dashang boxing method has both spirit and form, and is astonishingly powerful. After more than a month of learning, he has achieved the mastery of the 5 styles of boxing. In their eyes, this is nothing short of amazing. After all, as boxing learners, they have the most say in how difficult the 5 animals boxing is.
At this time, Jiang Ning said, "Watch out, fellow students."
After the voice fell, Jiang Ning then began to practice boxing. As soon as the fierce tiger fist came out, it was as powerful as a tiger. The fist wind was raised, making a whistling sound, just like a tiger roaring in the mountains. As soon as the wild bear fist came out, it was powerful and heavy. Every kick that fell made everyone feel as if there was a sign of a dragon turning over. As soon as the white ape fist came out, the body was agile and the speed was as fast as the wind.
What a fierce boxing method! What a heavy boxing method! What a fast speed!
Everyone watched Jiang Ning practicing boxing, their eyes were full of wonders, and they were amazed.
Chang Ran looked at this scene and also showed an expression of amazement.
Senior brother Jiang is indeed a genius who was valued by such a big shot as Master Shen.
His talent is really terrifying.
He cultivated all 5 animals at the same time, and it seems that they have all reached the state of great success. In more than a month, all 5 styles of boxing have broken through from the entry level to the great success.
He is really a monster. My father is really confused.
If he could agree 2 days before Master Shen's death, then my Cheng family will be prosperous in the future with the favor of senior brother Jiang. If my father said anything about investing in Jiang Ning, it would harm me. Because Jiang Ning and I are in an equal competitive relationship, there is only one place left for the martial arts hall to join the inspection office.
Xiao Peng already competes with me. If I invest in Jiang Ning, it will add another competitor to me.
Now it seems that this is not a competitive relationship. Senior brother Jiang is so talented, how can I compete with him? Looking at this scene in front of him, Chang Ran sighed in his heart.
After finishing the boxing, Jiang Ning put his fists away and stood.
5 animals fist experience +1, skills, 5 animals fist, Craig Mastery 552/1000, everyone was whispering at this moment.
It is indeed the great mastery stage, senior brother John's talent is really scary.
Yes. All 5 styles of boxing have reached the great mastery stage, too amazing. No wonder he is valued by such a great man as Shin Song-yun. You deserve the title of senior brother. If we talk about talent in our martial arts school, senior brother Jiang must be the number one person.
That's inevitable. After learning boxing for just 1 month, who can compare to this?
It's the first time for us in Luoshui County to be valued by Mr. Shin in these years.
Yeah. There's no comparison.
Jiang Ning's five senses were so strong at this time, no matter how low these people's voices were, he could still hear them clearly.
Then he smiled and said, "Junior brothers, can you see clearly? Do you have any insights?"
"Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for showing me your boxing skills. I've gained something from this," someone said. The rest of the people also spoke one after another. "There is a harvest, thank you senior brother Jiang. The harvest has been great, no less than Master Wang's guidance to us. Thank you so much, senior brother Jiang. Senior brother Xie Jiang."
The other side.
The two disciples guarding the door also looked back at the front yard of the martial arts hall.
How perverted.
Yes. Senior brother Jiang is so perverted. Another person said, "I still remember the day when senior brother Jiang joined the martial arts gym. His eldest brother personally sent him to the entrance of the martial arts gym. I remember it too, but we both dismissed senior brother Jiang's statement at that time."
Yes. Now that I think about it, we are really ignorant. It's not our fault actually.
Who would have thought that senior brother Jiang's talent is so high?
That's right. Senior brother Jiang's talent is really too high.
After learning boxing for just 1 month, he has reached such a state of boxing skills.
Even if we look at the whole county, there are not many people who can compare with him. That's inevitable. There are only a handful of them.
The front yard of the martial arts hall. Then they exchanged a few simple greetings.
Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing without any distractions.
As for how much those who observe can comprehend, that is none of his business. Being able to let them watch themselves practice boxing is already a great help to them. After all, the spirit and form he displayed while practicing boxing at this time were no different from those shown to them by Wang Jin himself.
This help is huge. It's like Wang Jin has been practicing boxing for them. How much you can realize depends on fate.
In the process of Jiang Ning practicing boxing hard, his Wu Qin Quan experience value is also constantly growing.
Every time you perform a punch, you will gain a little experience value, and you will be one step closer to perfection.
At the same time, the power of the 4 strands of qi and blood will be condensed, and the achievement of qi and blood will be further improved. In the process of repeated boxing practice, Jiang Ning's strength is steadily improving. The body is getting stronger and stronger with the nourishment of qi and blood, and the strength is also constantly improving. These days, Jiang Ning has felt that his strength has increased greatly, far exceeding the previous 500 kilograms with one arm. But he didn't know how much strength it had. Because the heaviest stone lock in the martial arts hall is only 500 kilograms.
A stone lock weighing 500 kilograms is already very large.
Further up, with boulders as locks, the size alone is a big problem. Only by using fine iron that has been repeatedly forged can we make test objects with higher strength. But the value of fine iron is too high, and it is used to forge sharp weapons. Who would be willing to waste 600 to 700 pounds of fine iron to forge a tool to test strength? So at this time, Jiang Ning didn't know how many kilograms of his specific strength he had. He only knows that his current strength far exceeds 500 kilograms, and is no longer on the same level as before.
The next day,
Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing in the front yard of the martial arts gym. Yesterday Wang Jin announced that he was the 6th true disciple. The attitude of all the disciples towards him changed drastically again. Especially when they could see Jiang Ning practicing the truly accomplished Wu Qin fist with their own eyes, they were all extremely excited.
1 punch is completed.
5 animal fist experience value plus 1, skill, 5 animal fist, Deshang 583/1000, the experience value increases a little, and the qi and blood condense again. Jiang Ning then took out half of the wild ginseng from his arms and threw it into his mouth.
As he slowly chewed it, the wild ginseng residue mixed with his saliva entered his belly.
Under the strong digestive power of his stomach, the medicinal effect of wild ginseng quickly began to take effect, and warm currents emerged from his stomach and rushed towards his internal organs, limbs and bones. Senior brother Jiang, this is some medicinal wine that my father prepared for me. It tastes very good. You might as well try it, senior brother Jiang. A disciple took advantage of Jiang Ning's break in practicing boxing and hurriedly stepped forward. Hearing this, Jiang Ning opened his eyes and scanned it, then shook his head. Since your father prepared it for you and it is useful for your martial arts training, then forget it.
The martial arts disciple quickly said, Senior Brother Jiang, you can't say that. Senior Brother Jiang is willing to let me observe the boxing skills, which is equivalent to Master Wang practicing the boxing skills for us day and night. What kind of kindness is this? This is no less than Master Wang's gift of teaching me skills. I, Zhang Yongtao, am not an ungrateful person. Please accept this offer from Senior Brother Jiang, otherwise I won't be able to observe the essence of Senior Brother Jiang's boxing skills with peace of mind. Hearing these words, someone stepped forward again. Junior Brother Zhang is right. Senior Brother Jiang not only has no grudge against us for his previous contempt and neglect, but now he is so generous and allows us to observe the subtleties of Deshang boxing. Such a big heart really makes us ashamed. Furthermore, the help that Senior Brother Jiang has given us, even if we paid 100 taels of silver a month for a personal trainer, it would be difficult for us to have such an effect. How can we use it with peace of mind? As soon as these words came out, everyone spoke one after another. The two senior brothers are right. Yes. Senior Brother Jiang is so broad-minded and generous, how can we enjoy such benefits with peace of mind? That's right. This junior brother is right. For a while, there were many different opinions. After they saw it for half a day yesterday, they knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity. As long as Jiang Ning is always willing to practice boxing in front of them and show the exquisiteness of Deshang boxing, it will be of great help to them. As Zhang Yongtao just said, it is no less than Master Wang personally practicing boxing for them. And it is practicing boxing dozens of times a day. Therefore, they discussed with each other for a while, and then what happened today happened. After all, there is a saying. It is short to take from others. They paid some external things to get closer to Jiang Ning, and it is a sure win to repair the previous grudge. And paying is equivalent to paying money to learn skills, which can make this situation more stable. Looking at the compliments of the people in front of him, watching them take out gifts as expressions, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile. His heart was like a mirror. He could naturally see some of these people's thoughts. Let alone other things, he heard clearly when several people were talking in a low voice in the distance just now. After all, his hearing is now powerful and frightening. As long as he wants to eavesdrop, the so-called whispers are no different from those in his ear. But this is also a good thing. For me, I don't have to pay anything, and I can get some benefits for nothing. Jiang Ning thought about it and said in his heart. Then, he said, well, since all the junior brothers say so, I will accept it. After that, everyone looked very happy and handed over the gifts they had prepared in advance. Among them were wild tonic medicines, carefully prepared medicinal wines, and pills for strengthening the body and strengthening the blood. At this time, everyone saw Jiang Ning accepting them one by one. A person who seemed to be the leader of this event stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Ning, saying, Brother Jiang, I have customized a box in Baihua Tower in advance, and I want to invite you to a banquet tonight. Jiang Ning Baihua Tower, these three words, made it clear that this was a romantic place in Luoshui County. He immediately shook his head. Forget about the banquet. I still have to practice boxing, and I can't let Master Wang down. He knew that he was not qualified to enjoy it now. Let alone entering the 9th level of martial arts, his chi and blood are not yet perfect, so how can he be qualified to enjoy it? After hearing Jiang Ning's words, the man showed admiration. Brother Jiang, it's no wonder that you have achieved such success today after learning martial arts for more than a month. I admire this spirit of self-discipline. Afterwards, after a few greetings, everyone stopped disturbing him. Jiang Ning drank 2 more sips of medicinal wine and continued to practice boxing. He could feel that he was very close to the perfection of chi and blood. At night, all the disciples went back to their homes, and the door of the martial arts hall was closed. Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing in the courtyard. 5 animals fist experience value +1, 5 animals fist experience value +1, 5 animals fist experience value +1. Time passed slowly, and the experience value of 5 animals fist would increase a little after each round of boxing. The effect of tempering blood and chi of the great 5 animals fist also surpassed the effect of the small 5 animals fist. After practicing 1 round of boxing, the best effect in theory would be achieved. 1 round of boxing could condense 4 strands of blood and chi. With the growth of blood and chi, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the perfection of blood and chi. When the jade rabbit was hanging high above. 5 animals fist experience value +1, skill, 5 animals fist, grade 592/1000, when the prompt appeared again. Another blood and chi was condensed. With the birth of this blood and chi, it was integrated into the whole. In an instant, Boom! Jiang Ning heard a roar in his body. The power of qi and blood suddenly rioted in the body, surging to the limbs. Jiang Ning clenched his fists, and the rioting qi and blood power was instantly controlled by him. Then, the qi and blood power penetrated the limbs and bones, and spread all over the body, leaving no dead corners. Qi and blood are perfect. Jiang Ning's face suddenly showed a happy smile. At this moment, he felt that the qi and blood filled the whole body and became one, which was a qualitative change compared to before. The power of physical strength seemed endless, and a swing of the arm could pull the qi and blood around the body. So strong. Feeling the changes in the body, Jiang Ning sighed again. He could feel that with the perfection of qi and blood, after the qi and blood power penetrated the limbs, the power he could burst out was also stronger. Before, qi and blood penetrated the limbs, and the limbs were independent bodies. One move, one style, one punch and one kick can only completely burst out the qi and blood power of one limb. Now, with the blood and qi flowing through the whole body, the explosion of punches and kicks can not only completely explode the blood and qi of a limb, but also mobilize part of the blood and qi of the whole body. He could feel that this moment was very different from the moment before when the blood and qi were not yet complete. He raised his hand and swung his arm into the air again. Compared to before, it can explode about 30% more force. After a simple test, Jiang Ning muttered in his heart. Then, he came to the wooden stake wrapped in cowhide again. With 5 fingers clenched, the muscles of his arms bulged instantly, and the blood and qi flowed through the whole body. The next moment, break! He shouted in his heart. The strength of the whole body was instantly mobilized. This punch used the explosive technique of the tiger fist, which can be said to have exerted all his strength. After a punch, Jiang Ning could clearly feel the touch of the air wrapping around his arm like flowing water. Boom! When the fist touched the wooden stake. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the wooden stake wrapped in thick cowhide broke instantly, and the broken cowhide and wood chips flew in all directions, splashing against the wall behind him. So strong! Looking at this scene, Jiang Ning's eyes widened like copper bells. He was extremely surprised. He was surprised at the strength he had exploded. Because as far as he knew, the wooden stakes in the martial arts hall could only be completely smashed with one punch if they had the explosive power of the 9th level of martial arts. This meant that his explosive power at this time was equivalent to the normal 9th level of martial arts. He did not add the power of the 9th level of strength to explode at this moment. This was just his normal explosive level. Standing with his fists closed, Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with light. It seems that my normal explosive power is now comparable to that of a martial arts 9th grade warrior. Except for the difference in membrane defense, I should be on par with a normal martial arts 9th grade warrior. This is just my bare-handed strength. If I hold a knife and strike with one blow, I can produce faster and more powerful explosive power. If I add one more layer of 9th grade power, the power will increase again. If I add 2 layers of 9th grade power, what kind of terrifying explosive power will it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning was yearning for it. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Then he collected his mind and refocused his eyes. Looking at the broken wooden stake in front of him, he clenched his fist again. He punched out with one more layer of power. With this punch, Jiang Ning could feel that the power was stronger and faster. He could clearly feel the air being squeezed by his fist, flowing through his fingers and along his arm. Boom! A punch landed, the wood pile fragments flew, and it was completely scrapped. It was no longer possible to tell that the only log in front of him was a wood pile before. On the other side, Wang Jin's figure just appeared on the wall. Looking at the scene in front of him, his mouth opened slightly, and his eyes showed an incredible look. Being able to blast the wood pile into this state means that Jiang Ning already has the strength of the 9th level of martial arts. And judging from the scene in front of him, he doesn't feel that he is the bottom of the 9th level of martial arts, but has already reached a certain level. In the entire martial arts hall, among the several true disciples. In Wang Jin's opinion, only Zhou Xing, Zhao Hu and other disciples who have entered the 9th level of martial arts for a long time can burst out stronger power than this. Like Li Qing, a female disciple, she only succeeded in skin refining more than half a month ago and entered the 9th level of martial arts. In Wang Jin's opinion, she is probably not as good as Jiang Ning at this moment. Immediately, Wang Jin's eyes condensed. He murmured to himself, with this kind of explosive power, could it be that this kid has exploded with the strength of the 9 levels of strength? It should be. It's reasonable to burst out with 9 levels of energy. Otherwise, it would be too weird. Thinking of this, Wang Jin suddenly felt a lot more reasonable. He took one more look, and then left quietly.
Just now he heard a sudden roar in Jiang Ning's courtyard, so he got up and came here instantly. Now that he knew the reason, he didn't want to be discovered by Jiang Ning. Otherwise, Jiang Ning would feel a little embarrassed when he saw his surprised expression.
Next moment, Wang Jin moved, as light as a Suzuka, and disappeared from the wall in an instant. Until Wang Jin left, Jiang Ning turned around and glanced in the direction of Wang Jin.
Then he smiled and said, "After the five senses are enhanced, it really helps a lot." Even Wang Jin, a strong man of the 7th level of martial arts, can be found when he approaches me. It will be too difficult to sneak attack me in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning suddenly became overjoyed. As the saying goes, it is easy to hide from an open gun, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If you are walking outside, your biggest fear is being attacked by a sneak attack. No matter how good your skills are, if you are attacked by a sneak attack, you may capsize in the ditch. After all, it is difficult for normal people to remain vigilant all the time. But after I had that special effect, the special effect with extraordinary five senses, when he is out and about, it would be too difficult to sneak attack him. Whether it's a hidden arrow or a drug, there are inevitably clues, and with the blessing of his five senses, it is not difficult to find them. Not to mention that it can avoid all sneak attack methods in the world, at least it can avoid more than 90% of sneak attack methods, and even more.
Thinking of this, how could he not be happy? Subsequently,
only then did his attention fall on his arms. He clenched his fist and felt that his right arm still hurt. Feeling this change, Jiang Ning's face was not disappointed, but showed a faint smile. He still remembered the consequences of the last time he broke out the 9 levels of energy. At that time, there was a strong force and the knife was thrust out. As a result, the muscles of his right arm were torn, the blood vessels were burst, and blood oozed from the arm. It looked terrible. Now I tried the first level of the 9 levels of strength again, but my right arm seemed to be unscathed. There was nothing unusual about it, I could only feel some pain. This means that after his physical strength has been strengthened during this period, he can barely withstand an explosion of force. This is a good news. It proves that he can use the first force burst as a regular method instead of the previous trump card. Now that I face Su Yunfeng, I should have a 99% chance of winning, Jiang Ning murmured. Then, he looked up at the bright moon above his head. The bright moon hung high above him, almost forming a right angle with him. Forget it. It's so late, so I won't practice boxing. Let's wait for tomorrow. If everything goes well tomorrow, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough in my inner elixir health preserving power. Source Energy, 25.1, Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, 971/1000, early the next morning. Jiang Ning stood up and left. He stretched out as usual, stretched his muscles and bones, and then glanced at his own panel. Name, Jiang Ning, Source Energy, 27.8 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, breaking the limit of 98/3000 at one time, Special Effects, Photographic Memory, Extraordinary 5 Senses, 5 Bird's Fist, Deshang 592/1000, Wood Cleaving Method, Secondary Break Limit 3000/3000, Characteristics, Drawing Parallels, The Knife is Like the Wind, Inner Alchemy Health Gong, Introduction 971/1000, Sanglong Sword Technique, Mastery 1/200, the strange gifts given by those martial arts disciples yesterday seem to be useful. My source energy point acquisition value yesterday reached 2.7, which is considered a new high in the near future. If my body hadn't been able to absorb the effects of the medicine, there should have been more. Then, he secretly said, the source energy points are almost reaching 30 points again. I don't know how many source energy points are needed to break the limit 3 times with the hatchet technique. I don't know if it's 50 or 100. Forget it, don't think about this anymore. With my current efficiency, if it is 50 points, then 10 days will be enough. If it is 100 points, it will only be 10 or 20 days more, and this time will not count. What? Then, Jiang Ning's eyes fell on his inner elixir in health preserving skills. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, Introduction 971/1000, there are still 29 experience points left. From the current point of view, today is still a sunny day. Although ordinary people are still suffering, this will not delay the breakthrough of my inner elixir health preserving skills. If I can break through the inner alchemy health preserving skills and reach the level of mastery, I will be able to master a new method and actively unleash the potential within the body, which will definitely help my strength greatly. Furthermore, the enhanced function of the internal organs can also sustain my full power burst for a longer period of time, which is also a great help. Jiang Ning whispered to himself in his heart. He has long been looking forward to the breakthrough in inner alchemy health-preserving skills. Whether it is a means of actively stimulating the body's potential, or passively increasing the functions of the organs and maintaining the endurance of a full burst, it is a huge help to his strength. Active effect, stimulating potential, its role is beyond doubt. Passive effects cannot be underestimated either. You should know that although the 9th grade martial arts masters have amazing explosive power, their full-strength burst consumes amazing energy. It is not much different from the full-strength burst of ordinary people. For ordinary 9th grade martial arts masters, if they can maintain their peak state for 20 to 30 breaths, it is considered good endurance. Then the state will decline, and the strength they can exert will become weaker and weaker. This aspect is not much different from ordinary people. Therefore, ordinary warriors often only maintain 60% to 70% of their strength in fighting. In this way, the physical strength consumed and the physical strength recovered are in a relatively reasonable range, so that they can fight longer. And Jiang Ning had tested it before. When he just started to learn the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises, his endurance was 3 to 5 times that of ordinary warriors. In other words, he could last nearly 100 breaths with full-strength burst. Now, with the increase of the experience value of the inner alchemy health-preserving exercises, and as he breathes in and out the essence of the sun every day to temper his internal organs, this duration has long increased a lot, and can last for about half a cup of tea. The advantage in physical strength alone makes him far ahead of normal warriors. If one were to break through to another level, it would conceivably bring about even greater changes. Songlong Martial Arts School. After Jiang Ning finished washing, he took advantage of the sun not yet rising. He continued to practice boxing in the courtyard. Although his qi and blood have now been perfected, reaching a level that penetrates the whole body. But it doesn't mean that the growth of qi and blood power is meaningless. On the contrary, it is of great significance. On the road to martial arts, the power of qi and blood runs through everything. As far as he knew, even the legendary master's strength required the support of qi and blood. In old age, body functions decline and qi and blood fail. One's strength will also gradually decrease, far less than at its peak. This state is irreversible. As the deadline approaches, the state will only get worse and worse, and the strength displayed will only get lower and lower. Just like Wang Jin. At only 50 years old, the strength he can exert is no longer as good as when he was at his peak. Of course, as he gets started with the inner alchemy health-preserving skills, his body functions are also strengthening and recovering, and his condition will also improve. So Jiang Ning doesn't know whether Wang Jin can exert his peak strength now. But he knows. No matter how many internal strengthening methods you practice, the functions of your internal organs will be enhanced at any level. As lifespan increases, as time passes. There is a moment when you reach the peak, and then you start going downhill. Unless he is an immortal with infinite longevity and immortality. But the so-called immortals and gods only exist in legends. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1. Practicing boxing over and over again, the experience value continues to increase, and the power of qi and blood also continues to increase. Jiang Ning could feel that every time he practiced the boxing technique, he gained some new insights into Wuqinkwen. Although these insights are not many, they add up to a small amount, accumulate sand into a tower, and dripping water into a river, and one day they will reach the threshold of qualitative change. Moreover, as the power of qi and blood increased, Jiang Ning could feel that the power of qi and blood in his body was still growing and becoming more and more abundant. In the blink of an eye. The sky is bright. The morning glow turned half the sky red. Then, a fiery red sun slowly rose in the east. Under the bright sunshine, Jiang Ning was sweating profusely in the courtyard, making every move a success. The sweat on his body had already soaked the ground into an obvious dark color. Although practicing boxing is tiring, Jiang Ning enjoys watching the increase in his boxing experience and his strength improving bit by bit. Being able to see his own improvement and every effort being transformed into visible progress gave him huge positive feedback. It was precisely because of this that he was able to practice martial arts hard every day for more than a month and increase his strength. 5 Animal Fist Experience Value +1, another punch ended. Jiang Ning slowly retracted his fist. Skill, 5 Animal Fist, Deshang 597/1000, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He felt the cool morning breeze blowing on his face and passing through his body, causing his sweat to evaporate quickly. He suddenly felt waves of coolness, and his hot heart slowly became calmer. Later, Jiang Ning took out the Zhang protecting pill. taking one organ-protecting elixir every day will allow him to swallow the essence of the sun more efficiently, and also allow him to accelerate the accumulation of experience points in the inner elixir's health-preserving skills. As the Zhang-protecting elixir enters the abdomen, bursts of coolness flow into the internal organs. After another moment of effort, when the Zhang-protecting pill was completely effective, he faced the rising sun and began to breathe out the sun's energy. Inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, but he continued to breathe in and out, and with each ray of the great sun essence he refined, he could feel the strength of his internal organs increase after being tempered by the great sun essence. The stronger the internal organs are, the harder it is for him to suffer internal injuries. Moreover, with the enhancement of the functions of his organs, it would be difficult for ordinary poisons to cause much harm to him if they entered his body. And the physical strength is long-lasting, able to sustain the peak burst for a longer period of time. The experience points are increasing bit by bit, and the 1,000 experience points required for a breakthrough in the inner elixir health-preserving skills are getting closer. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, Introduction 999/1000, glanced at the panel. There's still one last bit to go. Jiang Ning secretly whispered in his heart. Afterwards, he continued to face the sun and perform the breathing in breathing technique. Under his tug, he could see a wisp of red smoke slowly condensing in the void. This smoky red was filled with a bit of golden light, and then this breath flowed into his nasal cavity as he breathed. The essence of the sun entered his internal organs from the nasal cavity, and under the guidance of the guidance technique and the effect of the Zhang protecting pill, it slowly tempered his internal organs. After a while, Inner Elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, the moment this prompt appeared, the Inner Elixir health-preserving skills on the panel changed. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, Proficient 0/2000, slowly moved from beginner to proficient. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt as if his internal organs were in a furnace, burning and tempered by the endless fire of the sun. Severe pain surged straight into his heart. He instantly felt an extremely strong pain. In this case, bead-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The beads of sweat continued to slide down his cheeks and gathered on his chin. Then it dripped from his jaw onto the ground. Under the great pain, his brows were locked together. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Pain. Great pain. The pain came from the internal organs. It was several times more painful than the feeling of burning his heart and lungs when he swallowed a mouthful of rice just out of the pot in his previous life. And it was a continuous pain. But Jiang Ning did not dare to make any unusual movements. He was afraid that he would have an accident because of his own movements during this process. He could only grit his teeth and stop firmly, enduring the severe pain. He let the beads of sweat continue to slide down his cheeks and drip down his jaw to the ground. In a blink of an eye, the ground where he sat cross-legged was dripping with his sweat. In this kind of pain, Jiang Ning felt that the days were like years, and time passed too slowly. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, the pain like a tide suddenly receded quickly and disappeared completely in a blink of an eye. Jiang Ning's frown slowly relaxed, and his clenched teeth completely loosened. He let out a long sigh, and then lay on his back in the yard. Let the morning sun shine on him, and let the gentle breeze blow over him. At the same time, he felt as if his internal organs were soaked in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. With this state, his almost exhausted body was recovering quickly. Jiang Ning closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. In less than a cup of tea, he clapped his hands on the ground, and his figure instantly soared into the air. Then he adjusted his posture in midair and stood still. Skill, Inner Dan Health Preserving Exercise, Mastery 0/2000. After taking a look at his own panel, Jiang Ning immediately turned it off. Then he took another deep breath. As he slowly exhaled, he felt comfortable all over. He clenched his fist again, feeling an incomparable sense of fullness from the inside out. This feeling is so cool. Jiang Ning's face was filled with smiles. At this moment, he felt that his condition was better than ever before. He was full of energy. It was as if a heavy burden had been removed from his body, giving him a sense of comfort and relaxation that he had never experienced before. The whole body also gave him an extremely light feeling. The figure seemed to be as light as a feather, and could ride the wind to return. Is this the effect of the transformation of the internal organs? Jiang Ning murmured. At this time, he could feel that with the breakthrough of his inner alchemy health-preserving skills and the huge painful tempering he had just experienced, his internal organs were like a transformation of rebirth from the ashes. This transformation greatly enhanced the function and strength of his internal organs. He could feel that the strength of his internal organs was far beyond what he had before. For ordinary people, if they were hit hard enough to cause internal injuries, their internal organs would be displaced or even ruptured, and they would eventually die easily. But with the current strength of his internal organs, it was no longer so easy to cause him internal injuries. Not to mention fatal internal injuries, such as ruptured internal organs and bleeding. If you master the internal alchemy health-preserving exercises at a certain level and combine them with the perception of spiritual power, you can actively stimulate the potential hidden in your body. I have met these conditions now, so let's give it a try. The thought came up, and Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. Then, under the influence of his spiritual power, he instantly sensed the existence of his internal organs. The next moment, boom, the heart suddenly beat heavily. At this moment, if you look through the short coat you are wearing, you can clearly see that his chest at the heart is shaking suddenly. It's like a stone falling into a calm lake, which suddenly produces a vibration. Boom, the heart beats violently again. Then, boom boom boom, the beats are faster and faster, and the frequency is constantly increasing. At the same time, Jiang Ning suddenly felt that as his heart beats faster, it seems to have turned into a violent engine. The blood that was originally flowing slowly passed through the heart that was now running at full speed, and instantly turned into a wild horse running towards the internal organs, the body, and the limbs. Jiang Ning raised his hand. Instantly, his skin turned red, his veins bulged, and his muscles were stimulated, turning into the shape of a dragon. He exhaled lightly, and felt that the temperature of the gas in his nasal cavity was many degrees higher than before, and it was full of burning breath. In the courtyard of the martial arts hall, after Jiang Ning actively stimulated the potential hidden in his body, he moved. Boom, the leg muscles suddenly exerted force, and the soil under his feet was like being blown up by a shell, splashing everywhere. The sound of wind whistled in his ears. If someone was watching at this time, they would find that Jiang Ning's figure was very tall, and he seemed to have no inertia to go back and forth at will in the not-so-large courtyard. The strong wind driven by his figure back and forth would occasionally roll up the leaves and dust around. After a moment, Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. The soil and sand under his feet flew. He clenched his fists again, and felt that his body was still in a state of extremely abundant energy. It was as if he had inhaled a large amount of stimulants, making him feel like he wanted to vent this power crazily. Is this the state of full physical potential? Jiang Ning murmured. He could feel that he seemed to be tireless at this moment, and both his strength and speed were greatly increased. It was like turning on the rage. This state even affected his mind, making him a little impulsive. Jiang Ning could fully understand this. The human body is controlled by various hormones. For example, the secretion of dopamine can bring great happiness to people. For example, the secretion of adrenaline can greatly improve people's physical functions, without fear of pain and fatigue. At this time, he stimulated the potential of his body, and naturally there would be secretion of various substances. Then, Jiang Ning's mind moved slightly, and the red skin on his body slowly returned to normal, and his body temperature began to gradually drop. His dilated pupils also returned to their normal state. Under the control of his mental power, the potential stimulated inside his body also slowly closed, and his body gradually returned to normal. A moment later, when everything was completely restored to calm, he instantly felt a sense of emptiness and fatigue, and his legs were also faintly weak. It felt like fighting in a brothel for a night. Jiang Ning returned to the room and picked up the bottle of medicinal wine given to him by the martial arts disciples on the table. Gulp drank it in one gulp. He instantly felt the fiery liquor entering his stomach from his throat. The liquor entered his stomach, burning like fire. A layer of fine sweat suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, Jiang Ning also felt that his body was gradually becoming stronger, and the physical energy he had just consumed was slowly recovering. It seems that active potential cannot be used frequently, which has a significant negative impact on the body. I only stimulated this short moment, and after this state, I felt a lot of discomfort in my body. It is conceivable that if this potential is stimulated for a long time, it will definitely have a significant negative impact on the body. Jiang Ning thought about it again, but felt it was normal. Energy conservation, the law of all things. Such a powerful effect will inevitably consume a lot of substances stored in the body. After the outbreak, it is also very normal for the body to have certain sequelae in a short period of time. Thinking of the active potential just now, which made him feel omnipotent, Jiang Ning smiled again. The effect is really strong,
it is indeed a very practical method. He took another look at his panel. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise, Mastery 0/2000. I need another 2000 experience points to break through to the realm of minor success. The minor success of the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise will further enhance the strength and function of my internal organs, and will also allow me to master the special means of internal breath. Jiang Ning whispered in his heart. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to the day when the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise would break through to minor success. At that time, his strength would definitely be further improved. Afterwards, while waiting for the medicinal wine to take effect, Jiang Ning took out the gifts given to him by the martial arts disciples yesterday and counted them. After a while, he finished counting and put the silver and banknotes in a pile. A total of about 138 taels of silver. My blood and chi are now perfect, so I have to go to Wanhua Tower today. Before Shin Songyun left, he told me to go to Wanhua Tower to find Lin Qingyi, the owner of the Wanhua Tower, after my blood and chi are perfect. He left something for him here with Lin Qingyi, the owner of the Wanhua Tower. My blood and chi are now perfect, so it's time to go to find Lin Qingyi, the owner of the Lin Tower. After all, it's less than 2 months away from the opening of the inspection office in 3 months, as Wang Jin said before. If I want to meet the qualifications to join the inspection office, I must enter the 9th level of martial arts. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Ning's mind quickly, and he made up his mind. I will go to Wanhua Tower later, and go home by the way, and give the more than 100 taels of silver to my eldest brother Jianli. After all, after losing his right arm, my eldest brother Jianli now has to support a family of several people, and he borrowed a lot of money from Captain Feng for his martial arts training. Although Captain Feng said he was not in a hurry for the sake of Shen Luzhu, he could not really not be in a hurry. There was no need to owe such a small favor. Besides, for him now, this mere 100 taels of silver was of no great use. More than 100 taels of silver would not last him for a few days, but giving it to his elder brother and sister-in-law would improve their living conditions a lot. After making a thorough decision, he got up and left his room. He came to the yard and looked up at the sun above his head. He looked at the corona placed in the yard again, and he knew the time now. Just after 2 p.m. It's still early. It's still in line with the breathing time after mastering the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise. But thinking of the changes in the internal organs caused by the breakthrough in the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving Exercise just now, Jiang Ning shook his head immediately. Forget it. I'd better not practice. I'll take a day off today to let my internal organs recover. After all, the burning sensation brought by breathing in the sun's essence is a big burden on my internal organs. The front yard of the martial arts hall. Jiang Ning appeared here, and then he came to the corner where the stone lock was placed. Test my current strength in another way. After making the decision, he sank his body, bent down slightly, and grabbed a 500 gene stone lock with both hands. Then, as he exerted force with both arms, the 500 gene stone lock was instantly lifted by him and raised above his head. It's a bit easy, he said. Then he threw it with both hands again, threw it up a few centimeters, and then steadily caught the 500 gene stone lock that fell. It's really easy. He sighed, and then put the stone lock down. Then, he grabbed the stone lock with one arm, and the stone lock lifted off the ground again. When he raised it to his shoulder, he instantly felt a lot of pressure. Get up! He shouted softly, exerted force with his right arm, and his muscles bulged. He successfully lifted the 500 gene stone lock above his head. After a few breaths, he slowly put the stone lock down. Boom! The moment it landed, the 500 gene stone lock came into contact with the ground, and instantly made a muffled sound, which made him feel a slight vibration. After the test, Jiang Ning immediately had a general grasp of his own strength. He said to himself secretly, my single arm should have a strength of about 800 to 900 kilograms now. Ordinary martial artists with perfect blood and chi, such as Chang Ran, are about just over 500 kilograms, and rarely exceed 600 kilograms. Ordinary martial artists who have just entered the 9th level of martial arts and have successfully trained their skin also have a strength of about 700 to 800 kilograms. In other words, my strength alone is not weaker than that of ordinary 9th level martial artists. At the level of perfect blood and chi, my strength is even more overwhelming. Only those who are born with supernatural powers can compete with me in strength at the level of perfect blood and chi. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning felt satisfied. His efforts these days have also yielded good results. This kind of strength makes him feel a little relieved. At least if he meets Su Yunfeng again, he will not be afraid at all.
Even if he meets Chao Bin, a master of training skin, he has the confidence to fight him. As for Chao Rong, he knows that he is still far behind him. Chao Rong is at the peak of the 7th rank of martial arts, not far from the 6th rank, and slightly above Wang Jin's strength. This kind of strength, regardless of age, can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Luoshui County.
Chao Rong's bow and arrow can shoot arrows that set off sonic booms. This strength is too terrifying.
Jiang Ning also knows that he is far from being able to match it now. However, Jiang Ning is not too afraid of Chao Rong. But this person has already left Luoshui County and returned to Dongling City, the county seat of Dongling County.
He has already known this. In addition, Chao Rong is a soldier and will not return to Luoshui County until the next holiday. It is not known when. By that time, he will be no longer the same as before. After all, he has been learning martial arts for just over a month, less than a month and a half. Then, Jiang Ning rested for a while and then continued to practice boxing. In the county government. Meet the head Chao.
Su Yunfeng said respectfully.
Chao Bin said, "Do you know why I came to you today?"
Su Yunfeng shook his head.
"I don't know." Chao Bin said, "Do you want to join the inspection office?"
"Yes.
If I can join the inspection office, I will be loyal to you." Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed with hope.
Seeing this, Chao Bin nodded slightly. "Then I will give you a chance that you have to fight for with your life."
"Speak, sir."
Su Yunfeng said respectfully.
Chao Bin said, "I want you to take off your identity as a constable today, and then take my identity token to the Green Snake Gang, succeed the 4th Hallmaster, and then no matter what means you use, you will solve Jiang Ning and Jiang Li, and bring Lu Wanwan to me. If you can do it, I will give you this opportunity. If you fail, I will bring your head to Sunlong Martial Arts Hall and give Jiang Ning and Wang Jin a belated apology."
Su Yunfeng listened to this quietly, and I looked up at Chao Bin. "Sir, leave this matter to me, I will definitely take care of it for you."
"But..." Before Su Yunfeng finished speaking, Chao Bin said, "No buts. You don't have to worry about all the consequences. What about Shin Song Yun?
My brother has entered the ranks of the 6th rank.
Will he break the rules of Wanhua Tower again and become enemies with my Chao family because of a dead person?
I have arranged this way, which is enough to give him face on the surface. Shin Song Yun is also a smart man.
Smart people will naturally find this step to save face."
Su Yunfeng stood aside respectfully and listened to these words. So he bowed and said, "Since you have thought it through, I have no more worries. Please rest assured, I will take care of this matter." After hearing this, Chao Bin sat upright on the chair, sipping tea quietly, with a calm face. Then, he put down the tea and took out a golden jade token from his body. There was a big Chao engraved on the token. "Take this token to find Shi Xiaoyuan, the leader of the Green Gang, and then take my oral instructions, he will naturally cooperate with you with all his strength."
"Yes, sir."
Su Yunfeng took the token and bowed. Chao Bin picked up the tea again, with a calm face.
"Go down."
After the voice fell, Chao Bin reminded again, "Remember, to do this, Jiang Ning must be dealt with.
This person is valued by Shin Song Yun.
Since he has offended him, he must not be kept. But when dealing with Jiang Ning, try not to let other people see it, it is best to die without evidence."
"Yes, sir. I understand." Su Yunfeng saluted and retreated. After walking out of the house,
Su Yunfeng's eyes showed a trace of disdain for Chao Bin. What a fool! That kid is so valued by Shin Song Yun that he would rather break the rules of Wanhua Tower to help him.
It is conceivable that Jiang Ning must be extremely special and his martial arts talent must be extremely high. It is really stupid to take the risk of making enemies with a martial arts genius like Jiang Ning and a big shot like Shin Song Yun for the temporary pleasure of the lower body. There is an opportunity to turn hostility into friendship, but he doesn't know how to seize it. If I succeed, it's fine, but if I fail? Thinking of this consequence,
Su Yunfeng despised Chao Bin in his heart. He couldn't even control his lower body. What a waste! In his opinion, it was because Chao Bin was born well and was born in the direct lineage of the Chao family. Otherwise, a fool like Chao Bin would not be qualified to make him bow his head. If it weren't for his good birth, Chao Bin would never have the current status in his eyes, let alone the current strength. As the direct son of the Chao family, he enjoyed countless resources, but he was still in his 30s and stopped at the 9th level of martial arts and the great success of skin refining. What a waste! At the same time, Su Yunfeng clenched his fists and swore secretly.
I must change my fate. I want to climb up, step by step. I must enter the inspectorate. This is my chance to change my fate. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry. I want to borrow your head. At 4 o'clock in the morning,
Jiang Ning opened the door of the martial arts hall.
all the disciples immediately filed in. Hello, Senior Brother Jiang. Hello, Senior Brother Jiang. Hello, Senior Brother Jiang. All the disciples greeted Jiang Ning with respect. Junior Brother Jiang. Xiao Peng appeared in front of Jiang Ning and spoke slowly.
At this moment, Xiao Peng looked at Jiang Ning fiercely.
Senior Brother Xiao. Jiang Ning smiled. Xiao Peng said, I heard that Junior Brother Jiang was officially accepted as a true disciple by Master Wang the day before yesterday? Jiang Ning nodded slightly, yes.
Hearing this, Xiao Peng looked at Jiang Ning with a sharp gaze. Junior Brother Jiang, how about sparring with me?
There is no need for that.
Jiang Ning shook his head. I still have to go home.
Junior Brother Jiang, you are not afraid. Xiao Peng looked at Jiang Ning, who was about to leave, and couldn't help but say something provocative. Jiang Ning smiled immediately.
He knew that if he continued to refuse, Xiao Peng would definitely not give up. Then, he stretched out his hand and said, Brother Xiao, you and I are from the same school.
We both learned the 5 Animals Fist. Just shake hands.
Xiao Peng and Jiang Ning looked at each other and said, okay. He then stretched out his right hand.
The next moment, the two shook hands.
Xiao Peng immediately exerted force. In an instant, he felt that he exerted 30% of his strength to hold Jiang Ning's palm tightly, but it was like mud in the sea, and it could not cause any waves. Xiao Peng looked at Jiang Ning with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this time, Jiang Ning's right hand also slowly exerted force. Xiao Peng frowned, and then the distance between his eyebrows became closer and closer.
On Jiang Ning's slowly tightening right hand, he felt a growing force. Just a few breaths.
A layer of fine sweat appeared on Xiao Peng's forehead, and his right hand, which was shaking with Jiang Ning, was also trembling slightly in his sleeve. At this moment, Jiang Ning let go and pulled away. Junior Brother Xiao, you have great strength.
I admire you.
Jiang Ning bowed his hands and turned to leave.
Looking at Jiang Ning's back as he walked away, Xiao Peng's expression became extremely complicated. He could clearly feel that Jiang Ning's strength was extremely strong just now.
Under the continuous pressure, it was difficult for him to resist, and the pressure on his palm bones reached a limit. And looking at Jiang Ning's expression, there was obviously still room. If Jiang Ning continued to put pressure on him, he would eventually have to beg for mercy, otherwise his hand bones would be crushed. So how could he not understand that Jiang Ning's words were to save face for himself? Otherwise, if he asked for mercy in front of everyone, it would be really embarrassing.
Strength is stronger than mine.
5 styles of 5 Animals Fist are practiced together, and all have reached the state of great success.
I am not as good as him,
Xiao Peng said in his heart. At this time one of the disciples who were watching asked, Brother Xiao, how strong is Brother Jiang?
Very strong.
Xiao Peng nodded, and continued, it's worthy of being someone that Master Shen values so much. How does he compare to Brother Xiao? The disciple continued to ask.
It would be offensive if I ask you again.
Xiao Peng glanced at the disciple. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the martial arts hall. For him now, there is no need to stay in the martial arts hall. He has a private coach at home and a professional sparring partner, so he rarely goes back to the martial arts hall. The reason why he returned to the martial arts hall today was because he heard that Jiang Ning was accepted as a personal disciple by Wang Jin. As Xiao Peng left, everyone in the martial arts hall talked about it.
Brothers, do you think who is better, Brother Jiang or Brother Xiao? I can't tell.
But I think Brother Xiao is stronger in strength. After all, Brother Xiao has been in the martial arts school for several months, and before that, Brother Xiao had already practiced martial arts for many days. I think so too. After all, Brother Xiao has already reached the level of qi and blood, which runs through all 4 limbs, and the strength of one arm is more than 400 pounds.
I don't think so, someone said. Seeing everyone's gaze, the man continued, look.
When Brother Jiang left just now, he was relaxed and comfortable, and obviously in good condition. And I saw some sweat on Brother Xiao's forehead.
Sweat? Someone asked in confusion, is it true?
Of course.
The man nodded, so I think. Maybe Brother Xiao Peng is not as good as Brother Jiang. Don't you remember Brother Zhao's temper? What does he do? Why is he so silent?
But Senior Brother Jiang has been in the martial arts hall for less than a month and a half. How can he compare with Senior Brother Xiao in terms of strength? The man continued, before that, could you have imagined that Senior Brother Jiang could pass the test of Master Wang in more than a month and be accepted as a true disciple by Master Wang while practicing all 5 forces? You should know that senior brother Jiang is a genius valued by the great figure Master Shen. Moreover, Master Shen attaches great importance to senior brother Jiang, but he does not hesitate to stand on the opposite side of the Chao family and violate the rules of Wanhua building. And with the help of the great figure Master Shen, it is normal for senior brother Jiang to progress in martial arts so fast. Even if senior brother Jiang enters the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts in a month, I think it is normal. The disciples in the front yard of the martial arts hall heard this, thought about it for a while, and then slowly nodded in agreement. On the other side, after Xiaopan walked out of the martial arts hall gate, he stretched his right hand out from his sleeve and suddenly saw the fingerprints left by Jiang Ning on his palm. The fingerprints were clearly visible. He clenched his fist again, mobilized the blood and qi in his body to wash his palm, and the fingerprint gradually dissipated. What a strong force! Jiang Ning's strength should be between 600 and 700 kilograms. It's only been a short time since he learned boxing, and he has such a strong force. I don't know how many good things Shin Chongyun gave Jiang Ning to make his strength improve so quickly. Xiao Peng whispered in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a jealous look. Why is it that the genius valued by Shin Chongyun is not me? If Jiang Ning participates in the competition for the quota of the inspection office, with the help of Shin Chongyun, how can I compete with him? Thinking of this, Xiao Peng's heart was filled with a strong unwillingness. He originally thought that he could defeat Chang Ran and then step into the 9th level of martial arts. He was very confident about these 2 points. In his opinion, it is not difficult to defeat Chang Ran. It is not difficult to step into the 9th level of martial arts. He has now reached the perfection of qi and blood. At this point, it is only natural for him to refine his skin and enter the 9th level of martial arts. The most difficult part of the 9th level of martial arts is to accumulate qi and blood to perfection and penetrate the whole body. Once qi and blood are perfect, it will not take too long to enter the 9th level of martial arts if there are sufficient resources. He will have another month to 1.5 months to refine his skin and enter the 9th level of martial arts. He can enter the 9th level before the opening of the inspection office. But now Jiang Ning, who suddenly came out from the middle of the road, completely broke his plan. So today he came to the martial arts hall just to test Jiang Ning's depth. After all, in Luoshui County, Shin Songyun valued a civilian from the outer city, and took the initiative to stand on the opposite side of the Chao family for that civilian. This matter basically spread to all major forces. He naturally knew it. Being valued so much by Shin Songyun, he had to pay full attention to Jiang Ning. However, with today's test, his heart sank. Not only could he not win in boxing skills, but he could not even win in strength. And the strength was closely related to the strength of the blood. From the strength that just came from Jiang Ning's right hand, he knew that Jiang Ning was either born with supernatural power or his blood was extremely strong. Even if it was not perfect, it was not far from perfection. Xiao Peng stood there, staring at the blue sky above his head in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and walked forward slowly with some dejection. Wanhua Building. This place is the most luxurious place in the entire Luoshui County. When Jiang Ning appeared at the door of Wanhua Building, it was already afternoon. After he opened the door of the martial arts hall, he went home. He also successfully handed the silver to Jiang Li and Lu Wanwan. It was not until after lunch that he set off for Wanhua Building. His purpose of coming to Wanhua Building was also very simple. That is to take the gift that Shin Songyun said he would leave for him when he left. Only after his qi and blood are complete can he go to Lin Xingyun to receive the gift. Sir, I am Xiaolu. I wonder what you want to buy from my Wanhua Tower. Jiang Ning had just stepped into the gate of Wanhua Tower when a maid in a light green skirt came up and asked Jiang Ning after bowing. I want to see Lin Xingyi, the owner of the Lin Tower. Jiang Ning said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his arm that was tucked under his sleeves, showing a white jade token in his hand that was not even as big as his palm. This token was given to him by Shin Songyun before he left. With this token, he has great authority in Wanhua Tower and is also qualified to meet the deputy owner. When the maid heard Jiang Ning's words, her mouth opened slightly and she was about to speak. But when Jiang Ning showed the white jade token, the maid immediately closed her mouth and bowed respectfully. I don't know your honorable name. I am here to tell the owner of the building on behalf of the young master, but I don't know whether the owner of the building will see you or not. Jiang Ning bowed. I am Jiang Ning. Sorry to bother you, young lady. Young master, please wait a moment, said the maid in a light green skirt. Then she walked to another maid in small steps and whispered to her. Then, the maid hurriedly stepped in small steps to Jiang Ning. Young Master Jiang,
please follow Xiaohe to the VIP room for tea. The owner of the building Lin may not respond for a while. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded. Wanhua Building. Mr. Jiang, please. The maid named Xiaolu led the way and led Jiang Ning to the top of the building. After a while. The roof of Wanhua Building. Open air loft. Master Lin is taking a bath at the moment.
Please ask Mr. Jiang to wait here for a moment.
Okay.
Jiang Ning nodded and sat on the chair. Xiaolu then started making tea in front of Jiang Ning.
After a while. Gurgling the brewed tea is slowly poured into the teacup. Master Jiang, please have tea.
Hearing this, Jiang Ning picked up the tea, blew it to cool it a little, and then took a sip.
After one drink and another drink, Lin Qingyi still didn't show up.
Seeing this, Jiang Ning had no choice but to continue to wait patiently. It wasn't until he finished 5 or 6 cups of tea that he felt a faint urge to urinate. Only then did I hear movement coming from the attic.
After a while.
Squeak, the door was pushed open. Only then did Lin Qingyi appear in front of Jiang Ning. At this moment, Lin Qingyi was wearing thin green clothes, like a willow leaf emerging from the spring water, walking out of the room lightly. After bathing, her skin now looked even fairer and more delicate. She didn't look like a woman over 30, but like a girl in her late teens. At this moment, Lin Qingyi's long hair was scattered casually, and water droplets slid down along the hair and fell on the thin blue clothes, causing the clothes to be wet and clinging to the skin, which in turn highlighted her graceful figure. When Lin Qingyi crossed the threshold, she gently lifted up her thin gauze dress, revealing a pair of white and crystal-clear jade feet. Her jade feet stepped on the cold floor, leaving footprints one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly picked up the tea and took a few more sips. Lin Qingyi, who walked out of the room, couldn't help but smile when she saw this scene.
The mood also became a little happy. Jiang Ning's performance shows that she is still full of charm. How could this not make her feel happy? Next moment. Jiang Ning put down the teacup and stood up.
I've met Mr. Lin, he said with cupped hands.
Lin Qingyi smiled. Didn't you call me sister before? Why did you change your name today? Sister Lin.
Jiang Ning immediately changed his words. Hearing these words, Lin Qingyi even smiled.
Subsequently,
she sat next to Jiang Ning, lifted her skirt, folded her right leg over her left leg, and then lowered her skirt. So, because the skirt was not long enough, half of her crystal white jade right leg was exposed.
Little guy, why did you suddenly come to see your sister today? Lin Qingyi held the tea and took a sip. Jiang Ning was stunned when he saw this. Master Lin, this cup of tea is mine. This cup is yours.
While talking, Jiang Ning pushed another cup of tea on the square table in front of Lin Qingyi. When Lin Qingyi heard this, her hand holding the teacup paused.
Then she raised her brows slightly and took a look at Jiang Ning's face. It's okay. I don't mind.
Lin Qingyi said calmly, with an extremely calm expression, also, call me sister.
Sister likes to hear this title.
But when she spoke, the earlobes exposed from her long black hair seemed to be stained with rouge.
Okay, sister. Jiang Ning said. Subsequently, Lin Qingyi coughed lightly and cleared her throat. Then he said, you haven't said what you came to see my sister about today? But what kind of trouble did you encounter and you need my sister's help?
Hearing Lin Qingyi frequently mention the word sister, Jiang Ning immediately knew Lin Qingyi's preferences.
She obviously really likes being called sister.
Then Jiang Ning thought about it and suddenly felt it was very reasonable. Many women have this habit and like to be called sister. Not to mention that the title sister is an age-reducing title for Lin Qingyi, so it is not surprising that she likes it. Then, Jiang Ning spoke.
Sister Lin, I'm here today to get the gift that Senior Shen left for me.
Lin Qingyi glanced at Jiang Ning.
Don't worry about this now.
Shen Songyun told me when he left that I would give it to you after my qi and blood are perfect. If you are thinking about this, you might as well practice and strengthen your qi.
Blood. Sister Lin, my energy and blood have been perfected. Jiang Ning said. Full energy and blood? Lin Qingyi looked at Jiang Ning with slightly widened eyes, a look of disbelief in her brows. As for Jiang Ning, she also conducted an investigation out of curiosity. So she knew very well Jiang Ning's past history and when she started to learn martial arts from his master.
Calculating it carefully, Jiang Ning only learned boxing and practiced martial arts for more than a month.
How could Jiang Ning, who was born into an ordinary family, reach the stage of perfect qi and blood in just over a month?
She also knew that Shen Songyun had not been of much help to Jiang Ning before. The real help comes when you step into the 9th level of martial arts. This step is the first level of the martial arts path. If you are in the 9th or 1st level of martial arts, you can cast a 9-story pagoda. Then the step of condensing and strengthening chi and blood is the foundation. The 9th level of martial arts is the first layer above the foundation. The first level is a crucial step. That's why Shin Song-yoon was so optimistic about Jiang Ning that he would help. Before this, without Shin Song-yoon's help, how could Jiang Ning have reached the stage of complete chi and blood in just over a month? After Lin Qingyi heard Jiang Ning's words, she immediately didn't believe it. Jiang Ning said, "Sister Lin, if you don't believe it, you can come and check it out." Jiang Ning looked confident. Lin Qingyi nodded immediately. "Okay. I want to see what tricks you are playing." While talking, Lin Qingyi stood up. The long skirt slipped down, completely covering her legs in an instant. After arriving in front of Jiang Ning had also stood up. Seeing that she only reached Jiang Ning's shoulders, Lin Qingyi suddenly raised her eyebrows. "Sit down." "Yes, Sister Lin." Jiang Ning immediately sat down obediently after hearing this. After sitting down, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, he was almost on the same level as Lin Qingyi's majesty. Under this situation and at this distance, a hot breath exhaled from his nose will inevitably blow on Lin Qingyi's majesty. Moreover, Jiang Ning also discovered that Lin Qingyi was wearing a thin corset underneath. He suddenly held his breath. Lin Qingyi didn't seem to notice this at this moment. Her palm fell from Jiang Ning's collar and landed on Jiang Ning's heart, run chi and blood throughout the whole body. As Lin Qingyi's palm fell, Jiang Ning suddenly felt that Lin Qingyi's palm was a little cold, like jade, delicate to the touch, but exuding bursts of coldness. Hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. Next moment, as his thoughts moved, chi and blood flowed through his whole body. Lin Qingyi's eyes suddenly showed surprise. It's true that chi and blood are perfect, penetrating all levels of the body. She lowered her head and glanced at Jiang Ning again, whispering in her heart, "Is this kid really an unprecedented genius?" After learning martial arts for more than a month, without much help from outside the body, he actually achieved perfect chi and blood? His efficiency in condensing chi and blood is too high, right? This kind of talent is no less than those of real monsters. Those monsters will have the opportunity to become masters or even higher in the future. At this moment, Lin Qingyi knew that she had been wrong before. I had completely underestimated Jiang Ning before. No wonder Shin Song-yoon attaches so much importance to this little guy. It seems that Shin Song-yoon has figured it out a long time ago, so he did not hesitate to break the rules in the building and sell this boy a big favor. It seems that Shin Song-yoon sees people more accurately than I do. As soon as he made a move, he accurately found a real genius. I'm not as good as him. Lin Qingyi's eyes were thoughtful and she was talking to herself secretly. At this moment, without Lin Qingyi speaking, Jiang Ning could only hold his breath and dare not say anything. The fragrance of osmanthus and orchid exuded from Lin Qingyi's body was constantly wafting on the tip of Jiang Ning's nose. After a while, Lin Qingyi came to her senses. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Jiang Ning holding his breath. He glanced down again, and immediately understood the reason. His earlobes were slightly red. This boy is quite handsome, and he fits my taste perfectly. If I have a chance in the future, it's not impossible to help him. Then, she squeezed Jiang Ning's chest muscles. Then he took out his little hand and said, "My chest muscles have been trained well and it feels good. My sister likes it very much." Jiang Ning. At this moment, he always felt like he was being teased by Lin Qingyi. However, thinking of Lin Qingyi's status and her strength, Jiang Ning had no choice but to swallow his anger. If you are teased, be teased. Anyway, men won't suffer if they are taken advantage of. Besides, although Lin Qingyi is older, she looks very young in appearance. She is only in her 90s and 10 years old, which is not unacceptable. Jiang Ning kept comforting himself in his heart. Lin Qingyi said again, "Come with me. Since your chi and blood have been perfected, you meet Shin Song-yoon's conditions, and it's time to give that thing to you." Jiang Ning quickly stood up and followed Lin Qingyi. Looking at her slim waist, Jiang Ning immediately looked up at the top of her head. "Don't look around. Don't look around. This is not a delicate and weak woman, but a strong man who can kill me with one slap," Jiang Ning muttered in his heart. Subsequently, Lin Qingyi opened the door. Squeak! Suddenly, a burst of water mist covered the surface, and at the same time, there was a strong scent of osmanthus and orchid lingering on the tip of Jiang Ning's nose. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. This is obviously Lin Qingyi's boudoir, where she just took a shower. Is it appropriate to go in by myself? At this moment, Lin Qingyi said, "What are you doing standing around? Come in." When Jiang Ning heard this, he nodded immediately, then raised his legs and stepped in. As soon as he stepped into the room, Jiang Ning saw Lin Qingyi's freshly changed clothes hanging on the screen. He immediately looked away, pretending not to see it. At this moment, Lin Qingyi also noticed this scene, and her face suddenly felt hot when she saw the underwear she had changed out of. But when he saw Jiang Ning's evasive gaze, he suddenly felt very interesting. "Little guy, are you so shy? Have you never even been to Baihua building?" Jiang Ning said truthfully, "No." Ho, Lin Qingyi couldn't help but open her mouth and laugh, and her body twitched. Then, she quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing anymore. After stopping her laughter, Lin Qingyi said, "You are not good at this. If you have not experienced training, you will fall into traps in the future." Jiang Ning smiled, "I am not worthy of other people's honey traps." Lin Qingyi immediately looked at Jiang Ning seriously. "Don't underestimate yourself, your future is very extraordinary. Otherwise Shin Song-yoon wouldn't have paid so much to help you." While speaking, she glanced at Jiang Ning again. Then she came to her dressing table, reached into the cabinet and gently moved it. Boom boom, a secret compartment on the wall suddenly appeared. She took out a dark wooden box from the secret compartment. "Take it. This is a gift from Shin Song-yoon for you. It is in your hands today." Jiang Ning hurriedly took it from Lin Qingyi. Looking at the thing in his hand, he couldn't help but feel happy. Shin Song-yoon could prepare it so carefully, and then Lin Qingyi handed it over to him. "It must be extraordinary." Lin Qingyi said again, "By the way, come to me again after you have mastered the skin refining. Shin Song-yoon has something else to give you then." "What else?" Jiang Ning was a little surprised. "Yeah." Lin Qingyi nodded slightly, "There is more. So remember to come when the time comes." "Okay." Jiang Ning said again, "Thank you, Sister Lin. Sister Lin is so kind. Sweet mouth." Lin Qingyi smiled, stretched out her slender right index finger and hooked Jiang Ning's chin. "Sister is a little interested in you." Jiang Ning, "Okay." Lin Qingyi retracted her finger and smiled, "I won't tease you anymore. Go back by yourself. Sister has to change clothes." After leaving Lin Qingyi's boudoir, Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, boys have to protect themselves when they go out. Women are so scary. Then he looked at the wooden box in his hand, and his expression couldn't help but be happy. Shin Song-yoon left something here specially, and he was strong to me. It should be a real good thing. You are qualified to take it only when your chi and blood are perfect. It should be very helpful to me in the future. Immediately, he thought of what Lin Qingyi said just now. Shin Song-yoon also left something here with Lin Qingyi. I can only get it after I have mastered the skin refining. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think in his heart, I don't know what that thing is. At the entrance of Wanhua building. "Master, according to the report from the spies below, Jiang Ning is still in Wanhua building and has not come out yet." After Su Yunfeng appeared with a few people, a member of the Green Gang who was stalking here hurriedly reported to Su Yunfeng. "Good. Well done." Su Yunfeng nodded and encouraged. Then, he took out his identity token and gave it to one of the gang members. "Take my identity token to ask for the deputy gang leader Hong Cheng-tao, and say that I owe him a favor, and ask him to come here to help me once. This is also the task of the third young master." "Yes, master." Hearing the third young master, the gang member took the token and said respectfully. Then, the disciple ran away to find the deputy gang leader to pass on the news from Su Yunfeng. As the disciple left quickly, a woman wearing a leopard skin skirt and a bra next to Su Yunfeng was a little dissatisfied. "Master, it's just to kill Jiang Ning. Is it necessary to do this? Can you ask the deputy leader Hong Cheng-tao for help?" Hong Cheng-tao is a strong man with a small achievement in skin refining and a strength of 800 kilograms. It's a bit embarrassing to let him come with us to kill such a young boy. To kill Jiang Ning, the help of the two of us is enough. Don't you think so, Brother Yuan? When saying the last sentence, the woman raised her arm and arched the other man beside her. The hallmaster named Brother Yuan immediately spoke up. "Xiao Yu is right. 2 deputy hallmasters and 1 hallmaster, can't they kill Jiang Ning who has only learned martial arts for more than a month? Even if he is a genius favored by Shin Song-yoon, what can he do? At most, he has only learned martial arts for more than a month. How much strength can he have? Xiao Yu's blood and qi are perfect, and his strength is 400 kilograms. I have perfect blood and qi, and my strength is more than 500 kilograms. In addition, Hallmaster Su has made great progress in skin refining and has entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. The 3 of us will attack together. Just because Jiang Ning has only learned martial arts for more than a month, can he still escape from the siege of the three of us?
Su Yunfeng couldn't help but smile when he heard what the two said.
What the two deputy hall masters said does make sense, but the third son of the Chow family said that a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Since Jiang Ning is so valued by Shin Song-yun, there is no guarantee that there will be no mistakes.
Since we are going to attack him, we must go all out to be safe.
After all, if we fail, it is not just Jiang Ning who will be offended, but Shin Song-yun, a great man. If I can't ask the gang leader to take action now, in order to be foolproof, I will definitely invite the gang leader together. The two deputy hall masters heard this, and the deputy hall master named Yuan Gu couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Hall Master Su, you are too cautious.
I think it's not cautious, but a bit of a fuss.
The deputy hall master named Xiao Yu immediately took over and expressed his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng smiled slightly, and said no more, allowing the two deputy hall masters to vent their complaints. In his opinion, as long as the two can cooperate with him to do this well, it will be fine. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. Although he also felt that it was enough for only a few of him to take action. But in order to be foolproof, he still chose the safest way and asked Deputy Gang Leader Hong Chengtao to come and help. Hong Chengtao, who had a small success in skin refining and a strength of 800 kilograms, took action, which was the real loss of everything. In his eyes, this matter could only succeed, not fail. This was related to his future plans.
As long as it succeeded, he would get Chao Bin's permission to enter the inspection house.
From then on, he would change his fate against the will of heaven and control his own destiny. So in Su Yunfeng's eyes, no matter how cautious he was, it was not too much. Just because this matter was too important.
At the same time,
the two deputy hall masters saw Su Yunfeng keeping silent and stopped talking. After all, Su Yunfeng was the third son of the Chow family. If they didn't give Su Yunfeng face, they would give the third son of the Chow family face.
Wanhua Building. Jiang Ning walked out of Lin Qingyi's room and came to the attic.
Seeing that there was no one around, the maid had already left.
He immediately made a decision. He opened the box left by Shin Song-yun here to see what was inside.
After all, there is no place safer than here in the whole Luoshui County.
The next moment,
he put the box on the wooden table and then opened the lock. Click with a crisp sound, the wooden box was opened immediately. What caught his eyes was a secret book and a small jar. Vajra Indestructible Body. Picking up the secret book, Jiang Ning saw these big words on the book.
Vajra Indestructible Body? Jiang Ning murmured.
Then he continued to mutter to himself, it seems to be similar to what I guessed before. What Senior Shin left me is the method of refining skin, and it should not be an ordinary method, otherwise he would not have handed it over to me so solemnly through Lin Qingyi. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. Senior Shin has helped me so much. Then, he picked up the book, Indestructible Body of Diamond, and slowly flipped through it. Experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1, experience points for reading and spelling +1. As Jiang Ning continued to flip through the book, his experience points for reading and spelling continued to rise.
Not long after,
Lin Qingyi pushed open the door and saw Jiang Ning slowly flipping through a yellowed ancient book on the balcony of the pavilion.
Is this what Shin Song-yun left for him? Lin Qingyi whispered. She stopped immediately and did not interrupt. After a while,
as Jiang Ning continued to flip through the ancient books in his hands, Lin Qingyi also caught a glimpse of the words on the cover of the ancient books.
The Immortal Vajra? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she was suddenly surprised. Shin Song-yun actually got this ancient book? Could it be that he has been to the Vajra temple? No wonder he was so solemn before, it turned out to be this ancient book. If this is the legendary intact Vajra immortal body, it can shape the legendary immortal golden body. But this shouldn't be the intact Vajra indestructible body.
After all, it is said that the truly complete Vajra immortal body can only be found in the Vajra temple.
With Shin Song-yun's strength, how can he obtain the complete Vajra immortal body from the Vajra temple? King Kong temple, there are great masters and even higher level beings there.
Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi suddenly shook her head. The other side. Jiang Ning kept flipping through the pages, and during the flipping process, he found that his experience in reading and deciphering words was increasing rapidly.
After a while, he finished flipping through.
This time, after reading the immortal body of Vajra, the experience value of reading and writing will be increased by 438 points in total. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Ning couldn't help but be stunned.
So much? 438 experience points? He then quickly opened the panel and took another look. Skills, reading and hyphenation, second limit 543/3000, special effects, photographic memory, extraordinary 5 senses, it actually increased 438 experience points?
Jiang Ning whispered, feeling extremely surprised. He looked again at the ancient book called The Immortal Vajra in his hand.
It's just a fragment.
After I finish reading it, it can add so much experience value to my literacy.
What is the grade of this Vajra immortal body?
At this moment, Jiang Ning was extremely surprised. After reading through it just now, according to the introduction of the ancient book, he also knew that this ancient book called Vajra Immortal Body has a great background. It is even known as one of the origins of martial arts. According to records, if the immortal Vajra body can be cultivated to true perfection, it can condense the so-called immortal golden body. Possessing an immortal golden body, he is said to be invulnerable to weapons, water, fire, and all kinds of magic. Even in ancient times, with the blessing of this technique, one would be qualified to defeat the immortals with a mortal body. It is also known as being in an invincible position in the same realm. By saying this, we can naturally see how powerful this Vajra immortal body is. But after reading it, Jiang Ning also knew that the Vajra immortal body he was using was just a fragment.
A fragment that can be practiced to a small degree. Although it is only a fragment of Xiaocheng, its effect is sufficient.
The small success of Vajra immortal body was enough for him to achieve the ultimate level of skin refining, and his skin was as hard as copper. Thus, one can step into the realm of divine power at the 8th level of martial arts. Moreover, the membranes tempered by this Vajra immortal body are on average 30 to 50% stronger than the membranes tempered by other similar methods.
This shows the power of this Vajra immortal body. I don't know what kind of martial arts technique Vajra indestructible body is?
Jiang Ning secretly whispered in his heart. The other side. Lin Xingyi saw Jiang Ning coming back to his senses, so he walked over.
Sister Lin.
Sensing the movement, Jiang Ning immediately greeted Qingyi.
Is this what Shin Song-yun left for you? Lin Qingyi pointed at the ancient book in Jiang Ning's hand.
Yes. Jiang Ning nodded, and then said, this golden body is indeed a great gift.
That's natural.
Lin Xingyi said, the complete version of Vajra's immortal body is the Zongzong martial arts of Vajra Temple, the top sect in Daxia.
So that's it. Jiang Ning suddenly realized, then shook his head and sighed, what a pity.
Senior Shen left only fragments, which can only allow me to hone my skin to a small level of success. Hearing these words, Lin Xingyi felt relieved. Then she smiled, why don't you still want to learn the full version? That is the Zongzong martial arts of the Vajra Temple, and its level is higher than the ultimate skill. And the number of masters in the Vajra Temple is no less than 10, and there are even several great masters.
Shin Song-yun is not qualified to obtain the complete version of the Vajra indestructible body.
Even if he had it, he would not dare to take it out.
It would be a life-threatening thing.
Hearing Lin Xingyi's words, Jiang Ning suddenly looked startled.
Is King Kong Temple so powerful? That's natural.
Lin Xingyi said, that is one of the top sects in Daxia. You have to know that in Daxia, the sect and the royal family share the world. The power of a sect is extremely strong, especially a sect with a profound foundation like Kong'an Temple, which has a foundation left over from ancient times. Unless the martial saint comes in person, not even a continent's feudal official can make the Vajra Temple bow its head. When Jiang Ning heard this, he immediately remembered what Lin Xingyi said in his heart.
Wanhua Building.
After Jiang Ning packed up, he walked out of Wanhua Building. He also left the conspicuous box with Lin Xingyi, including the ancient book called Vajra Indestructible Body, which was also left with Lin Xingyi. After understanding the Vajra Indestructible Body, he knew that this must be a martial arts technique with a grade beyond his imagination.
Because according to what Lin Xingyi said, the complete Vajra Indestructible Body is the martial arts of the Vajra Temple. Vajra Temple has more than 10 grandmasters and several great grandmasters. The strength of this sect is unimaginable.
And the Vajra Indestructible Body can become the martial arts of the Vajra Temple, and its grade can be imagined. Perhaps even the ultimate learning is not enough to compare with this martial arts. So even if the Vajra Indestructible Body can only be cultivated to the level of bronze skin, it must be extremely precious in Jiang Ning's view. After all, according to the records of this technique, even if the membranes are of the same level, the membranes cultivated by the Vajra Indestructible Body are 30% to 50% stronger.
30% to 50%, that is a huge difference. This also shows the importance of the Vajra Indestructible Body.
That is why Jiang Ning chose to leave the incomplete version of the Vajra indestructible body with Lin Qingyi.
He read it once and remembered it all. It is useless to take it away.
On the contrary, it may inadvertently expose the existence of the Vajra indestructible body and bring about a fatal disaster, which is not worth the loss. As for the remaining bottles and jars in the box, Jiang Ning packed them into a bundle and took them away. When he walked out of Wanhua building, he only had a bundle and the ebony long knife in his hand.
Just walked a distance. Jiang Ning's ears couldn't help but move slightly.
Follow Jiang Ning first, and wait for the leader Hong Changtao, and wait until there are fewer people before we start. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart couldn't help but move slightly.
Is it Su Chengfeng? Is he here to trouble me again?
It seems that the Chao family is indeed ready to make a move again because of Shin Songyun's departure.
Gang leader Hong Changtao? Who is that? Isn't the leader of the Green Snake Gang called Shi Xiaoyuan? How come there is another gang leader Hong Changtao? As for the leaders of the Black Tiger Gang and the Bamboo Gang, they are not called Hong Changtao either?
Hearing the voice from Su Yunfeng, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. He then slowed down his pace slightly and walked towards the crowded place. At the same time, he maximized his 5 senses and listened carefully to the conversation behind him.
After a moment,
he continued to eavesdrop on the conversation of Su Yunfeng and others. He immediately understood in his heart. Gang leader Hong Changtao is not the real gang leader, but the deputy gang leader of the Green Snake Gang.
Lianpi Xiaocheng? Can kill. Jiang Ning whispered in his heart.
Then he walked forward while thinking slightly.
After a moment,
he made a decision in his heart. Chao Rong is gone, and I don't need to endure it anymore with my current strength. Kill. Why continue to live in such a suffocating way?
The next moment, he chose a direction and walked towards the outer city.
The few people behind him also hung behind Jiang Ning all the way.
After walking out of the inner city and coming to the outer city,
a burly dark-skinned man walked in front of Su Yunfeng. Master Su, I'm here, said the dark-skinned man.
Thank you, Master Hong, for coming to help,
Su Yunfeng said in a low voice. Seeing this, the dark-skinned man flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He shook his head and glanced at Jiang Ning's back. The third young master's task for you is to kill him? Su Yunfeng said, you have to kill him first, then you can complete the task given to me by the third young master.
That's easy.
The dark-skinned man smiled, just such a yellow-mouthed boy, with my strength of the 9th grade minor success, I can crush his head like squeezing a watermelon with my hand. Seeing that the dark-skinned man was about to take action, Su Yunfeng took a step forward and quickly stopped him.
Wait a minute, Boss Hong.
He lowered his voice.
What's wrong?
The dark-skinned man looked at Su Yunfeng in confusion. Su Yunfeng continued to lower his voice and said, the third young master said that you can't attack Jiang Ning in public.
He is someone Shin Songyun values. If you attack in public, it will directly hit Shin Songyun in the face.
Okay. The dark-skinned man stopped immediately, then wait until he reaches a place where there are not many people, and kill them all. Su Yunfeng said, that's what I mean. On the other side Jiang Ning also heard these words while maximizing his 5 senses.
Sure enough, he was going to attack me. And the Hong gang leader mentioned by Su Yunfeng is here too. Are you going to attack me in a place where no one is around?
Well, then I'll do as you wish. A murderous intent suddenly flashed across Jiang Ning's eyes.
Since you are looking for death, I'll kill you all. The next moment,
he tightened the long knife in his hand and walked along the avenue of the outer city towards the city gate.
After an incense stick, Su Yunfeng and others followed all the way. Suddenly someone whispered, is he going to leave the city? Su Yunfeng was slightly stunned when he heard this.
Then he recalled it carefully, and then slowly nodded, it seems that he is going to leave the city. The dark-skinned man grinned at this time, revealing his yellow teeth.
Leaving the city, that's just what I want.
Kill him outside the city and dump his body in the wilderness.
After one night, he will be eaten by wolves and wild beasts. Naturally, there will be no evidence.
When the few people heard this, the woman in leopard skin also smiled. As the saying goes, there is a road to heaven but he won't take it.
There is no door to hell but he will come. He wants to leave the city at this time.
He has really chosen a road that will lead to his death.
At the same time,
Su Yunfeng listened to the conversation of the few people and suddenly felt a little uneasy.
Strange.
This kid was so cautious before that he didn't leave the martial arts hall for a month.
Not to mention leaving the city? Why did he suddenly leave the city today? He didn't need to leave the city? Why would he leave the city? And he left the city at this time? Did he find us and deliberately lead us out of the city? No. Thinking of this, Su Yunfeng shook his head secretly. If he really found us, he should go back to the martial arts hall along the crowded avenue. Isn't leaving the city a way to his own death? Thinking of this, Su Yunfeng immediately suppressed his uneasiness. Especially when he looked at the black-skinned man Hong Changtao, he felt more at ease. Hong Changtao. He was much more powerful than him. This man joined the Green Snake Gang at the age of 13, and climbed up step by step from an ordinary gang member to the position of deputy gang leader. He had extremely rich combat experience and had escaped death many times. He had gone from a poor family to the ranks of the 9th rank of martial arts, which was considered to be a success. Hong Changtao relied on his rich combat experience. Even if he faced a great skin refining master like Chao Bin, he could fight. If it was a life and death fight, there was still a good chance of turning the tables. Then, Su Yunfeng completely put his mind at ease and followed Jiang Ning staggeringly. After a while, Jiang Ning appeared at the city gate. With the large army, Jiang Ning passed through the city gate, stepped over the suspension bridge, and completely walked out of Luoshui County. Behind Jiang Ning, several people saw this scene. This kid is really going out of the city. The dark-skinned man showed a happy expression. Let's catch up. Okay. The two deputy hall masters immediately quickened their pace. Seeing this, Su Yunfeng also followed. Not long after leaving the city. No. Su Yunfeng suddenly spoke. What's wrong? The dark-skinned man said. Why is Jiang Ning walking towards the woods? It's obviously walking towards a place with fewer people? This is too strange. Su Yunfeng spoke again. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man laughed and said, You just have the bad habit of the head of the police, thinking too much. What's wrong with this? This kid is a disciple of Songlong Martial Arts School, and Songlong Martial Arts School learns 5 Animals Fist. If you want to improve the 5 Animals Fist, you often choose to go to the wild to accompany tigers, apes, bears, deer, etc., observe the habits and fights of these animals, and then you can understand the spirit and form of the boxing, and thus achieve the boxing mastery. What do you think is wrong with this? The black-skinned man asked back. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng was speechless. After a few breaths, he shook his head slowly. I hope I'm overthinking. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man couldn't help but sneer. Do you think this kid has already discovered us, and then deliberately led us to a sparsely populated place so that he can kill us all? Su Yunfeng remained silent. On the other side, Jiang Ning walked along the mountain path, and the further he walked, the deeper and quieter it became. Although occasionally, he heard a wolf howl or the roar of other beasts. He glanced at the surrounding environment. The trees were towering, and the sunlight shone through the lush leaves like starlight, and there was no one around. He nodded slightly. It should be almost there. Then, he turned and came behind a big tree and stopped. In less than 10 breaths, a series of footsteps sounded from behind him from far to near. Master Su, you didn't go wrong, said the dark-skinned man. Su Yunfeng glanced at the ground and shook his head immediately. No, the ground is clearly the traces left just now. Who else could it be but Jiang Ning? Okay. The dark-skinned man nodded, and then continued, in that case, then speed up and catch up. This is a feng shui treasure land for burial. It's just a few hours before sunset, and the wild beasts will come out to look for food. 1 night is enough to make him die. Hearing this, Su Yunfeng nodded immediately. Okay, no problem. Just listen to Master Hong. As he spoke, Su Yunfeng led the way along the traces left by Jiang Ning in front, and he also quickened his pace. However, after a breath, he stopped after walking a few feet. Master Su, what's wrong again? The dark-skinned man was immediately displeased. No, said Su Yunfeng. What's wrong again, said the dark-skinned man. The traces left by Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. Su Yunfeng explained. Did Jiang Ning discover us? The woman wearing leopard skin who followed behind him asked. It's possible. Su Yunfeng nodded, and then continued, Don't worry, I'll look around and I should be able to find the traces he left. Even if he deliberately covered up his traces, he would definitely leave clues. Su Yunfeng's face was full of confidence. At this moment, Jiang Ning flashed out from behind the tree. No need to look, I'm out. In a mountain forest outside Luoshui County. Looking at Jiang Ning's figure suddenly appearing from behind the big tree. It's you! Su Yunfeng was suddenly stunned. Not bad? Jiang Ning nodded. Have you discovered us a long time ago? Su Yunfeng said with serious eyes.
Before Jiang Ning could reply, the dark-skinned man spoke impatiently.
Why are you chattering so much with him? It's not too late. Kill him early and go back to hug your mother-in-law.
After saying that, he looked at Jiang Ning with a ferocious smile.
If you don't take the road to heaven, the hell will have no door and you will come. If you want to blame me, it's because you messed with the people you shouldn't mess with and went to the place you shouldn't be.
Then, his eyes lowered slightly and looked at Jiang Ning's right hand.
Oh. You still want to draw the sword? Do you still want to resist? Hong Chengtao laughed as he walked and kept approaching Jiang Ning.
Guild leader Hong, be careful. Su Yunfeng, who was behind him, looked at this scene and reminded him with a serious expression.
Hearing Su Yunfeng's words, the woman wearing leopard skin on the side couldn't help but say, Hall leader Su is a little too timid. Gang leader Hong has perfected his iron sand palm. One palm strike can crack monuments, crack rocks, destroy metal, and break iron.
Why should you be so cautious when facing this yellow-haired boy, the other side? When Hong Chengtao heard Su Yunfeng's words, he still had a vicious smile on his face, intending to oppress Jiang Ning. In his heart, he was not as arrogant as he appeared. On the contrary, he had already secretly used his energy to activate the iron sand palm to the extreme and was fully prepared. As long as you take action, you are ready to strike with all your strength. As a veteran who has been around for so many years, how could he not understand the saying, beware of capsizing in the gutter? He can despise his opponents, but he never dares to despise them. If he had underestimated his opponent, he would have died countless times over the years. So even though he didn't feel that Jiang Ning was capable of threatening him, he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, this matter still revealed a lot of strange things to him. Just as Jiang Ning said just now, they have already been spotted following them. Now that you have discovered it, why do you still have to leave the city? Why do you still have to come to this inaccessible mountain forest? As long as you are not a fool, you will not make such a self-destructive choice. How could someone who was so valued by Shin Tsung-yun be a fool? Then there is only one theory. In his opinion, Jiang Ning must have something to rely on. Be sure to deal with the following of these people.
Although at this moment Hong Chengtao didn't understand what Jiang Ning could rely on, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand.
Whether he understands it or not, it doesn't stop him from taking action.
And at this time,
Jiang Ning's fingers also clenched the long knife in his hand. The power of qi and blood penetrates the whole body, and the strength is ready to go.
After a while,
Hong Chengtao came within 10 feet of Jiang Ning. Swish! Jiang Ning drew his sword out of its sheath, and a cold light suddenly appeared.
Well done!
Hong Chengtao shouted immediately when he saw Jiang Ning unsheathing his sword. Immediately, he pushed out his right palm, and the originally dark right palm instantly glowed with a black-red luster as he exerted force. Jiang Ning also unsheathed his sword at this moment, and the long sword suddenly fell down. Buzz! Vast and majestic power exploded, pouring into the long sword, and the blade suddenly trembled.
Immediately, the long knife fell with unstoppable momentum. This knife unleashed all Jiang Ning's strength.
At the same time, a level of 9 levels of strength was also added. Coupled with the blessing of breaking the limit of the second hacking knife method. This sword was already Jiang Ning's peak sword in his normal state.
Not good.
Seeing the speed at which the long knife fell and the power it carried, Hong Chengtao's pupils suddenly shrank and he felt something bad in his heart. Before the blade fell, he felt a strong sense of oppression. Something's wrong. He thought to himself again, but we can't retreat, and there's no time to retreat. Thinking of this, Hong Chengtao immediately gritted his teeth and activated his iron sand palm to the extreme.
At the same time, not far away,
seeing the sudden slashing of the long sword, whether it was Su Yunfeng or the other 2 deputy hallmasters, their pupils suddenly shrank.
What a fast knife!
This knife is too fast. Next moment, Zheng, the blade of the blade, collided with Hong Chengtao's palm, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately, Hong Chengtao's eyes were full of horror. The long knife fell on his palm, and only then did he truly feel the terror of Jiang Ning's knife. Even though his iron sand palm could break gold and iron, the entire palm of his hand was split open as Jiang Ning's sword fell down.
The powerful explosive force even knocked his entire body flying. How could he be so strong? Hong Chengtao was horrified.
Flying in midair, he turned to look at his right hand again. The palm of his hand was split open, and the iron sand palm that he was once proud of, which was enough to break weapons with his skin refining skills, was destroyed, revealing the shattered white hand bones. The bones of his right arm were experiencing severe pain, and the arm was twisted and deformed by this force.
How could he be so strong? Hong Chengtao asked again in disbelief.
He has been practicing martial arts for more than a month, how can he be so strong? One strike will destroy my right arm. If another strike comes, I can only resist it at the cost of having my left arm destroyed. But how can I take the third blow? Doesn't this mean that he can kill me with 3 swords? Thinking of this, Hong Chang-tao became extremely frightened. He had finally climbed from a low-level commoner to this point, and he had not enjoyed it for long. He doesn't want to die at all. I don't want to die. Hong Chang-tao thought again in his heart. All these thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he solidified his thoughts, and his eyes immediately became extremely firm. At this time, Su Yunfeng's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He just glanced at Hong Chang-tao, then turned around and left in an instant, bursting out at all his speed. Something's wrong. Even Hong Chang-tao was seriously injured by Jiang Ning's knife. If I stepped forward, my death would be in vain. I must escape. Hurry up and escape. The further you escape, the better your chance of survival. At this moment, Hong Chang-tao shouted loudly before he even landed. Hall Master Su, Xiao Yuan, Shang Guan Yu, you 3 take action quickly. This kid used a forbidden method to squeeze the body's potential, and he will be exhausted after 1 strike. Yes, gang leader. The leopard-skinned woman and the sinister-looking man responded immediately. Then the 2 looked at each other and turned to leave. Su Yunfeng reacted 1 step faster than the 2 of them and rushed out of the mountain first. You guys. When Hong Chang-tao saw this scene, his blood suddenly rushed to his heart, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. All this happened in just an instant. Jiang Ning glanced at Hong Chang-tao, who was sent flying. My strength is indeed not what it used to be. He secretly thought, and immediately held the long knife in his hand tighter. Then he glanced at the 2 people who were running away quickly, and then at Su Yunfeng, who turned around and fled. Just in time, let's try the new method I just mastered on them. At this point, we can't let Su Yunfeng escape. Jiang Ning thought. Boom! His heart suddenly began to beat heavily, and a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Under this situation, Jiang Ning's skin also began to turn a little red, his pupils also dilated, and his body entered a state of excitement. In this case, many negative emotions in his mind, such as nervousness and slight fear, were suddenly swept away. Kill! Jiang Ning shouted softly. When holding the sword and moving, the speed is extremely fast, and 1 step can cover a distance of several feet. It was like a strong wind rushing towards Hong Chang-tao. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. What's more, Hong Chang-tao is still the strongest among the few, and has already entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. Don't force me. Looking at Jiang Ning, who was approaching rapidly, Hong Chang-tao's eyes flashed with madness. At this time, Jiang Ning was holding a long knife in his hand and his eyes were extremely cold. In less than a breath, he came to Hong Chang-tao. Die! Jiang Ning shouted loudly and suddenly unleashed all his strength. Jiu Zhongjin also chose to explode with a level of strength. Seeing this, Hong Chang-tao's left hand was pushed to the extreme. This palm was the result of more than 10 years of his efforts. But even so, despair flashed in his eyes. Even if you can block this knife, can you block the next one? Zheng the knife struck Hong Chang-tao's left hand, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately, the blade cuts through flesh. Hong Chang-tao's eyes were suddenly filled with deep despair and horror. Blood splashed and gushed out. Jiang Ning also passed by Hong Chang-tao. At this moment, under Jiang Ning's knife, Hong Chang-tao's body was split into 2, and was directly split into 2 parts by Jiang Ning. If it were normal, Jiang Ning would be nervous and even scared after killing someone for the first time. But at this moment, after he unlocked the limitations of the human body, all these negative emotions in his heart were swept away, and his heart did not have any big ups and downs at all because of this knife. After passing over Hong Chang-tao's body, Jiang Ning's eyes were firmly fixed on Su Yunfeng. Now that he has chosen to take action, Su Yunfeng has already been on the death list in his heart. At this time, Su Yunfeng noticed the movement behind him, and turned around to take a look while running. Seeing this scene behind him, he was filled with despair. How can it be? How could gang leader Hong die so easily? Then, he looked at Jiang Ning's rapidly approaching figure, and a deep despair flashed in his eyes. Hong Chang-tao was killed by Jiang Ning in just 1 round. How can I live on my own? At this moment, Su Yunfeng thought of his blind mother waiting for him to return home. Deep guilt flashed in his eyes. Mother, I'm sorry. The child failed to fulfill his promise and failed to stand out and shine. Next moment, Jiang Ning's figure approached Su Yunfeng. Drawing the knife and then slashing straight,
this knife only exploded with his current regular strength, not the ninth level of strength. Because he had just experienced 2 consecutive bursts of strength, he had already felt bursts of pain in his right arm. As for Su Yunfeng's strength, now that he has unlocked the limitations of the human body, there is no need to add the first level of Jiujing Jin. Clang Su Yunfeng blocked with his sword, and the 2 swords collided, and a flash of fire suddenly flashed. Immediately, the long knife in Su Yunfeng's hand was suddenly thrown away. This strength! Su Yunfeng felt that the tiger's mouth had lost consciousness, and he was horrified. Personally fighting with Jiang Ning, at this moment he also understood why Hong Chengtao, who had perfected the iron sand palm and had achieved a minor level of skin refining, was still killed by Jiang Ning with 2 swords. Because the force Jiang Ning burst out was too strong and too terrifying. Even if he entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts, he had no power to fight back. The next moment, Jiang Ning chopped off the long sword in Su Yunfeng's hand with 1 sword, and then another sword. Swish, the long sword cut through the sky, and suddenly a head was thrown high up. In the forest, Jiang Ning glanced at Su Yunfeng's body. Finally, he was completely solved. He thought to himself. At this moment, the breath that had been held in his heart for a long time was finally released. Then, boom, he kicked his feet, the soil exploded, and his body instantly exploded, rushing towards the other 2 people who had just escaped. At the same time, in the dense jungle, "Brother Yuan, are we safe?" asked the leopard-skinned woman. "Not yet, we have only run a few hundred meters, and we may be found by Jiang Ning." "Keep running, don't stop." The man with sinister eyes hurriedly urged. "Yes, Brother Yuan." The woman in leopard skin responded, and then she asked, "But Brother Yuan, how can Jiang Ning be so powerful?" He chopped the leader of the Hong gang seriously with 1 knife, and his right hand was directly disabled. "I don't know," the man with sinister eyes said as he ran. "Brother Yuan, it's really strange. Jiang Ning has only learned martial arts for more than a month, how can he be so terrifying?" The woman in leopard skin once again expressed her doubts. This may be a true genius. That's why Shen Songyun values him so much. The sinister man said casually, and then continued to concentrate on running for his life. At this time, the 2 suddenly heard the movement coming from far behind them. The branches shook and rustled. The 2 suddenly turned around and saw Jiang Ning running in the forest. At this moment, Jiang Ning was like a white ape running in the mountains and forests. With a leap, he easily jumped from one tree to another. In a few ups and downs, he crossed a distance of dozens of feet. So fast. Seeing this scene, the man with sinister eyes suddenly shrank his pupils. "Brother Yuan, Jiang Ning is catching up." The woman in leopard skin was terrified. "Escape separately." The man with sinister eyes glanced at Jiang Ning and immediately spoke. The next moment, he turned and ran to the other side. He ran quickly in the mountains and forests, heading towards a place with complex terrain and dense bushes. "Please bless me, God, and bless me to escape today." The man prayed secretly in his heart. A moment later, a desperate scream suddenly came from behind him. Hearing this scream behind him, his heart trembled. He knew that he was the only one left now. Less than 10 breaths passed. He heard obvious movement from behind again. Turning around, Jiang Ning had appeared within 10 feet. He was suddenly desperate. Then, facing Jiang Ning who was chopping with a knife, he could only use all his strength to attack Jiang Ning's vitals, only attacking and not defending. The next moment, Clang Jiang Ning chopped horizontally with a knife, and knocked the long knife in the man's hand away with 1 knife. Another knife. Swish, a head just flew up. Looking at the corpse on the ground. Finally all solved. Jiang Ning relaxed immediately and got rid of this state. As he got rid of the state, his heart beat back to normal. The elevated body temperature dropped, and the red skin returned to normal. Jiang Ning also felt a wave of weakness coming from his body. This sequelae is really big. He sighed secretly. Then he took out a wild ginseng from his arms, broke off half of it, and threw it directly into his mouth. After the wild ginseng entered his mouth, Jiang Ning also began to chew it with his upper and lower jaws. As he chewed, a trace of sweetness entered his stomach with his saliva, and immediately waves of warm currents flowed from his stomach to his limbs. After completely chewing the wild ginseng, Jiang Ning swallowed the chewed wild ginseng residue in his mouth into his stomach. These debris entered his stomach, and Jiang Ning immediately felt that the medicinal effect of the wild ginseng began to take effect, and his physical weakness gradually began to subside. He looked down at the corpse under his feet again, and immediately saw that the blood had already dyed the surrounding soil red. I killed people, and killed 4 people in succession. Why don't I have any strange emotions? Jiang Ning asked secretly in his heart. Then,
he sneered, and then shook his head slowly.
Forget it. Don't dwell on this issue. Let's find out if they have any unexpected gains. With their status, there should be some unexpected gains.
Thinking of this, Jiang Ning immediately squatted down and fumbled around the man's waist.
A moment later, he took out a purse. Sure enough, there is a gain.
Jiang Ning weighed the heavy purse in his hand and looked happy. There is no doubt that money is useful to him.
The increase in his energy points is the amount of energy intake.
The more precious the herbs and pills are, the more energy they contain, which can provide him with more energy points, but they are also very expensive. So he needs money, and he needs the help of herbs to practice martial arts, so he needs money even more.
He needs money now, and he will need money even more in the future.
Now he still has the help of Wang Jin and Shin Song Yun, so he doesn't need to worry about money for the progress of martial arts. But in the future, when he is stronger and makes further progress,
they can't help him.
In the future, all the expenses of practicing martial arts will depend on himself.
After looting, Jiang Ning took the money bag and turned away.
He didn't forget that there were 3 people who were killed by him in this mountain forest. Now that the smell of blood is spreading, if they don't search early, jackals and wild beasts may take away their bodies. At that time, it will be difficult to find their bodies to search.
Not long after,
Jiang Ning searched all the people. He put the things he searched and the silver in front of him.
A martial arts book, Iron Sand Poem. This is the martial arts searched from Hong Cheng Tao. A dagger, from the dagger of the woman wearing leopard skin. There are also 2 knives, Su Yunfeng's knife and another man's knife.
He took the 2 knives, pulled them out and took a look. There was a gap on the blade, which was obviously the gap he just cut. He then thought about it for a while and threw it into the bushes. He didn't want others to know that he killed these people for the time being. If he took their weapons back to sell them, it would definitely leave clues, and it would be easy for others to find out that he killed them.
Moreover, the knife with a curled edge can't be sold for much money.
The 2 knives together are only worth about 100 taels of silver, and it is easy for people to find him.
It's not worth it. Then, Jiang Ning looked at another pair of yellow and white objects.
2 gold leaves, a pile of white silver pieces, a few heavy silver ingots, and 5 silver notes. He counted them briefly and murmured. 2 gold leaves, 1 is 1 tael of gold. According to the exchange rate of gold and silver in Daxia, 1 tael of gold is equal to 1,000 taels of silver. Here is 2,000 taels of silver. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smack his lips. This Honggang leader is really rich. He carries 2 gold leaves with him, so you can imagine that his family must be very rich. Then he picked up the 5 silver notes and took a closer look at them one by one. 3 of 100 taels, 2 of 50 taels, a total of 400 taels of silver. He picked up the silver and weighed it. There are probably more than 20 taels here. So the total is about 2,420 taels of silver. What a fortune! Jiang Ning smacked his lips. He then sighed again. It is true that a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot become fat without night grass. If it were not for this accident today, how could I get so much silver? Looking at the wealth in front of him, Jiang Ning's eyes showed joy. With this wealth, he does not have to worry about money in a short time. And with this money, he can also buy a big house in the inner city and take his eldest brother and sister-in-law to move to the inner city as a reward for the past. He had thought about this a long time ago. After packing up these things, Jiang Ning continued to go deep into the mountains and forests with a knife. He was not going to go back today, and he was not going to go back in the next few days. More than an hour later, he came to the top of a mountain. He also held a rabbit caught on the road in his hand. He looked at the sky above his head. At this moment, the sun had only some residual power left, slowly sinking towards the distant mountain, and the temperature in the air also dropped a little. I'll have a meal first, and then I'll start to refine my skin. After the skin membrane is trained, I will be a 9th grade warrior of Daxia, and I will truly have a ticket to join the inspection office.
Jiang Ning murmured.
Then he threw the rabbit aside, collected some catkins and dry grass everywhere, and prepared tools for drilling wood to make fire. There has been no rain in the area where Luoshui County is located for several months.
Soon Jiang Ning prepared what he needed. After a while, the flames slowly rose, imprinting Jiang Ning's cheeks red. Drilling wood to make fire, it is really easy for me now.
I tried so many times in my previous life and failed, but now I can succeed easily. After my physique has become stronger, it is really completely different.
Jiang Ning sighed secretly. Then, after he lit the fire, he took the dagger and the rabbit he had just caught and walked to the side. Coming to a pond, he quickly skinned and cleaned the rabbit. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Ning roasted the rabbit by the fire and began to recall the vajra indestructible body he had seen in the afternoon. A moment later, after the recollection was finished, he opened the bundle and a pile of bottles and jars appeared in front of him. These skin grinding sands should be enough for me to use for a while. Looking at the heavy bundle of skin grinding sands in front of him, Jiang Ning said secretly. He already knew the step of skin grinding. That is to use the skin grinding sands to rub the skin all over the body continuously until the skin turns red, destroy the skin surface, and let the medicinal power in the skin grinding sands blend into the skin. Then he began to mobilize the qi and blood, and according to the practice, he began to temper the skin in a special way to absorb the medicinal power. Repeat this process until a membrane is tempered inside the surface of the skin, and the membrane that connects the whole body is like the membrane under the cowhide. As long as the membrane is completely generated and connected to the whole body, it means that he has entered the ranks of the 9th grade of martial arts. The key to this process is to be able to circulate the qi and blood throughout the body, as well as the assistance of medicine and practice of exercises. This level is also called the skin training realm. This realm is mainly to enhance the body's ability to resist blows and defense. At the beginning of the skin training realm, the skin strength is comparable to cowhide, and the ability to resist blows is greatly enhanced. Not afraid of ordinary sticks and stones. At the same time, it will also bring a slight increase in strength. Warriors who have reached this step will generally increase their strength by more than 100 pounds. After reaching the beginning of the skin training realm, the next level is the small success of the skin training realm. At this level, the membrane is transformed and the skin is as hard as stone. The resistance to blows can be greatly improved. It is difficult for swords not made of fine iron to hurt the strong in this realm. Even if you hold a sword made of fine iron, it is difficult to cause fatal injuries to the warriors in this realm. At the same time, after the small success of skin training, the strength will be increased by 1 or 200 pounds. At this level, the effect of the skin refining realm will be initially highlighted. For ordinary people, the attack that will cause fatal injuries will only cause some skin injuries on the warriors at this level. After the small success of the skin refining realm, it is the great success of the skin refining realm. At the great success of the skin refining realm, the skin membrane will transform again, and the skin will be as hard as copper. Reaching this level is like wearing a layer of bronze armor, which can be said to be invulnerable to swords and knives. It is difficult for swords not made of fine iron to cause damage to it. The strength is greatly increased again. Any martial arts master who has achieved the great success of skin refining has a strength of more than 1,000 pounds in one arm. If he wears armor, it will be even more terrifying. No matter which force this kind of strong man joins, he can become a guest of honor of any force. Normally, the great success of skin refining is the upper limit of most warriors at this level. Later, most warriors will choose to start practicing martial arts and master the magical power of strength. With this strength, combined with qi and blood, the muscles in the body can be tempered. In the process of continuous tempering, the muscle strength and hardness increase, and the strength will also increase greatly. Therefore, the 8th level of martial arts is also called the divine power realm. The typical feature of this realm is that the strength increases very quickly. Every time a small level is crossed, the strength will increase by hundreds of pounds. The best of them can easily burst out more than 2,000 pounds of strength with a single arm. If they are born with extraordinary talents and divine power, they can burst out more than 3,000 pounds of strength. However, according to some of Jiang Ning's previous understanding, after the great success of skin refining, the skin is as hard as copper, and there is a higher level. He didn't understand it very well before, he just knew a little. Today, after reading the book of the indestructible body of Vajra, he really knew it. The great success of skin refining, the membrane is as hard as copper, which is not the real end of the skin refining realm. There are higher levels above it. The real end of the skin refining realm is to condense the golden body, the immortal golden body. This is the real end of the skin refining realm. The Vajra indestructible body technique he now masters is the martial arts of the Vajra temple. If he can break through to perfection, he can also condense the immortal golden body in the record. However, the technique he now masters lacks the two realms of great success and perfection. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning smiled slightly. That's okay. I rely on the panel. As long as I accumulate experience points, I can naturally break through the subsequent great success and perfection realms and condense the immortal golden body.
Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel happy. If he really achieved this step, he would naturally be far ahead of most martial arts masters. Only the most talented disciples in the Vajra temple can be taught the martial arts of the sect, and can condense the immortal golden body like himself.
In the mountains and forests,
deep sparks were flying, and the rabbit roasted on the fire was now sizzling with oil, and the meat was fragrant. Jiang Ning turned the wooden stick so that the roasted rabbit on the wooden stick would be heated evenly. Another moment passed. Jiang Ning took a piece of clean wood and poked it. When he saw that the rabbit meat could be easily pierced, he was immediately satisfied.
It should be almost done. Ready to eat.
He then let it dry for a while, waiting for the temperature of the roasted rabbit to drop a little, before tearing off a rabbit leg.
After just taking the first bite, Jiang Ning couldn't help but frown.
It looks delicious, but tastes very average. Then he shook his head again. Forget it.
How can you ask for so much without seasoning? Filling your stomach is the key.
After 3 strokes and 5 divisions, a whole rabbit entered his belly. For his current appetite, an adult rabbit can only make him feel 80% full. After taking care of your stomach's needs, Jiang Ning then came to the water and washed his hands as clean as possible from the grease. Then, he came to the side and opened a box of skin scrub prepared for him by Shin Song-yun. It's time to start tempering the skin membrane,
Jiang Ning murmured to himself.
Then he took off his clothes with 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2.
The first stage of skin refining is to rub the entire body with microdermabrasion sand until the skin becomes red and bleeding.
Then you can start transporting qi and blood to any part of the body. Under the action of qi and blood, you can cooperate with the body to absorb the medicinal effects of the microdermabrasion sand. This cycle is repeated until a layer of skin is condensed under the surface of the skin, connecting the skin of the whole body. Only by achieving this step can one truly step into the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts.
The prerequisite for doing all this is to take off your clothes.
You can't rub the microdermabrasion sand all over your body without taking off your clothes.
So this is also the reason why Jiang Ning chose not to return to the city today.
In the mountains and forests, he could safely take off his clothes and start polishing his skin.
If you return to the martial arts hall and it is not your own courtyard, how can you do this step?
After taking off your clothes, Jiang Ning picked up the microdermabrasion sand and rubbed it on his arms. After a moment, he couldn't help but show his teeth and twitch the corners of his mouth slightly.
Because this process is really painful.
The particles, which are like sand and gravel, are rubbed repeatedly on the skin until the skin is broken.
As you can imagine, this process must be extremely painful. More than half an hour later,
Jiang Ning endured the pain and rubbed the microdermabrasion all over his body. The skin all over his body was red, and there were faint bloodshot eyes.
Next moment,
Jiang Ning immediately made the first move of the immortal body of Vajra. According to the records of Vajra indestructible body, there are a total of 18 movements.
Each movement corresponds to a path that transports qi and blood to temper the body.
He then made the first move and began to transfer energy and blood to temper his whole body.
Time passes slowly.
A quarter of an hour later, he felt that his whole body was heating up and his body was heating up, so he immediately changed to the second action. Another quarter of an hour passed, and then the third movement was performed, and another path was changed to transport the energy and blood to temper the body. Vajra Immortal Body Experience Value +3. After completing the 3 movements, a prompt appeared in front of Jiang Ning's eyes. He then quickly opened his panel and took a look.
Skill, Vajra Immortal Body, 3/100 before starting, fine.
The moment he saw the panel, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Then he murmured to himself, the experience value required for the inner alchemy health-preserving skill is the same, but it is 10 times that of ordinary skills, which is not outrageous. Next moment, he began to check his body, and as he peeled off the blood scab on his body, he saw that there was still red skin under the blood scab. Although there is no longer bleeding, it is obvious that the skin is still very fragile at this moment. Then, Jiang Ning touched it with his fingers again, and suddenly felt a pain like a needle prick.
It seems that the skin membrane can no longer be tempered today. It will take some time to recover. Subsequently, Jiang Ning jumped into the nearby pool.
This place was a suitable place that he specially found.
Located on the side of the cliff, there is spring water flowing out of the cracks in the rocks for him to drink. There is also a semi-flowing pool of water nearby for him to bathe in.
At the level of skin refining, at the end of each day's practice, the blood scabs on the body must be washed off, and then the wound medicine can be applied. Only in this way can the body recover faster, and then the body can continue to apply peeling sand and continue practicing over and over again, until the skin is condensed and connected to the whole body. One can officially enter the skin refining realm and rank among the 9th level of martial arts. In the pool, Jiang Ning endured the pain on his body and quickly rubbed the blood scab off his body. A few minutes later, he climbed out of the pool and climbed ashore. After wiping away the water stains on his body, he saw spots of red marks all over his body. These red marks are the wounds just after the skin was broken. The microdermabrasion sand is also mixed with some medicine to heal injuries, so it can be used in such a short period of time, but this is not enough. The faster the skin injury needs to recover, the faster his skin refining progress will be. Subsequently, Jiang Ning came to the side of the tree and took down a package hanging on the branch. He picked up a round can. After removing the seal on the round can and opening the lid, you will see a full can of white jade-colored paste in the round can. That's it, Jiang Ning said. After smearing the white paste all over the large and small skin wounds on his body, he immediately felt cold and extremely refreshing all over his body. Now, the sun has completely set, and the light reflected in the clouds is getting darker and darker. Jiang Ning got dressed, added a few more pieces of firewood to the fire, and then started practicing boxing on the spot. The next day, Jiang Ning rolled over from the stone. Crackling, he stretched his muscles and felt refreshed. Source energy, 29.6 yesterday, the total increase was 1.8. Sure enough, if you eat less, your energy points will increase less, Jiang Ning secretly thought. Then he glanced at his arms and the skin on his body again, and he couldn't help but grin. The medicine Shin Song-yun left for me to treat skin trauma is indeed a good thing. It made me recover in one night, and now I can continue to temper my skin membrane. More than half an hour later, his whole body was covered with scrub sand, and his skin was bruised and bleeding. Almost done. Jiang Ning glanced at his body and muttered to himself. Then, he made the first movement of the immortal body on the spot. Then use your strength to push the qi and blood to temper the whole body. In an instant, qi and blood are billowing, and the whole body is hot. Sure enough, it's different. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up and he continued to think to himself, no wonder it is said that mastering the power will greatly help the efficiency of skin refining. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Next, he performed the second movement of the immortal body of Vajra, and then the third movement. 3 actions completed. He felt that most of the energy and blood in his body was consumed. Vajra immortal body experience +5. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile. With the assistance of Jinli, the efficiency is almost doubled, which is indeed a great improvement. Next, after Jiang Ning cleaned the wound, he applied plaster to treat trauma. Then he started practicing boxing again. Wait until the morning after the sun has completely risen to breathe out the essence of the sun to refine the internal organs and increase the experience value of the inner elixir and health-preserving skills. Inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, inner elixir's health-preserving experience value +1, but until the 8th quarter of the hour of C. Skill, Inner Alchemy Health Kung Fu, Mastery 28/2000. After taking a look at his own panel, Jiang Ning murmured, with 28 experience points a day, it takes about 2 months to reach the next level, which is not bad. He immediately nodded with satisfaction. You know, the Inner Alchemy Health Preserving skill is a unique skill. Moreover, it is a unique skill that is extremely difficult to practice. As long as you break through to the next level, you can master the inner breath. In other words, now it only takes more than 2 months for him to master the inner breath. What else can't he do? After breathing out the essence of the sun, Jiang Ning continued to practice boxing. In the blink of an eye, it's evening again. In the evening, Jiang Ning saw that the skin wounds on his body had completely healed. He started using the scrub again and rubbed it all over his body. The skin all over the body was rubbed red and bleeding. Then he began to perform the movements of the immortal Vajra body again, and used his strength to push the qi and blood around his body to temper the skin membrane. After all 3 actions are completed, Vajra immortal body experience value +5, skill, Vajra indestructible body, 13/100. Before starting, in 9 days, I will be able to step into the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. In this case, I will not return to the city after I step into the 9th level of martial arts. I believe that in 9 days, the rumors about the death of Hong Chengtao and Su Yunfeng in Luoshui County will probably pass. Moreover, at that time I stepped into the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. With my accumulation, I was not afraid at all even when faced with the divine power of the 8th level of martial arts.
In the blink of an eye.
It is 9 days later. Name, Jiangning, Source Energy, 50.3 Skill, Wakinkwan, Deshang 957/1000, Inner Elixir Health Preserving Skills, Mastery 255/2000, The Immortal Body of Vajra, 98 out of 100 for those who have not yet started, Wood Chopping Knife Method Plus, Secondary Break Limit 3000/3000, Special Effect, Drawing Parallels,
The knife is like the wind, it's harvest time again.
As soon as he woke up and looked at his panel, Jiang Ning had a happy smile on his face.
Today is his harvest time.
The number of source energy points has reached as high as 50 points, and there is a plus sign behind the wood chopping knife method. With 50 source energy points, a plus sign will appear after his hatchet knife method to break the limit for the second time. This means that the hatchet knife method can break the limit for the third time and only requires 50 source energy if the experience value is satisfied.
Points.
10 o'clock, 20 o'clock, 50 o'clock. This undoubtedly corresponds to the experience value required for each breakthrough of the previous hatchet method. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess the number of source energy points required to break the limit for the fourth time, which is 100 points. Moreover, the experience value of the Vajra indestructible body has also reached 98 points, and there are only 2 points left before you can officially start this skill. At the moment of entry, he condensed his skin and completely entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. At this moment, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated as he looked at the various changes on his panel. As his thoughts moved, the source energy points decreased rapidly.
In an instant,
he felt a stream of information pouring into his mind. Jiang Ning immediately closed his eyes. Countless figures appeared in his mind, and every figure among them was him, chopping firewood with a knife. One knife after another, as if tirelessly, as if he could not feel the passage of time. Every time the sword fell, it was powerful and heavy, as fast as thunder.
I don't know how many cuts later.
Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes.
Next moment,
he jumped a few feet away, and then landed under a big tree. Then he picked up the long ebony knife lying under the tree. Chang, the knife was drawn out with a clear and crisp voice.
Immediately,
he held the knife in his right hand and struck out with the knife. Swish, the long knife instantly cut through the sky and landed on the 20-centimeter thick tree beside him. Click, after the knife struck, the big tree slowly tilted and collapsed. At the place where the knife had just struck, as the tree tilted and collapsed, a clear and smooth fracture was suddenly seen. After one blow, Jiang Ning sheathed the knife and nodded slightly.
Not bad.
This sword has increased the skill by 20 to 30%. Not only is the explosive power stronger, but the speed is also faster. Then he clenched his fist again, feeling the power contained in his arm.
Jiang Ning murmured to himself again, and the strength of my arm has increased slightly.
With my current strength, if I face Hong Chengtao again, I may be able to kill him with one knife. Feeling the changes in himself, Jiang Ning was extremely satisfied. Not to mention more, the enhancement of the power of this sword alone made him feel that the 50 energy points were worth it. After all, the energy points, strictly speaking, are just his extra gains, and he does not need to pay any additional gains. As long as it is accompanied by daily energy intake, the source energy points can be increased.
Especially for the intake of medicine, which contains huge energy, the daily source energy points will increase even more.
So for Jiang Ning now, it doesn't take much time to save 50 source points. It takes about 10 to 20 days, which is not difficult.
Subsequently, Jiang Ning opened his panel again.
He wanted to see what special effects blessings he had obtained as his hacking knife technique broke through the limit for the third time. Skills, wood cleaving knife technique, limit 697/4000 3 times, special effects, by analogy, the knife is like the wind, and the knife is handled like a god, handle the sword like a god, improve your affinity with the sword and improve your talent for the way of the sword.
Is it an auxiliary effect? It's not bad. Jiang Ning nodded slightly.
Then he looked at the special effects on the panel and showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that these 3 special effects all look the same, as if they are all on the same level. Then he glanced at another column on the panel. Skill, 5 Animal Boxing, Deshang 957/1000, the 5 Animal Fist will probably be perfected tomorrow. After it is perfected, I can break the limit by accumulating another 1000 experience points. In terms of level, the level of Wakinkwan is higher than that of Chai Dao. I wonder if the special effects obtained by Wakinkwan will be stronger after breaking the limit. It stands to reason that it should be stronger. Jiang Ning's code word. Then, he closed the panel, came to the side and took off his clothes in 3 clicks.
Then take out a box of microdermabrasion sand.
Skill, Vajra Immortal Body, 98 out of 100 for those who have not yet started. There are only 2 final points of experience left before he can condense his skin and officially enter the 9th level of martial arts.
At this moment, Jiang Ning couldn't wait any longer.
Then, he endured the pain and rubbed the scrub all over his body, until the skin all over his body was red and bloodshot. Then the move was stopped.
Next moment. Immediately perform the first action on the Vajra Immortal Body.
Use your energy to move your chi and blood and temper your whole body.
In an instant,
chi and blood are billowing, and the whole body is hot.
After this process,
Jiang Ning slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness sank into his body.
With the power of mental power, he could see inside.
He immediately saw that countless red threads had connected together under his skin, and a net was woven around every piece of his flesh and blood, a net woven by red threads. And the number of these threads was still increasing, overlapping, and connecting with each other, gradually forming a membrane that would cover the whole body.
One action was over. Jiang Ning made the second action. Then the third action.
When all 3 actions were over, Vajra Indestructible Body Experience Value +5, when this prompt appeared, a huge change suddenly occurred on the panel, and the Vajra Indestructible Body instantly jumped from never entering the door to entering the ranks of the entry. Skill, Vajra Indestructible Body, Entry 3/1000, when the Vajra Indestructible Body entered the door, in an instant, Jiang Ning suddenly felt itchy and painful under his skin, like the itching and pain of thousands of ants. At the same time, his body temperature was also rising sharply. He gritted his teeth and then sank his mind into his body. While using his mental power to look inside his body, he immediately saw that the membrane under his skin was rapidly expanding, spreading, and gathering together.
Any weak spots on the membrane before were rapidly expanding and thickening. After just a dozen breaths, this drastic change was over.
From Jiang Ning's perspective of looking inside his body, he immediately saw that a membrane that connected his entire body had been completely formed under his skin. This membrane was connected to the skin on one side and to the flesh on the other side. It connected the entire body together. After looking inside for a while, Jiang Ning opened his eyes. He clenched his fists first. He suddenly felt that his strength had increased a lot, and he was full of a strong sense of power. At the same time, it also gave him an illusion that nothing could resist his strength.
Jiang Ning took 2 deep breaths in succession and suppressed his inflated self-confidence.
He knew that this was the expansion of his mind brought about by his huge improvement in a short period of time. His current strength is still very weak in this world, far from being as strong as he feels. After calming down, Jiang Ning broke off another branch from the small tree next to him. The broken part of the branch was extremely sharp, like a blade.
Let's try the defense of my skin now, Jiang Ning said secretly.
Then he grabbed the branch and stabbed it on his arm. The skin on his arm sank deeply, and no blood oozed out.
Not bad.
Looking at the extraordinary on his arm, Jiang Ning nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied. If he had not condensed the membrane, this stab would have broken his arm and blood would have oozed out. But now there is only a slight tingling sensation, and the surface of the skin has not been pierced, let alone the membrane under the surface. This shows that his ability to resist blows has been greatly improved.
Then,
Jiang Ning grabbed the branch and slashed it down along his arm. The sharp branch scratched his skin, bringing a little pain, which immediately made Jiang Ning frown slightly.
Immediately, he looked at the white marks on his arm and couldn't help but sneer. It's really different. Even such a sharp branch can't break the surface skin, let alone hurt the lower membrane. Now I have officially entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts.
Jiang Ning's heart was extremely happy. The 9th level of martial arts, the 9th level of martial arts that I have always wanted. At this moment, it was completely achieved. Now, he has obtained the qualification to join the inspection office. But the 3 months that Wang Jin mentioned before, now there is about 1.5 months. In this 1.5 months, he can also improve some of his strength. In this way, passing the assessment to enter the office will be a sure thing. Thinking of this, the haze in Jiang Ning's heart disappeared, as if the clouds had been cleared and the sun was shining, and his mood was very good.
Then, Jiang Ning jumped into the pool.
In the cold pool water, he kept rubbing his skin and washing the blood scabs on his body. After landing, he wiped off the water stains on his body, and then reapplied the ointment for healing external injuries. Then he continued to practice boxing in the forest. The 5 animals fist was only 1 step away from perfection. With his current efficiency, he could officially break through and reach perfection tomorrow.
So Jiang Ning planned to return to the city tomorrow. After all, he had been out for 10 days. In these 10 days, he had basically eaten up the wild ginseng he had brought with him. Now he only had one on him, and this was because he had kept this one under control of consumption these days. After this one was consumed, in order not to affect his growth rate, he had no choice but to return to the city. Only by returning to the city would the total of more than 2,000 taels of silver on him be useful. He could continue to take tonics and practice martial arts, and continue to increase his energy points efficiently. These required items were completely impossible to obtain in the mountains and forests in the wilderness. Moreover, now that he had entered the 9th level of martial arts, Jiang Ning felt that his strength had reached 1,000 pounds. Cooperate with his other means. No matter what choice Xiaobin makes because of the death of Su Yunfeng and Hong Chengtao, he has a certain degree of confidence to face it. With this confidence, he is not afraid of any trouble after returning to Luoshui County. The county seat of Luoshui County. In the county government office. How?
Xiaobin sat on the Taisher chair. In front of him, a man in a police officer's uniform held his hand towards him.
Chao Tu, because we only found Su Yunfeng's bones yesterday.
The county government official said that he had been dead for too long.
Moreover, the corpses had been eaten by jackals and beasts.
Now there are only some withered bones and bloodstained clothes left. It is no longer possible to find out why Su Yunfeng and others died. After hearing these words, Xiaobin pondered for a moment.
Then he said, "Where are the bodies of Hong Chengtao and others?" The detective said, "We found them too. It's almost the same.
They all probably died at the hands of one person."
Then he added,
"Xiao Tu, according to the investigation by my subordinates, Su Yunfeng, Hong Chengtao and others followed Jiang Ning out of the city that day, and did not come back after leaving the city."
It failed.
Xiaobin immediately lowered his head and frowned, muttering to himself. During this process, the detective in front of him stopped talking and quietly waited for Xiaobin's reaction.
Immediately, Xiaobin raised his head again. "Where is Jiang Ning? Is there any news about his return to the city?"
The policeman shook his head. "My subordinates don't know that the people guarding the city gate are affiliated with the city guards department.
They don't have a good reputation. And they don't recognize Jiang Ning either. Forget it."
Xiaobin shook his head immediately after hearing this. Even if it's not him, it's still related to him. After hearing this, the detective took over.
"Chao Tu means that both Su Yunfeng and Hong Chengtao were killed by Jiang Ning?"
Xiaobin shook his head. "Probably not. Jiang Ning has outstanding talent and has only learned martial arts for more than a month. Even if he can kill Su Yunfeng, he cannot kill Hong Chengtao. Hong Chengtao is at the level of skin refining, and he has perfected iron sand palm last month and mastered its power. Coupled with his rich fighting experience, even I dare not say that I can take him down, let alone kill him."
Hong Chengtao has been in gangs for so many years, and escaping has always been his specialty.
Then Xiaobin thought thoughtfully. It seems that after Shin Songyun left, he really guarded us.
I don't know what he left for Jiang Ning. Now it's hard to offend him again.
Hearing this, the detective breathed a sigh of relief.
Sir, you are wise. Shin Songyun must have left something behind before he left.
It may be some kind of precious hidden weapon, such as the rainstorm pear blossom needle, Jingtian thunder, etc. Xiaobin nodded slightly. It's possible that it should be this extremely precious possession, otherwise Hong Chengtao and Su Yunfeng wouldn't have died so neatly. Immediately, Xiaobin said again, "Send someone to guard the city gate for half a month. If you see Jiang Ning returning to the city, let me know. I will take Su Yunfeng's mother's head with me when I arrive to make amends to him and apologize.
This matter will be over like this."
The policeman heard this and agreed again. That's what Chao Tu said. From his previous actions, we know that he is also a smart person. A smart person will judge the situation and turn the conflict into friendship as the most beneficial thing for him.
I believe he also knows it. Stand back. Xiaobin waved his hand.
Then when he saw the police officer leaving, he warned him again, "Remember to inform Shi Xiaoyuan and tell him to let this matter go as it is."
"Yes, Chao Tu."
The detective handed over his hand again before exiting the room.
Songlong Martial Arts School. Master Wang, is there no news about my brother?
Zhang Li's face was full of worry. Wang Jin shook his head slightly, still no news. Then he looked at Zhang Li and comforted him, "Don't worry. I went to see Mr. Chun from the City Guard Department yesterday. He said he would try his best to help me find Jiang Ning."
"Thank you so much, Master Wang." Zhang Li saluted solemnly.
Wang Jin immediately waved his hand. "No need to be like this. Jiang Ning is not only your brother, but also my apprentice, my most valued apprentice.
Now that he is gone, I will naturally do my best to find him. If something happens to him. At this point, Wang Jin's eyes flashed with a fierce light, then sooner or later I will find out the person behind the scenes and pay for it with blood. Green Snake Gang Headquarters. What did you say? Shi Xiaoyuan, who was sitting on the white tiger chair, slapped the table and stood up. Boom! The table next to him instantly turned into a pile of broken wood. The catcher's eyes twitched slightly, and then he pretended to be calm and said, Gang leader Shi Xiaotu has said that this matter is over. He gave up when he said he would give up? Didn't all my brothers die in vain? Shi Xiaoyuan said with an angry look on his face. Then he continued, if this matter spreads out, wouldn't it make the other two gangs laugh at me, Shi, for being a softy and afraid of a young boy? The catcher said, but behind Jiang Ning is Shin Songyun. Shin Songyun will return to Luoshui County in 2 or 3 years at most. The nearest one is Wang Jin, who cannot be provoked. Hearing the word Shin Songyun, Shi Xiaoyuan's eyes twitched slightly. He also admitted that he was really not qualified to provoke Wang Jin. Then he snorted coldly. Go back and tell Chaobin that if Jiang Ning comes back safe and sound, I won't be able to swallow this breath. I will find a way to take revenge on my brother Hong. Hearing this, the policeman cupped his hands and said, I have already conveyed what I wanted to convey. Let Shi help me think about the rest. But Chao Tu still wants me to convey it to gang leader Shi. There are 2 big mountains behind Jiang Ning, and they are both difficult to deal with. If Shin Songyun comes back one day, he will be almost invincible in Luoshui County. Although Wang Jin is old, only a dozen people in Luoshui County can defeat him. If Jiang Ning dies, then everything will be easy. No one will be enemies with the Chao family and the Green Snake Gang because of a dead man, but as long as he doesn't die, these 2 mountains will exist. If not, with Chao Tu's temperament, how could he choose to swallow this breath? What's more, if Jiang Ning comes back safe and sound, how he killed Hong Changtao and Su Yunfeng is also a mystery. Gang leader Shi must not forget this. He has the strength to kill Hong Changtao, a 9th level master of martial arts. He may not be able to threaten the 8th level martial arts. It is precisely because of this unknown reason that Chao Tu chose to give up. No one knows what kind of backup Shin Songyun left for him, and how powerful he can kill. After saying these words, the detective walked out of the house. Until the catcher left, Shi Xiaoyuan murmured, Jiang Ning? I didn't expect that this person would turn out to be such a bad guy that even Xiaobing chose to retreat. But Shi is not this kind of person. Don't give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I want to see how much you can rely on. You can actually make my brother Hong capsize in the gutter. Another day passed. It's approaching noon. Dongcheng Gate of Luoshui County. A man with a bag on his back and a long knife slung across his waist slowly approached. This person is Jiang Ning. Finally back. Jiang Ning said with emotion as he looked at the 3 characters Luoshui County on the wall in front of him. Although he only left Luoshui County for more than 10 days, it gave him the feeling that he had been away for many years. Now that he is back again, he feels incomprehensible. Then he muttered to himself. I suddenly disappeared for more than 10 days. My eldest brother and master must be worried. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and walked towards the gate into the city. At this time, an officer and soldier came at the city gate holding a white wanted notice. As he posted the wanted notice at the city gate, crowds of people coming and going immediately gathered around him. Sir, who is the wanted criminal here? A firewood man carrying firewood glanced at the wanted notice that had just been posted and asked curiously. The official who posted the wanted notice also glanced at the people gathered around him, and then said, fellow villagers. Here is your chance to make a fortune. There is an order from above to arrest a criminal thief who is doing unjust things. Because this person committed a major crime in Yaowang Valley, there is a reward of 100 taels for his arrest. If you find any clues about this person and inform us, if they are effective, you will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. After hearing these words, the crowd onlookers immediately exploded. Is what the official said true? Someone said quickly. It's written in black and white, so it's true, said the officer and soldier. Then someone else asked, is there really a reward of 100 taels for catching this man and bringing him to justice? Is there really a reward of 100 taels for finding this man's traces? The officer and soldier added, as long as any of you fellow villagers can catch Tian Bai and bring him to justice, we will give you a reward of 100 taels. This is the endorsement of Yuangu. You don't have to worry about not being able to afford the money. Then the officer and soldier added, but fellow citizens, don't be greedy. This man is at the 8th level of martial arts and is a real gangster.
It is the business of the big shots to capture this man and bring him to justice. You guys must not worry about the reward. 100 taels of gold. The details of the discovery of Tian Bai can be provided to our officials, the city guards or the county government. It is feasible to receive the reward of 100 taels of silver.
After hearing these words, someone asked again, Master, what is this Medicine King Valley?
Before the officer or soldier could answer, someone shook his head and spoke.
Yawang Valley is a second-rate sect in Dongling County.
Although this sect is second-rate, it has excellent ability in refining medicine and elixirs, so it is very popular and wealthy. If it is true that Yawang Valley offers a silver reward, then there is really no need to worry about the silver reward. At this moment, Jiang Ning was also attracted by this wanted notice as he passed by the city gate.
It's just the strength of the 8th level martial artist.
If he is caught, he will be rewarded with a reward of 100 taels.
Is this such an exaggeration?
He clicked his tongue slightly in his heart. He then stood at the city gate and glanced at the wanted poster. As he read it, it was indeed what the officer and soldier said. Hanjian Long Tian Bai does have the strength of the 8th level of martial arts. It is true that he offended Yawang Valley because he committed a major crime, and was wanted by Yawang Valley with a heavy reward. There will be a reward of 100 taels for his capture. Those who find traces and report them will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. After it was confirmed, Jiang Ning was even more surprised.
You know, that's 100 taels of gold.
1 tael of gold is equal to 1,000 taels of silver. 100 taels of gold is 100,000 taels of silver. After all, this person had violated Yawang Valley's taboo, so he could get such a reward.
Jiang Ning didn't understand.
But just from the amount of the reward, he felt the anger of Yawang Valley. If he wasn't extremely angry, how could he have spent such a high price to unjustly arrest the 8th level martial artist Hanjiang Longtian? At the gate of Luoshui County. After reading the wanted notice, Jiang Ning remembered the 6 words Hanjiang Long Tian Bai in his heart, and at the same time, he also kept in mind the face of Tian Bai depicted on the wanted notice. If there is an opportunity in the future, he will also be very interested in Tian Bai. After all, if he is caught and brought to justice, he will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. This reward is really generous.
Moreover, the strength of Hanjian Longtian's 8th grade Bai martial arts was still within his acceptance range.
After a month, his strength can be further improved, and it is not impossible for the 8th level martial artist to test his edge. Name, Jiangning, Source Energy, 2.4 Skill, Reading and Hyphenation, Second Limit 543/3000, Special Effects, Photographic Memory, Extraordinary 5 Senses, 5 Bird's Fist, Perfect 3/1000, Wood Cleaving Knife Technique, Limited to 697/4003 times, Special Effects, Drawing Parallels, The Knife is like the wind, and the knife is handled like a god, Inner Elixir Health Preserving Power, Mastery 308/2000, Sanglong Sword Technique, Mastery 1/200, The Immortal Body of Vajra, Introduction 41/1000. He glanced at the panel, which recorded his progress during this period, and then closed the panel. After silently writing down everything on the wanted notice, he walked towards Luoshui County. At the same time, Jiang Ning also noticed that many eyes around the city gate followed his appearance and also fell on him. Then there was movement behind him.
Someone turned around and ran quickly into the alley, obviously to inform someone.
Someone released the carrier pigeon, and suddenly there was the sound of the carrier pigeon flapping its wings.
It seems like everyone is paying attention to me silently.
Sensing the movement behind him, Jiang Ning whispered in his mind, and then smiled. As the saying goes, you should treat each other with admiration after seeing each other for 3 days.
It has been 12 days since he left Luoshui County.
That is to say, we should treat them as 4 with special attention.
He is very different today than he was in the past.
When he left the city, he only had full qi and blood and had full strength throughout his body.
The strength is only 7 or 800 kilograms.
At that time, he could kill the 4 masters following him with 1 person. Among them, 2 have entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. Among them, the deputy leader of the Cyan Gang, Hong Changtao, has the strength of a miner in the 9th level of martial arts and his skin is hard as stone. But even so, this person could only last 3 rounds in his hands before he was killed by him. He was so powerful back then, let alone now. Now he has not only entered the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts, but also has the strength of more than 1,000 kilograms with 1 arm. He also made a breakthrough in Wuqingquan and reached a perfect level. The perfect Wu Qin Quan shows that his attainment in Wu Qin Quan is not inferior to Wang Jin's. With the perfect 5 animal fist, his physical skills are naturally extremely outstanding. Even those who are at the 8th level of martial arts, few can match his current physical skills. Moreover, the wood-cleaving knife method has broken the limit for the 3rd time, making the explosive power of his knife even more powerful. In addition, he has now condensed the skin membrane, and his physical strength has greatly increased. He had tried it after his breakthrough yesterday, and the burst of force from the Tsanglong sword technique had no impact on the load on his body. In other words, the burst of strength has become his regular method. He also tried a second burst of strength at that time, but it only caused muscle lacerations and skin cracks in his right arm. Although there are some side effects, they are not unbearable. When he needed to go all out, he simply estimated that he could sustain at least 5 bursts of superimposed double strength. With various enhancements, Jiang Ning also clearly felt that his strength had greatly improved compared to before leaving the city, and there was a huge gap. Now if I were facing myself more than 10 days ago, it can be defeated or even beheaded within 10 rounds. So even though he knew that there were many informants informing the people standing behind them, Jiang Ning did not panic at all. His own strength gave him this confidence. Following the main road of the outer city, not long after, Jiang Ning came to the familiar courtyard surrounded by fences. Seeing the faint smoke in the yard, the stone that was hanging in Jiang Ning's heart completely fell. It's approaching noon, and there is smoke rising from the kitchen. It means that everything in the eldest brother and sister-in-law's family is business as usual, and nothing unexpected has happened. Although this has already been expected by him. After all, now, after Shin Song-yun died for him, he has become the main body. As long as nothing happens to him, normally no one would touch his elder brother, sister-in-law, nieces, and nephews. Pushing open the door of the small courtyard, Jiang Ning immediately saw Xiaodobao playing in the courtyard and Jiang Li carrying water from the well. Although there has been drought for several months, Luoshui County is adjacent to Luoshui, so there is no shortage of water so far. This is also the reason why Luoshui County is relatively peaceful. Now, hearing the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open, Jiang Li carried water with one hand and immediately raised his head halfway through. The next moment, his eyes shone with joy. "Brother!" Jiang Ning smiled. "Brother, the other side." Xiaodubo immediately threw aside the bamboo horse in his hand, opened his hands and ran towards Jiang Ning. Doo-doo-doo-doo, she beamed with joy. When Jiang Ning saw this scene, a knowing smile suddenly appeared on his face. He crouched down and spread his arms. Then he firmly caught the little bean bag that came towards him. The 5-year-old Xiaodobao was almost nothing in Jiang Ning's hands now. With a slight exertion, he put the Xiaodobao on his shoulders. Then he walked towards Jiang Li. "Brother, I'm back." Looking at Jiang Ning striding over, Jiang Li looked at Jiang Ning with a heartfelt smile on his face. Jiang Ning also had a faint smile on his face at this moment. "Back. But encountered danger outside?" Jiang Li asked. Jiang Ning shook his head. "There is no danger, I'm just practicing in the mountains and forests. My elder brother also knows that the boxing method I practice is 5-animal boxing. If you want to go further, you need to go to the mountains and fields to observe the daily habits and habits of tigers, apes, bears and other animals. Fight and fight." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Jiang Li suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder Adi suddenly disappeared for so long. It turns out he went to practice boxing. Jiang Ning smiled, yes. At this moment, Xiaodobao was sitting on Jiang Ning's shoulder, shaking his legs happily. Jiang Li asked again at this moment, "Brother, do you want to have lunch here, or go back to the martial arts gym?" Jiang Ning said, "Eat it at home." Okay. Xiaodubo, who was sitting on Jiang Ning's shoulder, cheered and swayed his short legs when he heard Jiang Ning's answer. The smile on Jiang Li's face became even warmer at this moment. He nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll go tell your sister-in-law that there will be an extra meal at noon today. I'll go out and buy some roast chicken and duck and come back." Jiang Ning said, "Wait a minute." As he spoke, he quickly stopped Jiang Li's movements. "What's wrong?" Jiang Li turned around and looked over. Jiang Ning walked a few steps and came to the stone table next to him. He put his luggage on the stone table and spread it out. Then he took out a money bag and walked towards Jiang Li. "Brother, take these." Jiang Li suddenly looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. He took the money bag first, with a look of shock in his eyes. "So heavy?" he asked in shock. Then he pulled the rope and took a look, and immediately saw that the inside of the money bag was shining with a silvery white luster under the sunlight above his head. "Where did you get so much money?" Jiang Ning said, "It's not much, just about 20 taels of silver." "Brother, take these and use them first." Jiang Li immediately shook his head. "That's not possible. You can't just give it to me if you have money. When a man goes out, money is his confidence.
You can't keep money for yourself.
Jiang Ning smiled when he heard this. Brother, this is only a small part of me. Then he took out 4 banknotes from his waist. There are still 400 taels of silver here. Then he took out 2 gold leaves from his waist. As soon as the gold leaf was taken out, it reflected dazzling golden light in the sun, suddenly attracting Jiang Li's attention.
Is this gold leaf? Jiang Li couldn't help but open his mouth.
Yes. Jiang Ning nodded, and then said, so don't worry, eldest brother, I still have a lot of money. In the afternoon, eldest brother will go to the inner city with me to buy a yard, and then my eldest brother and sister-in-law will move to the inner city with me. Hearing these words, Jiang Li couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, and couldn't make a sound for a long time.
After a while,
he swallowed and looked at the gold leaves and 4 silver notes in Jiang Ning's hand again.
Where did you get all this money?
Jiang Ning said, on the day I left the city, a few thieves followed me. So I killed them all in the mountains and forests in the wilderness, plundered them, and got this unexpected harvest.
Thief? Jiang Li.
He was speechless at this moment.
He wanted to complain. What kind of thief could carry 2 gold leaves and 400 taels of silver notes on his body?
After looking at Jiang Ning blankly for a moment, Jiang Li suddenly let out a long sigh.
Adi has really grown up. My elder brother is far inferior to you.
He then picked up the money bag Jiang Ning just gave him and continued, forget it. Since my brother is so rich, I will accept these 20 taels of silver. I'll tell your sister-in-law right now, and then go out to buy roast chicken and goose.
At this moment, Xia Dubo couldn't help shouting excitedly. Great, we'll have roast chicken later, the other side.
Hearing the noise coming from the courtyard, Lu Wanwan, who had come out early, looked at the scene in the courtyard with a complicated expression. She heard the conversation between the two of them just now. Looking at everything Jiang Ning brought out, she was also shocked. 2 gold leaves or 2 taels of gold. This was even before she eloped with Jiang Li. Her monthly pocket money was nothing more than this. For ordinary families, this is a wealth that is difficult to achieve in a lifetime. With her perspective, she naturally knew that someone who could possess 2 taels of gold would be a thief.
That must be the existence of a top-notch martial artist.
Without a certain strength or a certain status, it is impossible to have such wealth. For ordinary people, even if they accidentally obtain this wealth, they will be killed. So there is no doubt that what my brother-in-law killed was not a thief. Rather, he is a master of martial arts. To be able to kill such a master, his brother-in-law must have something to rely on, probably something external that is very lethal.
Afternoon.
After eating and coming out of home, Jiang Ning went to the martial arts gym alone.
Wang Jinai is his master.
He suddenly disappeared for more than 10 days. After coming back today, he had to go to the martial arts gym first. This is the respect it deserves. Wang Jin's previous actions were worthy of the word master and worthy of Jiang Ning's respect. Moreover, the resources that Wang Jin left for him to assist in martial arts training are still in the martial arts gym. In addition to the wild ginseng he took away before, there are still some wild ginseng placed in the room where he lived before, as well as those unused qi and blood pills. The journey of martial arts strengthens the body and accumulates qi and blood. The growth of qi and blood lasts throughout the life of any martial arts practitioner. In the beginning of martial arts, the only way is to have qi and blood flowing through the whole body perfectly. Only then can one begin to temper the skin membrane and step into the ranks of the 9th level of martial arts. Each subsequent step of progress requires the growth of qi and blood, and certain requirements must be met as a prerequisite to achieve subsequent breakthroughs in martial arts. Just like he has condensed the skin membrane at this moment, if he wants the skin membrane to further transform and reach the state of small success, it is closely related to the intensity of qi and blood. If the qi and blood do not increase, it will be impossible for the skin to shed and reach the level where the skin is as small as a stone. Therefore, those who practice martial arts, who are old and frail, and whose qi and blood have declined, lose the possibility of going further. Therefore, even if he now steps into the 9th level of martial arts, he still cannot lose his strong energy and blood. Those qi and blood pills are naturally still extremely important. Not to mention that the power of the digestive qi and blood pill can also bring an extra boost to his source energy points. After entering the inner city, Jiang Ning got on the carriage.
Songlong Martial Arts School.
Jiang Ning paid and got off the bus. As for the money, it was the 2 taels of silver he had left on him. As soon as Jiang Ning stepped off the carriage, the 2 disciples guarding the gate of the martial arts hall suddenly looked at each other. Then the 2 of them immediately clasped their fists and saluted.
Senior brother Jiang. I've met senior brother Jiang.
Jiang Ning smiled, said hello, and then walked towards the gate of the martial arts gym. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the martial arts hall, he was seen by many disciples.
When they saw Jiang Ning's figure, they all looked overjoyed. Senior brother Jiang. I've met senior brother Jiang. Where has senior brother Jiang gone? Everyone showed extremely friendly faces when facing Jiang Ning, because Jiang Ning is now related to their interests.
I watched Jiang Ning's live boxing practice for several days in a row, which was of great help to the progress of their boxing skills. Later, Jiang Ning suddenly disappeared, which also caused their five birds fist progress to return to its previous state. Now that Jiang Ning appears again, it means that they can return to their previous efficient growth progress.
How can you not be happy about this? Jiang Ning smiled at everyone, and then said, Junior brothers will go about their business first. I will go to the backyard to visit Master Wang first. Senior brother Jiang is busy first. This is what you should do, someone said.
When everyone saw this, they also spoke one after another and showed their understanding.
Especially some of them who were quite well informed looked at Jiang Ning with even more respect.
Jiang Ning returned safe and sound, and they naturally knew what this meant.
Immediately,
Jiang Ning came to the door of the backyard.
Boom boom boom, he knocked on the door. Who is it? Wang Jin's voice passed through the backyard and reached Jiang Ning's ears loudly. Master, it's me. Jiang Ning said.
Upon hearing this, there was a sudden silence behind the door. Then Wang Jin's voice sounded slightly again.
Zhou Xing, open the door. Then Zhou Xing's voice sounded, yes, master. Hearing this voice, a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Ning's face. Zhou Xing is here too? Such a coincidence? After counting the breaths,
squeak, the backyard gate opens.
Junior brother Jiang.
Zhou Xing greeted Jiang Ning, and a complex look suddenly flashed in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Ning. There was even a hint of regret in my heart. On the first day Jiang Ning joined the martial arts gym, he discovered that Jiang Ning had a little talent.
Immediately he sighed secretly.
After all, he still underestimated this junior brother. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and then he smiled warmly.
Junior brother Jiang, please come in. As he spoke, he immediately turned sideways, leaving enough space for Jiang Ning to pass. Good afternoon, senior brother Zhou. Jiang Ning smiled.
Then he walked into the backyard and saw a shirtless Wang Jin wiping the sweat from his body.
Master, the disciple is back. Jiang Ning bowed his hands in salute. Wang Jin looked Jiang Ning up and down, then nodded slowly, not bad, safe and sound. He then added, have you ever seen Hong Changtao?
Jiang Ning said, I've seen it before.
Hearing Jiang Ning's affirmative answer, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Wang Jin's eyes. He looked Jiang Ning up and down again, and then laughed. Good boy, good tricks.
To be able to complete the counterattack in Hong Qingtao's hands and remain unscathed is beyond my expectation. When Zhou Xing on the side heard these words, he suddenly felt a storm in his heart.
As a native of Luoshui County, he had never heard of Hong Qingtao's name.
Even if you look at the entire Luoshui County, Hong Changtao is a legendary person. From an ordinary civilian, he became the deputy leader of the Green Snake Gang, which frightened ordinary people. The iron sand palm in his hand can destroy metal and iron, and he is also famous for it. Who would have thought that such a well-known person throughout Luoshui County would die in the hands of a junior?
How did he do it? Zhou Xing looked at Jiang Ning's calm face and asked secretly. Jiang Ning said, Master already knows? Wang Jin smiled and nodded, can you not know?
All the major forces in Luoshui County are probably aware of this matter. You returned to the city safe and sound today, and all the major forces in Luoshui County are probably aware of it. Speaking of this, Wang Jin said with great interest, I am a little curious, what choice will Chao Bin make? After Chao Rome left, the strongest person in the entire Chao family is now his third uncle Chao Guangyan. Although Chao Guangyan is at the 7th level of martial arts and is a master of muscle training, his old age and frail body are far inferior to those of me. When Jiang Ning heard this sentence, he understood what Wang Ko said. Wang Jining mentioned Chao Guangyan, the strongest person in the Chao family today, and said that he was far inferior to him because of his old age and frail health. Then the meaning expressed is to tell himself that if the Chao family takes action because of this, he will take action.
After understanding, Jiang Ning immediately bowed and said solemnly, Thank you, master.
Wang Jin smiled heartily when he saw this.
Since I accept you as my disciple, how can I allow them to bully others?
On the side, Zhou Xing saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly showed envy.
Jiang Ning had only been admitted to the martial arts school for less than 2 months, but he was so valued by Wang Jin. This is the role of talent. Zhou Xing sighed in his heart again. He asked himself that he had always been courteous to Wang Jin. Even though he has already entered the 9th level of martial arts, he has already established his own style. But he would still come to the martial arts hall every 3 to 5 days to 10.5 months to say hello to Wang Jin. Moreover, he is also the theoretical senior brother in the martial arts school. But Wang Jin's attitude towards him was very different from that towards Jiang Ning. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing couldn't help but feel a sour taste in his heart. At this time, after Wang Jin knew that Hong Chengtao, Su Yunfeng and others had died at the hands of Jiang Ning, he did not ask further questions in detail. The killer weapon. Once exposed, the effect will inevitably be greatly reduced. He is a teacher, how could he not know this truth? In his eyes, there is no true sense of keeping a secret in this world. The so-called secret is only known by no one else in the world. This is the real secret. Immediately, Wang Jin changed the subject. Since you killed Hong Chengtao, why did you stay outside the city for so long? Do you have other things to do? Jiang Ning said, this disciple wants to observe the living habits and fights of tigers, bears, apes and other 5 animals in the mountains and forests, and understand the essence of 5 animal boxing, so he stayed for more than 10 days. That's it. Wang Jin nodded, and then said, is there any gain in that? Jiang Ning nodded and said confidently, there is a slight gain. Oh? Wang Jin's eyes flashed again when he heard Jiang Ning's words. Then he looked at Jiang Ning with a calm expression, it seems that you have really gained something. At this time, Wang Jin seemed calm, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. He has not forgotten that his previous apprentice's 5 birds fist has already reached the state of Deshang, and all 5 powers have reached Deshang. On this basis, Jiang Ning said that he had gained a little at this moment. After spending this period of time with Jiang Ning, he couldn't see that Jiang Ning could only speak 3 points. If you say you have gained a little bit, then you have gained a lot. On the basis of the great achievements of the 5 trends, there will be great gains. That is to make another breakthrough and enter the realm of perfection. It was precisely when he thought of this that Wang Jin was so shocked. If other people said this, he would not have thought of this, but Jiang Ning was different. He knew that his chief disciple Jiang Ning had mastered that Sanglong sword technique more than 10 days ago. In terms of difficulty, Sanglong sword technique is very difficult to get started with, but it is more difficult than Wakinkwan to achieve perfection from Deshang. Since Jiang Ning was able to master that Sanglong sword technique before, it is not impossible for him to perfect the 5 animal fist in the more than 10 days since he left the martial arts school. Think of this. Wang Jin immediately said to Zhou Xing, disciple is here. Zhou Xing immediately came to his senses and said with cupped hands, you go back first. Go back and digest the insights of the boxing techniques I taught you today, and recall the feeling of the power flowing through your body after the 5 animals merged into one. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he continued, I want to let's test your junior brother's boxing skills. When Zhou Xing heard this, he immediately understood. Wang Jin wanted to retreat for a while. He then handed over his hand again, the disciple has resigned first. I will report the disciple's harvest to the master in the future. Okay. Wang Jin nodded slightly. Subsequently, Zhou Xing glanced at Jiang Ning again, briefly staying on Jiang Ning for less than a breath, and then turned and walked out of the backyard. When the backyard gate is closed, only then did Wang Jin look at Jiang Ning seriously. Did the harvest you just mentioned achieve the perfection of 5 bird fist?